Traversing the Heihuan zone, he learned that in a month, he could freely select a senior sister for dual cultivation. Initially, he was thrilled, but upon discovering that all the male practitioners who had attempted this previously had turned into bones lying on the back mountain, he panicked. Escape? Impossible. Well, I have a system. Master, have you decided to dual cultivate with that senior sister? I want them all children make choices. How infuriating. This man seems invincible, unable to be killed by any means. Is he even human? My 5 stunning disciples are in peril, Master. I can't bear to leave Heihuan zone. Master, I implore you, cease harming your senior sisters, go elsewhere to wreak havoc. After departing from Heihuan zone, he exclaimed, honestly, encountering such a client for the first time, coming to this place to kick. Heizi smiled faintly. Sisters, please exert yourselves. Oh dear, my foot. I can't kick anymore. Where do you reside, young master? Shall I visit you? Yes. Where do you live, young master? I won't pay you a visit. I want as well. Heizi smiled gently. Let us observe the sister's performance. Purification. Hardship. Not a single bit of progress. Apologies, but I have a system. Chapter 1. Kicked by a jade leg. Heihuan zone, Yu Peak. Today is the day for body examinations at Yu Peak. Heizi arrived at a wooden cabin and inadvertently glimpsed through the window the most fervent moment between 2 women. He was overwhelmed with excitement, but dared not make a sound. Inside the room, a woman with fiery red lips was placing her hand on another woman's. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, Heizi could even see beads of water glistening on the smooth jade legs of the women. His throat felt parched, and anxiety crept in as he anticipated what was to unfold. Suddenly, a soft gasp filled his mind, yet he found no joy in it. It seemed he had guessed correctly. Things were about to take a rather twisted turn. Though events unfolded as he suspected, he felt no delight, for he believed he had crossed over. Just a few hours prior, after receiving his salary, Heizi decided to treat himself. He opened his browser, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Just as he resolved to embark on a significant venture in life, he met an untimely demise. The most embarrassing part was that his phone continued to flash with images and alluring sounds. Alas, dying without spending his money was one thing. The key issue was the browser. It would only intensify the authorities' crackdown on gambling and drugs, potentially becoming a cautionary tale for young people to avoid unsavory browsers. Upon this thought, Heizi felt his face darken. Although some visuals from the browser appeared within the wooden cabin, he could not join in. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy struck, and Heizi was flung from Yu Peak. Master, today is the day for checking the junior brother's body. It is the first day for the junior brother in the sect, and his body has been ensnared by formations and restrictions. As you know, after observing for so long without a word, with merely a month left until 3 years, it is time to find a male disciple to replace him. The woman chuckled. 3 years. He has not learned any techniques, and his cultivation is merely at the first level of chi training. Master, can I take charge of the junior brother? My disciple, within Heihuan zone, male disciples possess the right of free choice. Have you forgotten your 4 junior sisters? Regardless of how he chooses, he is doomed. Indeed, I am curious to see whom this fool will select. Let us continue. At the water pool beneath Yu Peak, a young woman covered her body, gazing at Heizi as he fell, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Heizi, after causing a splash, fell into unconsciousness, only to awaken bound and suspended from tree. Peeping while I bathe, I shall make you pay. Amidst the woman's furious voice, Heizi squinted, opened his eyes again, and was met with a pair of delicate jade feet, causing him to furrow his brow. What the? Surveying his surroundings, everything felt both strange and oddly familiar. The great tree seemed reversed, and the jade legs appeared inverted, floating above the ground as though bungee jumping while spinning. However, compared to the jade legs in the small wooden cabin, these seemed slightly thinner, yet still exquisite. How to describe these jade legs? What the? At that moment, the young woman hugged her skirt, declaring, "Look all you want, it'll let you see to your heart's content." Heizi was taken aback, scrutinizing intently. If only he had an 8-fold magnifying glass, he would use it. But upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. Who was this woman? She was shockingly generous. Strangely enough, from this angle, it was indeed splendid. Suddenly, Realizing something, he quickly shut his eyes as the disdainful voice of Yang Qi reached his ears. Yang Qi pinched her small hand, saying, Closing your eyes to play the good guy, huh? Let's see how long you can keep this up. With that, Heizi truly dared not open his eyes. Yang Qi pointed at Heizi, her fury palpable. Don't think that closing your eyes will conceal the fact that you were peeping while I bathed. You scoundrel! If it weren't for Master's prohibition, I would have gouged out your eyes and fed them to the dogs. She was fierce. Heizi attempted to extricate himself from his current predicament, but after a brief effort, he surrendered. Yang Qi smirked scornfully, crouching down gently. Does my senior brother wish to break free from his sister's bindings? Heizi dare not speak, but nodded nonetheless. Unable to contain himself, Heizi felt his eyes bulging. He was lost in thought. What had been obscured in the browser required imagination, and compared to the legs before him, what a contrast. Not speaking, has my senior brother lost his memory? The fragrant scent of jasmine surged into Heizi's nostrils, and he could not resist leaning in to sniff delicately. Is the browser also jasmine-scented? How splendid! Yang Qi inquired. Then how will you recover your memory? In a sudden shift, Yang Qi exerted her strength, seemingly using all her might to kick Heizi forcefully. I'll teach you to peek. I'll teach you to peek. Though Heizi was in agony, the impact of the jade legs did indeed restore fragments of his memory, specifically the original owner's memories. I am now a disciple of He Huanzong. Today is the day for senior sisters to check on their bodies, and it was on this day that I inexplicably flew up to New Peak and ended up here. This is not a dream. What on earth is He Huanzong? Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, you have activated the system. Everything is jade. Jade legs, jade hands, jade waist, jade mouth, jade. The intensity of contact yields varying rewards. As long as you come into contact with jade to a certain extent, you can gain cultivation. If contact is sustained for an extended period, you will receive additional rewards. If you simultaneously come into contact with multiple jades, the rewards are doubled. 3 jades, triple the rewards. 4 jades, quadruple them. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been consecutively kicked by jade legs 20 times, earning a reward of first-level chi training. Congratulations, host, you have been kicked by jade legs 40 times, earning a reward of second-level chi training. Additionally, you gain an extra point in charm. Mission triggered. Obtain the junior sister's undergarment deadline, 6 hours. Failure to complete the mission will result in a punishment of heavenly thunder. The system's abruptness left Heizi bewildered. His mind was filled with questions. Yet the first thing that came to his mind was, get lost. You can also help me clear the browser history. Lend a hand, little system. Host, where have you been all this time? You were reluctant to delete it earlier now. Get lost. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have opened the browser, leading to my restless night at 4 or 5 in the morning, thinking it was a dream. Now, it seems I won't be sleeping at all. At this moment, Yang Qi squatted down, panting delicately, clearly exhausted, and Heizi was fortunate enough to behold her charming visage. What the heck? It wouldn't be impossible to find a fiercer woman as a wife. He chuckled. The upper half of the requested belly band was confirmed to be red, but the color of the lower half remained a mystery. However, the task's 6-hour time limit was rather daunting given her current attitude towards me. Obtaining that belly band seemed nearly impossible. He widened his eyes, almost able to discern the color of the lower half of the belly band. Just a little more. Suddenly, 2 fingers swiftly jabbed at him, and Heizi closed his eyes tightly to avoid a calamity. Senior brother, your eyes are quite large. Don't you want it anymore? Yang Qi rolled her eyes. Humph, a dog cannot change its nature. Heizi, still shaken, said, Junior sister, after kicking me so many times, you must have vented your frustrations, right? Please spare your senior brother. Let me explain things to you slowly. Yang Qi placed her hands on her hips, angrily kicking Heizi. Are you doing this on purpose? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, as if she were about to cry. Why don't you go see senior sister Da, senior sister Air, senior sister Sand, senior sister C, and the master? Why are you fixated on me? Is it because I'm weak and easy to bully? What? I actually have 4 senior sisters. With the master and myself, there are only 7 people in the sect aside from the master. I can already confirm 5 pairs of jade legs. 5 pairs of jade legs. What does that even mean? According to the system, if I were to be kicked or touched by 5 pairs of jade legs simultaneously, that would yield 5 times the rewards. Wouldn't that be an extraordinary boon? Just thinking about it feels surreal, but then he sighed again. Is Cultivation Sect truly the place I should be? Everything is jade. It won't bring me harm, will it? But the system has made the hint so clear perhaps. I should take it easy. Heizi smiled. Junior sister, I was wrong. Yang Kuei seized Heizi's ear, showing no mercy. You can still laugh, tell me. Where did you go wrong, senior brother? Junior sister, from now on, I promise I won't sneak a peek at you anymore. Senior brother, you used an 8-fold magnifier. The fragrance of jasmine mingled with pain as Heizi lamented. Junior sister, can you kick me somewhere else? It hurts. Chapter 2. The big fairy sister, senior brother, call out louder. It won't matter if you scream your throat raw. Junior sister, please be gentle. I beg you. The more Heizi pleaded, the harder Yang Kuei kicked. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of reaching the first level of Qi training. You now possess the reward of Qi training at level 4. Would you like to use it? After realizing that begging was futile, Heizi refrained from speaking, but the system's reward was indeed difficult to resist. What is happening? I'm being kicked by my junior sister, and instead of helping me escape, the system is giving me rewards. Everything is jade. It truly is going to be the end of me. Heizi dared not make eye contact after she left. He attempted to shake his body once more, but without any magical prowess, his stamina quickly waned, and he had to surrender. What splendid jade legs! Kicked so harshly it feels somewhat regrettable. Damn it! How much longer will I be suspended? Is anyone there? Senior sister Da, senior sister Air, senior sister San, senior sister C. Master, help! Time passed, and Heizi, feeling dizzy and hopeless, finally remembered the system's reward. Right, I still have rewards that I haven't used. After all, if those rewards are like money, it would be a disaster if I died without spending them. Why not give it a try? Little system, use the cultivation reward. Cultivation reward used successfully. Congratulations to the host for advancing from the first level of Qi training to the 5th level. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, filling him with an overwhelming power. He took a deep breath but failed to hold it, releasing it as a flatulence. He gathered his strength once more, but still failed. After finally being reborn, he felt a sense of reluctance as a mysterious force enveloped his entire being. Bang! The ropes shattered into pieces. He had succeeded. Looking at his hands, Heizi was initially incredulous, but soon his heart soared with joy. Incredible! In my past life, I could barely handle a browser. Yet here, I am breaking free. Could this be the power of the 5th level of Qi training? He exclaimed. Little system, that a panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Heizi. Age, 19 years. Spiritual root, water spiritual root. Constitution, naturally resilient body, cultivation, 5th level of Qi training. Naturally resilient body. And at the 5th level of Qi training? Moreover, this panel even contained charm and intelligence attributes. With cultivation, a sect, spiritual roots, and physique, this is indeed the realm of cultivation. Charm, 11. Intelligence, 10. I understand now the extra point in charm is from the earlier reward. At that moment, a woman in a flowing long dress grabbed a man and soared towards a mountain peak. Witnessing such a scene under the bright sky felt somewhat thrilling. Alas, my previous life was short. Having learned from past mistakes, I will cultivate modestly in this life, steering clear of harmful things within browsers and jade legs. Surely, I can live for a few thousand years. He clenched his fists. Yes, since I've been reborn, I will live fiercely for a few thousand years. Heizi was brimming with determination when suddenly, a woman appeared behind him, and he sensed nothing. Junior brother, what are you mumbling about? Heizi hurriedly turned around and, upon seeing the woman, cast aside his earlier resolution. What the heck? This woman stood about 2 meters tall, exuding an ethereal air, clad in a white Taoist robe, adorned with a ring, embodying an otherworldly presence. The crucial detail was that her legs reached his waist to see her face. He had to slightly tilt his head up. Should I call her fairy big sister? If only I had met her in my previous life. But wouldn't want someone delicate and gentle. Heizi smiled foolishly, realizing he was losing composure, and slapped his own face. Smack! Have you forgotten how you got here? Keep a low profile. Her name was Xiao Luo, Su Heizi's third senior sister. Hearing the sound of the slap, Xiao Luo smiled gently. Junior brother, no need to be so agitated. By the way, you've been at the sect for almost 3 years now, and I suppose you still don't know the sect's dual cultivation methods. Would you like me to teach you dual cultivation? Her voice was crisp, and Su Heizi felt a thrill of joy. What is dual cultivation? As an inexperienced individual, I truly know nothing. He unconsciously gazed at her long legs due to her height. The Taoist robe fit her snugly, accentuating her curves. Such a big sister is actually looking to dual cultivate with me? Thank you for your kind offer, senior sister. Su Heizi politely declined. He felt such good fortune was unlikely to befall him. And though it was somewhat regrettable, he was primarily afraid of death. Xiao Luo didn't seem upset, as if she had anticipated his response. She slowly tugged the robe up, and Su Heizi's eyes widened. Just wearing a Taoist robe, and nothing underneath. Those flawless heels this sect is truly peculiar. Everyone seems to enjoy lifting their garments. Junior brother, you've grown. You were completely clueless about this before. When you first came to the sect, the master said you were still young. It seems you've matured quite a bit in these 2 years. Su Heizi felt bashful, wanted to say, senior sister, could you be a bit more generous? Even junior sisters are lifting their skirts. By the way, I'm here for an important matter, so I won't tease you any longer. Senior sister Air just captured a cultivator from Qingyun sect. Remember to head to Yuling Peak tomorrow to deal with the trash. Once there, do not ask about things you shouldn't, and do not touch what you shouldn't. Su Heizi nodded foolishly and asked, senior sister, why did second senior sister capture a disciple from Qingyun sect? Xiao Luo's face blossomed with an enchanting smile as she replied, would you like to know? She slowly approached Su Heizi, who, feeling a hint of fear, retreated 2 steps and politely said, some questions are better left unasked, and some things are best left untouched. Smart. It seems you're not as foolish as you appear. Whenever you wish to engage in dual cultivation, be sure to seek out your senior sister. I promise to guide you to the pinnacle of life. With that, Xiao Luo turned and departed, leaving Su Heizi in a daze. Wow, this is astounding. It would be a lie to claim he wasn't moved. He slapped himself once, then again. After Xiao Luo vanished from sight, his face flushed red from the self-inflicted blows. What a pity. But my goal is to live long. Yet, it is merely the disposal of trash. How surprising that senior sister Xiao specifically came to inform me. Could it be something so mysterious that someone has died? Su Heizi glanced toward Yuni Peak, not far from which lay Yuqing Peak. He followed the direction in which Yang Kuei had departed, and before long, he arrived at a thatched cottage, where wisps of smoke curled gracefully upward, accompanied by a delectable aroma wafting from within. His stomach began to growl, so he drew closer to the cottage. But before he could enter, the voices of 2 women reached his ears, prompting him to halt his steps. Kuei, junior sister, you say the junior brother peeped at you while bathing, and you hung him up to kick him? Indeed, Su Heizi's skin is quite thick. I even hurt my foot kicking him. He should still be dangling from the tree after we finish our meal. I will continue. Hearing that familiar voice, Su Heizi rubbed his sore backside. Kuei, junior sister. That name is hardly endearing. But who is the senior sister conversing with Kuei? Her voice is truly melodious. Yuner senior sister. Let us kick him together later. Su Heizi is such a scoundrel who fails to learn his lesson and needs proper discipline. Junior sister, Su Heizi was brought into the sect by our master 2 years ago. Every 3 years, the master will change male disciples. Soon, there will be a new junior brother. Junior sister must seize this opportunity. Su Heizi was momentarily taken aback. They change male disciples every 3 years? If that is the case, it won't be long before I can safely depart. Su Heizi sensed something amiss, a strange feeling lingering in the air. Chapter 3. Yun Shiji, the adorable junior sister. Yun Shiji, where has the previous Shixiang gone? Just tell me. Every time I inquire from Shifu or Dajia, they refuse to answer, saying I will understand once I master the art of yang replenishment and yin supplementation. Su Heizi listened silently, a tinge of confusion clouding his mind. The voices in the room gradually softened, and just as Su Heizi contemplated leaving, the door swung open. Shitty, why are you lingering outside? Gumin, a woman said with a smile. Her name was Yang Xiaoyan, Su Heizi's fourth Shiji. Feeling slightly embarrassed for eavesdropping, Su Heizi scratched his head. Yang Kuei poked her head out and exclaimed, Su Heizi, how did you manage to untie yourself? Su Heizi thought it unwise to reveal that he had freed himself, so he decided to deflect with a reference to his third Shiji. Daja said I need to go to Yuqing Peak tomorrow to handle some refuse. You're lucky this time to have encountered San Shiji. Next time, I might just kick you to death. In the room, Su Heizi addressed Yang Kuei, junior sister. I truly won't peek at you bathing again. Hee, Shi Xiao. Do you think I would still believe you? Yang Kuei turned her head away, ignoring him. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyan placed a bowl of rice porridge in front of Su Heizi, kindly stating, Shitty, I never expected that in just under 3 years. You could advance from the first to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Quite impressive indeed. Although you are at the 5th layer, a Qi cultivator still needs to eat. So hurry and enjoy it while it's hot. Be careful, it's hot. Su Heizi accepted the porridge somewhat awkwardly, seemingly oblivious to her astute observation of his cultivation level. Instead, he mused, is this Yun Shiji? Beautiful, kind-hearted, and possessing a melodious voice, her fingers are exquisitely slender and fair. Thus far, this sect appears quite favorable. However, Shiji Xiao mentioned that Shiji captured a disciple from Qinyan sect, while my senior sisters give me a good impression. Why was Shiji involved in a capture rather than an invitation? But what does it matter to me? Neglecting his image, he hastily consumed the porridge, prompting a look of disdain from Yang Kuei. Look, Shiji, you're eating like a starving ghost. Yang Xiaoyan smiled and said, Shitty, your rapid advancement in cultivation. Have you perhaps experienced dual cultivation techniques? Which Shiji have you been favored by? Su Heizi, licking the bottom of the bowl, casually replied, Yuner Shiji. What exactly are dual cultivation techniques? Moreover, is cultivation truly that arduous? Having spent nearly 3 years in the sect, I've dealt with refuse by the hundreds. How could Su Heizi be so ignorant of dual cultivation? Is he genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance? Yet, it's true. Advancing from the 1st to the 5th layer in just 2 years is indeed remarkable. Is cultivation difficult? The junior sister is right. Su Heizi truly deserves a kick. In the realm of cultivation, apart from the speed of the Hahuan sect and the demon cult, I have never heard of anyone achieving such rapid progress in Qi cultivation. Under 3 years to reach the 5th layer, what a concept! Even within the Qi realm, there are countless cultivators who have remained at the 1st or 2nd layer for 10, 20, or even 100 years. Is this what Shifu meant by fools have their blessings? Yang Xiaoyan, smiling, remarked, Shitty, when you first joined the sect, you always referred to me as Yuner Shiji. Yuner Shiji. You can't possibly be unaware of dual cultivation. Can you? How about I teach you the dual cultivation techniques? Su Heizi paused, placing down his bowl and chopsticks, rummaging through the original owner's memories, but found no mention of the dual cultivation techniques Yang Xiaoyan referred to. Could it be due to that slight charm value? If Shiji Xiao, the stunning beauty, sought dual cultivation with me, that would be one thing, but Yuner Shiji too? Could such fortune truly befall me? Alas, if I interpret dual cultivation literally, it must be quite alluring, yet I wish to live a little longer otherwise. He wiped his mouth, expressing a hint of regret. Shiji, you are far too beautiful. I dare not indulge such aspirations. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Rejected. Yankai exclaimed, incredulos. Su Heizi had actually turned down a Shiji. Why would he prefer to sneak a glance at me, bathing, rather than accept the Shiji's offer? Could it be that he... Yankai shook her head. Despite Su Heizi's fair appearance, impressive height, and the ethereal aura of his gray-white robe, his mannerisms while eating and his lewd peeking habits hardly matched such grace. Moreover, he seemed a tad dull-witted, which led the sisters to privately label him as a simpleton, yet his skin was indeed thick, with sweet tongue. Who would have thought our Shitty could flatter? Yang Xiaoyan chuckled. If I could still find someone else, I wouldn't be speaking to you in this manner. Su Heizi, had it not been for Shifu, you would have perished countless times by now. The Shiji praised him for his sweet tongue, and this simpleton deserved a beating. By the timeline, you have but a month until you reach 3 years. Do not keep your Shiji waiting. A month. Shiji need not wait. I have already resolved to eradicate that thing. Su Heizi gazed at the beauty, his heart in turmoil. Everything jade would only lead to his own demise. And he knew best how he had come this far. For the sake of longevity, keeping that thing would serve no purpose. It would be better to eliminate it and resolve the issue at its source. What? Eradicate it? Yang Yuner stood abruptly, staring intently at him. Shitty. Do you have any rope? You're absolutely right. Su Heizi deserves a kick. Yang Kuei quickly produced a length of rope, cheerfully stating, Shiji, I have plenty of rope. Where did the rope come from? Su Heizi was taken aback, and 2 seconds later, he found himself tightly bound. He was pushed against a familiar tree. Noticing that the two women did not seem to be joking, causing him to panic. Simpleton, this is the Hahuan sect. Shitty, you don't truly intend to become a eunuch, do you? Yang Xiaoyun asked earnestly. Yang Kuei tossed the rope toward the tree trunk. Shiji, why waste words on him? Su Heizi looked up at the tree trunk. Its bark worn down, as Yang Kuei pulled on the rope, hoisting him upside down. Su Heizi felt a twinge of fear. Shiji, Shimmy, please be gentle. Yang Kuei secured the rope and, with a smile, clapped her hands in satisfaction. Shiji, shall I go first or you? Observing her deft binding technique, Yang Xiaoyun was astounded. Shimmy, your binding skills. Without hesitation, Yang Kuei delivered a kick. Laughing, practice makes perfect. The familiar scent of jasmine wafted through the air as Su Heizi acutely felt the force of the jade-like leg. Oh no, please. Upon hearing that enticing voice, Yang Yuner intervened, saying, Su Heizi, if you abandon that thought, I will let you down. Shiji, is that thing truly so important? I believe keeping it would only bring me harm. At worst, I could happily grind tofu with the Shijis in the future. Besides, with that thing around, I fear I might die soon. This simpleton is not simple at all. How does he know he is on the brink of death? Could he have been feigning ignorance all along? Indeed, carrying so many corpses to the back mountains must have opened his eyes, yet it was useless. So afraid of death. Shimmy, together, let us give him a good kick. Double the power, double the pain, double the rewards. The different fragrances and the irresistible jade-like legs, combined with his naturally resilient physique, left Su Heizi in considerable agony. Dreadful. I knew that to attain longevity, I must eliminate that thing. Congratulations. Host has obtained rewards. Advancement of 2 layers in Qi cultivation, 2 points in charm, 2 points in intelligence. Additional reward. Life extension pill. Effects. Forces life extension upon consumption, but may have adverse consequences. Charm increased to 13, intelligence to 12. Host, do you wish to utilize the cultivation rewards? Life extension pill. At that moment, a sound transmission reached him, and Yang Kuei and Yang Xiaoyun abandoned Su Heizi to soar toward Uni Peak. Approximately 20 minutes later, Little Commander, use the cultivation rewards. Usage successful. Congratulations. Host has reached the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. He exerted a slight force, effortlessly freeing himself this time, and gently inhaled the air. Why did it smell of jasmine? The red fabric. Where could Shimmy's undergarment be hidden? The room was rather small, and after rummaging a few times, he suddenly halted, slapping himself. It was still light outside, and Shimmy hadn't gone to sleep yet. How could he possibly find it? Damn it, the system's prompt was quite clear, touching with grand cultivation, but this useless thing was affecting my longevity. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate it altogether? Chapter 4. Shiji said, Dual cultivation is delightful. Su Heizi inspected the kitchen. His current goal was straightforward, to find a knife or something similar to eliminate that useless fellow, with a clear objective to avoid repeating past mistakes. Just then, 2 sets of footsteps approached rapidly, and in a moment of panic, he ducked under the bed. The door swung open, and he was met with Yang Kuei's complaints. Yin'er Shiji, what does master mean? Shixiao is the only male disciple in the sect and can choose for himself in a month. Yang Kuei continued to grumble. It's one thing to let him choose, but that scoundrel de Shiji, Shiji, and even San Shiji actually praised him. Su Heizi dared not speak, but felt a surge of joy within. Was it possible that he truly possessed charm? Shimmy, you do not understand the joys of dual cultivation. It can become addictive. Once you have Su Heizi, you will comprehend. Yang Kuei scoffed, as if I would want that. That fool is so naive that he even considers becoming a eunuch. Just think of how foolish that is. Besides, there is only one male cultivator in Hahuan sect. Do you understand the value of a male cultivator in our Hawan sect? Heizi felt a strange sense of pride for some reason. Moreover, as you saw today, the cultivator heir Shiji captured, upon seeing us, wished to devour us. In Hawan's sect, who would be devoured was still uncertain. Was that fool truly superior to him? Shiji, why are you also speaking for that scoundrel? Yang Xiaoyan approached the bed, sitting with her brows slightly raised and a gentle smile, casually removing her shoes and extending her jade-like legs under the bed. Heizi tensed, gently inhaling but daring not to make a sound. The aroma was intoxicating. Unlike Shimi's delicate fragrance, Shiji's scent seemed richer and more alluring. She continued, unlike him, Shidi is not only handsome but ugh. If it weren't for Master S prohibition, I would truly want to gouge out his eyes. Shimi shouldn't he speak this way? Heizi has been in close contact with you. Perhaps he will choose you. If you do not desire him, Shiji can exchange spirit stones and talismans with you. Yang Kai looked disdainful. If he dares to choose me, I will simply cut off his manhood and see if he dares to act recklessly again. Heidi Fawen, sensing a chill. Shimi, you heard that male cultivators are incredibly precious in our Hawan sect. I heard. That person is from Xinyun's sect. Seems to be named Jiang Ming at the Golden Core stage. His master seems to be called Hua Liang Shangren. He keeps boasting about being at the Golden Core stage, claiming Xinyun sect is the foremost sect in the cultivation world, and he is here to give face to master. Acting like a grand lord. I wonder what he is so proud of. Shiji, isn't his cultivation level the same as yours? Is he really formidable? Yang Xiaoyan was indifferent to Jiang Ming, knowing he would soon become a pile of bones after tonight. Thus, she chuckled, their early, middle, and late stages of Golden Core. I have just entered the Golden Core stage, while Jiang Ming has been in it for a long time. What do you think, Shimi? I am only at the third layer of Qi refinement. If what Master initially told me is true, a Foundation Establishment cultivator can defeat 10 Qi refinement cultivators, and a Golden Core cultivator can defeat 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Yin'er Shiji, does that not mean he could defeat 100 of me? After Qi refinement, there's Foundation Establishment, and after that, Golden Core. Does that not mean I am but a small trash at the Qi refinement stage? Does Shiji, Shiji, and San Shiji speak well of this trash before Master, and with their actions, it all feels rather strange. Even C Shiji, Yang Xiaoyan, is at the Golden Core stage. The other Shijis likely have even higher cultivation levels. Why would they speak to me, a mere piece of trash? Is it because I am the sect's only male cultivator? At that moment, another jade-like leg descended, almost within reach. How infuriating. All this jade only brings me trouble. Yet Shiji's legs smell so delightful. Suddenly, that leg seemed to possess a targeting function, flying towards his mouth. Yang Kuei also jumped onto the bed, removing her shoes, her jade legs swaying up and down. Heizi was stunned. He should have been discovered by Shiji long ago, yet she had not exposed him. Yang Kuei swayed her feet. Shiji, earlier you said Master has the Shiji, Shiji, and San Shiji, yet you only have me. I do not understand what this means. As a teacher, Heizi felt his head was about to explode. He understood exactly what they meant. Shimi, there are no sect cultivators within 100,000 miles of Hawan sect, let alone male cultivators. Shiji is merely lucky this time. That Jiang Ming is just a naive newcomer who boldly delivered himself to our doorstep. Millions of miles without another sect. Yankai coldly snorted. So what if there are no male cultivators? I want to die without one. I certainly do not need one, especially Heizi. Every time I see that scoundrel, I want to kick him. If you were to spy on me while I bathe, I would. Heizi held his breath, keeping still under the jade foot, terrified that he might inadvertently expose himself. Yang Xiaoyan affectionately said, Yes, Shimi, I once thought like you, but the cultivation methods of Hawan's sect are rather unique. Hence the label of Little Demon Cult. If you do not wish to dual cultivate, then your cultivation will likely be quite challenging. Shiji, if it is merely difficult to improve in cultivation, I can seek the Tao through pure cultivation, as Master said, to attain immortality. Immortality. Upon hearing this word, Heizi's mind trembled, and he perked up, soon feeling fatigue from a day of turmoil and heightened tension. At this moment, Yang Xiaoyan continued, Shimi, If cultivation were truly so simple, that would be wonderful. You do not know how smooth and soft those abs are, like corn. If you tried it, I guarantee you would fall in love with dual cultivation. Abs like corn? Is Shiji referring to corn cobs? Night deepened. Heizi had unknowingly fallen asleep for quite some time. In a hazy state, he seemed to hear some sounds, the creaking of the bed ceasing, and, at that moment, a seemingly random cucumber rolled in front of him. Heizi lost all desire to sleep. His stomach let out a growl. He picked up the cucumber, both jade-like feet touching the ground, then gathered his clothes from the floor and left directly. Following that direction, he noticed a pair of shoes, a skirt, and a red undergarment on the floor. The red undergarment. Heizi took a bite of the food in his hand. Was this truly a product of the cultivation world? His eyes sparkled as he devoured it in just a few bites. It was delicious. Cautiously, he crawled out from under the bed. While on the bed, Yankoai seemed exhausted and was sleeping soundly. Heizi gazed at her face. Shimmy, could you please cover yourself properly while sleeping? If someone with ill intentions were to see you, it would be disastrous. At that moment, Yankoai turned over, kicking off the blanket and revealing a large expanse of pure white skin. Heizi's heart raced. As a teacher, he was suddenly flustered. He swallowed hard, even extending his hand, feeling an increasing determination to eliminate that which should not be there. Life was important. He could not repeat past mistakes. However, he sighed, I truly only wish for longevity. Chapter 5. Awkwardness caught stealing the undergarment. Heizi could not resist stealing another glance at Yankoai. How infuriating. In such a sect, who could endure this? No, he must accelerate the process and resolve the issue at its source. He picked up the undergarment and revealed a satisfied smile before departing in the candlelight. Just as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Xiaoyun, who was waiting outside. With a smile, she asked, Junior brother, is the cucumber delicious? Heizi, feeling guilty, concealed the undergarment behind him and replied, Senior sister, you haven't left yet? You've been hiding under the bed for so long. Your patience is commendable. Heizi scratched his head and chuckled. Senior sister, you knew all along. I still have matters to attend to. He thought to himself that he needed to find an excuse to slip away. Very well, it's getting late. Heizi, you should abandon your previous thoughts. Otherwise, you'll be finished, Yang Xiaoyun said meaningfully. Senior sister, that thing affects my cultivation, and besides, wouldn't it be beneficial for you if I no longer had it? Heizi asked weakly, puzzled. Beneficial? Yang Xiaoyun looked at him disdainfully. You, a mere novice, have no right to speak. Suddenly, sensing Heizi's cultivation level, she seized his collar. 7th layer of Qi refinement. This is impossible. How could it be so abnormal? You claim you haven't engaged in dual cultivation. Heizi, how could your cultivation level have risen to the 7th layer in just a few hours? Heizi was taken aback, thinking he was doomed. How could he talk his way out of this? She scrutinized him as if seeing him anew, casually patting his chest. Junior brother, something seems off. You aren't a demon from the demonic sect, are you? After saying this, Yang Xiaoyun wore a bewitching smile. Senior sister, after consuming the cucumber, I felt incredibly comfortable, and then my cultivation surged. Isn't that strange? Yang Xiaoyun chuckled. Is it delicious? Indeed, it's quite delicious, and it can also enhance cultivation. Senior sister, do you have any left? Would you like to have more? It's getting late, and I still have to go to Yuqing phone tomorrow. I will take my leave now. Watching Heizi hurriedly flee, Yang Xiaoyun murmured, does this fool not realize that what he consumed was problematic? Is cultivation really that difficult? It took me 78 years to progress from the 1st to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and then 80 years to reach the 7th layer using dual cultivation techniques. My master even said my cultivation speed was astonishing and my comprehension remarkable. Yet, compared to Heizi, could he truly be an anomaly? To ascend from the 5th to the 7th layer in just a few hours. This fool must have a secret. I must uncover his secret within this month. Otherwise, if he becomes a skeletal figure, how will I discover such rapid cultivation methods? A few minutes later, Heizi followed the original owner's memories to his small hut, feeling a tumult of anxiety within. The way senior sister looked at him earlier. She suspects me. Fortunately, I was quick to escape. Is there anything wrong with progressing quickly in cultivation? After calming himself, he retrieved the undergarment from his pocket. Noticing that only 5 minutes remained on the timer, he wondered why the task was still ongoing. He held the undergarment up to his eyes, observing that it was red, adorned with peculiar symbols, and faintly scented of jasmine. Indeed, this belonged to the junior sister, but why was the task still active? Closing his eyes, the delicate jasmine fragrance surged through his mind, accompanied by a vision of pristine whiteness. He stepped on his left foot with his right, and then lay on the bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a reward, 1 Ba Wang Dan, with 1 designated distribution point. Heizi looked at the description of the Ba Wang Dan, feeling perplexed. It would temporarily elevate his cultivation by 2 major levels. As I'm currently at the Qi refinement stage, this means I could briefly reach the golden core stage after consumption. But my muscles would become rigid as if made of iron. Once the effect wore off, I would become completely stiff, entering a state of suspended animation. Am I going insane? What use is this reward? I will allocate the distribution point to my intelligence. Usage successful. Host intelligence increased by 1. Current intelligence, 13. Heizi suddenly felt a chill in his head, and the rapid processing of thoughts led him to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself bound, with something stuffed in his mouth, accompanied by a faint jasmine scent. Yang Ku AI was directly atop him, glaring at him with anger, while Yang Xiaoyun sat beside him, smiling. He swallowed hard. Could this be the pinnacle of life? Could such a thing truly happen to me? Yanka I Kwewistionet. Heizi, what did you do with my undergarment? Suddenly, she sensed something amiss, looked down, and her face flushed instantly, her scalp tingling. She quickly distanced herself from Heizi, clearing her throat and falling silent. Yang Xiaoyun also noticed the change in Heizi, her eyes widening with amusement. Junior brother, you've matured quite a bit over these 2 years. At this moment, Heizi wished to escape to another planet, as he felt utterly embarrassed. He resolved to rid himself of that item at all costs. She removed the undergarment from Heizi's mouth, laughing. I feel like your demeanor has changed significantly. What did you do with the junior sister's undergarment? If you have any needs, you can come and find senior sister. I will grant you anything. After saying this, she winked playfully at him. Heizi was terrified. How could he explain himself with such undeniable evidence? With a forceful effort, he broke the bindings around him, leaving Yang Ku AI astonished. Senior brother, you were pretending to be bound before. Senior sister Yun, junior sister Ku AI. I have matters to attend to at Yuqing Feng. Heizi fled, and after he disappeared from view, Yang Ku AI shyly turned to Yang Xiaoyun and said, Senior sister, that scoundrel actually stole my undergarment. Oh, junior sister, why is your face so red? Senior sister, by the way, I searched the entire room this morning, but I couldn't find that cucumber. Did you take it? Yang Xiaoyun gently tapped her nose and replied, Junior sister, once you've consumed Heizi, I will establish a new cave dwelling on Yuqing Feng. Yang Ku AI blushed and said, Senior sister, I don't understand what you mean. Are you truly oblivious or just pretending? That item was consumed by Heizi. Yang Xiaoyun laughed. What? Why didn't you hide it? Did he discover something? How embarrassing. Senior sister, that scoundrel Heizi must be starving. Yang Xiaoyun produced the undergarment, and with a swift flick, it became spotless. She teased, Why are you so shy, junior sister? Do you still want your undergarment? Heizi arrived at the foot of Yuqing Feng, feeling a sense of familiarity as he gazed at the path leading up the mountain. He stepped onto the path, feeling inexplicably wistful. Both Xiao Luo and Yun Er had offered him opportunities. How frustrating. If only he had arrived at Yihuanzhong earlier. He would still be browsing the internet. However, with the hints from the little assistant being so obvious, perhaps he should just yield to the senior sisters. Chapter 6. The little steamed buns from senior sister are truly delicious. Halfway up Yuqing Feng, as Heizi passed a small pond, he took a sip of water and gazed at his reflection in the water, incredulously touching his face. Handsome. No wonder the senior sisters are so eager to engage in dual cultivation with me. At that moment, a flock of crows swooped down from the sky towards the back mountain. Looking towards the back mountain, he was struck by an ominous feeling as he spotted nearly 100 crows mingling with vultures. He glanced down at the buildings of Yihuanzhong and was slightly taken aback. His small hut was situated above the junior sister's hut. Beyond that, the other buildings were considerably taller and arranged in a pattern resembling a woman's face. His wooden house represented the nose, while the junior sister's wooden house symbolized the mouth. If that were the case, Yu Feng and Yu Feng resembled two towering peaks. Speaking of which, it seemed there was a pool beneath Yu Feng. If this continued, wouldn't water flow out? Fortunately, this was the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, such architectural arrangements would surely be subject to rectification. After all, these two peaks were not meant to coexist. Suddenly, with the infusion of the original host's memories, Heizi discovered that the original host had not practiced any cultivation techniques in Heihuan zone. His daily amusement consisted solely of watching his junior sister bathe, occasionally transporting refuse to the back mountain from Yu Peak or Yuqing Peak. Several senior sisters had hinted at him, yet the original host, being simple-minded, remained unaffected. Thus, it could be said that the original host was merely a handyman. Am I here to take over his menial tasks? Wait a moment. That fiery-lipped woman is my master. She mentioned that after 3 years in the sect, one could choose a senior sister for dual cultivation. Less than a month has passed. And does this mean I can choose the third senior sister? He slapped himself, reminding himself that his goal was longevity. At the end of the small path, a stone table came into view, followed by several distinctive structures and a large iron door embedded at the cave entrance. Indeed, according to the memories, this was the abode of the second senior sister. Is it customary for those residing in caves to be so extravagant? And the sound of iron chains echoed, followed by the automatic opening of the iron door. This door appeared to weigh several thousand pounds. Is it necessary to have such security for a cave dwelling? A delightful fragrance wafted towards him, accompanied by a voice. Junior brother, you've arrived quite early. Haven't you? Momenslate, Shia Ulu Amarjasluli. Xiao Shiji, what brings you here? Heizi exclaimed, but as soon as he spoke, he recalled Yang Qi's words. His master has a senior sister. The second senior sister has a third senior sister. Everything becomes clear. It seems that the daily life without male cultivators is rather pitiful, reduced to merely grinding tofu. Today, his senior sister appeared different. She donned a semi-transparent white gown, as if inviting honesty. Heizi stared at her, captivated, as if his very soul had been drawn away. Xiao Luo stepped closer, inquiring with concern, Junior brother, ascending the mountain requires considerable exertion, and you must be hungry, right? Heizi remained silent, mesmerized by the alluring semi-translucent figure. He swallowed hard, gazing blankly, his heart racing. The essence of his senior sister carried a hint of rose fragrance. Rose fragrance, how familiar it seemed. He slapped himself, regaining some clarity as a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Consume the junior sister's Xiao Longbao. Heizi was taken aback. He slowly raised his gaze, swallowing again. What was presented was not a small dumpling, but something grand. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Is it permissible? Heizi felt a surge of excitement, thinking he might indulge in a grand dumpling. Xiao Luo produced a Xiao Longbao, bending slightly to present it before him, licking her lips gently. Upon seeing the dumpling in her hand, Heizi felt a twinge of disappointment. The system did not deceive him. It was indeed a Xiao Longbao. Xiao Luo smiled softly and then directly placed the dumpling into Heizi's mouth. As she bent down, Heizi's eyes widened, and he slowly let it slip from his mouth. Is it delicious? Xiao Luo asked. Very good, he replied, suddenly realizing the depth of the phrase the drunken man's intent is not solely for wine, acknowledging his own flippancy. It's delicious, truly delightful. He licked his lips, yearning for more as he murmured, Senior sister, do you have any more? Noticing Heizi's gaze, Xiao Luo paid no mind, instead chuckling, Junior brother, you aren't merely flattering me, are you? Heizi shook his head, insisting, Senior sister, it genuinely tastes remarkable. As she straightened, Heizi's eyes followed her movements. After all, during a basketball game, our focus is drawn to the ball. It is indeed delicious. One is hardly sufficient to satisfy. Junior brother, are you quite greedy? This Xiao Longbao is not even priced at 100 spirit stones, but you are different. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare some Xiao Longbao right now. 100 spirit stones? Based on the memories, spirit stones hold tremendous significance in the cultivation world. They are essential for purchasing magical items and elixirs, and are not easily acquired. To Su Heizi, the Xiaolong Bao seemed devoid of extraordinary utility. It was merely an ordinary dumpling. Who would foolishly spend 100 spirit stones on it? Xiao Luo settled on a stone bench, propping her long legs on a stone stool, gently caressing the ring on her ring finger. Suddenly, the utensils for making the Xiaolong Bao appeared on the stone table. Su Heizi marveled at the ring on her finger, pondering its enchantment. Senior sister, can this Xiaolong Bao really fetch 100 spirit stones? No matter how it is made, it remains an ordinary dumpling. It cannot possibly be worth that much. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a price? Initially skeptical, Su Heizi was astonished to see Xiao Luo genuinely preparing the dumplings. Senior sister, do you not practice any spells? He watched as the dough was kneaded skillfully in her hands, her delicate fingers dancing through the mixture. The dough appeared slightly dry, and without a second thought, Xiao Luo spat on it, instantly reviving its moisture. He swallowed hard. Might this be somewhat unsanitary? How strange, he found himself reminiscing. Suddenly, he felt that 100 spirit stones for a celestial maiden's saliva seemed worth the price. Xiao Luo observed Su Heizi, lamenting internally, what a pity. This boy is reasonably clever, yet he rejected my invitation on the first approach. Had he chosen me directly, he would have been doomed. Junior brother, I lacked water earlier and was unable to leave. You don't mind my saliva, do you? Not at all, not at all. How could I dare to mind my senior sister? Well done. I am truly enlightened. One could prepare Xiaolong Bao in this manner. No wonder I found it so delicious, infused with a hint of rose fragrance. After preparing the dumpling, Xiao Luo retrieved a cauldron from her ring and placed the Xiaolong Bao inside, instinctively patting her jade leg and sleeves. Su Heizi was captivated, lost in thought. If a choice were to be made, he would undoubtedly choose her without hesitation. He truly adored his senior sister Xiaolong Bao. It was simply delectable. Chapter 7. One night, Golden Core transforms into a corpse. Junior brother, you were clever just now. Had you uttered a single negative word, you would have met your demise. Xiao Luo remarked with a smile. Su Heizi could only manage a wry smile in response. Xiao Luo directed a flame towards the cauldron and then covered it. Pay attention. The preparation of Xiaolong Bao is akin to alchemical processes. It requires technique. But what is the point of alchemy? Senior sister's legs are far more appealing. 7th layer of qi refinement. Just yesterday, I was at the 5th layer. If memory serves, male cultivators in Heihuan zone typically have little opportunity to learn cultivation techniques or spells. This simpleton Su Heizi, with his naive demeanor, could it be that he spent the night in fervent practice with his senior sister or junior sister? It seems impossible. Even if he engaged in dual cultivation with the master, such rapid progress would be implausible. Besides, the cultivation technique of Heihuan zone focuses on yin-yang harmonization. It is a miracle he is alive, let alone advancing in cultivation. Could he have obtained some protective charm? 2 layers of qi refinement in a single night. Did I misremember? She grasped Su Heizi's collar, demanding, is the Xiaolong Bao truly delicious? Indeed it is. Senior sister, please be gentler. It hurts. The Xiaolong Bao produced in the alchemical furnace is undoubtedly delicious. If you come to Yuqing Peak, I guarantee you will have an endless supply of Xiaolong Bao. Really? Su Heizi felt a surge of elation, instinctively glancing at the alluring dumpling. Xiao Luo noticed Su Heizi's gaze and teasingly remarked, Junior brother, you wouldn't be craving another Xiaolong Bao, would you? Su Heizi, feeling bashful, reluctantly nodded. Oh, junior brother, you are becoming a bit greedy. 1 Xiaolong Bao cannot suffice. Would you prefer one from the cauldron or wish to try another variety? Xiao Luo jested. Perhaps sensing her underlying meaning, Su Heizi impulsively replied, Senior sister, my task remains incomplete. Very well. Are you perhaps meeting with a junior sister? Xiao Yin? Kuei? No, not all. Could it be the senior sister? Xiao Luo inquired cautiously. The senior sister. Oh no, yesterday was the day for the senior sister's physical examination. I hope nothing is amiss. At that moment, the fire in the stove extinguished. Xiao Luo retrieved the freshly steamed dumplings and produced a small red vial from a ring, pouring the liquid over the dumplings. These delectable dumplings required a touch of heart's blood to enhance their flavor. Heart's blood? Heizi was perplexed. This essence, derived from the vital blood of cultivators, was exclusive to our Hahuan sect. It could not be found elsewhere. Sister, is this heart's blood yours? He inquired. No, but this heart's blood can only be possessed by robust male cultivators, and each one only has a single drop. If that drop is entirely extracted, although it may not be fatal to the cultivator, it represents a significant loss. It is akin to a vigorous man suddenly losing something dear to him, rendering him despondent. Oh, she handed a dumpling to Heizi, who instinctively felt uneasy. Sister, does every dumpling contain a drop of heart's blood? How much can a cultivator possess? Xiao Luo smiled as she presented the dumpling to Heizi, remarking, just one drop. One drop? Yet the red vial she had just shown was filled to the brim, surely containing the essence from hundreds of cultivators. Heizi took 2 steps back, feeling nauseous. Glancing from the dumpling to Xiao Luo's flawless face, he realized that pursuing such temptations would only bring harm to himself. Hee, I just ate well, sister. I don't feel like eating anymore. Noticing his discomfort, Xiao Luo found it rather amusing and replied with a smile. I was just teasing you. How easily you fall for it. Junior brother, the heart's blood of cultivators is exceedingly precious. Do you think I would waste it on a mere dumpling? Heizi reluctantly accepted a dumpling, recognizing the unique craftsmanship that went into it. Yet he could not disappoint his sister's eager gaze. Consuming the heart's blood would invigorate him and enhance the flavor of the dumpling, promising an entertaining experience ahead. Xiao Luo chuckled softly, then firmly placed the dumpling into Heizi's mouth. As he swallowed, a faint smile graced Xiao Luo's lips, but Heizi suddenly found the dumpling less appealing. Xiao Luo sensed his unease and decided the moment had lost its charm. It is getting late. Let us proceed. Do not gaze at what ought not to be seen, nor touch what ought not to be touched. At that moment, Heizi felt a surge of energy, realizing that something troubling had stirred, and the fire could not be quelled. Hey, sister, why is your face flushed? Xiao Luo playfully kicked Heizi inside. Oh no, I seem to have forgotten to mention that there is a Wang Yu pool inside, which even golden core cultivators cannot resist. Besides, Sister Tanger is still within. She shook the small red vial, licking her lips, and added with a knowing glance, I wonder what the taste of Junior Brother's heart's blood is like. However, without the proper techniques, how could he possibly cultivate? Inside the cave, the flickering candlelight illuminated the walls adorned with luminous stones, casting a peculiar glow throughout. Heizi maintained a tight restraint, yet it proved ineffective. It was exceedingly difficult to choose between longevity and women. He touched his backside, and a violet pool of water appeared before him, accompanied by a captivating fragrance that enveloped his senses. How could the water be violet? He marveled at the color, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of gas that intensified his desires 100-fold. The allure of his lovely junior sister's pristine beauty, the enchanting scent of Sister Yuner's feet, and the lingering taste of Xiao Luo's dumpling consumed his thoughts. In a state of panic, Heizi grasped a pebble from the ground and hurled it at the source of his torment. Yet the stone shattered upon impact, failing to resolve his predicament. He licked his dry lips, overwhelmed with anxiety and heat. Driven by instinct to quench the fire within, he stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water. His intention was to extinguish the flames, but upon entering, he regretted his choice. Instead of dousing the fire, it only flared up more fiercely. Ack! All I desire is longevity. Must I endure this trial? At that moment, Heizi noticed a figure in the water and swam toward it, his mind in turmoil. He found a withered corpse lying motionless on the shore. Strangely unfazed by the sight, memories flooded back, revealing that this was the very refuse he needed to handle. Wait, a corpse? How can my sister's cave contain such a thing? Are they not afraid? He recalled his lovely junior sister mentioning that the male cultivator named Jiangming was formidable. A golden core cultivator. Golden core, what a rarity! According to his junior sister, he could easily overpower 100 chi refinement cultivators. Surely, a golden core should not be so fragile. Just one night, a golden core turned to a dry corpse. Fear enveloped him as he pondered, as a chi refinement cultivator. If I remain here overnight, will I not become mere bones? With less than a month until needing to select a sister for dual cultivation, he questioned whether he would safely depart. In that moment, the allure of his lovely junior sister's beauty, Sister Yunar's enchanting fragrance, and Xiao Luo's dumpling all seemed to lose their charm, transforming into something sinister. As he searched the cave, he found no other male cultivators, wishing more than anyone that Jiangming still lived. By chance, Su Heizi encountered a bear woman seated atop a block of ice. He approached cautiously. Though shadows loomed in his heart, he felt compelled to confirm her identity. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was not Jiangming. What should not be seen must not be seen. What should not be touched must not be touched. Surely, she must be my second sister. Su Heizi's expression soured, as the surge of blood, energy, and stimulation from the Wanyu pool was not something he could easily suppress, especially as a mere novice. What should I do? I do not wish to meet Jiangming's fate, yet my desires are overwhelming. He climbed onto the ice bed, driven by the urges within him. His trembling hand reached out, but just as he was about to touch her skin, he noticed her eyes flicker open. Su Heizi swallowed hard and retreated hastily, realizing that his actions might be misinterpreted as she stirred to consciousness. Panic gripped him, fearing her wrath would turn him into a mere skeleton. All this is for the sake of longevity. Please forgive me. He pounded furiously at the source of his torment, but his efforts were for naught, barely making a dent. After all, if he could not even harm a stone, how could he contend with flesh and blood? The woman opened her eyes, and upon seeing Su Heizi's frantic movements, she was enraged. In an instant, she teleported to his side, seizing his hand and halting him. "Stop," she commanded, revealing herself to be Tang Tang, Su Heizi's second sister. "What are you doing? The sect nurtures you, not to harm yourself." Su Heizi, holding his breath, fixed his gaze on Tang Tang, unable to look away. At that moment, he comprehended the true meaning of what should not be seen must not be seen. What should not be touched must not be touched, as it came with a price. "Sister, could you please put on some clothes? Or knock me out? I'm terrified of bleeding to death." "Suhadi palit weekly, you fool. If you dare harm her, I will take your life," Tang Tang exclaimed angrily. Su Heizi felt a chill in the hearts of his sisters within the Hahuan sect. He realized he was less important than she. Standing, Tang Tang remarked, "Su Heizi, you're such a simpleton. Do you not know that if she were harmed, your value in the Hahuan sect would diminish? Thankfully, I'd already placed a protective formation on you. Otherwise, you would have been doomed." She turned and conjured a garment to drape over her body. And as Su Heizi beheld her exquisite legs, a swarm of ants seemed to dance within him, urging him onward. "Sister, I wish," Tang Tang smiled, "what do you wish? Speak quickly, and I shall grant your request." Su Heizi took a step back, exclaiming, "No, senior sister, I do not wish for this. How infuriating, everything is jade. It will only bring me harm." He slapped himself several times, attempting to maintain his clarity. Removing his hand from his nose, he found blood still gushing forth, causing him to panic. While staring at her, he was also losing blood. Tang Tang stepped forward with a smile. "Junior brother, without practicing any techniques, how have you reached the 7th level of chi refinement?" She extended her hand, beaming with a charming smile. Su Heizi gazed at the jade-like hand reaching for him and hurriedly retreated. His instincts warned him to restrain himself. If that hand touched him, the defenses he had painstakingly built would likely collapse in an instant. Though his lower mind dominated his thoughts, fate constantly reminded him to be cautious. Tang Tang, Pu Zhao, touched her face, wondering if this simpleton was afraid of her. How ungrateful he is, considering I spoke on his behalf before a master. Nevertheless, she chuckled, finding his innocence somewhat amusing. She gently caressed Su Heizi's face with her jade finger. "Junior brother, do you think senior sister is beautiful?" Su Heizi swallowed hard, her finger driving him wild. He felt he could no longer resist, yet he continued to back away. "Very beautiful." Tang Tang was quite pleased. What a simpleton he was. Having been in the sect for nearly 3 years and lived for hundreds of years, she had never encountered such an adorable junior brother. She smiled faintly, seizing Su Heizi's finger and placing it in her mouth, lightly biting down. How strange, even now does he not like this? Is he truly a male cultivator? Senior sister, I heard that a Jindan cultivator has come to Hahuan's sect. I wonder. Tang pointed at the corpse with irritation. Where is it? Junior brother, I will need your help to carry it to the back mountain later. Although he had his suspicions, hearing the answer confirmed his fears. Senior sister is not forcing you. Would you like to stay and play with senior sister? Feeling her fiery gaze, Heizi's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. No, refusing so quickly. Are you afraid senior sister will consume you? Tang licked her lips, exuding a charming demeanor. Unable to withstand it, Heizi simply turned his back to her. Tang frowned, perplexed by his actions. What does this mean? Is he disdainful of me, or simply refusing a look at me? She clenched her small hand and said with a smile, Very well, carry the corpse out. Junior brother, senior sister will remember you. Heizi hurriedly gathered his clothes, fleeing the cave with the corpse as if escaping. This simpleton had an abundance of vitality. It must be the doing of Xiao Luo, his junior sister. However, this innocent virgin must not be allowed to act recklessly with such resources cultivated by the sect. Before he chooses to dual cultivate with anyone, he must undergo daily physical examinations and perhaps a little teasing as well. What a simpleton! Suhanhai! Ha! Heizi dashed out of the cave, heedless of the blood streaming from his nose, only wishing to descend the mountain. Xiao Luo glanced down at him and teased. Junior brother, what happened? Why is your nose bleeding? Are you all right? By the way, why were you inside for so long without your clothes? Did you see something you shouldn't have? Xiao Luo spoke with intrigue. Do you need senior sister's assistance? He felt uncomfortable, as his clothing was constricted by the corpse, hindering his movement. Thank you for your kindness. Senior sister, Heizi replied, shouldering the body, eager to leave this place. Xiao Luo directly cupped Heizi's face and said from her elevated position, If this continues, senior sister fears you may die before reaching the back mountain. Let me assist you. Heizi felt somewhat uneasy. Thank you, senior sister, but no need. Xiao Luo summoned a jade sword, placing it on the ground. Don't dawdle, step on it. Senior sister will let you experience sword control. Sword control. She stood on the sword, gesturing for Heizi to join her. With a racing heart, Heizi stepped onto the flying sword. Hold on tightly to senior sister's waist. If you fall, it is not my concern, Xiao Luo said earnestly. Senior sister, what about the corpse? Heizi asked, his arms constricted by the body. However, once the sword took flight, he had no choice but to abandon the corpse and cling tightly to her waist, closing his eyes. We are truly flying. Heizi glanced at that disobedient object, still frightened, and intentionally kept his distance. I told you to hold on tightly, but you didn't listen. Look what you've done. Xiao Luo smiled slightly, having acted intentionally. She leaped off the jade sword, observing the countless white bones lining the slope of the back mountain. Junior brother, we have arrived at the back mountain. So soon, the jade sword descended slowly, and upon seeing the sea of bones below, Heizi fell silent, his expression inscrutable. Xiao Luo gently cast a spell, causing Jiangming's corpse to join the other bones, swallowed by the sea of white. Senior sister is clearly skilled in magic. Couldn't she just use a spell to transport the body and save the trouble? It seems the presence of male disciples in the sect isn't particularly necessary, Heizi thought, lowering his head. In such a sect, how can a mere mortal survive? What to do? Chapter 9. Wielding the knife for self-castration to summon senior sister. Tanger, senior sister just sent me a message saying you have suicidal intentions. Junior brother, you must protect your integrity. Safeguard yourself, or else you are finished. Heizi nodded gravely. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Very well, take good care of him. If he sustains harm, it will not benefit you. Heizi felt somewhat unwilling, speaking earnestly. Senior sister, he is mine. Can I not decide his fate? Of course. But only after your cultivation reaches Jindan, she replied, departing. Heizi lowered his head with a fierce expression, unsure why he had been so affected since catching that peculiar scent. Reflecting on that disobedient entity, he felt a surge of fear. Yet, at the moment he touched Xiao Luo, he did indeed experience the pinnacle of existence. Slumping to the ground, he could not comprehend why his nose continued to bleed. Having crossed over, why must he be here? Couldn't he be granted longevity? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Receiving a reward of 2 chi blood pills. 2 chi blood pills. Consuming them replenishes vitality and, when taken with the Overlord pill, produces extraordinary effects. Heizi was somewhat perplexed as he took the pills, feeling an immediate sense of comfort as his nosebleed ceased. Why didn't you offer such good items earlier? Little system? Looking down, he noticed the persistent issue remained, causing him considerable distress. He picked up a stone and hurled it down the slope. The impact startled the crows and vultures scavenging among the bones. The cawing of the crows left Heizi feeling disheartened. He sighed heavily, muttering, "How could the ethereal Cultivation sect, shrouded in clouds and mist, harbor such ominous grounds? In less than a month, can I truly leave safely?" Jiang Ming was a Jindan cultivator, and even he has become bones. Am I, a mere chi refinement waste, destined to join them? Having crossed over, I cannot accept this fate. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, reminiscent of Tang Sung stumbling into the spider spirit cave, and he finally recalled the system. At that moment, a disturbance arose among the bones, and Heizi looked down, spotting a fluffy creature about 2 to 3 meters tall, lugging Jiang Ming's corpse. It moved swiftly, navigating the bones with ease. It seemed to sense Heizi's presence, turning its head slightly. Heizi met its deep, crimson gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine. Driven by curiosity, he steeled himself to maintain eye contact. What a massive rabbit! Is this a product of the cultivation world? The creature dropped the corpse and crouched down, leaving Heizi perplexed. Suddenly, it leaped, landing over 20 meters away from him. Heizi, suppressing his curiosity, immediately turned and fled. The creature showed no inclination to pursue, allowing him to escape unscathed. Heizi lay on the bed, gasping for breath, while the mountains behind him were littered with bones, and his senior sisters were wreaking havoc. Moreover, after consuming the small steam buns made by Sister Xiao Luo, he felt as if he had been injected with a stimulant, rendering him unable to return to normalcy. Suddenly, Heizi sprang to his feet, recalling that the original host needed to eat to cultivate, and he possessed culinary skills. He hurried to the kitchen, where he unexpectedly discovered a sharp kitchen knife. Holding the knife in his hand, he felt a sense of security wash over him, prompting him to take it to the whetstone for further sharpening. "I apologize, but for the sake of longevity, I must sacrifice you. Alas, who called me to this wretched place? I had no choice. I never wished for this." He removed his trousers, feeling a twinge of reluctance, for that part of him was a testament to his masculinity. How infuriating! As a teacher machine, I find myself at a loss, yet I desire to live long. I am sorry. Clenching his teeth and exhaling a breath of cold air, he truly did not want to resort to this. But upon reaching the back mountain, he understood his fate and feared succumbing to the allure of women. Becoming a short-lived specter, he raised the kitchen knife, and as a glimmer of cold light flashed, a gust of wind followed. Heizi, terrified, shut his eyes, unable to stop the tears from flowing. Under different circumstances, he would never have wished to wield the knife. Alas, I can only sacrifice myself for righteousness. To have a teacher machine brought to this point. Huanzong, you are ruthless? Suddenly, the blade seemed to grind against something, producing sparks. And Heizi stared at the kitchen knife in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief as he shifted it in various directions. But when the knife was merely inches away from the object, it appeared to be halted by an unseen force. Impossible. Even self-castration is unattainable. Just as Heizi contemplated continuing, he sensed a powerful force drawing near, compelling him to drop the knife in a panic and feign nonchalance. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open, and the visitor was none other than Tang Tang, leaving Heizi in a state of shock. Sister Tang seemed to be angry. Heizi forcefully kicked the kitchen knife under the bed and, with an air of indifference, said, "Sister Tang what brings you here?" Tang Tang remained silent, striding directly to Heizi, squatting down to examine him closely. At that moment, Xiao Luo and Yang Xiao Yun entered the room, their faces etched with concern. Seeing their expressions, Heizi felt as though he had stirred up trouble and was filled with trepidation. Yang Xiao Yun was the first to ask, "Sister Tang is Heizi all right?" "He is fine. Fortunately, I had cast a protective spell on him from the very first day he arrived, or the consequences would have been dire. The two girls knelt beside Tang Tang, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, while Heizi shut his eyes, symbolically covering his face with one hand. If circumstances permitted, he would truly wish to traverse once more. This is no different from defecating in public. However, to have been cast under a protective spell on the first day, does this sect regard individuals as human beings? Regret washed over him. No wonder the stone, the fist, and the kitchen knife all proved ineffective. It seemed he was simply too young. Xiao Luo remarked, I also cast a protective spell. I never anticipated such a day would come. By the way, Heizi has certainly matured quite a bit. It's time for him to contribute to the sect. Yang Xiaoyun added, in that case, let us start with the adorable junior sister, followed by myself, and then sister Xiao Luo, and finally sister Tang Er. Upon hearing this, Heizi initially felt hopeless about leaving Hehuan's zone, but now it seemed there was a glimmer of opportunity. He clenched his fists, resolving to seize this chance. Thus, he proactively admitted his fault. Senior sisters, I was wrong. Xiao Luo gazed at Heizi and said, foolish junior brother, we were afraid you might encounter an accident, so we had already set up a formation on you. Heizi chuckled, his expression exceedingly awkward. Tang Tang rose, using her magic to retrieve the kitchen knife from beneath the bed, softly whispering into Heizi's ear, Heizi, if you misbehave, I will chop you up. By the way, no male cultivator has ever left Hehuan's zone. Heizi Slai, Det Pai Internally. Chapter 10. What is happening? Why has the junior sister suddenly transformed into such a jade-like figure? Holding the kitchen knife, Tang Tang gently maneuvered it, and with a snap, the iron blade broke in two. Then, with a flick, the two halves flew out like sharp weapons, embedding themselves firmly into the wooden surface. Heizi instanti understood. This was Tang Er's way of asserting her authority, and she was genuinely angry. But what could Heizi do? He merely wished for longevity, to live a little longer. He had thought that crossing over would grant him a new life, only to find he could not alter his fate of a short life. In the face of his senior sisters, whose powers surpassed his own, he could only yield. Senior sisters, please do not be angry. I shall not dare to harm myself again, Tang Tang declared, since Heizi cannot choose for himself. Yun junior sister, I entrust him to you. Take him to the adorable junior sister. All right. By the way, the adorable junior sister knows nothing of dual cultivation. You must teach her while also helping Heizi adapt. The adorable one doesn't need insurance for dual cultivation. Understood, sister. Adapt? Why do I immediately understand the implications of that word? Oh no, what on earth is happening today? Not only is he disobedient, but there are also 3 senior sisters present. I do not wish to adapt. After Tang Tang and Xiao Luo departed, Yang Xiaoyun seized Heizi's ear. Junior brother, we know exactly what you're planning with your little schemes. They are hardly worth considering in front of your senior sisters. Starting today, you will take turns serving us, beginning with the adorable junior sister. Sister, I was wrong. Can I choose for myself? I truly regret it. I will never harm him again. I will protect him well and cherish him, ensuring he suffers no grievances. Truly, Heizi was on the verge of tears. He did not wish to become a skeleton. No more chances. Heizi, you let this slip, you have no more opportunities. Yang Xiaoyun teased. Junior brother, it seems you have faced considerable grievances. Otherwise, why would you be so stubborn? Would you like your sister to help you now? Heizi was speechless, gazing at those exquisitely long and beautiful jade-like hands. His heart remained calm. Yet he still said, Sister, I am afraid if I am discovered later, it would be awkward. If I were to yield to you, would you help me? I fear becoming a dried corpse. Yang Xiaoyun chuckled. She understood Heizi's concerns, as some junior brothers had previously sought her help. Yet she knew these worries were unnecessary and futile. Are you so afraid of death? Our cultivation is about living in the face of death. Moreover, junior brother, you are someone who has advanced 2 cultivation levels in a single night. Has no one informed you that no male cultivator has ever left Hehuan's zone? The skills of a senior sister are impeccable. Enjoy the days to come. I assure you they will be heavenly. Heizi forced a smile. Really? You will know by tomorrow. At the bottom of the Uni Peaks pond, Yangku AI was contentedly soaking in the water when Su Heizi was suddenly tossed in by Yang Xiaoyun, creating a splash. Su Heizi, you scoundrel. Just wait until I see if I can kick you. Su Heizi smiled slightly. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyun flew to the two of them, landing in the pond. Sister, this scoundrel Su Heizi again. Junior sister, Su Heizi is in his prime. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must seize it. Gazing at the familiar jade-white figure, Su Heizi was terrified but could not restrain himself. Oh no, even teacher machines can sometimes lose control. Su Heizi let out a long breath. He resigned himself. Having already died once, there was nothing left to fear. Yangku AI felt somewhat awkward. Sister, junior sister, in Yihuan Zone, female cultivators are never passive. This is just the beginning of your cultivation. I will assist you. Yin Air sister's implication was clear. They would all take the initiative. Under the influence of the white bones and cold water, Su Heizi unexpectedly found himself restored to normalcy, immediately feeling the weight of life's struggles. Yang Xiaoyun furrowed her brow, puzzled by this sudden transformation. He had been brimming with vitality just moments ago, yet now seemed like an entirely different person. He was utterly useless before even beginning. However, our Heizi sect was never lacking in resources. She carefully retrieved a small box and opened it. Inside lay the Wanyu sand, concocted from the waters of the Wanyu pool. Its effects akin to that of the Wanyu Dan. With the addition of Sister Xiao Luo's heart's blood, the results would be extraordinary. But this was sufficient for now. She planned to give her junior sister a dose and a bit more to Su Heizi, tucking the box away. Junior sister, do you remember the method I taught you last night? Recalling the previous evening, Yang Kuei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Su Heizi, in this moment, was merely confused. He sensed there had been a story last night, but he had missed it. Come on. Yang Kuei shielded her vital areas with both hands and shyly asked, Su Heizi, do you like me? The junior sister was indeed charming. Yet in comparison to the mature and alluring figures of Sister Xiao Luo and Sister Yuner, she lacked the same appeal. All he wished for was to survive. He slapped himself repeatedly, striving to maintain his clarity. Just then, Yang Kuei swam over, grasping his hand and halting his actions. Senior brother, I know you peeped at me while I was bathing, stole my undergarment, and rejected the goodwill of the senior sisters. Su Heizi was utterly bewildered by her words, as reason and desire battled for control over his body. Seizing the last vestiges of rationality, he replied, Junior sister, please keep your distance. I fear I may lose control, and if I wrong you, you may kill me without hesitation. Reflecting on the misfortunes of his past life, he resolved to preserve at least a modicum of dignity. Even in death, he wished to die honorably. Unexpectedly, even at this juncture, his senior brother was still safeguarding her. How infuriating! Surely, the earlier incident of peeping must have been a misunderstanding. I may have wronged you, senior brother. Suddenly, Su Heizi felt something soft and gentle nibbling at his fingers, compelling him to relent. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could the junior sister be so bold? As night descended, Su Heizi floated upon the water's surface, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The surface of the water appeared as it had before, devoid of any traces of battle. The junior sister was so adorable. He hadn't anticipated her skills to be so impressive. Perhaps her lower cultivation level was a factor. Otherwise, he should have been left as a dried corpse. If that were the case, did it mean that by simply choosing the junior sister, he would be safe? Su Heizi's heart raced with excitement. How wonderful it would be if it were that simple. Yet, the back mountain was littered with piles of white bones. Yuonia, Sister Xiao Luo, Sister Tanger, and a senior sister with skin that easily glistened with moisture. For reasons unknown, having tasted a hint of sweetness, he found himself looking forward to each passing day. Yuner was right. Cultivators should navigate the realms of desire and death to be reborn. Senior brother, it is getting late. Would you like to sleep at my place? Chapter 11. Attitude shift. Junior sister cooked for me. To sleep at her place? Su Heizi rubbed his stomach. He was both hungry and fatigued, feeling as though death was imminent. His legs felt weak. How could the disparity between male and female cultivators be so vast? All right. During the earlier fierce battle, he thought he had heard a voice from the system. He opened the system interface, discovering a change had occurred. A new feature had been added. Intelligence, 15. Charm, 14. Congratulations, host, for continuously occupying the jade for a prolonged period. You have earned a reward. Chi Refinement Level 3. Cultivation method upgraded to high tier. Heizi was momentarily taken aback. The cultivation method modification allowed him to elevate ordinary techniques to high tier. What kind of reward was this? He barely understood the methods. If only he could master Sister Xiao Luo's sword flight technique. Escaping from Huan sect would be a matter of mere moments. Heizi tentatively requested, "Little system, exchange the reward for sword flight technique." Host, the exchange system is not yet open. Please strive to cultivate diligently. It seemed he would have to sacrifice appearances tomorrow and hope that the senior sister might teach him the technique. Yet, he was miles away from any cultivation sect. What did millions of miles even signify? Moreover, the rewards for cultivation from the system appeared to be increasingly elusive. He recalled that yesterday, acquiring cultivation was effortless. Yet after spending so long with the junior sister today, he had only achieved Chi Refinement Level 3. However, if he were to experiment with multiple jades simultaneously, he could reap abundant rewards. Wouldn't that be detrimental? I can only choose one, jade or life. Destruction. Why could he not have it all? The task system had also undergone changes, adding a main quest. Main quest. Acquire Yang Xiaoyun's Liuli Socks. Reward. Spirit Stones X1. A main quest. Liuli Socks. The junior sister's undergarment. Yuners Liuli Socks. He smiled foolishly, thinking the reward must be the Liuli Socks. Who cared for a single spirit stone? However, with his cultivation rising so swiftly, he would abstain from claiming the cultivation rewards for now to avoid arousing the senior sister's suspicions. Why had his mind suddenly become so sharp? Could it be due to the increase in intelligence? At that moment, a delicate gasp emanated from the kitchen, leaving Heizi perplexed. He cautiously approached the door, peering through the crack. Inside, he saw Yang Xiaoyun and Yang Kuei standing side by side, preparing food. When had Sister Yuna arrived? Earlier, he had felt hungry. The junior sister insisted on cooking personally, promising to please him. But what was that strange sound he had just heard? Surely, he was merely fatigued and had imagined it. How would he manage to serve 4 senior sisters in turn? In the kitchen, Sister Heizi hasn't seen anything, has he? Junior sister, aren't you afraid? If he discovers us, so what? In a month, he will become mere bones, especially since we are in Huan sect. Sister, is there no way to prevent senior brother from turning into bones? Yang Xiaoyun playfully lifted her chin, teasing junior sister. Weren't you the one who said you would pluck out his eyeballs? Yang Kuei whined, Sister, can you help me? Yang Xiaoyun shook her head. While the master is away, I suggest we take him and leave the sect. Sister, you must assist me. Yang Xiaoyun chuckled. It's futile. From the very first day, he has been ensnared by formations and restrictions. Junior sister, how could you entertain such naive thoughts? Moreover, with Huan sect's unique cultivation techniques, if he doesn't die, how can we still call it Huan sect? I understand. At that moment, Heizi sensed something amiss. Nearly an hour had passed, and they were merely cooking. Was it truly taking this long? Heizi swallowed hard, feeling unsettled. He had to investigate. Perhaps he might witness something thrilling. He dashed into the kitchen, where the 2 women smiled at him. Yang Kuei, slightly anxious, asked, Senior brother, we are making noodles. Junior brother, you are in luck. My junior sister and I are cooking for you. It will be ready shortly, so please wait a moment. Heizi approached the stove, glancing at the noodles boiling in the pot before shifting his gaze back to the 2 women. Sister, what brings you here? Are you also hungry? Sister, aren't you a golden core cultivator? Do golden core cultivators also get hungry? Yang Xiaoyun swiftly struck his head with a ladle. What is wrong? I also enjoy what the adorable junior sister makes. What of it? Yang Kuei smiled and added, Sister merely came to assist. I actually don't know how to cook. Sister is guiding me. Yang Kuei seemed about to say something, but hesitated. Heizi was bewildered. Did cultivators truly need to cook for themselves? Yang Xiaoyun kicked Heizi, exclaiming, What are you doing standing there? You're useless. Hurry up and get out. You're ruining my mood. Heizi lay back on the bed. Just wait. Tomorrow, I will make you pay. At this moment, Yang Kuei emerged with a steaming bowl of noodles, while Heizi could hardly contain himself and began slurping. Where's senior sister Yuner? She had business to attend to at Yu Qing phone. Junior sister, your culinary skills are quite remarkable. Yankai chocolate essa. It's all thanks to senior sister. Su Heizi paused for a moment, unable to feel joy after learning about his fate, yet he understood there was nothing he could do. If it's delicious, do indulge. Su Heizi wiped his mouth. Though slightly fatigued, he had at least enjoyed the meal, and as brothers do, he encouraged, let us double cultivate. Yang Kuei's cheeks flushed crimson. Senior brother, you must be tired too. Rest early, as you will need to face senior sister Yuner tomorrow. Su Heizi was taken aback. He had noticed her dissatisfaction earlier. He tentatively remarked, then I shall indeed sleep. Senior brother, sleep soundly here. I will retire to your quarters. The candlelight was extinguished as Yang Kuei closed the door, leaving Su Heizi in a daze. What is this strap? A belly band. Just in time. I was in need of a sleep mask. Su Heizi settled into bed, but on the other side, Yang Kuei found herself restless, covering her nose with disdain. What a strange odor. How could senior brother sleep through this? She cautiously released her nose for a brief inhalation. It smells foul. To her surprise, it bore a resemblance to the very scent she had detected. After another whiff, she realized she could not fall asleep. Why is this happening? This scent fills my mind with thoughts of senior brother Su. She felt a wave of embarrassment and continued to sniff. Senior brother, please hold on. You must not perish. Chapter 12. The Artistry of Senior Sister Yuner. The next day, Su Heizi comfortably turned over, removing the bellyband mask. He had slept exceptionally well, and, in his hazy state, he seemed to glimpse tumultuous waves, causing him to grip the blanket tightly. Am I still dreaming? When did senior sister Yuner and junior sister Kuei arrive? Su Heizi, the sun has risen high, and you are still in bed. I am curious how your cultivation has progressed. Yang Xiaoyan remarked curiously. The two women had entered silently, like phantoms, and Su Heizi felt a pang of embarrassment upon recalling their greedy gazes. Had he known, he would have behaved more modestly and not used junior sister's bellyband as a mask. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that next time he would weld the door shut. If he were the head of the Hawan sect, he would certainly require them to wear more clothing. Hee, senior sister, I'm getting up now. Senior brother, did you sleep well in junior sister's bed last night? Yankai inquiret. Yes, it was indeed very comfortable. Su Heizi ziplit au set stili. Then how about we switch beds in the future? You take mine, and I take yours? Su Heizi was taken aback. Something felt off, and he sensed that this young lady was acting strangely. How could she overlook the matter of his using her bellyband as a mask? He replied nonchalantly, no need. Junior sister, I prefer my own bed. Yang Kuei's expression flickered with disappointment. Senior brother actually turned me down. Yang Xiaoyan interjected, Junior brother, have you forgotten what you were supposed to do today? Su Heizi dressed, looking puzzled, as Yang Xiaoyan promptly lifted him and soared towards the foot of Yu Qing phone. Witnessing Yang Xiaoyan's forceful demeanor, Yang Kuei felt a twinge of concern for Su Heizi. Unlike the pool at Yunyang Peak, the water source at Yu Qing phone was crystal clear, continuously flowing to form a pond. Yang Xiaoyan approached Su Heizi, shoving a small dumpling into his mouth. The Xiaoluo senior sister's dumpling made him reminisce about a previous encounter. Seeing him swallow the dumpling, Yang Xiaoyan smiled gently and asked, will you go in yourself? Or shall I assist you? I suppose I should go in myself. Let me remove my clothes and, senior sister, please close your eyes. Naturally, Yang Xiaoyan was reluctant to waste time on such frivolities, so she yanked at Su Heizi's belt with force, grasping his collar, and then kicked him from behind. Su Heizi fell into the pond, overwhelmed with despair. Hurry up, Su Heizi. I hope you understand the situation. Yang Xiaoyan's voice echoed in his ears. What's up with senior sister today? She seems different from usual. If the third and second sisters were like this, I would still choose the lovely junior sister. Su Heizi thought, feeling rather proud. Yang Xiaoyan vanished beneath the water surface, only to suddenly resurface before Su Heizi, who stared at her in awe. Her delicate hands glided through her water-soaked hair, and her oval-shaped face with sparkling almond eyes and elegantly arched brows, complemented by her vermilion lips, resembled a lotus emerging from the water. Just her presence evoked a sense of tenderness, coupled with her graceful demeanor. Su Heizi felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. He thought, drought leads to death by thirst, while floods lead to drowning. in this Ahuan sect. It seems I shall eventually meet my demise. Junior brother, do you think I am beautiful? She inquired softly. Su Heizi was rendered speechless, his eyes nearly popping out, his drool flowing freely. Yang Xiaoyan secretly delighted in his reaction, then slowly said, if you remain silent any longer, I shall tear your mouth apart. Beautiful senior sister Yuner, you truly are stunning. Su Heizi exclaimed. Junior brother, can you share your secret with me? Yang Xiaoyan whispered in his ear. Secret? What secret could I possibly have? Su Heizi retreated a few steps, but Yang Xiaoyan advanced, leaving him no choice but to halt. She did not indulge him. Instead, she seized him, leaving no room for escape. Indeed, I was correct. You have a secret. A little waste without even a technique, thinking you can escape from me? How naive. Quickly tell me, or you shall face the consequences. Su Heizi was reluctant to divulge his secret and swam toward the bottom of the pond, feeling a twinge of fear toward this woman. However, before he could act, Yang Xiaoyun apprehended him by the ear. Foolish child, she exclaimed, producing a box and sprinkling some forgetting worries powder on him. This Su Heizi is truly a simpleton, thinking he could escape from me. Su Heizi winced, chuckling, senior sister. Could you teach me sword control techniques? After sprinkling the powder, Yang Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and replied, you lack even a technique. How can you learn sword control? Right now, you possess only superficial cultivation, your physique merely surpassing that of ordinary people. In essence, in the eyes of senior sister, he was merely a slightly stronger mortal. Su Heizi grasped her hand. Senior sister, I have cultivation. Would you consider teaching me techniques? Is it not just a desire to escape the Hahuan sect? Even if I were to teach you techniques now, within a month, what could you possibly learn? Do you think learning techniques is as simple as playing house? Without years, decades, or even centuries of foundation, wanting to learn and practice is mere folly. Hearing this, Su Heizi felt despair wash over him. He knew his demise was imminent. Suddenly, he felt his face flush, and he slapped himself. Yang Xiaoyan smiled slightly. It seems the blood and forgetting worries powder are taking effect. However, Junior brother's physique currently cannot withstand dual cultivation. She touched the ring on her ring finger, and a sheer veil appeared in her hand as she swam toward the bottom of the pond. Suddenly, Su Heizi felt as if he had been electrocuted. Senior sister, no. In mere moments, Yang Xiaoyan resurfaced. Senior sister, what just happened? Insurance. Su Heizi felt a surge of joy. Senior sister, can you keep providing me with insurance? Did I not mention? Our Hahuan sect values inheritance. After 3 years, we switch male disciples. Junior brother, do you recall what senior sister told you yesterday? I remember. Senior sister's techniques are quite discerning, and I am sure they will allow me to experience the pinnacle of life. Suddenly, Su Heizi felt an overwhelming sensation, an exhilarating rush that surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He distinctly felt 2 serpents slithering across his body, and most crucially, these serpents seemed to reach deep into his heart, plucking at the strings of his desires. As an experienced practitioner, he found himself unable to resist. He understood that the pace had escalated once again. Chapter 13. Shiji's Liuli outfit. An indescribable sense of exhilaration surged through him, and Su Heizi felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow lurking beneath a tree across the pool. Shiji Yuner, I think someone is there. Let us pause for a moment. Furthermore, this is the Heihuan sect. Even if our master were present, we ought to be fully engaged in our dual cultivation. By the way, Shiji, I came this way too. Suddenly, Su Heizi's eyes brightened, accompanied by melodious gasps. He then observed waves emanating from the pair, rippling outward. Meanwhile, beneath the distant tree, Yang Kuei's cheeks flushed as she crouched down, studying intently. Is Shi Xiang going to be all right? If he dies, I will certainly dig a deep pit to give him a proper burial. How strange. The tide of battle has shifted. Wasn't the advantage with Shiji just moments ago? Shiji previously mentioned that Shi Xiang's cultivation was at the 5th level of Qi training. Could it be that Shi Xiang has astonishing comprehension? Did I not just witness Shiji being bullied by Shi Xiang? The evening breeze was gentle as Su Heizi lay on the bank, embracing a beautiful leg. Beside him, Yang Xiaoyun caressed his face with a smile. Heizi truly was a reckless man, yet he left a good impression on me. I never expected him to be so adept in various techniques. I was almost unable to withstand it. What a pity. If he were to become a skeleton, I would indeed feel a sense of loss. How frustrating. I exerted myself too much earlier, feeling as though half my life was taken. Shiji countered every move expertly. She was truly skilled, and Shimmy was no match at all. However, if I had to choose between them, I would unhesitatingly select Shimmy. At least I would have a longer life with Shimmy. Shiji, let us skip the intermission. You could just take my life. Yang Xiaoyan sat up, slightly frowning. Shitty. You seem particularly fixated on Shiji's feet. That's enough. But you are different. You have made Shiji experience unprecedented pleasure. She tossed a tome of dual cultivation techniques in front of Heizi. Shitty, this dual cultivation technique is a gift for you. Heizi joyfully picked up the tome and exclaimed, Thank you, Shiji. Oh, and one more thing. How many times have you rejected Shiji Xiao Luo? Heizi pondered for a moment, realizing it wasn't that many. What's the matter? Tomorrow, you could take a day off. In the future, Shiji Xiao will be unavailable. So just go find Shiji, Tang of the day after tomorrow. Heizi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why? I never expected Shiji Xiao would be acceptable. Although I didn't experience the feeling of being nestled against her, I brought this upon myself. Tomorrow, I will visit Yuqing Peak to see if I can encounter Shiji Xiao again, and perhaps procure some small steam buns. Shiji Yuner, I understand. By the way, there is a monster on Baigupo in the back mountain. Are you aware of it? Oh, a monster? The experiences Shiji has gone through far exceed your imagination. You must be referring to a demon beast, right? Can you describe it? Heizi's mind raced. Ever since his intelligence reached 15, he noticed a remarkable improvement in his memory. I see. Based on what you said, it should be a second-tier demon beast. However, it had the opportunity to attack you, but refrained, indicating it possesses awareness. A second-tier demon beast with consciousness implies one possibility. It has undergone soul possession. Soul possession? Heizi found this hard to believe. It means to exchange bodies for cultivation, but once soul possession occurs, the cultivation level drops drastically, far from its former state. However, this is merely my conjecture, as I have never witnessed a demon beast undergoing soul possession. Nevertheless, the demon beast's original cultivation should be at the Yuaning stage. A golden core cultivator cannot possibly execute soul possession within the Heizi sect. So who could this person be? Yuaning. Soul possession. The back mountain is teeming with crows and vultures. If I could possess a flying creature, and not, Heizi's heart raced. But he soon realized another issue. How would a cultivator execute soul possession? At this moment, Yang Xiaoyan continued, generally. Cultivators need to find a suitable body in advance for soul possession, but he actually possessed a demon beast, which suggests he is very familiar with them. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a cultivator from the Bai Shou Mountain Villa. There are only a handful of Yuaning cultivators within Bai Shou Mountain Villa. He might be Meng Si Hai, who was defeated under Master S. Pomegranate Skirt. However, that was many years ago. Regardless of who he is, relying on the body of a demon beast to survive means he can never rise to prominence. I see. Shiji, does this mean we should disregard Meng Si Hai? How strange. If he can execute soul possession, why not target a flying demon beast? Initially, I thought I would not escape the Heizi sect, but it seems this presents an opportunity. As the saying goes, there's always a silver lining. Heizi nodded, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling elated within. If that is the case, should I refer to the demon beast as senior? If I could obtain the technique of soul possession from him, even without cultivation, even if I am not human, what does it matter? As long as I can survive, I would be willing to become a eunuch. With this determination, Heizi resolved to give it a try the following day. By the way, Shiji, do you have any liuli socks? Yang Xiaoyan gently touched her ring. Shitty. How did you know that Shiji has liuli socks? Heizi examined closely what liuli socks. They were clearly white lace stockings, exuding a pure and alluring charm. Heizi swallowed hard, feeling his hormones surge once more. These are not liuli socks. They are clearly artifacts that enhance attack speed. Shiji Yuonia. Would you grant your Shitty an unreasonable request? Shitty, are you referring to a pair of liuli socks? Shiji also has liuli gloves and a liuli belly band. If you like, I can give them to you. Wow, the Lioli set. Shiji, the break is over. The second half should begin. Yang Xiaoyan paused for a moment, and after donning the Lioli outfit, she glanced at Su Heizi, whose eyes resembled those of a ravenous wolf, and smiled slightly. Shitty, if you cannot manage it. Perhaps we should stop here. I would hate to have to explain to the lovely Shimmy if anything were to happen to you. If you can get past Shiji and Air Shiji, next time, Shiji will satisfy you. Chapter 14. Shitty, why does your hobby seem a bit perverse? Su Heizi's inner impulse lingered. Though he felt somewhat uncomfortable, he still discerned the distinction between significant and trivial matters. Tomorrow held important affairs. If today's impulsiveness were to hinder him, it would truly lead to his demise. Although Shiji is wonderful, life is paramount. My ultimate goal is to live well and for a long time. If I could leave the He Huan sect, cultivate immortality, and woo some maidens, that would be even better. Su Heizi declared loudly. Then I shall heed Shiji's advice. Shiji, could you possibly gift me your Lioli socks? Yang Xiaoyan extended her foot adorned with Lioli socks, her jade-like hand, clad in Lioli gloves, caressing Su Heizi's face, igniting the beast within him. Forbidden desires ignited, and saliva pooled in his mouth. Shitty, this is quite enticing. How about I gift you a new set? A new set? Shiji, I don't want a new one. I only want the pair you wore. Su Heizi gently lifted Yang Xiaoyan's jade foot and slowly began to remove the Lioli socks. Susan Heizi swallowed hard. It's nothing. Just a small hobby. Hobby? Why does it feel a bit perverse? After all, in that world, these Lioli socks were quite extraordinary, even ahead of their time. As Yang Xiaoyan prepared to leave, Su Heizi inexplicably asked, Shiji, that ring on your finger is truly beautiful. Could you gift me one? Indeed, having been in this world for merely 3 or 4 days, with more than 20 days left before becoming a lifeless husk, such a fate feels utterly futile. After Yang Xiaoyan departed, a figure approached unsteadily from across the pond. Yang Kuei, breathless, exclaimed, Senior brother, you must be hungry. I have brought you something to eat. Junior sister, you hid behind a tree just to bring me food? He inquired. Yes, senior brother, please eat quickly before it cools. This is the noodles I made personally. Su Heizi did not dwell on the matter for long. He glanced at Yang Kuei's delicate fingers and noticed she did not possess a storage ring. He understood that such items were not easily obtained. Thank you, junior sister. Su Heizi accepted the food and began to eat, seemingly indifferent to his appearance. However, as he consumed the meal, he sensed something amiss, for there was a gleam in Yang Kuei's eyes. Following her gaze, he inhaled sharply. Hadn't she mentioned wanting to take something from him before? With that look in her eyes, could she be contemplating action? He set down his bowl, coughed awkwardly, and said, Junior sister, could you kindly fetch my clothes from over there? Fortunately, they were at the Hahuan sect, and he had not dressed earlier. Thinking there would be a second round with Sister Yuner. This situation was truly embarrassing. Why can't Master take in more male disciples? After 2 minutes passed, Su Heizi felt it strange and turned to look at Yang Kuei, who had her back to him, making it impossible for him to discern her actions. Junior sister Kuei. Startled, she resembled a frightened little rabbit. Her cheeks flushed as she reluctantly handed the clothes to Su Heizi. He examined the garments, pondering whether she had hidden a knife within them. Senior brother, I saw a bug crawling into your clothes earlier, so I thought I should check for you. Really? Recalling the sin of the clothes, Yang Kuei blushed and affirmed, indeed. As Su Heizi dressed, he kept his eyes on Yang Kuei. It seemed the sun had risen in the west. Yesterday, she had personally attended to him, and today was no different, though the aroma was quite pleasant. Once he finished dressing, he absent-mindedly tousled his hair and struck what he believed to be a charming pose. It appears my charm is truly irresistible. Junior sister, have you been hiding behind a tree, observing me for so long? Do you harbor feelings for your senior brother? Su Heizi continued to indulge in his vanity. I am aware of your thoughts, but within the sect, such a relationship is impossible. Yang Kuei nodded and then shook her head, leaving Su Heizi utterly bewildered. Senior brother, I merely came to see if you were still alive. I certainly wouldn't allow you to end up like the bones on the back mountain. I will make sure to dig a hole and bury you. Su Heizi's expression shifted. Is that so? Then I thank you, junior sister. As night deepened, in a small thatched cottage, Su Heizi lay on the bed, holding a pair of translucent socks. He alternated between examining and gently inhaling their scent, reveling in the experience. Meanwhile, the cultivation method rewarded by Yang Xiaoyan rested quietly on the bedside. It was quite peculiar that, aside from the fragrance of jasmine, there was a subtle hint of the rose scent reminiscent of Sister Xiaoluo, though not overwhelming. Could it be that Sister Xiaoluo and Sister Yuna shared something? He opened the system interface and saw that the primary quest of obtaining the translucent socks was complete with a reward of merely 1 spirit stone. However, the task had updated to acquiring cucumbers cultivated by Sister Xiaoluo. Is this truly worthy of being called a quest? Enough of this. During my dual cultivation with Sister Yuna, the system had also chimed in, but in that moment of excitement, who would pay it any mind? Not even if my grandfather were to appear. Yet, it was odd, since his cultivation had increased his stamina, endurance, physical strength, sense of smell, observational skills, and eyesight had all markedly improved. In this current body, he could easily overpower the version of himself from before his transmigration. The host has touched jade hands, jade legs, and jade waist for 6 hours, earning a reward of 2 levels in Qi refinement, with 1 random point allocated. Current cultivation level, Qi refinement level 5. Does the host wish to use the cultivation now? Heizi felt a twinge of confusion, although aware that gaining cultivation would become increasingly challenging. He found the meager reward for his efforts to be somewhat disheartening. Damn system, do you not wish to see me enjoy myself? You think this is pleasurable? Let me tell you, it is a matter of life and death. Sighing, Heizi realized that acquiring cultivation would only grow more arduous. Achieving the golden core level within a mere month, as Sister Yuna suggested, was utterly impossible, unless he were to engage in dual cultivation with several sisters at once. But could his body withstand such an endeavor? That was no trivial matter. Avoiding outright demise would be a small miracle. Wait a moment. What if he were to implement a few more safeguards? Chapter 15. The cunning being that disturbs senior brother. Suddenly, something stirred, as if that entity possessed a shared intuition. The mere thought of the jade figure sent his heart racing. Yet, to swiftly reach the golden core, such immature aspirations were all he had. But here he was, merely a weakling. Could he endure the company of several sisters simultaneously? Heizi took out the translucent socks, inhaling their lingering aroma with satisfaction. Surely, the residual scent was the true reward. If only the life-prolonging pills, the tyrant pills, and the vitality pills could be exchanged for cultivation. They were utterly useless to him now. He glanced at the reward for modifying the cultivation method, casually picking up a nearby text and flipping through it. If only the system would grant me the ability to comprehend the cultivation method directly. Calming himself to practice was out of the question. It seemed far more enticing to surrender himself to the tender embrace of the sisters. However, if he could acquire a cultivation method, as Sister Yuna described, that would indeed be splendid. Though it felt somewhat unrealistic, one must harbor a glimmer of hope. He opened the cultivation text and then forcefully shut it. Regrettably, he still could not comprehend a single word. Little system, allocate the random point to intelligence. Congratulations, host intelligence has reached 16, charm value 14. Heizi's head spun slightly. He picked up the cultivation text once more, but this time, something felt different. He blurted out, Yin-Yang Harmony Cultivation. Internally, he marveled at the wonder of it all, elatedly flipping through the text, and was astounded. It was evidently improved compared to before, yet also gave him the sensation of deciphering an arcane script. How on earth was he supposed to learn this? Little system, apply the reward to modify the cultivation method to Yin-Yang Harmony Cultivation. A flash of golden light illuminated the text, now boldly inscribed with the words Advanced Yin-Yang Harmony Cultivation. Remarkable. Just 2 additional words, and I can only say this system is extraordinary. Heizi perused the cultivation method, captivated and blushing, with blood rushing from his nose. Does the little system understand me so well? Wow, so vivid and lifelike. This is quite impressive. System, explain to me what qualifies as an advanced cultivation method. Are you attempting to hasten my demise? Knock, knock, knock. Heizi turned toward the wooden door, and due to the previous damage inflicted by Tang Tang, he immediately recognized Yang Kuei, junior sister Kuei. How polite of you. Unlike Sister Tang. What brings you here, junior sister? You wouldn't be attempting to bind me again, would you? I did not peek while you bathed. As Yang Kuei entered the room, her cheeks were flushed, and she shyly confessed, Senior brother, I wish to sleep in your bed. Su Heizi's face was adorned with a large question mark. Junior sister desires to sleep in my bed? Something feels distinctly off. He pounded on the bed vigorously, unable to fathom her thoughts. Seeing Su Heizi's outburst, Yang Kai Lo get perplexed. Senior brother, why are you so angry? Gazing at her earnestly, he replied, It's nothing, junior sister. Is it illegal for me to strike my own bed? Yang Kuei shyly remarked. Aren't you concerned about hurting it? Su Heizi, is it possible that Shimmy has come specifically to converse with me? Is that her sole purpose? To be honest, this presents a perfect opportunity to practice advanced techniques. Su Heizi licked his lips. Alas, Shimmy, you haven't come merely to chat with your senior brother, have you? Hee, senior brother, is that not permissible? Of course, it is. Su Heizi exclaimed with excitement. In truth, I have come to assist you. Assist me? What can this young lady possibly do? The long night stretches on, with a large bed, Shimmy, and myself, 2 solitary individuals. Su Heizi licked his lips and chuckled. How do you intend to assist? It's quite simple, senior brother. You wish to survive, don't you? As you previously mentioned, why not simply eliminate the threat? Yang Kuei gazed at him earnestly. Su Heizi's heart plummeted. He realized he had misjudged the situation, initially believing tonight would be rather enticing. However, she seemed to have devised a method to ensure his survival. Thus, she resolved to tie him up before he fell into a deep slumber, swiftly transforming him into a eunuch. The mere thought caused her to blush. But what if senior brother were to become angry? What if he chose to ignore me in the future? After a brief moment of contemplation, she firmly decided that ensuring senior brother's survival was far preferable to his becoming a lifeless corpse. Early the next morning, having endured the previous night's experiences, Su Heizi awoke before dawn, filled with trepidation. He was haunted by a piercing gaze that felt as though it were fixated on him like prey, instilling fear within him. He grasped a pair of glass socks, inhaling their scent and feeling a rush. Suddenly, footsteps approached, prompting Su Heizi to shut his eyes and feign deep sleep. Yang Kuei crouched down, scrutinizing the uneven quilt he had created, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It appeared she had caused her senior brother quite a bit of trouble. She retrieved a rope from her waist and deftly bound Su Heizi to the bed. Su Heizi squinted slightly, confused by Yang Kuei's actions. But when he caught sight of the glinting kitchen knife at her waist, his heart skipped a beat. Nevertheless, he continued to pretend to slumber. Moments later, Yang Kuei exhaled, her lips curling into a smile. Su Heizi felt the tightness of the bindings, which were indeed uncomfortable, yet he remained stubbornly defiant. Yang Kuei drew the kitchen knife from her waist and slowly climbed onto the bed. Senior brother, I'm here to help you, she whispered. Upon sensing her movements, Su Heizi began to comprehend her intentions, and an icy dread filled his heart, for it was not he who wielded the blade. Suddenly, the quilt returned to its normal state. Upon witnessing this, Yang Kuei was engulfed in confusion, realizing the situation had become precarious. She feared misjudging her aim and accidentally inflicting harm on Su Heizi. The creature tormenting her senior brother was surprisingly cunning, but she remained resolute and thought to herself that a swift strike would minimize the pain. If she acted quickly, perhaps he would feel no discomfort at all. Yang Kuei silently confirmed her target's exact position. She raised the knife, ready to deliver the blow, when Su Heizi inhaled sharply and called out, Shimmy, wait. She lowered the knife and giggled. Senior brother, how did you wake up? Shimmy, listen to me. I know what you intend to do, but you cannot assist me. You would only create further complications. Yang Kuei frowned, believing Su Heizi feared the pain, and retorted, Senior brother, my knife is swift. It won't cause any bleeding or pain. Chapter 16. Such playfulness, even the senior sister is tempted. Su Heizi gazed at the shimmering blade, pretending not to be frightened, yet secretly fearing that if Yang Kuei were to inadvertently strike elsewhere, he would suffer immensely. Shimmy, loosen the ropes a bit so I can pull back the quilt, allowing you a clearer shot. This way, you can avoid injuring your senior brother. Yang Kuei's face contorted with dissatisfaction. Senior brother, you don't believe me? I will prove it to you right now. Su Heizi grew anxious and inhaled deeply. Shimmy, I do not require proof. I trust you. But please, first place the glass socks in my mouth. I fear I might not be able to contain myself. She complied, stuffing the glass socks into Su Heizi's mouth, their scent providing him some comfort. A glimmer of cold light flashed as Yang Kuei's face displayed a profound confusion, while Su Heizi understood that a few of his senior sisters would soon arrive with their warm greetings. Having anticipated failure, Su Heizi held no hope and could only softly reassure her, Shimmy, this is the source of my troubles. To move against it, you must first break the formation upon me. Senior brother, why didn't you say so earlier? You have a formation on you, so I cannot assist you. This young lady had the audacity to complain, yet despite the failure, Su Heizi felt an inexplicable sense of joy. At that moment, a powerful force surged into the room, followed closely by Tang Tang's arrival. She glared at Su Heizi, then glanced at Yang Kuei, instantly comprehending the situation, allowing her anger to dissipate. Su Heizi closed his eyes, resembling a lamb awaiting its fate. Yang Kuei stood frozen for a moment before finally sheathing the knife. Tang Tang pointed at Su Heizi. Shimmy, is this your handiwork? What are you attempting to achieve? Yang Kuei stammered nervously. Sister Tang, we were merely playing a binding game. Ask senior brother if you don't believe me. Binding? Su Heizi nodded and mumbled affirmatively, his appearance rather disheveled with the glass socks still stuffed in his mouth. Tang Tang smiled slightly, then communicated telepathically with the approaching group of beautiful women, bringing the farce to an end. Shimmy, you must refrain from such antics in the future. Su Heizi is your senior brother. You ought to maintain a good rapport with him. Yes, I understand, Sister Tang. Apto zangkai dipat, tang sat besai Su Heizi. Removing the glass socks from his mouth. Junior brother, how did you come to possess Sister Yunar's glass socks? Su Heizi gulped, feeling a mix of admiration and fear toward this seemingly harmless senior sister, particularly since Jiang Ming had perished at her hands. Although Jiang Ming was not connected to him, she was a formidable figure in the Jin dance stage. Tang Tang pinched Su Heizi's skin playfully. You troublesome little brother, so eager to send your senior sister away. Are you afraid I might devour you? Does Sister Tang possess mind-reading abilities? It seems nothing can escape her perceptive gaze. Sister, how did you know? Tang Tang smai mitstievo. Junior brother, you are quite amusing. I never imagined you and Shimmy would engage in such playful antics. It has even piqued my interest. However, I'm not one to disrupt the rules. Tonight, you shall stay in my cave, for I do not wish to waste a single moment tomorrow. Junior brother Su, being so understanding, surely you wouldn't provoke your senior sister as ire? Su Heizi gazed in her eyes, then at her delicate lips, recalling the alluring figure he had glimpsed in her cave. He felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Noticing Su Hei et un sun de mino, tang ti det, zunio bo. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Hee, sister, I cannot wish for anything more. At least you are sensible. With her long hair cascading down to her waist and a smile reminiscent of sweet girl, Su Heizi found it puzzling that he could not sense even a trace of sweetness in this realm. As he approached, he found himself unable to resist extending a hand. Junior brother, not just yet. I promise to satisfy you tomorrow. After she left, Su Heizi forcefully untied himself, subsequently delivering a thorough lecture to the disobedient entity. But the impact of his reprimands was minimal. This left him feeling quite vexed. After a while, having confirmed that neither Sister Yunar nor Sister Xiao Luo would be arriving, Su Heizi finally felt emboldened to venture towards the back mountain. Along the way, he retrieved a spirit stone obtained from completing a task. Although it was but a single stone, it brought him a sense of joy as he held it in his hand. If that demon beast had indeed been possessed by the predecessor Ming, it should be familiar with spirit stones, fearing that he might become difficult to converse with. He pondered whether the formations upon his person could save his life should he go mad. Regardless, he resolved to take the risk, for who knew? Perhaps he could indeed seize another's body. His curiosity was piqued by the ring that could store items. In the back mountains, Su Heizi gazed towards a white bone slope. But after several rounds of searching, he found nothing but crows and vultures, alongside remnants of bones. He placed a spiritual stone in a conspicuous spot, and then concealed himself beneath a large tree, quietly awaiting his prey. Unbeknownst to him, a red-eyed rabbit perched upon the tree observed his every move, perplexed by his actions. Having been at Heizi Zone for nearly 3 years, he should have turned into a desiccated corpse by now. Yet, the old rabbit had never encountered such a peculiar individual, possessing cultivation yet lacking any techniques. Beastkind had their own cultivation systems, distinct from those of cultivators. The current red-eyed rabbit was a second-tier beast. Although beasts could not wield spells, their physical strength was formidable. With his current capabilities, he could barely contend with cultivators of the 5th or 6th layer, but those above the 7th layer would prove challenging. After some time had passed, the red-eyed rabbit grew weary of waiting. It had observed Heizi for long enough without understanding his intentions. Hence, it emitted a curious sound, which attracted a crow that swooped down and snatched the spiritual stone. Indeed, he could command beasts. Heizi hastily pursued, yet by the time he arrived, the crow had vanished, and he stomped in frustration. Wretched creature, you have cost me a precious spiritual stone. Just as he contemplated departing, he sensed a shadow lurking nearby. An unease began to settle within him. Could this beast be behind me? What should I do? My legs refused to obey. Should I flee or confront it boldly? Young friend, are you searching for me? Came the voice of the beast, surprisingly articulated in human speech. Heizi slowly turned, encountering a rabbit standing 2 to 3 meters tall, its fluffy white fur and red eyes somewhat intimidating. It held a spiritual stone in its grasp, curiously observing Heizi. Meng Qianxian, is that you? Heizi venta diocili. Chapter 17, The Curious Rabbit. The red-eyed rabbit paused momentarily, then felt an overwhelming joy. It had nearly forgotten his surname over the years. Youngling, I know not what you speak of, but this is not a place for conversation. Follow me. Heizi hestita. Aware that this talking rabbit was indeed a beast, what if it decided to consume him? What if it turned against him? Thus, he inquired, Senior, is it not permissible to speak here? Seemingly sensing Heizi's apprehension, the red-eyed rabbit assured him, do not worry, young one. With your formations, if I could control you, you would not have escaped that day. Moreover, if we were discovered, it would not bode well for you, and I would end up as rabbit stew, making this place unsafe. Reassured, Heizi picked up a stone, prepared to strike if danger arose, and summon his senior sister. At that moment, the red-eyed rabbit tossed a spiritual stone to Heizi, who examined it closely, his heart swelling with joy as his wariness diminished. The two then ventured into a dimly lit cavern. The red-eyed rabbit extended its palm, murmuring incantations, and summoned dozens of fireballs that illuminated the cave instantly. Heizi's heart raced in excitement as he noted the intricate carvings adorning the walls, alongside a dozen small holes. Senior, this fireball technique is truly remarkable. This is merely the beginning. Allow me to show you even greater wonders, the red-eyed rabbit replied, gently grasping Heizi's hand. Heizi found himself momentarily stunned, realizing the rabbit was at the 7th layer of chi refinement despite lacking any cultivation techniques. This was indeed peculiar. Since you possess no techniques, even at the 7th layer, your power is rendered useless, he mused. Being young and inexperienced, Heizi remained oblivious to the rabbit's cunning. Senior, what do you wish to show me? The red-eyed rabbit, suppressing its excitement, pointed at the wall's artwork, stating, this is the culmination of my life's research, and I seldom allow others to gaze upon it. As Heizi approached, he was taken aback to see the engraved likeness of his beautiful master. He felt a mix of admiration and confusion, his face flushing as he realized that some of the illustrations were beyond his comprehension. The immortal realm was extraordinarily advanced. It was no wonder this rabbit was a venerable elder. Each pose was accompanied by explanations. The diverse techniques left Heizi dazzled, especially those related to aerial maneuvers and acrobatic stances, not to mention the art of discerning sound. Heizi regarded the rabbit with newfound respect. Senior, you are no longer merely a beast. How can you possess such tastes? It is but a minor hobby. Your potential is noteworthy. Pray tell, what is your name? Heizi. Senior, what are these variously sized holes on the wall? Heizi inquired, pointing at them curiously. The red-eyed rabbit beamed with pride as it indicated one of the holes, exclaiming, young one, this was my crowning achievement, measuring over 40 centimeters. Su Heizi was taken aback. Glancing towards the hole, the rabbit seemed to understand his thoughts and sighed. No need to look further. A needle cannot be fashioned from iron. Is it truly that dire? Yet, who else could bore holes in a wall? This rabbit possesses a sharp mind. However, it seems this is the only pursuit worthy of study at Heihuan Zone. Would you be willing to be my disciple? What? Su Heizi's heart raced with excitement upon realizing the rabbit's offer. Senior, might you teach me the art of seizing another's body? The red-eyed rabbit faltered momentarily, wondering if it had been discovered. Did he desire its body? Noticing the rabbit's silence, Su Heizi grew anxious. Senior, is the technique of body seizing too difficult? Young one, why do you wish to learn such a technique? Su Heizi candidly replied, Senior, I wish to escape Heihuan Zone. Ah, to flee Heihuan Zone. It seems this young man knows he is on the verge of demise at the hands of those seductive maidens. The rabbit chuckled. Kneel and pay your respects. Su Heizi bowed several times. Master of needlework, can you now teach me the art of seizing another's body? Little Heizi, do you believe this art is simple to master? It cannot be learned in an instant, nor can it be wasted carelessly. You wish to utilize the technique to escape Heihuan Zone, correct? Su Heizi not that apfi my see. Indeed, I surmise correctly. Since he fears those maidens, I do not share his trepidation. Over the past few millennia, I have diligently researched and discovered method. The techniques of Heihuan Zone derive from the Yin-Yang philosophy. Thus, I shall invert it, seizing Yin to supplement Yang. The rabbit sketched the outline of a dagger upon the ground and addressed Su Heizi. The art of seizing another's body is not difficult. Little Heizi, I possess all the necessary components. You merely need to procure a dagger imbued with spiritual energy. Su Heizi's face lit up with joy, feeling he had found a path to survival. Master of needlework, I shall accomplish this. After Su Heizi departed, the red-eyed rabbit gazed blankly at the wall. Reminiscing about Meng Qianxian, reflecting on its youthful bravado, it was overcome with regret. Once believing itself invincible, it had not anticipated the existence of a red-lipped enchantress or Heihuan Zone. Had it heeded its senior brother's advice to tighten its belt, it might have ascended to the realm of divine transformation, perhaps even becoming the first of humankind to transcend tribulation. How infuriating, for the world no longer held Meng Qianxian. Only a red-eyed rabbit unfit even to be called a beast. It could only pin its hopes on the young man. At that moment, Yang Kuei remained lost in joy until she spotted Su Heizi, her shyness compelling her to seek a place to hide. Su Heizi whispered, Junior sister, am I interrupting you? Do I need to knock on my own little hut? Brother, you are mistaken. Do you not have your own bed? Why come to mine? Yang Kuei rushed to Su Heizi, grasping his hand. Xixiang, come with me, there are guests at Qingyan Zone. Qingyan Zone? Guests? In the room of Yang Kuei, Yang Xiaoyun was adorned in a flowing purple gown, her graceful demeanor radiating tenderness. Meanwhile, 4 male cultivators stood by the table, 3 of them with stiff gazes, while one feigned nonchalance. The 3 female cultivators who accompanied them noticed their senior brother's greedy looks, their expressions filled with displeasure. Yet they cast a glance of admiration towards the one acting aloof. Chapter 18, Tender and Juicy. Due to Yang Kuei's pull, Su Heizi hurriedly entered the room, causing quite a commotion and drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing Su Heizi, the 3 female cultivators nudged each other and exchanged mischievous smiles directed at him. However, Su Heizi's actions only fueled the dissatisfaction of the 3 men, who looked at their junior sisters with increasing annoyance. Su Heizi and Yang Kai approached Yang Xiaoyun, cupping their hands in greeting. I am Su Heizi, greetings to you all. I am Yang Kuei, charming and delightful. I am Lu Yang from Qingyan Zone. Qingyan Zone. Wang Yin. After Yang Xiaoyun poured tea, the male cultivator who had been acting high and mighty spoke up. Senior Yang, we have come in search of my master, Jiang Ming, and hope you can enlighten us about his whereabouts. Jiang Ming, has he not already turned to bones? Little one, your master's legs are attached to me. I am not a worm in his belly. How would I know where he has gone? The male cultivator grew anxious. But my master has indeed come to your Heihuan Zone. The female cultivators also stood up, pleading, yes, we hope you can inform us. Yang Xiaoyun furrowed her brow. To her, they seemed like mere children. If not for her master's instructions, they would all turn to bones in less than a day. At that moment, A female cultivator approached Su Heizi Shixiang. Do you know where my master is? This girl was exceptionally beautiful, her round face flawless, reminiscent of a refined young lady. Yet, within Hahuan Zone, Su Heizi found her rather ordinary. However, he held a favorable impression of the female cultivators, admiring their ability to control their own fates. He glanced at Yang Xiaoyun and replied with a courteous smile, I do not know. Yang Xiaoyun, growing impatient, stated, Your master is in Hahuan Zone. You may seek him yourselves. It matters not how you search, even if you dig 3 feet down. After Yang Xiaoyun left, one of the female cultivators whispered, Su Shixiang, I have heard that the dual cultivation techniques of Hahuan Zone are quite unique. Might you extend your hospitality and teach a junior sister? Upon hearing her suggestive words, Su Heizi was taken aback, while Yang Kuei, displeased, seized Su Heizi's hand. The female cultivator, sensing the tension, discreetly refrained from further inquiries. At this juncture, the 7 individuals stood up, ready to explore Hahuan Zone. Su Heizi inadvertently noticed one of them bearing a dagger at their waist, and his eyes gleamed with interest. Esteemed ones, this is Hahuan Zone. I am quite familiar with it. The 3 male cultivators ignored Su Heizi and instead approached Yang Kuei, who had grown increasingly averse to their advances. Get away. The aloof male approached Su Heizi with courtesy. Su Xiong, I wish to see the back mountain of Hahuan Zone. I have heard tales of the piles of bones there, and I wish to behold it. Is Hahuan Zone that renowned? These fellows are audacious enough to request a visit to the back mountain. Su Heizi pulled the aloof male aside, eyeing the dagger at his waist, and smiled. You wish to go to the back mountain? That is not impossible, but there are no cultivation sects for hundreds of thousands of miles around Hahuan Zone. How did you arrive here? I am Gao Sun. My father is the esteemed cultivator Gao Shiliang from Qingyan Zone. Wang Yin's father is Wang Dafu. Lu Yang's father is Lu Tsong, and even my junior sisters have notable backgrounds. Given our family status in Qingyan Zone, acquiring a cloud vessel is a simple matter. Oh, so you arrived by riding a cloud vessel. Su Heizi was internally astonished. It turned out these individuals had remarkable backgrounds. Gao Sun cleared his throat. Su Xiong. We came here secretly, as our fathers mentioned that our master had come here, but has since gone silent. Our purpose is to find our master while experiencing Hahuan Zone. So, they were just a group of young masters and ladies. No wonder they dared to venture to the back mountain. Gao Sun's dagger must hold significance, and hope seemed bright for them. You wish to experience dual cultivation, do you? Su Xiong, spirit stones are not an issue. Gao Xiong, may I inquire if any of you possess a golden core? What, does one need to have a certain cultivation level to visit Hahuan Zone? No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to know how you found Hahuan Zone. That is simple, by a map of the cultivation world and a positioning compass treasure. A map. Su Heizi suddenly felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain a map, along with the dagger, and have his master teach him the art of possession, wouldn't a long life free from Hahuan Zone be within reach? Gao Xiong, I can lead you to the back mountain, but Hahuan Zone has many formations and restrictions. I will require some form of compensation. Speak. How many spirit stones do you desire? I do not want spirit stones. Gao Sun, observing Su Heizi's greedy gaze, took a few steps back, stating, No, this dagger holds profound significance for me. I cannot part with it. He then lightly tapped his waist pouch, revealing another dagger in his hand. The mantid dagger, crafted from the body of a second-tier demon beast, the flying mantid possesses the ability to inflict bleeding on demon beasts, making a fine artifact. Su Heizi discreetly accepted the artifact, but, lacking knowledge of techniques, asked, Can this dagger channel spiritual power? Gao Sun Juke, Su Xiong. Do not underestimate this mantid dagger. It indeed cost me 20 spirit stones. What do you think? Su Heizi concealed the dagger in his sleeve. Then what about your map? Su Xiong, are you being tag greedy? Su Heizi led the 7 to the back mountain, but he pondered whether Gao Sun might feel deceived if he easily led them there, especially given the mantid dagger had cost him 20 spirit stones. He guided them up Yinu Peak, then leaped into the water pool from Yuni Peak, and subsequently led them halfway up Yuqing Peak before descending via a narrow path. After such exertion, the young masters and ladies could no longer bear it and decided to soak in the pool at the foot of Yuqing Peak. Wang Yin and Gao Sun, unable to withstand the fatigue, queried, Su Xiong, Your cultivation seems to surpass ours. Is it not possible to fly to the back mountain? Heizi laughed heartily. No, we must walk. After a while in the water, they finally set off toward the back mountain. But Heizi naturally sought a longer route from memory. This action caught the attention of a senior sister on Uni Peak, who was puzzled and intrigued. She took out a cucumber and took a delicate bite. Master said not to disturb them. Otherwise, it would be a loss of cultivation. She licked her lips, savoring the freshness, tenderness, and juiciness. Chapter 19. If I cannot follow him out of the sect, may I request him to cleanse myself? The guests of Qingyun's Zone are surely arriving soon. I wonder what benefits Master has received from them. Leaving my junior sisters merely gazing longingly at the tender and delectable sights. Upon witnessing the mountain of bones, the group felt a chill of fear and dared not approach Heizi any closer. Heizi chuckled. Esteemed ones, we have arrived at the back mountain. The two other women covered their noses, their brows furrowed, and the three men mirrored their expressions. At this moment, the once spirited young gentlemen and ladies had lost their former bravado. How could this group of aristocrats and noble women possess a timidity even greater than mine? Have they never encountered skeletal remains? Heizi gazed into the distance at a large tree, and a crow flew before him, as if imparting some revelation. He chuckled lightly and casually presented a skeletal remains before the group. Gentlemen, perhaps this is your master? Wang Yin promptly summoned a jade sword, declaring, My master is a golden core practitioner. How could he possibly become bones? His bravado was evident, yet he dared not approach Heizi. This is Yihuan's sect. If your master were here, he would not be lonely. Heizi continued, unfazed. You dare to curse my master, Heizi. Do you believe I wouldn't kill you right now? Liu Yang retort angrily. Heizi, however, remained unperturbed, for he held a trump card. Gao Sun, this is not Qingyun's sect. You should leave your dagger and a map behind. I cannot guarantee your safety within Yihuan's sect. But leaving the back mountain should pose no issue. With the stakes laid bare, Heizi gambled on the fearlessness of these young nobles. Truth be told, he was uncertain of the outcome, but his trump card was the master of the needlework who had signaled with the crow moments ago. Yet, it was worth a try. What if it worked? Gao Sun gritted his teeth, while Wang Yin interjected, Heizi, you are truly vile. But there are 7 of us against you alone. I refuse to believe. Enough. This is Yihuan's sect, not your Qingyun sect. If you wish to avoid becoming bones, you should heed my words. At this moment, a trembling female cultivator urged, Senior brother, this is not Qingyun's sect. Just give it to him. It is merely a dagger. I have another map. Another female cultivator chimed in, Senior brother, give it to him. We do not wish to die. Gao Sun furrowed his brow, and after considerable hesitation, he ultimately threw the dagger and map to Heizi, unable to discern Heizi's cultivation level. Heizi was taken aback by their swift concession. Feeling a flicker of surprise, Gao Sun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Heizi, do you know who my master is? Heizi smiled faintly. I do not. My master's name is Jiang Ming, and his master is the revered Huayang Shangren. Heizi, it would be wise for you to remain within Yihuan's sect and never venture out. Huayang Shangren, a figure of significant stature indeed. Yet what concern was that of mine? Heizi paused momentarily before responding with a grin. Thank you for the reminder, Gao Sun. In Yang Kuei's chamber, the atmosphere was tense, as 8 individuals sat at a table. All but Heizi appeared uncomfortable, observing their familial ties and esteemed positions within Qingyun's sect. Heizi felt a pang of envy. Curiously, though, he pondered why the female seniors had not made an appearance. Had he misjudged their intentions? He gazed down at the gathered company. If all the female seniors were virtuous, then perhaps he need not worry so. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through the room, and Gao Sun was the first to rise in excitement. The door burst open with a cacophony, revealing a kind-hearted middle-aged man whose expression was marred by anger. Heizi furrowed his brow, sensing a pressure comparable to that of the second senior sister. The other 6 stood, sensing a mixture of apprehension and relief at the arrival of Gao Sun's father, Gao Shuoyang. He approached his son, delivering several resounding slaps to his face before the gathered crowd, showing no mercy. This humiliation brought tears to Gao Sun's eyes. Father, I only wish to prove, damn it, Is this the privilege of being doted upon? What a humiliating display. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Hi Daoist, since you are here, why not visit Yinny Peak for a moment?" Heizi scanned the room, but found no other women present. Yinny Peak? Could it be that the master sister awaited? Gao Shiliang muttered something, then surveyed the room before finally approaching Heizi. He was intrigued by Heizi, who had cultivation but no established techniques, prompting him to scrutinize Heizi with greater interest. "Young friend, you are indeed a source of great curiosity." "Senor, Yuyist," Heizi replied. "Old man," the young man mused, puzzled as to why he referred to himself in such a manner despite appearing youthful. Gao Shiliang smiled faintly, tapping his storage ring, for which a bag materialized in his hand. "Young friend, I have erased my spiritual imprint from this storage bag. It contains some elixirs and spiritual stones. Consider it a gift. One should not accept gifts without merit." Heizi began to protest, but Gao Shiliang firmly placed the bag into his hands. He then vanished before Heizi's eyes, leaving him astonished. Heizi realized the man possessed extraordinary power and contemplated whether he could follow him out of Yihuan's sect. At the very least, he hoped to cleanse himself, gazing at the storage bag in his palm and then at the items hanging from their waists. Heizi's heart soared with hope. He poured tea for them, wearing a smile, yet they clearly hesitated to drink, their sole desire being to leave Yihuan's sect. At Yinny Peak, Gao Shiliang greeted Ouyang Yu with a bow. "Hi Daoist Ouyang. No notice of your arrival? I could have prepared better. Alas, I am left with only fresh cucumbers." "Ouyang Fairy, these cucumbers are beneficial for health." Ouyang Yu scoffed. "Hi Daoist, you did not inform me of your visit. Fearing I might consume you? My apologies, I was concerned those youngsters might cause trouble, hence my hasty arrival. Since you have apologized, I shall refrain from further comment. I merely wish to know what benefits Qingyun's sect has offered my master." Gao Shiliang raised 2 fingers solemnly, 2 extinguishing god pearls. It appeared those young nobles were no ordinary figures, worthy of such treasures. "Since you have come, why not stay and experience the customs of Yihuan's sect?" Gao Shiliang cast a glance at Ouyang Yu's graceful neck and other features, his heart shaken by the realization that Yihuan's sect was indeed a den of enchantresses. "No need, I have urgent matters." Chapter 20. Punishment Endurance. For 2 hours, Heizi remained fixated on the 3 women from Qingyun's sect, noting their modest attire, which did not detract from their beauty, compared to the more liberated attire of the female seniors. He pondered whether he was being somewhat superficial. Yet, this was the realm of cultivation. Perhaps many younger sisters awaited him, drawn by his ethereal visage. While the senior sisters were commendable, he desired longevity. How could he persuade them to take him along? At that moment, the door swung open, and Gao Shiliang smiled at Heizi before hastily approaching the others. "Let's depart." The group said nothing but quickly rose and exited, leaving only Gao Shiliang. Heizi seized this opportunity. "Senior, your strength is formidable. Might you take me with you from Yihuan's sect?" Gao Shiliang paused briefly, then shook his head. Heizi understood that without providing any benefits, it was unreasonable to expect assistance. "Senior, considering I aided you earlier, I hope you might grant me a small favor." "Old man, speak quickly if you have urgent matters." "I humbly request your assistance in cleansing myself." Heizi blurted out, hopeful that Gao Shiliang, being powerful, would accommodate his request. Upon hearing this statement, Gao Shiliang felt a chill between his legs, drawing a long breath of cold air. Under what circumstances could this dashing young man arrive at such a decision? No wonder his cultivation was so extraordinary. Could it be that he aimed to cultivate with a heart devoid of women, thus achieving rapid progress akin to that of the divine? His gaze turned solemn. "Allow me to see." Heizi removed his trousers, leaving Gao Shiliang utterly astonished. He clicked his tongue and promptly patted Heizi on the shoulder, stating, "I cannot assist you. There are 3 prohibitions placed upon you, along with 2 formations. The first 3 are manageable, but the latter leaves me helpless. Young friend, have you transgressed some heavenly decree?" Upon hearing this, Heizi's heart sank. He too wished to know what heavenly decree he had violated. "Thank you, senior." Gao Shiliang sighed, recognizing the young man's potential. At such a tender age, he possessed this level of awareness. Truly, the new generation is pushing the old forward. After Gao Shiliang departed, Su Heizi vented his frustrations on the furniture, exclaiming in disbelief. What kind of pervert sets up 5 or 6 prohibitions right when someone enters the sect? I cannot comprehend it. Once he calmed down, Su Heizi restored the table and retrieved a map from his pocket. As he unfurled the map, he located HN zone at the top left and QN zone at the bottom right. Scanning the area, he identified a dark spot closest to HN zone. Bigu. Second senior sister has captured Jiangming. Based on the information provided on this map, how far must I travel? Meanwhile, Gao Shiliang, who had just traveled by cloud boat over HN zone to the skies of Bigu, let a long sigh of relief. He commanded 4 male cultivators to remove their trousers, and upon seeing the prohibitions above, his brow furrowed with concern. Thankfully, the 4 men remained blissfully unaware of the restrictions placed upon them, still reveling in their apparent safety. Gao Shiliang then gazed toward the direction of HN zone. The cloud boat sailing above the clouds served as a testament to the sect's strength. These young rascals must have procured it from somewhere. However, the cloud boat, powered by 16 spirit stones, consumed enough energy to traverse tens of thousands of miles, yet it had taken so long to exit the territory of HN zone. It was indeed easy to enter, but challenging to leave. Yet again, he caught sight of Yang Koai reclining on his bed, which stirred doubts within him. Why is junior sister not seeking out senior sister YNR to study tofu making? Instead, she's sleeping on my bed? Su Heizi continued to observe, only to suddenly see Yang Koai sniffing his clothes, her delicate legs swaying in the air. Her cheeks flushed crimson, conveying a sense of excitement. Su Heizi's mind nearly exploded. Witnessing such a scene made him yearn to approach her. Junior sister looks so adorable. How could she exhibit such peculiar behavior? Gazing at the 2 daggers, Su Heizi felt a deep affection as they pertained to his longevity. UQNGFing, Su Heizi truly wished to avoid this place, having nearly bled out during his last visit. He sighed. Were it not for the mission and the request of senior sister T. Inger, he would rather die than return. Upon arriving at the stone table, the iron door creaked open, revealing Yang Shi-Oyen, who feigned seriousness as she stepped out, her cheeks slightly flushed and warm. Su Heizi rushed forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Senior sister YNR. Yang Shi-Oyen coughed twice, adjusted her long hair, and then silently departed. Su Heizi found this peculiar. Yesterday she expressed intentions to plead on his behalf before their master. Yet today, she seemed like a different person. Had he inadvertently ruined her plans? He chastised himself, wondering why he couldn't think better of his senior sisters, aside from the fact that they might play with his life. Were they not wonderful in other respects? At that moment, Shi-Olu emerged, clad in a flowing, ethereal gown. Su Heizi gaped, nearly drooling. Shi-Olu approached him directly, cradling his face in her hands, bending slightly as she playfully scolded, "Brother, did we not agree that today would be your day off? Why have you come here uninvited?" Her sultry voice lingered in his ears, and Su Heizi's gaze gradually drifted from her shapely legs to her enticing lips. Feeling his hormones surge, such a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and the scent of the purple pool was unmistakably inviting. He dared not gaze at Shi-Olu for too long, yet the desire within him relentlessly urged him on, leaving him no choice but to throw caution to the wind. "Su Heizi, what is wrong with you? Every time you see me, you fall silent. If this continues, I might become upset." Su Heizi scratched his head and chuckled. "Senior sister, you said that as long as I come to YQNGFing, I would be guaranteed an endless supply of soup dumplings, which is why I came. Did I just ruin senior sister YNR's plans? Oh, so you came merely for the soup dumplings? Then you may leave. I have none at the moment," Shi-Olu replied, visibly displeased. Su Heizi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in her demeanor. Moments ago, she had been welcoming, but now she seemed indifferent. Although avoiding his senior sisters might be wise, it was imperative to maintain good relations, particularly with senior sister Shio. He stepped forward, declaring, "Senior sister, I truly came to see you." Apologies are of no use." Su Heizi immediately clasped her leg, pleading, "Senior sister, I was wrong. I genuinely made a mistake. Could you forgive me just this once?" Internally, Shi-Olu stifled a laugh, clearing her throat before saying, "You have disrupted my plans, so your punishment shall be to endure 2 hours here with me. Chapter 21. She declared that this immobilization would serve as my punishment. 2 hours. Heizi felt a wave of anxiety. He had only just begun his cultivation, and surely Senior Sister's abilities were not inferior to those of YNR. The prospect of 2 hours filled him with trepidation. Senior Sister, is that not a bit too long? Could we possibly? No chance of shortening it. You are the best. Senior Sister, Heizi exclaimed. If Master were to allow me a choice, I would undoubtedly choose Senior Sister over anyone else. Then prepare yourself for an explosion. Explosion? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. You will find out soon enough. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Olu's eyes. Regrettably, according to the order, today should have been my turn. I truly do not wish to let go of such an adorable junior brother. But engaging in dual cultivation with me leads to dire consequences. Otherwise, I would not rely on sheer vitality. At this moment, Heizi was left perplexed. Could dual cultivation truly be so perilous? Alas, it seemed that today he would miss out on the experience. Otherwise, perhaps he could have savored the delight of being cherished. Wait, why had he lost control of his thoughts upon arriving here? Heizi, have you forgotten your objective? Do not become a short-lived ghost. He looked up and wondered. Where did Senior Sister go? Upon entering the cave, the WNEU pool shimmered with a violet glow. There, Olu was already soaking, her gown completely soaked, exuding an alluring charm that was utterly captivating. So, Senior Sister is here, he thought as he approached, eyes wide with wonder, discarding his earlier intentions. The peculiar fragrance overwhelmed him, and he hastily shed his trousers, licking his lips as he stealthily stepped into the WNEU pool. It turned out that Olu had awaited his arrival all along. What was one life, after all? Ultimately, he could give it to Olu. Olu, having anticipated Heizi's actions, smiled knowingly as she playfully splashed water upon herself, feigning ignorance. Upon entering the WNEU pool, Heizi immediately felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. He eagerly approached Olu, swallowing hard with each step. In truth, he could hardly contain his anticipation. Her silhouette, her delicate shoulders, her flowing hair, and the enchanting pool surrounding her. Heizi felt he could either perish here or be carried out. Today, he was destined to revel in this moment. As he neared her, Olu unexpectedly spun around and shoved a soup dumpling into his mouth. Distracted by the tantalizing sight of the dumpling beneath the water, he unwittingly swallowed it whole. Then, beneath the water, he reached out, seeking to find her delicate legs concealed within the depths. Xiao Luoyang raised the corners of her mouth, directly placing a yellow talisman on Heizi's forehead. A surge of vitality coursed through him, and the first sensation after consuming the steamed buns was an overwhelming heat that made him uncomfortable. Coupled with his presence in the Wanyu pool, Heizi began to feel himself gradually expand. Though a hint of panic arose within him, he harbored boundless anticipation for the immobilization series. Shiji, you must restrain yourself a bit later. Don't let me perish too quickly. Xiao Luoyang extended her delicate hand, appearing somewhat inexperienced. Why does the third Shiji seem so unfamiliar? And what are those red spots on her right arm? Normally, she was the one most eager for dual cultivation, yet she was truly lacking in skill. However, perhaps it was the influence of the purple water. After much fidgeting, Heizi realized it was not the water's fault. He truly wanted to curse, yet he found himself unable to move. At that moment, Xiao Luoyang whispered in his ear, "The time starts now?" Heizi's neck and below had already turned crimson. He had been waiting for this moment, his heart racing with anticipation. He thought, Shiji, wouldn't it be wise to take some precaution? Suddenly, Xiao Luoyang turned and swam ashore. Stripping off her drenched pink dress and retrieving a plate of red cherries from her storage bag, eating them with evident delight. Heizi felt a surge of confusion within. Watching her dainty lips savor the cherries, her slender figure appeared exceptionally alluring. He too was parched and tormented internally. How infuriating! I have shed my trousers, and my body is immobilized. Are you toying with me? At this moment, Heizi was as red as a cherry, and with the added influence of the blood and the Wanyu pool, he could no longer contain himself, blood streaming from his nose. Upon noticing the blood, Xiao Luoyang swam beside Heizi, who sighed deeply within, realizing she was merely testing him. Very well. Sweetness follows bitterness. All prior endurance shall bear fruit. Shidi, it has not yet been 2 hours. Shiji is training your endurance and perseverance. Fear not. Shiji will not let you die. She administered a chi blood pill to Heizi, causing an immediate increase in his bleeding. Whether it was from gratitude or despair, tears welled at the corners of his eyes, and he remained silent. Woe is me, who desires to cultivate that ability. Shiji, just in my misery. Xiao Luoyang wiped away his tears, saying, "It is all for you, Shidi. You must understand Shiji's intentions. Who cares about your intentions? I have shed my trousers, and you have left me immobilized. Yet I am truly just immobilized." This time, Heizi clearly noticed the red spots on her right arm. Although Xiao Shiji typically exuded an air of seduction, today she had indeed played a trick on him, yet he sensed she possessed a modicum of understanding, albeit not much. How strange. As the third Shiji of the Hahuan sect, could she really lack skill? Observing Xiao Luoyang's silhouette, Heizi felt as though his heart had turned to ash. Though his body remained alive, his spirit had perished. At that moment, a stone door within the cave opened, and Tang Tang emerged. Upon witnessing Xiao Luoyang's handiwork, her interest piqued. She swam over to Heizi, who felt a surge of excitement, believing a savior had arrived, only to find a new immobilization talisman adorning his face. Watching the graceful figure drift away, Heizi wished fervently for his nosebleed to flow more freely. Previously, he thought he would be overwhelmed with pleasure, but now he comprehended he would suffocate instead. Yet the disparity between the two sensations was too vast for him to accept momentarily. Tang Tang tossed a cherry into her mouth, then suddenly caught sight of the red spots on Xiao Luoyang's arm. Immediately, she grasped Xiao Luoyang's hand, whispering, "Shimmy, Haven Tea, I told you be cautious. Conceal the Shogong Sha better, if the master finds out. Tang Shiji, keep your voice down. Shidi is still here." Though Heizi was immobilized, certain words still drifted into his ears. "Shogong Sha, Shimmy, is there not a pure and passionate little Shidi present? Continuously absorbing vitality can enhance cultivation, but Shimmy, do you not wish to try dual cultivation? To attempt dual cultivation. Good heavens. So, the third Shiji is not adept at dual cultivation. Would anyone believe she had been so vocal about it before? Chapter 22. Immobilized. Blood nearly drained Heizi was inexplicably filled with curiosity. He was eager to understand how Xiao Luoyang had arrived here. After all, this was the Hahuan sect. The earlier silence of Yun Shiji must have prompted Xiao Shiji to punish him. It had to be a punishment. He must have disrupted her good fortune, leading to such retribution. How vexing, as he had previously believed it was a reward. Tang Tang continued, "Shimmy, has Yun Shiji led you astray? Yun Shiji and Xiao Luoyang? Surely not. I had suspected there was something amiss here, and it seems I was right. What are you saying, Tang Shiji? Are you any different? Wait, I am pondering. Why is such a simple statement so loaded with meaning? The first time I encountered such explosive circumstances was at Yunni Peak. If Xiao Luoyang's words hold truth, then this should not be called the Hahuan sect, but rather the Baihe sect seems more fitting. How peculiar. Ever since I added points to my intelligence, my head clearly feels insufficient. Shimmy, if you do not come to find me, do you wish for me to seek out those bones on the back mountain?" Tang Tang smiled lightly, gently placing a cherry in her mouth, savoring it, the red juice spilling from the corners of her lips, followed by her delicate tongue teasingly licking it. Heizi watched, his eyes wide open. He was genuinely captivated. He also realized that Xiao Luoyang's previous words were indeed true, which left him troubled. What then was the purpose of his existence? To manage refuse? They could easily cast a spell to do so, rendering him utterly unnecessary. Dual cultivation? He would rather be transformed into bones. Amusement? Even Jiangming could not bear it. I, a mere trifling, am hardly worth a glance. Changing male disciples every 3 years? I see no necessity. When they wish to play, they can simply capture one. Could it be that my existence is merely to affirm this is the Hahuan sect, and not the Baihe sect? Xiao Luoyang remarked, "Shiji, you are quite wicked. In truth, the master knows everything. My family was impoverished during my childhood, leading to my sale into a wealthy household as a servant. At that time, due to my ignorance, I was forcibly stripped by an old man, and to this day, I remember that day. Why is Xiao Luoyang saying this? What does it have to do with her Shogong Sha? Nevertheless, the plot of an old man and a young girl is somewhat stimulating. I believe I've seen it before. Xiao Luoyang continued. At that time, my clothes were torn away, and that old man sought to violate me. No amount of crying would help. Alas, it was pointless. One could guess that a savior would soon appear, and from then on, Shiji could not forget him. No one came to my rescue, and just as I accepted my fate, bang, the old man exploded in front of me, turning into a mass of flesh. Blood splattered all over me. From that moment, I developed an interest in blood. Heizi was bewildered. What did it mean to explode into a mass of flesh? Later, beggars on the roadside, armored soldiers, and the wealthiest of the wealthy all desired me. Yet the result was always the same. They exploded before me, turning to blood and flesh. They then regarded me as a demoness until I arrived at the Hahuan sect. Anyone who wished to dual cultivate with Shiji ended up exploding. She had wanted me to dual cultivate with her right when I first arrived at the Hahuan sect. A chill filled Heizi's heart. This woman truly resembled a rose. Beautiful yet perilous. Hadn't I just sought my own demise? At that moment, Xiao Luoyang swam before Heizi, saying, Shidi, do you find Shiji beautiful? By the way, you are immobilized and cannot speak. Look at your flushed face. Shiji knows you cannot wait any longer. Blood trickled from the corners of Heizi's eyes, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not break free from the immobilization. Do not come any closer. I do not wish to explode. He repeatedly urged within himself. The blood has stained the Wanyu pool crimson, and now, seeing your sister shall let you experience the pinnacle of life. Heizi's heart plummeted into the abyss, driven by the instinct for survival. He desperately restrained the bloodlust and desires awakened by the Wanyu pool. A moment's retreat could lead to boundless horizons. I beseech you, I do not wish to meet a fatal end. I have yet to live a long life. I do not want to become a ghost of short-lived fate. Indeed, anything related to Jade can only cause me harm. I knew it. To live long, one must stay far from such things. Xiao Shiji, do not approach. Suddenly, the talisman was removed, and Xiao Luo licked her lips, announcing that 2 hours had passed for the junior brother, and now comes the reward. Heizi, disregarding everything else, hurriedly swam towards the shore. Rewards were meaningless in the face of life itself. He collapsed onto the bank, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained. Tang Shiji, save me. At that moment, Xiao Luo swam to his side, licking her lips and gazing at him as one might regard prey. Otherwise, what would be the point of playing with him until death? Heizi gritted his teeth, desperately trying to grasp something, slowly shifting his arm to support himself. It's over. I have become a lamb to the slaughter. TSK, TSK. Did you think the senior sister placed a binding talisman on you to draw blood for what reason? Naturally, it was to prevent your escape. Hearing this, Heizi crawled step by step towards Tang Tang, for he did not wish to become a ghost of short-lived fate. He saw Tang Tang looking down at him, and Heizi smiled faintly. Saved. At that moment, Tang Tang crouched down and grasped Heizi's chin, asking junior brother, how far away is the explosive flesh of those who harbor ill intentions towards you? Perhaps 12 meters? Oh, is there anything to be cautious about? The junior brother has endured in the Wanyu pool for so long. His physical condition is quite good, so he should not need to be overly cautious. Xiao Luo approached Heizi, squatting beside him with a smile, gently wiping away his nosebleed and tasting it on the tip of her tongue. Senior sister. The taste of a junior brother is quite delightful. It would surely make for delicious Xiao Longbao. Heizi stared blankly at the two women. At that moment, he felt as if he were gazing upon two lunatics, albeit adorned in beautiful facades. Why does it seem that there is not a single normal person in this sect? All are perverts? Heizi cried silently, yet not a tear fell, for his blood was nearly drained. Tang Tang shoved a pill into Heizi's mouth, saying, all right, no more teasing the junior brother. If you frighten him like this, he shall never dare to come to Yuqing Peak again. As the pill entered his system, Heizi gradually regained his strength, and his first instinct upon rising was to create distance. The two women exchanged amused glances. Su Heizi gasped for air, feeling exhausted and hungry after expending so much energy. He rushed to the spot where the two women had eaten cherries, devouring everything in sight. Just then, he spotted a cucumber on the long ice bed and approached without hesitation. This was where Tang Er Shiji had last practiced. He never expected such an unexpected delight. Upon seeing this, Xiao Luo panicked, while Tang Tang frowned slightly. Suddenly, the system chimed, and then he felt elated. Xiao Luo rubbed her head, regretting it was too late. Chapter 23. My Tang Er Shiji. Naturally, Su Heizi did not refuse the food at hand. Xiao Luo sashayed over, her brows furrowed slightly, before she smiled and inquired. Is it delicious? Xiao Luo said somewhat irritably. Did I ask you to eat it? Senior sister, the flavor is quite different from what I had before. It is rather peculiar. You brat, did I tell you to eat? Tang Tang approached, and since it had already been consumed, she let it go. Forget it. That took countless efforts to cultivate, and it ended up benefiting this lad. She considered that it had already been eaten, and it wouldn't do to make Su Heizi regurgitate it. Since you have consumed it, consider it a reward for you. Xiao Luo's expression changed, and she leaned in to whisper in Su Heizi's ear, Do you wish to practice dual cultivation with senior sister? Su Heizi took a few steps back, a chill running through him as he warily regarded the two women. He could not linger in this place. To do so would be disrespectful to the two senior sisters. He feigned a casual demeanor, saying, Tang Er Shiji, Xiao Shiji, as night falls, it would not be fitting for the junior brother to remain here. Tomorrow, I shall gather my spirits and serve the two senior sisters well. At that moment, Tang Tang came over and grasped Su Heizi's hand. And feeling her smooth and delicate touch, he stared at her in a daze. Based on the previous conversations among the senior sisters, they must be at least several hundred years old. At this moment, Su Heizi's heart raced. For some reason, the touch of her jade-like hand brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. It seems I am indeed a shallow person, only appreciating the external. So eager to leave. Are you afraid that the senior sisters might consume you? Since you are here, there is plenty of room for you to stay. Do you see the ice bed beside you? Su Heizi placed his hand on the ice bed, feeling its bone-chilling cold, and frowned. Tang Er Shiji, do you wish for me to sleep on this ice bed? She nodded, then fetched a Xiao Long Bao from Xiao Luo and stuffed it into Su Heizi's mouth, personally pushing him onto the ice bed. As blood surged, Su Heizi felt no chill. Rather, lying atop, it was exceedingly comfortable. Previously, it was Xiao Luo who jested with you. Junior brother, you should have heard something, right? If you dare to leak any information, senior sister shall reward you with dual cultivation alongside Xiao Luo. Su Heizi scrutinized Xiao Luo once more. Such a stunning beauty. How could dual cultivation not be possible? It truly is a pity. Could they truly be jesting with me? How could such a thing be real? Moreover, Xiao Shiji is the most perfect elder sister in my heart. I have yet to experience the joy of dependence. Su Heizi closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Senior sister, should I and the junior brother have a try? After all these years, perhaps my maiden's mark might disappear here. Senior sister, you are right. Su Heizi is such a simpleton, consuming anything he sees. That thing is not meant for eating. Su Heizi slightly opened his eyes. His body felt somewhat heavy, and upon glancing, he discovered a long, jade-like leg resting upon him. A fragrant scent invaded his senses, and he soon realized the entire cave was shimmering with a purple glow, evoking the feeling of entering a high-class establishment. He also noticed that the source of the light was emanating from the Wanyu pool. Following the jade leg upward, he found Xiao Luo smiling down at him. Unable to resist, he wished to proceed further, but Xiao Luo vanished as she cast a spell. Su Heizi rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had fallen into a hallucination. Could this be a harbinger of a short life? Meanwhile, in the Wanyu pool, a woman was watering her jade shoulders. Su Heizi turned towards the sound, having grown accustomed to losing control over himself. He swallowed hard, feeling an itch within, knowing full well that anything related to jade would only bring me harm. Why can I not resist? Enough. While the senior sister has yet to notice me, I must leave quickly. Yes, while the senior sisters are indeed delightful. My life is paramount. Su Heizi cast aside his clothing and attempted to sneak away, but as he shifted his foot, a voice emerged from the Wanyu pool. Junior brother, where are you going? Heizi smiled faintly, realizing he could not escape, and thus reluctantly leaped into the Wanyu pool. Senior sister, what other activities are planned for today? It won't be the same as yesterday, will it? Testing my pressure resistance again? Tang shot Heizi a glare, then licked her lips, laughing. What are you saying? Junior brother? Senior sister has no resistance to you. Having lived long, senior sister does not wish to waste time, not even a moment. Heizi was taken aback. Senior sister, what do you mean? Shouldn't living long mean you do not care about that little time? I did not expect you to understand so much. But in the path of cultivation, tomorrow and the unexpected are unpredictable. Aside from my junior brother, I actually have a few junior sisters, but unfortunately, they cannot cultivate. Heizi was taken aback for a moment. Haven't you been to the back mountain? Heizi not that? The implication from his senior sister was that there were several of his elder sisters among the bones in the back mountain. Tang smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Junior brother, tomorrow is uncertain for both us and accidents. We do not know who comes first and who follows. A wise person once said that coming into this world is to suffer. Yet my master remarked that entering Huan's sect is to enjoy. So, junior brother, set aside your worries and relish it. Heizi felt intrigued by his master and laid aside his concerns. What is the next endeavor, senior sister? Heizi inquired with a smile. Next, it is of course the opposite of suffering, enjoyment. Senior sister, do you have a binding talisman? A binding talisman. Junior brother, at this point, you're still thinking about last night's talisman. Is there a shadow in your heart? Naturally, Heizi did harbor a shadow, having nearly suffocated to death. Do you still have a binding talisman, senior sister? Heizi asked again. Tang touched the ring on her thumb, and a yellow talisman appeared in her hand. Upon seeing that familiar charm, Heizi felt a surge of vengeance. What are you going to do with the binding talisman? Heizi approached her, whispering something in her ear, and Tang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Heizi. Junior brother, how could you be so perverse? For some unknown reason, the senior sister seemed a bit impatient. Junior brother, quickly place the binding talisman on my forehead. Wait, let's ensure safety first. I'm afraid you might die. Heizi felt a tinge of regret for some reason. He had just seen the greed in her eyes. In an instant, Heizi was somewhat apprehensive. Should he truly set aside his concerns and enjoy? Heizi took the yellow talisman and personally affixed it to her forehead. Instantly, she became as immobile as a log. Heizi waved his hand before her eyes. Though he knew the talisman had taken effect, he still felt a sense of fear. Chapter 24. If you cannot control it, then go completely mad. In the cave, the mesmerizing jade waste left Heizi utterly enchanted, and he had already gazed at the alluring jade form several times. The binding effect was truly remarkable. If conditions allowed in the future, he must obtain more for self-defense. Was this Heizi toying with me? To achieve the binding effect, I had momentarily sealed my spiritual energy. Once the talisman loses its effect, I must give him a good thrashing. Heizi gazed at the peach-like posterior and the jade waist, exhaling warm breaths. The beast within him could no longer be contained. Since that was the case, let him go completely mad. He did not know how much time had passed, but Heizi, clutching his waist and limping, sat upon the icy bed. He deeply regretted his earlier madness. Meanwhile, Tang wore a beaming smile, carefully assisting him. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Well done. Senior sister has decided to reward you with a youth-retaining pill. She produced a pill and placed it in Heizi's mouth, which he swallowed whole. A youth-retaining pill? Yes, after consuming it. Your appearance will be fixed at the age of 19 to 20. The existence of such miraculous pills in the cultivation world was astonishing. No wonder the senior sisters maintained such exquisite appearances. To live another day is a blessing. I thank you, senior sister, for Heizi. Living one more day equated to a few more opportunities. Heizi inhaled deeply. He seemed to have heard the system's voice earlier, perhaps due to the task from Tang, rewarding him with a foundation establishment pill. Yet, for some reason, he felt as if his lifespan had been halved. Junior brother, have you rested well? Heizi panicked. Senior sister, I just got ashore and only breathed in a breath of fresh air. You've rested for half a day. Truly a useless waste. She sees Su Heizi's face and forcibly made him consume a pill. Instantly, his waist ceased to ache, and his legs regained strength. He felt miraculous and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a binding talisman was affixed to him, rendering him immobile. Junior brother, it's time for the senior sister to demonstrate her prowess. Due to his immobility, Su Heizi felt a tingling sensation inside, a feeling that brought him unprecedented satisfaction. He then realized that when a woman goes wild, a man has no place in it. Su Heizi lay on the icy bed, acutely aware that he had lost 3/4 of his lifespan. Tang Tang licked her lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Alas, the sun has yet to set. Very well, I shall let you go. You can leave Yuqing Peak without issue, right? Do you need senior sister to escort you down? Junior brother, why run so fast? I didn't leave you without a breath. Su Heizi cautiously peered outside the cave. Only after confirming that Xiao Luo was not guarding outside did he feel at ease to lean against the wall and depart. Once he felt safe, he carefully took out a life-extending pill. Thankfully, he had fled quickly. Otherwise, he truly feared being devoured by his senior sister. This was utterly insane. The binding talisman could be used like this. This foolish junior brother was no longer foolish at all. How strange. First, let me capture a male cultivator to test it, to see if the explosive effect has dissipated. Su Heizi opened the system, and a series of rewards greeted him. Congratulations, host, for touching Jade for 2 hours. Reward: Chi Refining Level 1, 2 life-extending pills. Congratulations, host, for admiring the Jade posterior for 4 hours. Reward: Chi Refining Level 1, 2 random allocation points. Allocation points have been distributed. Intelligence 17, Charm 15. The host currently possesses Chi Refining Level 7. Would you like to use it? Damn it, I nearly lost my life. And this is the only reward I get. Su Heizi opened the main task. Obtaining the cucumber was complete, and the reward was a choice of random techniques. Completing the task of dual cultivation granted him a foundation establishment pill. A choice of random techniques. This is fantastic. This is exactly what I wanted. Fire control technique. Shangsha technique. Water control technique. Why is there no sword control technique? Is sword control not a technique? The fire control technique requires a fire spirit root. The Changchun technique requires a wood spirit root. And the water control technique requires a water spirit root. I possess a water spirit root. There is no need to choose. Su Heizi lightly selected the water control technique, and in an instant, a flash of light passed through, startling Su Heizi. The compatibility of the technique is 100%. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the water control technique. He extended his hand and formed a seal, causing countless water droplets to converge toward his palm, forming a water sphere, which he could effortlessly reshape. This is marvelous. I can now directly feel the benefits of my cultivation. However, this water sphere is wonderful, but lacks a bit of lethality. Wait, I seem to be able to sense and control the water within my body. Su Heizi removed his pants and opened a valve to release water. The flow of water continued endlessly. Close valve. The faucet ceased its flow. Open valve. Close valve. Su Heizi played merrily, thinking no one would dare say he was impotent and unable to urinate. The main task updated, gaining Ouyang Yu's favor. Who is Ouyang Yu? Could it be the senior sister? Regardless, there is another issue. I still have the reward for Chi Refining Level 7 that hasn't been used. If I use it, my cultivation will reach Chi Refining Level 14, which will surely arouse suspicion from the senior sisters. If I don't use it, do I wait until death to take it to the underworld? This is too difficult. Perhaps I should hold off for now. In the small thatched cottage, Su Heizi gazed at the somewhat disheveled bed, feeling a headache. It was undoubtedly that little girl's doing, but suddenly, he realized something. The high-level yin-yang technique was still on the bed. He frantically searched, but no corner of the room yielded any results. Just as he was racking his brain, a sultry voice came from behind. Senior brother, what are you looking for? Su Heizi smiled. Nothing, just a technique. Oomph. The master stated that the male disciples of Hahuan Zong are forbidden from practicing martial arts. Otherwise, they must bear the consequences. Su Heizi scratched the back of his head and feigned nonchalance. He was merely jesting. In truth, his elder brother was merely irritable due to a disheveled bed. Is that so? Yankai inquiret wheat a smile. Su Heizi, feeling somewhat guilty, insisted, "Of course it is." Yang Kai moved closer and, with a swift motion, pinned Su Heizi against the bed. Su Heizi was utterly stunned. His junior sister was rather audacious. Chapter 25. A lesson for the junior sister. Su Heizi stared at her in disbelief. At such a close distance, he could even catch a whiff of her jasmine fragrance, which made him exceedingly nervous. After all, this was the first time he had been pinned against a wall by a woman. Gazing into his junior sister's clear eyes, Su Heizi felt himself falter. Without uttering a word, Yang Kuei curiously fixed her gaze upon him. Noticing Su Heizi's averted eyes, she confidently retrieved a manual from her bosom and tossed it before him, then seized his chin with one hand. Elder brother, even senior sister Yin'er only practices ordinary dual cultivation techniques. Yet you possess the superior technique of Kaiyang Bujin. Su Heizi picked up the manual and, upon inspection, realized it was merely a low-tier version of Kaiyang Bujin. It became evident why this little girl was so audacious. She had taken my manual and was attempting to deceive me with a lower-tier version. Moreover, she dared to pin me against the bed. Did she not realize how perilous this could be? Junior sister, you have taken something that belongs to your elder brother. Return it at once. Elder brother, if you claim it is yours, then it is indeed yours, but there is no name inscribed upon it, she retorted, smirking. No wonder you were so adept the other day. It turns out you had quietly studied Kaiyang Bujin. Su Heizi glared at her fiercely. What Kaiyang Bujin? That was merely my experience from browsing the web and studying the caves on the back mountain. It has nothing to do with any manual. If you do not return it to your elder brother, I shall become enraged. Upon witnessing Su Heizi's fierce expression, Yang Kuei's lips curled upwards. Oh, how will you express your anger, elder brother? Su Heizi wrapped his arms around her waist, and with a forceful motion, the tables turned. This little girl had become so confident due to a mere manual. Did she not realize that practice is the only true measure of knowledge? Had it not been for a day spent tilling the fields and surviving on a life-prolonging pill, he would have imparted some wisdom to her. Nevertheless, the manual he had just acquired could also serve as a means of educating her. Now that he possessed advanced skills, he was not the only one. His junior sister had also grasped a thing or two. Since the advantage lay with him, it was clear who would make the next move. No wonder senior sister Yin'er's technique was merely ordinary. If advanced techniques fell into the hands of his junior sister, it could spell disaster for her. If it were any other sect, encountering someone with ulterior motives would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Fortunately, Huanzong had safeguarded her. Su Heizi pouted and slowly approached her, while Yang Kai shyly closed her eyes. As she heard the sound of loosened clothing, she brimmed with anticipation. Su Heizi understood that she was too deeply entranced by the manual and needed to be brought back to her senses. He released the floodgates. Yang Kuei felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and she smiled faintly. Su Heizi was taken aback. How deeply was she affected that she remained unfazed? Increase the flow. Yang Kuei sensed something amiss, and soon caught a whiff of a scent that made her nauseous. She opened her eyes, instantly infuriated. Elder brother, you truly disgust me. Yet, with a hint of tears in her eyes, she added, no one has ever dared to treat me this way. Su Heizi, you will pay for this. Long life? Not at all. That day on Yinu Peak, the one with droplets on her jade legs must have been senior sister. From what he had observed that day, senior sister's figure was exquisite. He had not seen her face clearly, so he did not know her appearance. Su Heizi gently cast a spell, and the already drenched sheets gradually dried, revealing a clear yellow water orb in his hand. After tidying up the situation, Su Heizi comfortably lay back on the bed and unknowingly drifted into slumber. In the darkness, a pair of eyes watched him intently. How could he sleep so soundly after covering me in such disgusting filth? In the early morning, just as Su Heizi was sinking into deep sleep, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside. It was quite uncomfortable, so he opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar place, beneath a familiar tree, bound in a familiar manner. Junior sister, do you intend to let me sleep tonight? At that moment, Yang Xiaoyun took Yang Kuei's hand and approached Su Heizi. Junior brother, did I hear correctly that you covered her in filth? Su Heizi remained silent. It seemed that he had managed to arrive here without being awakened, thanks to senior sister's intervention. Silence means consent. Su Heizi shot a glance at Yang Kuei, who merely stuck her tongue out at him. He understood that this was Yang Kuei's revenge. Although he could easily escape now, it was likely that his junior sister would not relent, but rather intensify her efforts. Never mind, it was merely a hint of jasmine fragrance. Senior sister, you should join us too. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner I can rest for tomorrow's trip to Yuna Peak. Yang Xiaoyan approached him and said, Junior brother, she is your junior sister. Cannot you show her a bit of leniency? Yang Kuei would not give Su Heizi an opportunity. She swiftly took advantage of their conversation to kick him hard. For some reason, Su Heizi found himself enjoying the sensation. Upon hearing his ecstatic cry, Yang Kuei immediately became displeased. Senior sister, look how thick-skinned Su Heizi is. Let's kick him together. After a while of kicking, Yang Kuei suddenly had an idea. She grinned as she approached Su Heizi and removed her shoes. Su Heizi was utterly unaware, still lost in the rewards from the system. No rewards for cultivation, only 2 overlord pills and 4 allocation points. Why were there no rewards? Suddenly, Yang Kuei seized Su Heizi's face and forcibly shoved her delicate foot into his mouth, causing him to freeze in shock. Yang Kuei wore a triumphant expression while Yang Xiaoyan chuckled beside her. The junior sister found it rather strange. After tomorrow's encounter with senior sister Yue, there would be yet another round for Su Heizi. It seemed that she still held some grievances against him. Su Heizi's eyes widened, and seeing his expression, she felt quite satisfied, placing her hands on her hips. This is what happens when you provoke me. All right, junior sister, a little scolding is sufficient. After all, he is still your elder brother. Su Heizi remained silent. For some reason, he relished this punishment. After the 2 women departed, Su Heizi subtly used his strength, and the ropes snapped easily. Knowing he would not be able to sleep for a while, he quietly made his way to Yang Kuei's small hut. But upon arriving, he found it empty, which brought him some joy, although moments later, he felt a tinge of confusion. He retrieved another dagger, which he had placed alongside the mantis dagger, and cautiously made his way to the back mountain. Chapter 26. The back mountain, caught by senior sister in the grove. In the pool of Yuqing Peak, the water rippled gently, accompanied by the sound of women's laughter, creating a serene atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes observed everything intently. Su Heizi stood beside, swallowing hard. Master, does this count as peeping? Peeping? Little Heizi, today I shall thoroughly teach you what it means to be a cultivator. The essence of a cultivator lies in the clarity of thought. When thoughts are clear, everything follows suit, and naturally, cultivation advances. How does this relate to our act of peeping? Little Heizi, you do not comprehend. When faced with such a delightful sight, would you turn and leave? Or choose to linger? I would choose to linger. And then could you still cultivate? I would feel uncomfortable. Precisely. This is the nature of an ordinary man. Like your master, having seen it, that is what we call clarity of thought. To turn away is to lose an opportunity. Master, I understand. The red-eyed rabbit nodded slightly, clearly pleased. Little Heizi, it is quite late. What brings you to seek out your master? Su Heizi held the dagger in his hand and asked, Master, do you think this dagger is acceptable? The red-eyed rabbit weighed the dagger a few times, noting its exquisite craftsmanship and resemblance to a hidden dragon. It must have originated from the Qingyun sect. He recognized it immediately. Su Heizi was slightly taken aback. This should be the Sanglong dagger of Hua Liang Shangren. How did it come to be in your possession? After glancing at Su Heizi's expression, he chuckled. Yes, of course. Su Heizi felt a surge of joy. He had simply come to assess its worth, and if it were inadequate, he still had the mantis dagger. The red-eyed rabbit carefully stroked the Sanglong dagger, waves of excitement swelling within him. He had awaited this day for an eternity. Casting a meaningful glance at the honest Su Heizi, he smiled knowingly. Once I seize this body from the demonesses of the Hahuan sect, I will ensure you experience firsthand what it means to collect the yin to supplement the yang. At that time, I shall reign supreme in the Hahuan sect. I can do this. Disciple, a cultivator can only seize a body once in their lifetime. This is irreversible. Have you thought it through? Su Heizi resolutely replied, as long as I can distance myself from the Hahuan sect and survive, that is enough. Setting up the formation would require over 10 days. After that, select an appropriate time to come and remember not to attract anyone's attention. Heizi nodded and carefully departed. However, halfway through, he recalled the earlier instruction. Thus, he approached the edge of the pond, stealthily entering the water. The two women who had been frolicking suddenly halted, exchanging puzzled glances. At that moment, Heizi's mind was consumed with a singular thought. His intentions were clear, and notions of life and death were cast aside. Heizi, it's late at night. Shouldn't you be asleep? Don't forget you are to visit the Uni Peak tomorrow. Heizi swam over to the two women, resolved to no longer suppress himself from this day forth. Sister, junior sister, I can't sleep. Seeing you here stirs something in me. Yang Xiaoyan paused for a moment, fully aware that this was Heizi's advance. But with Yang Kuei present, she felt the need to maintain some decorum. She smiled. If you're feeling restless, then wash yourself well in this pool and scratch that itch. With that, she kicked Heizi playfully in the water and swam to the shore, dressing before leaving. Yang Kuei laughed. If you're feeling itchy, senior brother, then heed your senior sister's advice and wash properly. Thus, Yang Kuei also departed, leaving Heizi alone in the pool. It seems I am the only one sleepless tonight. Were my earlier thoughts merely illusions? Heizi strolled disconsolately in the night, the gentle breeze brushing against him, the moonlight dim and hazy. What went wrong? It was evident that the senior sisters were the ones to initiate today. How could this be the outcome? Does initiative lead to stories? I see it merely transforms one into a fool. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a tree, swiftly pulling him into a thicket. Sister Yun. Yang Xiaoyan looked around cautiously. Your junior sister didn't follow, did she? No. Junior brother, the moonlight is splendid tonight. I never expected you to be so proactive. Yang Xiaoyan slowly approached Heizi, asking playfully, where is it itchy? Let sister help you scratch. Heizi smiled faintly. It appeared this night was destined for clarity of thought. Sister Yun, where's your Lioli outfit? Why are you so fixated on that? All right, sister, I shall comply. But first, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, I fear you may perish here in this thicket. Heizi nodded. With the enhancement of the Lioli outfit, a smile crept across his face, and his attack speed quickened. Sister, be cautious. We must not be overheard. Noticing that the system still offered no cultivation rewards, he felt perplexed. Why are the rewards so dismal? Oh dear little system, I was merely indulging in momentary satisfaction. Having something is better than nothing. He allocated all his points to intelligence. Point allocation successful. Congratulations to the host for an increase of 4 in intelligence, bringing it to 21, triggering an additional reward, calmness. The host will view everything around them with a tranquil mind. Heizi felt a wave of dizziness, soon realizing he was no longer as restless as before. With many questions surfacing that had previously eluded him, the master had a profound understanding of needlework, and just a glance at the dagger revealed it was from the Chinyan sect. Would he willingly transform into a demon beast? Was it merely coincidence that he took me as a disciple and taught me the art of body seizing? Yet, such notions seemed impractical. Moreover, this reward, the Overlord Pill, appeared to be designed for a specific purpose. With a body as solid as iron, it would temporarily elevate his cultivation by 2 levels. How did it seem tailored for Sister Xiao Luo? With enhanced cultivation and a body of iron, surely this pill could withstand Sister Xiao Luo's explosive power. Heizi felt an unusual calmness wash over him. The sect was rife with temptations, and while clarity of thought was vital, my very life was not in my own hands. Forget clarity. I would be grateful just to survive. Ultimately, I cannot overly rely on the master's body-seizing technique. Should it fail, I must rely on the senior sisters to advocate for me. Suddenly, Heizi slapped his forehead, his eyes lighting up. If I could subdue the master, perhaps I wouldn't need to seize a body at all. But how to subdue the master? Chapter 27, Crossing the Tribulation. The senior sisters all believe I am doomed. I must seize the opportunity to cultivate on the back mountain, undertake significant tasks, and who knows, if I could cultivate with the master, perhaps she would truly be pleased. Small system, utilize cultivation. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 13th level of Qi refinement. Water control ability enhanced, aura elevated. Does the host wish to establish a foundation now? Surprisingly, after using the cultivation, he found himself at the 13th level of Qi refinement instead of the anticipated 14th. The system seemed to possess a foundation establishment pill. This pill only has one effect: to enhance the probability of establishing a foundation. Heizi took the foundation establishment pill. Little system, assist me in establishing a foundation. Ding, foundation establishment pill consumed. Probability of establishing a foundation has been enhanced. The thunder tribulation is approaching. Please prepare. Thunder tribulation? Why did the system not mention the thunder earlier? Suddenly, the night was shattered by thunder, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds. At Uni Peak. Ouyang Yu frowned, sensing the celestial phenomenon. Someone was crossing a tribulation. Who could it be? She stood atop Uni Peak, gazing towards Heizi, then pinched her fingers, her face betraying disbelief. Junior brother. Soon, Tang Tang and Yang Xiaoyan flew to her side, both equally astonished. Tang Tang remarked, Sister Yu, if I recall correctly, male disciples of the sect are prohibited from practicing the techniques, right? Indeed, the master takes in a male disciple once every 3 years, forbidding them from practicing to conserve resources. Sister Yu, I have a question. Why not accept more male disciples? Yang Xiao Yun inquired. Sister Tang should understand this point. Although we are of the Hahuan sect, the master does not desire unnecessary bloodshed. Accepting one more means one more death. Surely you would not wish to see junior brother perish one by one in our arms? Thus, the 3-year interval is to minimize necessary sacrifices. But it also depends on who is fortunate enough to be chosen. If only one male disciple can be received, can't he be allowed to live a few more years? Yang Xiaoyun breasted again. No. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect abhor genuine feelings. Should he linger even a year longer, if someone develops true feelings and he dies, it would surely shatter their hearts. Who bestowed upon him a technique that allows for foundation establishment in merely 3 years? Yang Xiaoyun suddenly froze. Realizing the yin-yang gathering technique she had gifted her junior brother, could it be that Heizi had cultivated it? He is a male cultivator. Could his weapons be counterfeit? Just a week ago, he was at the 5th level of chi refinement, and now he is crossing a tribulation. This is utterly ludicrous. Tang Tang remarked, Fish elder sister. Heizi can establish his foundation in merely 3 years. Such unparalleled talent is unprecedented in the cultivation world. Surely Master could make an exception for him this once. Yang Xiaoyan concurred. Indeed, it would be a tremendous shame for such a genius to become but a withered bone beneath a skirt. Ouyang Yu shook her head. For the most taboo in Huan Zone was to develop genuine feelings. Moreover, whether he could survive this tribulation was still uncertain. To pass through a tribulation in just 3 years is an act of sheer opportunism, and he is unlikely to endure. With a sigh, she lamented, alas, who has wronged Heizi, leading him to become a mere shadow of what could have been. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun was taken aback, filled with regret. She should never have entangled herself with Heizi, nor should she have bestowed upon him her cultivation techniques. Elder sister Yu, what if Heizi truly survives this tribulation and achieves foundation establishment? Absolutely impossible. Even if he were to succeed, what difference would it make? In Huan Zone, he is destined to become nothing but a withered bone. Yang Xiaoyan's eyes were clouded with deep concern. Just moments ago, Heizi had been frolicking in the woods with her, and now he was facing a tribulation. He didn't even inform her in advance, so she could prepare some treasures for his trial. Had she known, she would have refrained from providing him with insurance and instead directly siphoned his yuan yang and cultivation. With only 9 bolts of heavenly lightning for the chi refining tribulation, Heizi, you must endure. If you succeed, I shall gift you a set of liuli attire that I once wore, and even if it defies Master's will, I shall take you away from here. Tang Tang furrowed her brow, initially intending to concoct more immobilization talismans to aid him, but now she felt somewhat dissatisfied. This rascal had quietly begun his tribulation. A magnetic field arose around Heizi, induced by the lightning tribulation, resembling an inverted bowl where all living beings floated in the air, only to be obliterated by the descending lightning. Heizi was left dazed, hastily inquiring, Little system, is this lightning tribulation dangerous? Dangerous. He blinked, pondering his chances of successfully passing the tribulation. The system fell silent, seemingly questioning why he would ask about the tribulation without confidence in success. Was it trying to sabotage him? Besides 3 Ba Wong pills, 1 life-prolonging pill, and 1 vitality pill, he was left with only the system. Can I evade the heavenly lightning with movement? Bang! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck him, rendering Heizi's body numb, and he realized he could not withstand a second strike. In that moment, he swallowed a Ba Wong pill, feeling a surge of strength course through him, exhilarating him. He waved his hand gently, conjuring a layer of water shield around him. An unprecedented power flooded his body, and he felt the transformation clearly, his body as solid as iron. This was the effect of the Ba Wong pill enhancing his cultivation. Another bolt of lightning descended upon him, and Heizi waved his sleeve. Passing a tribulation was not as simple as it seemed. Warning, warning. Detected an increase in host cultivation level. The number of lightning bolts has changed from 9 to 72. 72. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Heizi felt like cursing. But calmness reminded him that cursing would be futile. Thus, he consumed another life-prolonging pill. 2 hours passed. After 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, Yang Xiaoyan's tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed, joyfully exclaiming, "Elder sister Yu, it seems Heizi is quite fortunate." A hint of joy appeared on Tang Tang's face. "This foolish one truly has a stroke of luck. Our junior brother is indeed full of surprises." Ouyang Yu was filled with disbelief. "Sister Tang, you are correct. Heizi is indeed fortunate. Heaven seems determined for him to die beneath the pomegranate skirt. In that case, let's go congratulate our junior brother," Yang Xiaoyan said cheerfully. "Wait, the lightning tribulation does not seem to have concluded," Ouyang Yu stated. "I sense it too. The anomalies in the heavens have not vanished. And what lies ahead is the true test. What kind of physique attracts so much heavenly lightning?" Tang Tang's brows were tightly furrowed, her expression grave. "Isn't the foundation establishment tribulation supposed to consist of only 9 bolts?" Yang Xiaoyan exclaimed. "Could it be that this wretched boy has provoked the heavens' jealousy?" Tang Tang concurred. "Perhaps so. 27 bolts of heavenly lightning, and it still had not ended. With 9 more, it would become the golden core lightning. How could Heizi possibly endure this? Soon to reach 36 bolts, which would signify the golden core lightning. Sister Tang, when will Heizi's tribulation conclude? Perhaps only when he is on the brink of death will the tribulation cease." Ouyang Yu remarked coolly. Chapter 28. How could a chi refining cultivator face over 30 bolts of heavenly lightning? Within the enormous inverted liuli bowl, Heizi sat cross-legged, breathless, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. 34 bolts of lightning had struck. He had endured all that could be tested. His water manipulation technique had reached its zenith in this environment, yet it was still ineffective. The Ba Wong pill had sustained him thus far solely due to his innate resilience. Moreover, he could feel the spiritual energy within him rapidly depleting, as if something vital was being forcefully extracted from his body, which had reached its limit. The effectiveness of the Ba Wong pill was gradually waning. This was the most perilous aspect. On Yu Peak, Yang Xiaoyan was visibly anxious, shaking Ouyang Yu, "Elder sister, please think of a way to assist our junior brother." After the 36th bolt of lightning, the next would be the Yuan Ing lightning. Ouyang Yu sighed deeply. To endure such a tribulation at the chi refining stage is unheard of in the cultivation world. This is already a foundation establishment tribulation, and for it to manifest upon our junior brother is exceedingly strange. Surely, he possesses the legendary physique that incites the heavens' jealousy. Upon further thought, Yang Xiaoyan felt despondent. After all, Heizi had only just emerged from the woods before provoking the lightning tribulation. Could it be that he truly had aroused the heavens' envy? That fool! What could the heavens possibly envy him for? Tang Tang remarked. Our junior brother arrived at the sect a month before the adorable junior sister. Both entered at 17. Yet the adorable junior sister is nearing 20 and has yet to break through to the 5th level of chi refining. Her cultivation speed is the standard for practitioners. Heizi's rapid tribulation suggests an unstable foundation. Yet, how could he withstand 35 bolts of lightning without issue, indicating an extraordinarily robust foundation? but without any cultivation techniques. How has he achieved this? Ouyang Yu suddenly raised an eyebrow. Su Heizi harbors a secret. Bang! Su Heizi's seated form suddenly collapsed to the ground. And apart from his mind, no part of his body obeyed him any longer. The effects of the Bawang pill had entirely worn off, and, at that moment, the 37th bolt of lightning struck. Su Heizi could no longer endure. The side effects of the Bawang pill manifested at this instant. He fell into a state resembling death, while the life-prolonging pill he had swallowed earlier gradually took effect within him. As if sensing, Su Heizi's life force had vanished. The ominous clouds in the sky dissipated swiftly, restoring the heavens to a clear blue. The three women realized what had transpired, all silently lamenting the loss. When they reached Su Heizi, they discovered only his cold, lifeless body. Strange, he had not turned to ash under the lightning tribulation, yet alas, he showed no signs of life. Yinner, let us find a place to bury him, Ouyang Yu suggested, then cast a spell to depart. At that moment, Yang Kuei rushed over, and upon seeing Su Heizi lying on the ground, she felt an ominous premonition. Tang Tang paused for a few seconds, then patted Yang Xiaoyan's shoulder and silently departed. Yang Kuei knelt beside Su Heizi, feeling for a heartbeat or breath, but found none. Yang Xiaoyan quietly slipped a lioli sock into Su Heizi's mouth, then said, "Junior sister, let's find a place to bury him." Elder sister, was that lightning summoned by our senior brother? After Yang Xiaoyan left, Yang Kuei lingered in front of Su Heizi for a while, ultimately having to accept reality. At the foot of Yuqing Peak, beneath a tree by the water's edge, Yang Kuei gazed at the prepared grave, hesitating for a few moments before unceremoniously tossing Su Heizi into the pit. Brother HNDN, is it not your delight to surreptitiously observe your junior sister bathing? Henceforth, I shall entomb you here, allowing you the privilege of daily voyeurism, for your sister shall assuredly refrain from binding you. Woe is me. Wang Qi wiped her tears and lamented, "Brother, your demise is truly tragic." She grasped a shovel and began to hastily excavate the earth, transforming her sorrow into tears. Her pace quickening. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she halted her labor. If the source of Brother S' greatest vexation were to accompany him in the afterlife, would he not be perpetually troubled? Perhaps I should lend him a hand, relieving him of that burden, hoping that he may find peace in the afterlife. At that moment, Heizi began to inhale, his consciousness gradually returning, yet his body remained immobile. He wished to open his mouth to breathe, but something obstructed him. She unfastened his trousers, her expression turning fierce. "Brother, if there's a next life, I hope you'll find no worries." Wang Qi brandished a kitchen knife, and a gentle breeze brushed past, causing Heizi to feel a chill. The blade shimmered with a cold light, and with a swift motion, it lunged toward its target. Heizi's lower body instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly evading the fatal strike. The knife missed its mark, and Wang Qi stared at Heizi in disbelief, murmuring so cunning. "Yet today, you must vacate your brother's form." With renewed vigor, she swung the knife again. But Heizi seemed to possess a self-defense instinct, automatically dodging her assault. Despite the continuous misses, Wang Qi's determination did not wane. She retrieved a glass sock from Heizi's mouth, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Why was this glass sock warm? The sock ensnared Heizi's feet as she sat atop him, effectively immobilizing him. "Aha, this time you cannot escape," she declared, raising the knife, silently wishing, "Leave my brother's body." Suddenly, one of Heizi's hands reached out, halting her. Wang Qi stepped back in fear. It seemed her brother did not wish to part with anything. If so, then may he rest in peace. Without hesitation, she wielded the shovel, hastening her excavation of the soil. Heizi, feeling his body grow heavier, desperately extended his other hand as well. Witnessing his resolute hands, Wang Qi first felt fear, then suddenly realized something and hurriedly pulled Heizi out. Noticing he was still breathing, she removed the obstruction from his mouth, wiping her eyes and exclaiming in excitement, "Brother, you're still alive." In her humble abode, Wang sensed Heizi's condition and could only utter in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Moreover, His body was miraculously healing. Thus, she grasped his hand and began to channel her energy into him. I distinctly felt no life in Heizi just moments ago. How has he revived? If he truly survived, how could a mere chi practitioner withstand 37 bolts of heavenly lightning? Who would believe such a tale? Ting smiled faintly. I cannot speak for others, but I know that Heizi is indeed a rare talent in cultivation. Once he fully recovers, I shall reward him handsomely. Sister Ting, it is not your turn yet. I shall go first. Yu interjected with a knowing smile. Let us not bicker. Once my junior brother awakens, let him stay with me. He has just undergone tribulation. His body is still unstable. After I have nurtured him, you may take your turns. Days later, on YN Peak, Heizi opened his eyes, staring blankly at his hands and then touching his face. He had traversed realms once more. Upon inspecting the system panel, he was astonished to discover he had become a Foundation establishment practitioner. An inner surprise welled within him. He had thought himself dead. When the heavenly tribulation struck, he had regained consciousness, feeling as though he were trapped in a pit, with someone seated on his legs. He had presumed it was hell, only to realize it was merely an illusion. Regrettably, the life-prolonging elixir was gone, leaving him with only 2 bawang pills. A silly grin spread across his face. As he rose and stretched, he noticed the wooden cabin was unlike his own, when suddenly he spotted a woman bending over a wooden tub. Heizi was momentarily dazed. The woman's fair profile radiated warmth like jade. Could she be the lady of YN Peak, perhaps my senior sister? Approaching her, he beheld Yu, her beauty accentuated by a simple yet elegant white dress. Senior sister, water, food, I thought I had provided them all. Why are there still dead fish? Heizi gazed into the tub, where his water manipulation had become quite formidable. The water was utterly still, and he soon grasped the situation. 2 fish were incessantly bumping against the tub, seemingly frightened, yet they were avoiding the area closest to Yu. From their perspective, they were evidently terrified of her. Senior sister, perhaps you might try lowering your cultivation level. It may ease the fish's distress. Oh, is that so? Yu complied, and as she retracted her aura, the fish returned to their natural state, swimming freely. Indeed, you were right, junior brother, she said, her fondness for him growing. Before he could react, the task was completed. Come here, let me conduct a full examination. Heizi hesitated for a moment. Glancing at the fish in the tub, he dared not refuse and thus approached with a smile. Yu proceeded to examine him thoroughly, tapping his chest and then his backside. Senior sister, be gentle. It hurts. Seems you've recovered quite well. Heizi, how impressive you are. Surviving 37 bolts of heavenly lightning without succumbing. How curious. You're now at the Foundation establishment stage. Yet why did the tribulation exceed fourfold? Heizi scratched his head in confusion. I truly do not know. 37 should logically be 9 at most. We know they ihims get the goal. And Heizi felt a twinge of guilt. Senior sister is suspicious. I never intended for this to happen. If it weren't for the bawang pills, my heavenly tribulation would have been limited to 9. That pesky system played me. Heizi inwardly lamented the predicament. How could he deflect his senior sister's inquiries? Sensing his hesitation, Yu inquired, Junior brother, do you know of a constitution known as the celestial jealousy physique? Senior sister, I do not comprehend what celestial jealousy entails. I am unaware of why I face 37 bolts of lightning. I observe you possess only a water spirit root and a simple water manipulation technique. Surely you must have done something remarkable to inspire the envy of the heavens. As she spoke, Yu patted Heizi's chest again. How strange. Does senior sister not know of the bawang pills? He replied, bewildered. Celestial jealousy? What could I possibly possess that would incite the heavens' envy? 3 years to establish a foundation. Do you not agree, junior brother? Not only the heavens, but even senior sister seems envious. With clarity dawning upon him, Heizi feigned a cough. Senior sister, I merely had the fortune of good luck. By the way, how long have I been asleep here? Did I permit you to leave? Yu rose. Have you forgotten? After sister Ting ascended, who is next? She entwined her arm around his neck, her demeanor calm, yet her heart brimmed with joy. What secrets did Heizi harbor? If he did not clarify, he would not leave Yan Peak. You wouldn't truly forget having faced a tribulation, would you? Since his experience in the back mountain, Heizi resolved to cease restraint and embrace his true desires. He directly embraced Ouyang thigh, wrapping her jade leg in his arms. Senior sister, I haven't forgotten, but please remember to secure my safety later. I fear death. Ouyang, noticing Heizi's compliance, felt as though he had attained enlightenment. She smiled and said, all right. Junior brother, can you share your secret with me? I am curious how you managed to reach the foundation establishment stage in less than 3 years. Heizi laughed and replied, Senior sister, I truly was just fortunate. By the way, is cultivation very difficult? Whether it is difficult or not, you may not know. When junior sister joined the sect, she was at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, making slow progress over 3 years, while you began at the 1st layer. No different from a mortal. It was unfortunate that he had considered this, but still could not resist using his cultivation. Now, he could only imagine that all 4 senior sisters were quite curious. Heizi placed her on the bed and said, Senior sister, I will take a quick shower first. Please wait a moment. Just wash here. You're now at the foundation establishment stage. I know your capabilities, Ouyang replied. Heizi initially wanted to find a place to gather himself, as waking up and immediately having to work was not something anyone could easily endure. He extended his left hand and commanded, Water, come. Instantly, a 1-meter-long water sphere materialized in his palm. He then removed his clothing, and the water sphere flew towards Heizi, forming a water figure to wash him. Heizi, possessing a water spirit root, found the water manipulation technique quite compatible with him. Yet, like the fire manipulation technique, it was a rather ordinary skill. To his surprise, he had cultivated it to such a level. He had never seen anyone of his age master the water manipulation skill in such a manner. Moreover, the Hawan sect only practiced the yin-yang dual cultivation. Who had taught him this technique? A strong curiosity arose within Ouyang towards Heizi. After several minutes, Heizi could no longer continue washing and had no choice but to approach the bed, facing the impending challenge. Junior brother, you are truly a genius. Learning without a master, she said, her legs stretching out as she smiled at him. The composed Heizi recognized this as a woman's trap. Yet he could only face the challenge head-on. He gave her jade leg a gentle lick, and his eyes sparkled with a delightful fragrance. Ouyang frowned, wondering if Heizi might be a bit perverse. What was there to lick on her leg? It left her drenched in saliva, yet he hesitated to proceed. Why does junior brother seem a bit afraid of me, hesitating as if deliberately guarding against me? She mused. Forget it, let me push the plot forward. Chapter 30. The annoying junior brother Ouyang's lips curled into a smile, her gaze softening, transforming her from an icy fairy into a different persona. She licked her lips and cupped Heizi's face in her hands. Heizi looked up, his heart racing. This was the same senior sister he had seen moments ago. Why did she suddenly seem like someone who appeared aloof but was secretly playful? Senior sister. Ouyang leaped off the bed and embraced Heizi, reversing their positions so that she now looked up at him. Heizi was still quite astonished by Ouyang, but upon reflection, it all seemed quite reasonable. Don't move. Senior sister is going to secure your safety. Heizi felt all his worries dissipate as he gazed down at Ouyang. She was genuinely gentle. At that moment, Ouyang clapped her hands and sat directly on Heizi's lap, making him acutely aware of her weight and the subtle fragrance wafting from her white dress. Junior brother, tell senior sister your secret, she asked once more. A mysterious impulse surged within Heizi, with senior sister being so proactive. If he did not take some initiative, he would not be human. He wrapped one arm around her waist and placed the other on her jade leg, saying, Senior sister, let me slowly tell you. Suddenly, Ouyang's eyes widened as Heizi launched his advance. Annoying junior brother. After a passionate encounter, Heizi lay in her embrace. I am now at the foundation establishment stage, with astonishing physical prowess. Who would have thought I could endure for 5 hours before senior sister? She is quite satisfied with you. Heizi, so young and yet at the foundation establishment stage. If he were to let go of his inhibitions and engage in full dual cultivation, One wonders if he could last even 20 minutes. Unfortunately, male cultivators of the Heizi sect often met unfortunate ends. Otherwise, if only the master could loosen his grip and allow him a few more years of life. The small whip, ropes, candles, shackles, and bags beneath the pillow had yet to be used, if Heizi had realized sooner. Perhaps he could have been transformed into a playful little pup over these 3 years. How amusing that would be! Just as Heizi was about to exit the small wooden cabin, Ouyang appeared with a small whip, blocking his path. Heizi frowned at the sight of the black whip, realizing that descending the mountain would not be easy. Junior brother, you haven't revealed your secret to senior sister yet. Thinking of leaving the mountain, senior sister cannot allow that. As she spoke, she swung the whip at Heizi, but he felt no pain. On the contrary, he sensed his extinguished fire rekindling within him. Heizi grasped the whip and said, I've already told you my secret. Apart from dual cultivation with senior sisters in the Heizi sect, what else can I do? Ouyang was taken aback. Heizi could elevate his cultivation through dual cultivation. Wasn't that contrary to the norm? The Heizi sect was supposed to empower female cultivators while male cultivators turned to dust. Heizi must be dismissing her. She had to ensure he truly tasted the whip's sting. His waist ached tremendously. If this continued, he would become a short-lived ghost. Junior brother, you cannot be so perfunctory. Do you think senior sister is foolish? Ouyang swung the whip with determination, and Heizi gritted his teeth, enduring silently. It was unfortunate. Since senior sister did not believe him, he had intended to conquer her with strength, yet his waist was in agony, leaving him powerless. 30 meters away from the small wooden cabin, beneath a pavilion, Ouyang rested her legs on Heizi. He glanced at the stone table, where a few cucumbers lay in a basket. Licking his lips, he picked one up and took a bite. However, something fell off. He thought, there's no jasmine scent, nor is there any rose fragrance. Suddenly, realization struck him. Senior sister, where did you pick these cucumbers? Xiao Shimi picked them. Aren't they delicious? Senior sister, but they seem to lack flavor. Ouyang stood up, took one, and gently bit into it. Indeed, this is the taste. Is there a problem? Junior brother, look. The sun is so scorching. Isn't it uncomfortable to enjoy the breeze on the Yunnan Peak while embracing senior sister's legs? Heizi rubbed his waist, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Ouyang was oblivious to his troubles. If he could live longer, who would still want to endure tribulations? Senior sister spoke so lightly, but if the roles were reversed, she would surely understand his predicaments. Suddenly, 2 pills flew before Heizi, 1 Jinyuan Dan and 1 Buki Dan. A reward from senior sister. Look at your useless appearance. Take the Buki Dan now. Heizi received the pills, and after swallowing the Buki Dan, he felt a refreshing current flowing through his body. He stood up, his face beaming with joy. How miraculous! My waist no longer aches, and I feel completely at ease, as though I have boundless energy. Senior sister, why didn't you bring out such treasures sooner? I feel I could endure for another 5 hours. Ouyang rose and said, follow me. The two quickly walked along a small path to a cave entrance, which was large and unobstructed. Heizi followed Ouyang inside, and upon seeing the extraordinary interior, he stood in awe. Before him lay a bathing pool, spacious enough to accommodate 40 to 50 people. To the left of the pool was a round bed measuring 7 to 8 meters long. Heizi touched it and found it shimmering, crafted from the finest jade. Racking his memory, he realized he had no recollection of this place. Senior sister, where is this? In moments of leisure, I crafted this cave abode. What do you think of it? In the center lies a bathing pool. To the left is a resting area, while the right hosts a collection of small toys. Behind are additional chambers, boasting excellent soundproofing, ensuring that any dual cultivation will remain undisturbed. Heizi, what do you think of this cave dwelling that I have created? Heizi was left speechless. Senior sister, is this cave specifically prepared for dual cultivation? Indeed, she replied. Heizi took a step back, a sense of trepidation swelling within him. Whoever enters here does not leave alive. Chapter 31. A plea for mercy from senior sister, even with divine pills in hand. Heizi felt an inexplicable fear upon gazing at this cave. He pondered the possibility of gathering his beloved junior sister, Yun'er, along with senior sister Xiao Luo, senior sister Tang, and the formidable elder sister before him, plus their master. All in this cave. He chuckled heartily, contemplating the absurdity of sacrificing his life here. Ouyang furrowed her brow, perplexed by his sudden laughter. Junior brother, what is amusing you? She approached, seizing Su Heizi's ear with little leniency. Did I permit you to leave? I have arranged a formation within the cave. Once you enter, it will induce heightened excitement, amplify desires, and subtly weaken one's willpower. It is quite pleasurable. Su Heizi was slightly astonished, realizing how feeble his will had become in her presence. Senior sister, this formation is truly impressive. I can already feel its effects. Ouyang blinked in surprise. The formation has yet to be activated. What effects are you sensing? The formation hasn't started? How careless of me. Su Heizi Gavin, senior sister. It is simply because you are too beautiful. Ouyang winked at him, her tone a blend of tenderness and delight. Now you understand the merits of having a senior sister, do you not? This formation is indeed powerful. Activating it costs 400 spiritual stones and lasts a week. With a gentle snap of her fingers, she commanded, Panlong formation, activate. Bonne formation? What a peculiar name. Surely, it does not summon real dragons. The cave began to transform. Thick mist billowing from the water, enveloping the space in a dreamlike haze, akin to a shattered illusion. It was utterly enchanting, rivaling the legendary celestial abodes. Indeed, one felt both body and mind at ease. Ouyang shed her simple gown, revealing her alabaster skin, and Su Heizi found himself inexplicably enamored with this place. I spent 3 years setting up this formation, she remarked. But it was worth it, don't you think? Absolutely, it is worth every effort. As long as senior sister is satisfied. Oh, how you have suddenly changed. Su Heizi noticed Ouyang had moved closer, and he felt ensnared. Suddenly, Su Heizi salet deeply. He had not felt any overwhelming sensations until now. A realization struck him. He genuinely felt at ease here, unlike in Xiao's sister's forgetfulness pool, where one could easily lose themselves and suffer regret. Senior sister, he called out. Ouyang replied, It has been 6 hours. Evening has fallen. Would you like to stay here tonight? After speaking, she drew nearer to Su Heizi, her gaze warm and inviting. 6 hours? How could it pass so swiftly? Surely, this Panlong formation has distorted my sense of time. Yet, as he gazed at Ouyang, he realized he might not leave this place without a cost. Upon reflection, tears brimmed in Su Heizi's eyes as he pleaded for mercy. Senior sister, please let me go. Ouyang's expression shifted slightly, and Su Heizi felt as though he had plunged into icy depths. She produced a pill and offered it to him. You foolish boy, I haven't even begun to enjoy myself. Please, senior sister, spare me. If I spare you, who will spare me? You're a water spirit root cultivator. Do you think I will believe your tears? Senior sister, do you intend to defy my wishes? You have seen the fish in that barrel. Do not court your own demise. Su Heizi ceased his pleas, accepting the energy-restoring pill, his hands trembling. Very well, it is merely one life. I shall surrender it. As the pill entered his body, though his strength was restored, only those who had experienced such torment could truly comprehend his suffering. Before long, a tremendous explosion reverberated, and Ouyang abandoned Su Heizi, soaring towards the cave's entrance. At that moment, atop a mountain not far from Hahuan's sect, Xiao Luo was covered in blood, not her own. Under her command, towering peaks crumbled, yet her expression remained impassive. Soon after, Ouyang, Tang Tang, and Yang Xiaoyan arrived in succession, their silence speaking volumes as they recognized the bloodstains on Xiao Luo and understood the gravity of the situation. Xiao Luo's ceremonial powder remained intact. For reasons unknown, tears streamed down Su Heizi's face. What luck! I have finally escaped. Who would believe that I am merely a foundational cultivator? However, during the dual cultivation, the system had been incessantly ringing. After toiling for so long, surely the rewards would be substantial. Wiping away his tears, he opened the system, greeted by a cascade of rewards that dazzled his eyes. Intelligence increased to 25. Charisma increased to 20. The significant boosts to intelligence and charisma were impressive. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 genuine pills, 5 vitality pills, sword technique, and access to the black market trading. The black market refreshes daily. Genuine pills can be exchanged for 2 foundational points. Currently, you possess 13 foundational points, rewarded for your time spent with the jade. Genuine pills are beneficial for foundational cultivators. Yet the ones senior sister provided were lost. How regrettable. Playing with jade grants 1 foundational point for every hour. Upon reaching 500 points, you will attain the mid-stage of foundation establishment. 500 hours? What an absurdity. A day comprises only 24 hours. Please continue to strive, host. The jade will surely lead you far. The path ahead seems perilous. This jade will only bring me harm. System, activate sword technique. Congratulations, host. You have learned sword technique. Due to your water spirit root, the compatibility is 30%. Please practice diligently. Sword technique. The exhilaration surged through Heizi. With diligent practice, he could surely escape Heizi sect. But with 500 foundational points needed and only 13 in hand, how long would it take to reach that goal? Using Genuine pill. Genuine pill successfully used, gaining 4 foundational points. Current foundational points now 17. Open the black market. Black market opened successfully. Current host spiritual stones multiplied by 1. Heizi gazed at the plethora of goods within the black market, astonished. 3 spiritual stones for 2. So this is the black market? They even offer 30 spiritual stones for 20. Truly, the black market does not regard one as human. Vitality pills cost 30 spiritual stones. Heizi grinned widely. The black market is aptly named. It truly is dark. Chapter 32. An expedition to the back mountain. Learning swimming techniques. The black market is indeed nefarious. Yet at its very bottom lies a golden needle. Moreover, it cannot be refreshed. Heizi was momentarily taken aback, slowly uttering, 99-meter great axe, 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 99,999 spiritual stones. Heizi was rendered speechless. The system truly excels in business. You dare sell me a single golden needle at such an exorbitant price. Although the black market may be unscrupulous, it undeniably holds what I require, such as a jade sword. How can I soar without a sword? But where shall I procure the spiritual stones now? Heizi opened the main quest panel and realized that he had completed the task of gaining Ouyang Yu's favor, earning 10 spirit stones as a reward. A wave of joy surged within him as he contemplated the possibility of acquiring more spirit stones through main quests. He clicked to obtain the spirit stones, and instantly, 10 luminous stones fell to the ground, radiating a cerulean glow. The system then updated, instructing him to learn binding techniques from Yonku AI. Binding techniques? As a cultivator, what use do I have for such skills? The storage bag that Senior Gao gifted me is still under my junior sister's bed. I shall try it out tomorrow. If it truly can store items, it would greatly facilitate my endeavors. Having settled his thoughts, Heizi slowly made his way to the back mountain, arriving at the cave of the red-eyed rabbit at the late hour of 2 in the morning. Where has the master of needlework gone? Under the series of binding techniques, he observed works that were exhilarating to behold, and Heizi felt a stirring within. The Panlong array, indeed, was terrifyingly powerful. Regrettably, the binding series lacked swimwear or skin-tight clothing, presenting only various poses and the aftermath of fairies drenched in water. Nevertheless, the senior sisters preferred long skirts and Taoist robes. Perhaps a wet skirt is not inferior to a swimsuit. After all, each has its own charm. At that moment, a stone wall fell, and Heizi turned to see the red-eyed rabbit. He approached with a respectful bow, addressing it as the master of needlework. The red-eyed rabbit cast a fleeting glance at Heizi, its heart racing, then scrutinized him closely. Impossible. I cannot discern his current cultivation level, and, judging by his appearance and demeanor, could he have already attained the foundation establishment stage? The power of a foundation establishment cultivator is fluid, while that of a golden core cultivator is solid. Heizi's speed of cultivation is astonishing. Could it be that the thunderstorm I witnessed that day was summoned by him? How could this be possible? The foundation establishment tribulation consists of 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, while the golden core tribulation comprises 36, and the nascent soul tribulation has 81. I distinctly recall that day, there were a total of 37 bolts. Could it be that Heizi has already reached the golden core stage? After a few moments of hesitation, the red-eyed rabbit inquired, "Little Heizi, what is your current cultivation level? Noticing the rabbit's hesitation, Heizi, now calmer, sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it. With an innocent smile, he replied, I have been fortunate. I have now reached the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment. He has truly achieved it. The red-eyed rabbit circled Heizi excitedly. Fortunately, he is not a golden core cultivator. As long as I use secret methods to forcibly elevate my cultivation, there is still a chance for possession. A cultivator has only one opportunity in their lifetime for possession, and it can only be executed on someone of lower cultivation. Ever since my consciousness merged with this red-eyed rabbit, I have been searching for a suitable body and nearly convinced myself that I was indeed a beast. Heizi, your body shall be mine. The red-eyed rabbit patted Heizi's shoulder, exclaiming, well done, little Heizi. To successfully establish your foundation while surviving 37 bolts of heavenly lightning. This body is truly exceptional. I can hardly contain my excitement. However, good things take time, and thorough preparation is essential. Heizi observed the rabbit's crimson eyes, sensing a hint of cunning, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor and asked, Master, when shall we learn the art of possession? Do not fret, little Heizi. Your master will surely teach you the art of possession, the rabbit assured. Heizi wished to remain calm, but the tension was palpable, for his life was at stake. He approached the wall and gazed at the rabbit's proud little hole, saying, Master of needlework, with your capabilities, I have faith in you. With Heizi's encouragement, the rabbit resolved to hasten its preparations. Heizi glanced at the binding series beneath the swimming series, deciding it prudent to first master swimming before pursuing binding techniques. He reasoned that being overly greedy could lead to unfavorable outcomes. With a respectful bow to the red-eyed rabbit, he departed with determination. As Heizi's figure faded from view, the red-eyed rabbit felt an overwhelming excitement. It had never desired a body so intensely before. The stone wall opened once more, revealing a small chamber filled with a blood-drawn possession array and a concealed dagger at its center. The rabbit chuckled with glee. I must accelerate my efforts. I must be ready within 2 or 3 days. Before dawn, Heizi felt a tightness in his chest. Upon awakening, he noticed himself bound and knew, without a doubt, who was responsible. That advanced technique of yin and yang harmonization. My junior sister has sensed something and wishes for me to verify it. Senior brother, you have changed. It is as if you're a different person. I used to find you rather lecherous, yet now, for some reason, you linger in my thoughts. Heizi chuckled, attributing this to his newfound charm. After all, this body was already quite handsome. The last time he and his junior sister practiced together, he had taken no precautions. Yet nothing untoward occurred. Was it due to her lower cultivation, or perhaps her lack of understanding of the technique? In any case, compared to the senior sister, this little girl could not possibly compare to Jia. Is that so? Just how much do you yearn for it, junior sister? Yang Kai suddenly tore Heizi's clothing to shreds, declaring, Senior brother, I am not the same junior sister as before. With that, her delicate hands moved with intent, causing Heizi to break into a cold sweat. Surely, it must be that technique. Yang Kui, though momentarily disheartened, released Heizi, saying, what a bore. I haven't even demonstrated the technique yet. In the next instant, she joyfully leapt into Heizi's embrace, exclaiming, Senior brother, I am so relieved you're all right. Heizi gently inhaled the jasmine fragrance emanating from her. What had transpired? Why did his junior sister behave so differently? Had she not previously threatened to gouge out his eyes and even make him a eunuch? How perplexing. Junior sister, could you enlighten me on why you seem so joyous? Yang Kui recalled the pit she had dug and the near miss of turning Heizi into a eunuch. She quickly broke away from him and fled, exclaiming, I don't know. Chapter 33. Practicing massage techniques in the pool. The art of binding indeed requires a profound knowledge. Suddenly, Heizi became intrigued by Yang Kuei's skills. While her binding techniques were commendable, using them on people would render the practice rather dull. After all, who would want to bind others? Heizi licked his lips, pondering that he still had the swimming series to master. He resolved to learn swimming first before delving into binding techniques. In Yang Kuei's quaint little hut, Heizi found her absent. He retrieved his belongings from the foot of the bed and blew off the dust. The storage bag, the mantis dagger, and a single spirit stone. But how does one properly utilize the storage bag? The morning slipped away as Heizi fumbled with it for quite some time, ultimately leading to frustration. Reluctantly, he resorted to slicing his finger with a mantis dagger, allowing his blood to flow into it. As for how he knew this method, it was because he had traversed through time. Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and moments later, he grasped the usage of the storage bag. How simple! Just a single drop of blood and the application of one's consciousness was all that was required. He placed 11 spirit stones and a mantis dagger inside, marveling at the experience. He found himself eagerly anticipating Yang Kuei's company, for she possessed the advanced technique of yin and yang harmonization. In the center of the pool, Yang Xiaoyun and Yang Kuei were happily splashing about. It was quite normal for girls to enjoy playing in the water, and most importantly, Heizi shared the same fondness. I only wish to learn binding techniques. Since that is the case, I must practice swimming first. With great anticipation, Heizi shed his clothing and leaped into the pool. Splash! Yang Kuei and Yang Xiaoyun turned simultaneously to gaze at Heizi. Yang Xiaoyun, noticing that he remained unscathed, felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Perhaps if he had come earlier, she could have helped him escape. Now, however, it was too late, yet this foolish junior brother had successfully established his foundation. Heizi approached the two, eyeing their porcelain white skin, unable to contain his eagerness. Senior sister, junior sister. Senior brother, you used to hide and peep. Now, with Yuner senior sister present, you dare not sneak a glance. In this moment, remained remarkably composed. He swam behind Yang Kuei and said, Junior sister, what are you talking about? Your elder brother never peeks. Come, let me assist you with a shoulder massage. Without hesitation, Heizi gently began to knead, savoring the delicate and smooth texture of her skin, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within. Initially, Yang Kuei was somewhat resistant, but as she experienced the tender strength of his hands, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over her. So delightful, she exclaimed. Junior sister, isn't this pleasant? Later, teach me your binding techniques. Sure, no problem. Yang Xiaoyun interjected with a cough. Junior brother, if you're massaging junior sister, you should massage me as well. Heizi felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, realizing that since regaining his composure, he found everything in Huan's zone delightful. Yet it was a life-and-death matter for him. He moved behind Yang Xiaoyun, momentarily unable to control his hands. After a while, Yang Xiaoyun let out a soft gasp, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, as it was her first experience with a massage. Heizi floated in the pool, a smile gracing his face, clearly exhausted. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyun and Yang Kuei approached him directly, and in contrast to Heizi's singular massage, he experienced what it meant to have a comprehensive service. Junior brother, are you satisfied with your senior sister's technique? Very satisfied. Heizi zieplit. And what about junior sister? Equally satisfied, very much so. Under the ministrations of two pairs of delicate hands, Heizi felt an insatiable desire, recalling the pool series, longing for something more. Who is it? Heizi exclaimed. Senior sister, junior sister, it's just a massage. Please refrain from any inappropriate touches. I fear I may lose control. The two women were taken aback, with Yang Xiaoyun laughingly asking, Junior brother, do you wish to get closer? I do, but could you please ease your grip? It's a bit painful. Yang Kuei inquired. Where does it hurt, senior brother? Junior sister can help relieve it. Yang Kuei appeared somewhat puzzled, while Yang Xiaoyun seemed to understand, chuckling lightly before plunging into the water. Emerging moments later with a serpent's tail in hand, Heizi was momentarily bewildered as Yang Xiaoyun exerted force on the snake's body, causing Heizi pain, followed by the sight of a water snake being thrown from the pool, lifeless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he touched the area and thought to himself that it was indeed unfortunate. Yang Xiaoyun scolded, What a beast, daring to compete with us for our belongings. She then turned to Heizi and asked, Junior brother, are you all right? At that moment, Heizi could only think about why there was a snake in the pool, seemingly targeting him. He swam to the shore, noticing the water's strange hue, and suddenly felt apprehensive about the pool. The pool series posed certain dangers. What awaited him might not be his senior sister, but rather a serpent. If a mere knife or stone posed no threat, Then being harmed by a snake was truly embarrassing. If you were to speak of this, who would believe that he was a foundation-building cultivator? What was the use of the formations and restrictions set by his senior sisters? However, upon reflection, he thought that perhaps this misfortune could turn into a blessing. Yang Xiaoyan approached Su Heizi, worry etched on her face. She glanced at him, panic evident. Yang Kuei squatted beside him, saying, "Junior brother, don't move. The snake is venomous. I will help you detoxify." "Senior sister, why are there snakes in this pool?" Yang Xiaoyan frowned, explaining that in the past, for the sake of excitement, they had placed several snakes in the pool, thinking they had all escaped, only to have inadvertently harmed junior brother. "Senior sister, were the restrictions you set for me ineffective?" "Well, the restrictions and formations only work when your senior sisters are nearby, but don't worry, it will soon be 3 years, and they will soon expire. For now, if we don't deal with the snake's venom, you might end up disabled." Su Heizi nodded, prompting, "Then please help me dispel the snake's venom." She replied, "Your fiery temperament has attracted the snake." "Fiery temperament? Could it be that the snake is here to remind me? Since I decided to no longer resist, many troubles have vanished, yet my life remains in the hands of others. It seems to be indicating that my fate is not my own." Su Heizi took a deep breath. Chapter 34. Master, I do not want to choose. I want them all. Su Heizi exhaled deeply, realizing that this was the pinnacle of life. Yang Kuei thought to herself, if only I were a bit stronger, I could resolve this swiftly, and my senior brother would not suffer so. "Senior brother, you must be in pain. Why didn't you mention it sooner when you were bitten?" Su Heizi closed his eyes, wondering who would have thought there would be snakes in this pool. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to see a dazzling crimson figure gracefully soaring toward him from the sky. Drawing closer, Su Heizi abruptly stood, observing a flowing red dress billowing in the wind, obscuring the figure's face. The dress descended slowly, revealing a woman with a frosty demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness as she approached Su Heizi. In that instant, Su Heizi felt an overwhelming tension. This woman consumed his thoughts entirely. She was enchanting, frigid, and disdainful. Su Heizi sensed that she was no ordinary being. He was captivated by this master. The atmosphere felt as though it had frozen, and upon witnessing the situation, she harbored dissatisfaction towards Su Heizi, resolving to ensure his demise. Yet Su Heizi finally beheld her fiery red lips. "Master, Yang Kai, utterly étranger," failed to notice until she turned to see the woman in red, eliciting a hint of fear. "Master," Yang Xiaoyan stood, spitting out the venom, and slightly bowed her head. "Master." Accompanying the woman in red was a man who, upon observing Su Heizi and Yang Xiaoyan playing games, felt an overwhelming envy. They must be the senior brother and his 2 senior sisters. The 2 senior sisters are as beautiful as celestial beings. In broad daylight, how fortunate my senior brother is. The woman in red scrutinized Su Heizi, furrowing her brow slightly. He actually achieved foundation building. When Xiaoyuer informed me, I was still incapable. Now that I think about it, he is the first among my male disciples to reach foundation building. His talent is extraordinary. Remembering he had only reached the first level of Qi cultivation when he departed, it was astonishing that he had achieved foundation building in just a few short days. It was inconceivable. Su Heizi's roots were average, and his comprehension was mediocre. He exhibited no remarkable talent. Indeed, achieving foundation building is commendable. Once you choose whom to dual cultivate with, I will decide how much yang energy to absorb from you. She introduced herself as Lu Bingxin, the head of He Huan Zone. "My dear disciple, you were so earnest just now. Were you studying?" "Master, senior brother was bitten by a snake, and senior sister just helped him expel the venom." Lu Bingxin sneered. "He possesses water control skills and is a foundation-building cultivator. Can he not even dispel this minor snake venom? Useless." "My dear, Bingxin understands you, but what about Xiao Luo, Tanger, and Yuo? They are all waiting." She turned coldly to Su Heizi, asking, "Have you met these senior sisters? Which one do you favor the most?" Lu Bingxin's tone was frigid. Su Heizi felt a chill in his heart. "Junior sister Kuei is of a similar age to me, making her likely the most suitable. Senior sister Xiaoyan has captured my heart with her exquisite attire and graceful legs, which I cannot forget. As for senior sister Tanger, her binding talisman is remarkably effective. I have a particular fondness for the binding series. Senior sister Yuer has left a significant part of my life on the UNV peak. My soul lingers there. If I must choose among them, it is indeed a vexing dilemma. Yang Xiaoyan focused intently on Su Heizi, eager to discern whom he would select. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Su Heizi declared, "Master, may I choose none? What do you think?" Lu Bingxin replied with a smile. Su Heizi, summoning an unexpected courage, proclaimed loudly, "Master, I do not wish to choose. I want them all." The male cultivators behind Lu Bingxin were astonished, suddenly filled with a profound interest and hope for He Huanzong. Lu Bingxin has arrived, and you have merely begun your foundational training. Are you truly capable of enduring this? Adults are well aware of their limitations. Su Heizi, do you truly believe you can withstand this? It is not that the master looks down upon you. Should you manage to persist for 5 minutes, I shall acquiesce to your request. Su Heizi chuckled. 5 minutes? I have endured over 10 hours with a senior sister. 5 minutes is trivial. Even 5 hours would not daunt me. Yang Xiaoyun felt a wave of apprehension upon hearing this, while Yang Kuei appeared utterly bewildered. Disciple Yang Xiaoyun wished to caution Su Heizi, but Lu Bingxin intervened. "Xiaoyun, respect the destinies of others. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Yang Xiaoyun chose to remain silent. Su Heizi began to sense the gravity of the situation, but this was a matter of a man's honor. "Just 5 minutes, master. I am truly unafraid." "Very well. I shall await you at Yuni Peak tonight. By the way, this is Yu Liang, your junior disciple." Yu Liang clasped his hands and smiled. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Su Heizi noticed his handsome visage, marked by an air of scholarly elegance, and realized that the lad was oblivious to the perils of Heizi sect. Thus, he nodded politely. However, Yang Xiaoyun and Yang Kuei displayed no particular emotion, nor did they utter a word. Though Yu Liang wore a smile, he harbored discontent within. He redirected his resentment towards Su Heizi, convinced that it was he who had drawn away his aura. Otherwise, the two senior sisters would surely regard him with greater admiration. Lu Bingxin remarked, "Su Heizi, should you prove yourself tonight, I limit you to 2 days to instruct Yu Liang on the affairs of our sect." "Yes, master." Su Heizi zet ponde lao li. "Well then, there are many idle wooden houses in Heizi sect. Take Yu Liang to select a residence." After Lu Bingxin departed, Yang Xiaoyun bulet Su Heizi aside. "Are you seeking death?" "Senior sister, it is merely 5 minutes. The junior disciple can endure it. Even Yuanian cultivators are no match for the master." "Su Heizi, do you truly believe you can withstand 5 minutes in her presence?" "You fool. If the heavenly tribulation does not claim you, I wonder who will collect your remains after tonight." "Junior sister, let us depart." Su Heizi was momentarily taken aback. "I am currently in the foundational stage. Is it not sufficient in a master's eyes? What manner of being are Yuanian cultivators?" "Senior brother, our sect boasts many beautiful women. Why have I not seen other male disciples?" Yu Liang inquired with a smile. "The master is lazy. Were she more diligent, perhaps there would be no male cultivators in the realm of cultivation." Su Heizi replied dismissively. Presently, he was preoccupied with how to navigate the evening ahead. He eagerly anticipated the forthcoming life within the sect. Yu Liang had already begun to envision his future experiences. Su Heizi silently observed him, fully comprehending Yu Liang's thoughts. After arranging Yu Liang's residence, Su Heizi followed Yang Kuei to learn the art of binding. The comprehension ability of cultivators far surpasses that of ordinary mortals, allowing Su Heizi to grasp the basics in just an afternoon. As evening approached, Su Heizi noted his foundational value increase from 17 to 25, lamenting the challenges of cultivation. It appeared that reaching the golden core stage within a few days was an unfulfilled hope. He consumed a Su Shuming Dan, feeling a sense of impending doom, preparing to experience the terror that the fiery red lips held at Uni Peak. Chapter 35. Merely 5 minutes. No need to disturb the master's skirt. Merely 5 minutes. Yet the senior sister speaks of it with such dread. Is the master not human? At that moment, Yu Liang approached. "Senior brother, I heard the master mention your ascent to Uni Peak. Are you perhaps to face the master?" Su Heizi nodded, noting that his junior bore the appearance of a scholar, seemingly quite knowledgeable. "Senior brother, may I attend this splendid event as an observer?" Su Heizi sighed, and Yu Liang assumed this meant Su Heizi was reluctant. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Senior brother, how might I establish a good rapport with the senior sisters?" Heizi glanced down and replied, "It is simple. Just diligently perform your duties and enhance your strength, such as your endurance, and the senior sisters will surely regard you with newfound respect. Senior brother, please impart your wisdom on how to enhance my abilities." Yu Yang exclaimed with excitement. Alas, another being governed by desires. Halfway up Yinny Peak, each step Heizi took felt burdensome. He opened the system, hoping for some miraculous treasure to aid him through this arduous 5 minutes. To his surprise, the reward for massaging Yang Kuei and Yang Xiaoyan were quite plentiful. Congratulations, host, for massaging the jade shoulders for 2 hours and 40 minutes. You have received a reward of 3 points in foundational value. Current foundational value, 20 points. Congratulations, host, for being touched by 2 pairs of jade hands, triggering a double reward. You have received 3 days of unlimited Yuan Yang. 3 days of unlimited Yuan Yang. What is Yuan Yang? 3 days of unlimited Yuan Yang successfully activated. Please utilize it wisely. Heizi was momentarily stunned. The system does not reward cultivation, but what does it offer instead? Previously, Heizi would have lashed out in anger, but now he realized that such outbursts would not resolve problems and could hinder his progress. Suddenly, Heizi felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and he comprehended what Yuan Yang entailed. Having previously been underestimated by the master, he now pondered whether she could withstand those 5 minutes. Heizi arrived at the familiar wooden cabin, just as Yang Kuei and 4 senior sisters emerged. They exchanged significant glances with Heizi before shaking their heads and departing with a flick of their spells. Yang Kuei continued to gaze at Heizi, her eyes reflecting reluctance. Yet Yang Xiaoyan embraced her and led her away. The senior sister's expressions seemed to convey disbelief in him. Is the master truly that fearsome? He hesitated, placing his hand on the door, but mere seconds later, he resolutely pushed it open. Lu Bingxin wore a charming smile, her lustrous black hair framing her alluring crimson lips. Dressed in a flowing red gown, she stood in stark contrast to the modest wooden cabin. Every gesture, every smile of hers seemed to contradict her name. But who could fathom that even Yuanian cultivators were no match for her? Occasionally icy, occasionally enchanting, Lu Bingxin interrupted his thoughts with a cold remark. Heizi, do you consider yourself impressive? So many have pleaded on your behalf. Do you know what Heizi sect most abhors? Heizi inhaled sharply, unaware of the answer. Lu Bingxin sat upon the bed, maintaining a considerable distance between them, her gaze fixed on Heizi, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Heizi felt as though he were plunged into an icy abyss, devoid of any sense of the master-disciple bond. She coldly stated, "The greatest taboo is to become emotionally involved." Emotionally involved? You are rather fortunate. Several of my disciples harbor quite the fondness for you. I can see it. Someone has become emotionally entangled. Master, who is it? Lu Bingxin extended her fingers toward Heizi, and with a mere thought, he was enveloped in spiritual energy, instantly finding himself before her. Do you not recognize who it is? She regarded Heizi with disdain. Very well, perhaps you should go lie down at the back mountain. Let's commence. Heizi clenched his fists. Even if he were to lie down at the back mountain, he must teach this woman a lesson. He reached out, intending to tear her skirt asunder. Yet Lu Bingxin halted him, dismissively stating, "Merely a few minutes. There is no need to disturb the master's attire." Heizi relinquished his attempt to remove her skirt, realizing that although he was her disciple, she did not regard him as such. Rather, he felt akin to a pig raised for slaughter. Though you are foundational, in the master's eyes, you are but a slightly larger ant. Very well. However, I am still your disciple, devoid of emotion, yet bound by the master-disciple relationship. Heizi restrained his impulses and declared, "Disciple, the greatest taboo of Heizi sect is the stirring of emotions. Heizi, I never expected them to plead for you. I initially intended to turn you into a pile of bones immediately, but upon reflection, what would be the point? You have 2 choices. Either become a pile of bones instantly or forfeit your dignity to live a few more days. I believe every individual understands the essence of choice. After all, when life is lost, nothing remains. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil, and my disciple, it is both temptation and fate. Master, as your disciple, cannot you allow me to leave H and Zing? Why must I be forced to make a choice alongside my junior and senior sisters when I have no desire to perish? Without your death, Master, how shall you extract Ying from me? If you do not perish, how can my fellow disciples cultivate? You have nurtured me for this very day. H and Zing would remain unchanged with or without you. Yet here, within its confines, every male cultivator must meet their demise. Heizi has come to understand that death is inevitable, whether sooner or later. To forsake dignity for a few more days of life may lead to a successful possession, even the possibility of extended existence. Yet, it is unbearable that this woman does not regard herself as human. Heizi overpowered her, claiming her fiery red lips. Although he may become nothing but bones, he harbors no regrets, only the anticipation of the infinite Ying rewarded by the system. Ngx did not foresee that Heizi, this reckless man, would abandon his life, but true to her name, her heart was cold. She wrapped her arms around Heizi's neck and smiled disdainfully. It turns out she possesses 3 safeguards. No wonder they came to plead for Heizi. H and Zing can no longer accommodate him. The 3 safeguards hold no power with the master. Is that so? Did I not advise you against disheveling the master-s attire? Heizi? Ngx gasped softly as time passed by. Heizi was indifferent. He merely wished to teach a lesson to a master who does not regard others as human. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Ngx was astonished, for she discovered Heizi's Ying was inexhaustible. There was something peculiar about Heizi. Though surprised, she felt more elation. An hour later, Ngx smiled, while Heizi was consumed by anger, tearing Ngx's red dress to shreds, clearly unwilling to let her off easily. Master, has 5 minutes passed? Heizi recalled your earlier words, claiming you desired all 4 senior sisters and 1 junior sister. It appears my disciple possesses strength. Naturally, however, Xiao Luke differs from the other disciples. She possesses a fire spirit root and a natural jade maiden physique, unfit for the vulgar to profane. Thus those who engage in dual cultivation with her will meet explosive ends. I have witnessed several Ying cultivators perish in blood and flesh for their disbelief. You are merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Can you manage? Chapter 36, Claiming the Fiery Red Lips. Master, whether I can manage must be determined by strength. What do you think? Ah, her gasps resonated deep within Heizi's bones, prompting him to shift the battlefield from the stone table to the bed. Time passed unmeasured as Heizi reclined on the bed, taking a breather. Ngx cast her spells, and the two found themselves in the cave abode crafted by Ying. Heizi lay on the jade bed, while Ngx continued to gaze at him with an unyielding smile. Disciple, you have truly surprised me. It has been long since I experienced such pleasure. With such understanding, it seems the 4 senior sisters have trained you well, and I am quite pleased. Heizi sat up and inquired, what do I represent in your eyes now? Disciple, does it truly matter? Heizi once again claimed her fiery red lips. The space was expansive, allowing for the full display of many techniques. Ngx regarded Heizi in her embrace, feeling an unprecedented satisfaction towards another. A day and a night passed, and during their second interlude, Ngx looked at Heizi, no longer merely satisfied, but now cherishing him as a treasure. Disciple, you must be weary. Let me knead your shoulders. Heizi approached the pool in the cave, wishing to wash and relax. Yet memories of yesterday's snake bite lingered, causing him some resistance. Master, could there be snakes in this pool? Ngx approached, bending down to softly whisper, allow me to assist you. She pushed Heizi into the pool and followed suit. Submerged in the water, the rare relaxation brought him immense comfort. Master forgot, for the little fish had set a panlong formation in this cave. She laughed. Panlong formation, activate. Heizi, for reasons unknown, realized nothing had transpired for a day and a night until now, understanding that it was the effect of the infinite Ying. Otherwise, as the senior sisters mentioned, Ying cultivators are no match for the master, let alone one such as himself, merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, should the infinite Ying be utilized well over these 3 days, it would transform into boundless might, not merely a license for reckless abandon. It is imperative that this woman understands the fury of a foundation establishment cultivator. In the pool, the third match commenced swiftly, with Heizi gaining the upper hand, while Ngxn proved no less formidable. Heizi's advantage was quickly countered, rendering them evenly matched. Bolstered by the Panlong formation, Heizi accelerated his assault. The splashes of water, accompanied by gasps emanating from both, rippling outward in concentric circles. Despite the increased attack speed, Ngxn, as the sect leader of H&Z, was formidable in her own right. Thus, amidst the chorus of gasps, the fierce battle concluded. Although Heizi possessed infinite Ying, he still fell slightly short. Heizi sat at the edge of the pool, while Ngxn grinned and offered him a replenishing pill. At that moment, she radiated vitality. Heizi truly was a reckless man, secretly enhancing his attack speed, seemingly oblivious to the need for tenderness. Disciple, are you still well? Heizi grasped her jade leg, extending his tongue. Master, I am still alive. Did you perhaps go easy on me? Ngxn chuckled, saying, Disciple, what are you saying? I cherish you dearly. How could I bear to harm you? Heizi felt puzzled, for she had not been this way before. She was indeed a woman of contradictions. It was uncertain which of her words were genuine and which were false. However, she might forget her utterances, yet I remember them clearly. The fourth revival match must impart a lesson upon her. How did I not discover this reckless man, Heizi, sooner? Had I paid him more attention, perhaps I would have uncovered his uniqueness earlier. Then I could have confined him, training him slowly for my own use. 2 days and nights have passed, and his Ying remains inexhaustible. To ensure his ultimate pleasure, I may need to add a touch more fervor. After a brief respite, the fourth revival match commenced under Heizi's fervent assault. He had succumbed to his primal instincts, spiraling into madness. The system's rewards cascaded in waves within his mind. Gradually, Heizi became lost in the accolades. 2 days and nights elapsed, and they transferred the battlefield to the jade bed once more. At this moment, Ngxn could no longer contain herself, for no one had ever lasted so long in her presence. Thus, she cast spells to affix several hooks above the jade bed and secured lengths of white cloth to them. Heizi was naturally puzzled by her actions. While Ngxn bestowed a kiss upon his forehead, she resolved to reward Heizi splendidly. Disciple, with how I previously treated you, do you wish to bind me with these white silk ribbons? Heizi grasped the silk and pulled forcefully, discovering it was securely fastened. For reasons unknown, he blurted out yes. Heizi seized Ngxn's hand, using the ribbons to bind her. What he learned from his junior sister about restraint unexpectedly found its first application on his master. For reasons unknown, it filled him with delight. Disciple, do not merely bind my hands, my legs too. Heeding the master's request, Heizi gradually lifted her legs. Satisfied, Heizi clapped his hands, admiring the artistic creation formed by the silk ribbons, his lips curling upward. Disciple, what were you waiting for? 3 days and 2 nights passed, and Heizi sat upon the jade bed, contemplating life, while Ngxn nestled in his embrace. A picture of a contented woman, her face aglow with joy. Master, what do I truly represent in your heart? After a moment, she casually remarked, You have become somewhat obsessive. Is this issue truly of such significance? The Heizi indeed cannot afford to be emotional. Heizi silently rose, donned his garments, and departed, while Bingxin did not intervene. Observing Heizi's retreating figure, one might wonder how a mere lad of 20 could pique your interest to such an extent. The thought of possessing Heizi is rather alarming. You are the leader of Heizi, and there exists but one male disciple, a rule you established yourself. Furthermore, although you have taken on disciples, the male cultivator's presence merely serves to affirm the existence of Heizi, and I have yet to teach any male disciple the arts or techniques. Heizi is indeed a surprising individual. However, he must meet his demise. For the rules of Heizi cannot be disrupted by him alone. Yet, perhaps it would be prudent to allow him to linger for a few more days. Lu Bingxin licked her lips and smiled mischievously. Not long after, Su Heizi arrived at the small wooden cabin. Yang Yu, noticing his seemingly untroubled demeanor, felt a mix of confusion and delight. Junior brother, you must have emerged from the cave, right? I just came from your cave. By the way, Master is still inside. Yang Yu circled Su Heizi twice, still harboring doubt, and thus inquired suspiciously, what exactly did you and Master do within the cave? Chapter 37. Huan Zone. A place unfit for humans, Su Heizi was about to respond when suddenly the infinite Yuan Yang time reset, and he was the first to feel the pain, soon finding himself unable to move. After 3 days of intense exertion, even a foundation-building cultivator could not withstand such strain. He leaned against the wall, gritting his teeth. The thrill of madness was exhilarating, yet the aftermath was truly life-threatening. He silently cursed the system. Why did you not warn me of the aftereffects following the reset of infinite Yuan Yang time? Host, can you really blame me for your own shortcomings? Am I inadequate? Reflecting on the debauchery of the past 3 days and nights, Su Heizi knew that regret was futile. At that moment, Yang Yu rushed over to support Su Heizi, cheerfully remarking, Junior brother, you are quite impressive. It has already been 3 days, and you have yet to become a corpse. Su Heizi's legs buckled, and he collapsed into her embrace, inhaling her delicate fragrance while instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist. Sister Yu, I am clearly a foundation-building cultivator. Why is it now so difficult to even walk? Master is already at the late stage of Yuaning. You should consider yourself quite accomplished, Su Heizi. Yuaning, sister, what status do Yuaning cultivators hold in the cultivation world? Yang Yu cradled Su Heizi in her arms, smiling brightly as she explained. Yuaning cultivators are the pioneers in the realm of cultivation. Every major sect has a Yuan-ing ancestor, and some even possess 2 or 3. For instance, Qingyun Zone is guarded by 2 Yuaning elders, making their presence formidable. Baishou Mountain once had 2 Yuan-ing, but now only 1 remains. However, to Yuan-ing cultivators, those beneath their level are merely ants. Pioneers? Yuan-ing ancestors? At that moment, Lu Bingxin suddenly opened her eyes, and a wave of pain surged through her body. She frowned and smiled wryly. This reckless Su Heizi has no sense of gentleness, having absorbed so much Yuan Yang. It feels as if my body is falling apart. Yet, where did this boy learn such techniques? How could he be so skilled at such a young age? In a small wooden cabin, Yang Yu carefully laid Su Heizi down on the bed, then extended her hands, gently and meticulously beginning to massage him. Junior brother, you should learn to restrain yourself. Look at the state you have put yourself in. As Su Heizi lay on the bed, Yang Yu suddenly exerted more pressure, causing him to cry out softly in pain. Sister, I did not foresee this. I am a foundation-building cultivator. Am I not supposed to have strong physical resilience? Su Heizi, you are indeed extraordinary. Now, speak frankly, what transpired between you and Master over the past few days? What? Yang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Master did not put you under any protection, did she? Using her spiritual energy, she examined Su Heizi's body and found only 3 protections, one of which she had provided. Only 3? Su Heizi, you did not endure 3 days and nights without any protection, did you? Su Heizi smiled foolishly, the corners of his mouth lifting. Sister, did you not give me some chi-replenishing pills before? I am on the verge of collapse. It hurts too much. I can give you the chi-replenishing pills, but you must ensure you satisfy me first. Su Heizi bore the pain, momentarily stunned. He realized that everything would only bring him harm. Sister, I cannot endure this pain any longer. Please give me the pills. Yang Yu chuckled, producing a pill and placing it in her mouth. Sister will personally feed you the pill. Su Heizi licked his lips, gazing at her mouth. Sister, I have but half a life left. I implore you to show mercy. Rest assured, just focus on recuperating. Sister will handle the rest. Su Heizi smiled awkwardly, realizing that even in his current state, Sister had no intention of sparing him. The pitiful Su Heizi still sought to maintain a good relationship with the sisters. Su Hanzai, why do the sisters call me that? In retrospect, perhaps being a fool was not entirely bad. Alas, I will surely perish in Huan Zone. Upon consuming the 2 chi-replenishing pills, Su Heizi's eyes sparkled with vitality. Divine pills. They must be divine pills. Ouyang Yu smiled. Junior brother. Sister is here. Su Heizi weakly protested. Sister, no. Ouyang Yu would not easily relinquish her prey. Thus, the hunt commenced. Without infinite Yuan Yang, Su Heizi was rendered powerless. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of urgency. Yihuan Zone was indeed a place unfit for humans, utterly brutal. The two hastily tore at their garments, fabric littering the ground amidst gasps of breath. Afterwards, Ouyang Yu exhaled contentedly, while Su Heizi, for reasons unknown, found darkness creeping around his eyes, his gaze vacant. Sister, am I to perish? Su Heizi weakly inquired. Fear not. Sister will not allow you to die. If you were to perish, I would lose much joy. Rest well. Glancing at the scattered garments and the ever-smiling Ouyang Yu, he contemplated the series of events that had transpired over the past few days. All I desire is to survive. Must it be like this? Alas, I am truly a short-lived spirit. Su Heizi lamented, tears uncried. Who can bear this inhumane torment for me? Yet, he recalled he still had a junior brother, reigniting a glimmer of hope. Little did he know, Yu Liang had long been fixated on him, eagerly wishing for Su Heizi's disappearance, so he could enjoy a merry life with several sisters. Gasping, Su Heizi pleaded, Sister, spare your junior brother, I beg you. Junior brother, nothing in this world is absolute. Just as with money, if you squeeze it, you will still find some. Moreover, as a foundation builder, even Tenchi practitioners may not stand against you. Su Heizi, overwhelmed with despair, questioned, What do you mean, sister? Ouyang Yu rose, rummaging through her storage ring, producing a handful of pills. Su Heizi was left in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Unless you satisfy sister, do not expect to leave you new peak. Su Heizi sobbed quietly. At that moment, he loathed Yihuan Zone with all his being. I will never browse the internet again. I shall never again be tempted by jade feet, jade legs, jade waists, or jade mouths. From now on, I shall avoid women altogether. Su Heizi extended his palm, silently beseeching, Who can come to my rescue? Su Heizi's voice transformed, adopting the tone of a eunuch. Sister, please turn me into a skeleton instead. Do not torment your junior brother any longer. Chapter 38. The Rewards of Diligent Labor. Su Heizi, today I grant you a reprieve. Su Heizi gazed at Ouyang Yu with tears of gratitude in his eyes, thanking her profusely. He steadied himself against the edge of the bed and managed to rise, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As evening descended upon Su Heizi's modest wooden dwelling, he realized he had developed a profound psychological shadow over the two towering peaks. He placed a life-renewing pill in his mouth, contemplating the fact that he had only 3 remaining, the only true lifesaver he possessed. At that moment, the pill began to take effect within him, and Su Heizi resolved to visit the back mountain later to investigate what treasures the system might offer. He had neglected to check the daily black market amidst his recent busyness. In the black market, he discovered an invisibility cloak for 11 spirit stones and a Xian iron sword for 300 spirit stones. The market retained its notorious reputation. However, he was taken aback by the 99-meter great knife, which was suddenly marked at a mere 10 spirit stones. This was rather absurd, as it previously required a far greater sum. Was the initial price merely a tactic to mislead him into believing it was a valuable item? Moreover, it was evident that the so-called 99-meter great knife was nothing more than a needle. Despite this, it piqued his interest, yet the invisibility cloak remained equally significant to him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Heizi decided to purchase the 99-meter great knife. As he watched the 10 spirit stones vanish, he felt no pangs of regret. He had hoarded them until now, having found no opportunity to spend. The notion of saving spirit stones was futile. It was impossible to save even a fraction. Congratulations on acquiring the 99-meter great knife. You have received its blessing. Retrieve the knife from your lower regions. Su Heizi was startled, staring in awe at the description of the knife's blessing. By merely silently invoking the great knife in his mind, he could produce it from his lower regions, achieving surprising results. Intrigued, he complied, only to feel a sudden prick between his legs, and to his astonishment, he pulled out a needle. Examining it closely, he exclaimed, This is it. Dog system, I demand a refund. Return my spirit stones. Items sold are non-refundable. Do you understand the concept of a 7-day, no-reason return policy? I don't care. You must return my spirit stones, you wretched system. Faced with the system's silence, Heizi felt helpless, resigning himself to the bitter loss. However, he soon realized that the golden needle might indeed possess unique properties, prompting him to investigate further. To his surprise, upon examining the golden needle, he discovered that the 99-meter great knife was currently at level 1, and each level up would increase its length by 1 meter, capping at 99 meters. The upgrade requirements were a strength of 25 and 1 spirit stone. Strength? At present, he only had intelligence and charm, with strength seemingly yet to be unlocked. The rewards from his dual cultivation with his master had been plentiful. Could it be that Heizi opened the task system, revealing an array of system rewards that uplifted his spirits? Congratulations to the host for spending 6 hours caressing the jade legs, earning 6 foundation points, and a random allocation of 2 points. Congratulations to the host for enduring 5 hours with the jade lips, earning 10 foundation points and a random allocation of 4 points. Congratulations to the host for training the jade hips, earning 14 foundation points and a random allocation of 20 points. Strength unlocked. Current strength is 5, intelligence 25, charm 20. Total foundation points, 50. Random allocation points, 32. Heizi jumped with joy, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Strength is vital. I shall allocate 20 points directly to it, while the remaining 12 shall bolster my intelligence. As for charm, it seems utterly useless. Had I known, I wouldn't have added a single point to it. These past days, I nearly turned into a skeleton. Point allocation successful, strength 25, intelligence 37, charm 20. A golden light flashed, and Heizi instantly calmed himself. Upon lifting his shirt, he was astonished to find his muscles considerably hardened. As he examined his abdomen, the contours of muscle began to take shape, appearing more defined than before. He couldn't help but touch them, and had he received such rewards earlier, he would have undoubtedly shouted with excitement. However, here at Heizi, he felt uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 30 in intelligence, earning a hidden reward, the method to use divine consciousness. Divine consciousness? Currently, the host is at the foundational stage and possesses the method to utilize divine consciousness. Hostess proficiency is novice. Heizi extended his hand, understanding that divine consciousness was akin to awareness or thought, essential for sword flight. Mantis dagger arise. Whoosh! In a flash, the mantis dagger flew from his storage bag, securely grasped by Heizi. He couldn't contain his excitement. This reward was splendid and timely. Mastering sword techniques would surely enable him to escape Heizi. Heizi opened the main quest and found an unexpected delight. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Lu Bingxin is pleased. You have received 80 spirit stones as a reward. Observing the scattered spirit stones, Heizi utilized his divine consciousness to gather them all into his storage bag. His mood soaring. What did I trigger my Master S main quest? I was completely unaware, but as long as I have spirit stones, it matters not. Now possessing 81 spirit stones, he resolved to spend them wisely. Invisibility cloak for 11 spirit stones, purchased. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an invisibility cloak. The cloak could conceal his physical form, but could not shield his divine consciousness. Heizi felt a bit dazed, but dismissed the thought, opting instead to spend 1 spirit stone to upgrade the 99-meter great knife. Upgrade successful. Current length of the great knife is 1 meter. He extended his hand and indeed pulled out a 1-meter-long golden rod from his lower regions. The transformation from needle to rod filled Heizi with anticipation. If he could truly extract the 99-meter great knife, how would he manage that? My hands aren't nearly that long. What if I accidentally touch that fellow? That would surely be painful. However, the next upgrade required a strength of 30 and 100 spirit stones. Heizi rubbed his eyes, questioning if he had misread. Upon clearly seeing the numbers, he felt a jolt of shock. Yet after contemplation, he found this upgrade price tolerable compared to the exorbitant 99,999 spirit stones. With 69 spirit stones remaining, he scoured the black market but found nothing worthwhile. It was time to venture to the back mountain. Chapter 39. My master seeks to seize my body, forcing me to inherit his treasures. In the back mountain, within the familiar cave, Heizi scrutinized the series of bindings on the wall, momentarily lost in thought. He anticipated that bindings could be combined with immobilization talismans. Moreover, the methods of binding were quite diverse, on chairs, tables, and even on walls. He recalled the incredible craftsmanship of his master's needlework, which was surprisingly lifelike. The scenes depicted evoked a sense of immersion. Remembering the time he personally bound Lu Bingxin's hands and feet, subduing her proud demeanor, a smile crept upon his face. If the system were to reward me with even a day of infinite primary yang, I would undoubtedly take the opportunity to teach that woman, who regarded me as an insignificant ant, a proper lesson. At that moment, a rabbit paw patted his shoulder, inquiring, "Have you been here for quite a while?" Heizi, upon seeing the blood-red eyes in the darkness, felt a flutter of fear. "Master, I haven't been here long, and if I'm discovered at this late hour, it would spell disaster." The red-eyed rabbit chuckled, patting Heizi's shoulder to ease his apprehension. "Do not fear. I prepared everything necessary for the soul-seizing technique. Disciple, allow me to remind you once more, a cultivator only has one opportunity for soul-seizing in their lifetime." Heizi solemnly replied, "Master, haven't you already told me this once?" "Understood. Since your resolve is unwavering, I shall not hinder you further. The Cultivation sect does not possess a suitable body for you. What do you wish to seize?" "I seek to survive. As long as I can escape the Cultivation sect, anything will suffice. The master comprehends. Come with me." At that moment, a stone wall began to shift, revealing a modest space where Heizi beheld the exquisite dagger. Songlong Dao. Inside was a small opening, easily accommodating 4 or 5 individuals. As the stone wall descended, the flickering candlelight illuminated the compact space, revealing a pentagram etched with the elemental symbols of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with its Songlong Dao positioned at its center. Not only that, Heizi also discovered an identical design on the wall. Filled with joy, he exclaimed, "Master, is this the technique for seizing a body?" The red-eyed rabbit grasped the Songlong Dao and gestured for Heizi to sit in the center of the formation. "Disciple, regardless of what you witness, do not resist, otherwise the attempt may result in failure." The red-eyed rabbit extended its hand, and a crow obediently flew to the diagram on the wall. "Disciple, close your eyes and do not resist." Heizi glanced at the crow and resolutely decided to remain strong. He closed his eyes and said, "Master, let begin." The red-eyed rabbit, seeing Heizi's eyes shut, felt a surge of excitement. He consumed an unknown elixir and his cultivation sword, feeling the tumultuous power within. He brandished the Songlong Dao. A sinister smile crept upon his face as he aimed the dagger at himself and thrust it into his chest. The dagger remained embedded, blood flowing into the formation. As the formation activated, Heizi's consciousness was transported to a mysterious realm, where he beheld a benevolent elder with kind eyes and a beard of silver. Heizi approached to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word. The kindly elder floated closer, and Heizi suddenly realized he was immobilized, sensing impending doom. The elder gradually entered his body, and Heizi felt as though he was losing something vital. Panic surged within him as he wandered aimlessly in this enigmatic space. "System? Master?" At that moment, the red-eyed rabbit, on the brink of successfully seizing Heizi's body, burst into laughter, eager to escape and confront the seductive women of the Cultivation sect. He had forgotten to inform Heizi that cultivators cannot seize the bodies of beasts. "Fool! Haha! Wait a moment, this is not right." The red-eyed rabbit panicked. "This body has already been seized." He bellowed in frustration, but in this space, sound was futile. Heizi! Heizi! Who has preempted me? Who has taken possession of Heizi's body? Cursed be it, I had not calculated this outcome. I refused to accept it. Heizi, through a twist of fate, remained unharmed. He opened his eyes to see the fallen red-eyed rabbit and approached to shake it. Odd. Could it be that the seizing failed? "Master! Master!" Heizi placed a finger on its nose, feeling breath. Surely the master was still alive? It seemed the seizing had failed, and they would have to try again. "Master, awaken. Before dawn breaks, Let us attempt once more. Suddenly, the red-eyed rabbit's eyes flew open, and Heizi's heart leapt with joy. Master, you have awakened. It seems the seizing has failed. We must hurry and try again. Yet, rather than hear the red-eyed rabbit speak, Heizi was met with an attack from its paw. Being a Foundation cultivator, he easily evaded the strike, but the red-eyed rabbit continued its frenzied assault. Left with no choice, Heizi summoned a water sphere to shield himself. Master, it is I, Heizi. Do you not recall? 42 centimeters is the pride of the master. Heizi attempted to rouse him, unaware that his master had already perished. After a while, Heizi recognized that the creature before him was no longer his master, but a beast ready to attack. With a flicker of thought, the mantis dagger materialized in his hand. This felt like my first battle. I never anticipated that I would have to fight my master, who shared my aspirations. Mantis dagger, arise. The red-eyed rabbit howled in pain, watching blood flow profusely from its chest, desperately seeking an escape, only to find no refuge. Thus, like a frightened bird, it launched another assault on Heizi. Have you lost your mind? Cease this at once, or I shall retaliate with earnest. After enduring for several minutes, Heizi inquired, Master, are you still there? While employing the water control technique and the mantis dagger, Heizi soon saw the red-eyed rabbit collapse, devoid of life. Memories of their first encounter, along with the teachings imparted by his master, flooded his mind. He bowed deeply before the lifeless form of the red-eyed rabbit, and in doing so, dislodged a tome from the floor. Illuminated by candlelight, Heizi read the title aloud. Yin Gathering and Yang Supplementing. Chapter 40. Oh no, I am surrounded by the senior sisters. Heizi secured the tome, searching the area where he found it but discovered nothing else. Gazing at the corpse of the red-eyed rabbit, he sighed deeply. Master, you have yet to teach me the seizing technique. I have not had the chance to honor you properly, and you departed too swiftly. Alas, there is only this tome and no other treasures. Very well, one should not be overly greedy. Contemplating his inevitable fate as bones, sorrow welled within him, tears streaming down his cheeks as he knelt. Master, do not worry. I shall ensure your proper burial. Approaching the body, he suddenly heard a voice from the system. Detected need for second-tier beast items in the black market. The red-eyed rabbit's corpse is valued at 1 spirit stone. Would the host like to sell? Just moments ago consumed by grief, Heizi, upon hearing the voice, hastily wiped his tears and replied earnestly. You insolent system, he was my master. You think to buy my master for a mere spirit stone? Begone. 2 spirit stones. My master possesses ample flesh. Surely, he must be worth much more than 2 spirit stones. I accept the offer. A flash of light ensued, and the red-eyed rabbit's body vanished. Congratulations, host, successful sale. Currently possessing 71 spirit stones. Heizi clapped his hands, feeling a twinge of regret. Perhaps he had acted too swiftly and should have requested more. He searched the small cave again, but found nothing, and that Songlong Dao had also disappeared, leaving him with a sense of loss. Losing the dagger was one thing, but losing a master was another. In his humble cottage, Heizi lay on his bed, sleepless throughout the night, contemplating the Yin gathering and Yang supplementing technique. This must have been his master's primary cultivation method. After all, transforming a 40-centimeter entity into a needle requires immense resolve. With the seizing technique failing, he could only now pursue sword control. Sister Yer, the Golden Core cultivator, had stated that those in the Yuan Ying stage are akin to pioneers, and even an ordinary Yuan Ying cultivator cannot match the beauty of my master. Even if I master sword control, can I truly escape her grasp? Time slipped away unnoticed as Heizi, weary from the sleepless night, finally fell into a deep slumber, occasionally hearing the whispers of women in his ear. Typically, Foundation cultivators do not require rest. Yet within the Heizi sect, even Golden Core cultivators must recuperate to restore their spirit. The voices of the women alternated between laughter and seductive giggles, robbing Heizi of any remaining desire to sleep. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes to behold the alluring figure of Xiao Luo. Her long and sensual silhouette, though clad modestly, left much to the imagination. Senior sister Xiao Luo and sister Yuner, along with the adorable junior sister and the junior brother. At that moment, Yu Liang lurked in the shadows, casting a watchful gaze upon Su Heizi. 3 women showed him indifference, yet they were particularly fond of Su Heizi, which filled him with an intense hatred towards Su Heizi at this moment. Nevertheless, he wore a broad smile. Su Heizi, on the other hand, suddenly realized he was left completely exposed. Although he had grown accustomed to the daily routines of Heihuan Zone, the presence of an additional junior brother was a new development. In the past, he could afford to be shameless, but now things were different. Su Heizi stubbornly covered his key areas with his hands, and upon witnessing his awkwardness, the women burst into laughter. Su Heizi greeted them, saying, "Hello, senior sister Xiao, senior sister Yun'er, lovely junior sister, and junior brother." At that moment, Yang Kuei climbed onto the bed, cupping her chin with one hand and casting a skeptical gaze at Su Heizi. Yang Xiaoyan stood up and approached Xiao Luo, scrutinizing him closely, her expression filled with doubt. Xiao Luo sat on the edge of the bed, smiling at him, his eyes revealing surprise and confusion. Su Heizi instantly understood their gaze. The senior sisters were probably eager to know how he had survived under their master's tutelage. He inwardly lamented the trouble this could bring. Yang Kuei chuckled. "Senior brother, confess honestly, how did you manage to leave safely for master?" Su Heizi found himself a loss for words and simply smiled foolishly, replying, "Junior sister, I was just lucky, merely fortunate." He added, "Wait for me. Once I catch your little braid, I will snatch the senior sisters away." Yang Xiaoyun Timed in Fortunata, junior brother, do you think the senior sisters are easy to brush off? Su Heizi smirked, secretly thinking how troublesome it was. Xiao Luo first licked her lips, then playfully patted Su Heizi's chest, saying, "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to survive the tribulation and endure under Master's skirt. You are quite impressive. Your senior sister takes a liking to you." Yang Xiaoyan donned a pair of glass gloves and gently caressed Su Heizi's face. Senior sister Yun'er also expressed her fondness for him. Yang Kuei exclaimed loudly, "Senior brother, I like you." Su Heizi shut his eyes, feeling immense inner turmoil. It was over. He was surrounded by senior sisters. Xiao Luo patted Su Heizi's shoulder, saying, "Why are you shy, junior brother? Shyness won't help, since that's the case. Your senior sister will make the decision for you. According to tradition, starting with the junior sister, you will have 4 hours of rest in a 24-hour day, with the remaining 20 hours evenly divided among 4 senior sisters and the junior sister." Upon hearing Xiao Luo's allocation, Su Heizi's eyes widened in alarm. Even though he had built his foundation, such an arrangement could only lead to disaster. In a panic, he looked at Yang Kuei's mischievous gaze, Yang Xiaoyun's expectant expression, and Xiao Luo's enchanting smile. He hurriedly refused, saying, "Senior sister, master instructed me to teach the junior brother the rules of Heihuan Zone within 2 days. It's not that the junior brother disobeys the senior sisters. It's just that if I fail to fulfill master's task." Xiao Luo seized Su Heizi's ear, declaring, "Yun'er, take Kuei to Yuqing Peak while I bring Su Heizi to the Forgetting Worry Pool." After they departed, Yu Liang exclaimed, "Damn, why didn't such a good opportunity happen to me? It must be Su Heizi. He stole my thunder." In the cave of Yuqing Peak, Su Heizi was unceremoniously cast into the Forgetting Worry Pool. Subsequently, Xiao Luo stuffed a small steamed bun into Su Heizi's mouth. Instantly, he was no longer sleepy. He greedily embraced Xiao Luo's jade-like legs in the water. He soon discovered that the main quest involved dual cultivation with Xiao Luo, igniting a desire within him. However, Lu Bingxin had explicitly warned him that Xiao Luo possessed a unique constitution, causing anyone who attempted to dual cultivate with her to explode, even those at the Yuanying stage. This revelation left Su Heizi in a quandary. Just then, Yang Kuei and Yang Xiaoyan entered the cave, and Xiao Luo promptly affixed a binding talisman on Su Heizi. On the shore, Yang Kuei, blushing from the teasing of the 3 senior sisters, occasionally glanced at Su Heizi in the Forgetting Worry Pool. Hearing their perverse remarks startled Su Heizi. After the 3 senior sisters departed, Yang Kuei slowly swam over to him. She licked her pink tongue, with no intention of unbinding his talisman. Chapter 41. The senior sister expresses her satisfaction. Senior brother, just now, Sister Tanger gave me 3 binding talismans. She said 1 can immobilize a foundation-building cultivator for 2 hours. 3 can hold you for 6 hours, hee. Listening to her mischievous laughter, Heizi understood the predicament he was facing. The series of binding talismans was clearly intended for female cultivators. Yet here he was trapped. Would this little girl truly act recklessly? Did she even know how to use a binding talisman? Senior brother, you can't move now, Yang Kuei said gleefully. This girl must have been led astray by the senior sisters. What should he do? Don't worry, senior brother. I'm very considerate. Moments latte, shuaizi panika. He hadn't anticipated Yang Kuei would transform into a little demoness. He'd spent time cultivating in the back mountain. Yet he never imagined that a high-level technique for gathering yang and replenishing yin could surpass his own prowess. Heizi could only abandon his resistance and silently enjoy the moment. But soon, Yang Kuei felt that only her voice echoed, which was rather dull. Hence, she tore off the binding talisman. Heizi's blood surged instantly. His head grew hot as he beheld the expanse of white. Senior brother, the junior sister advises you to be sensible. Time flew by, and Heizi lay on the shore, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, while Yang Kuei smiled radiantly beside him. After their wild escapade, they seemed to share a mutual understanding. Senior brother, I sense the spiritual energy within me circulating. It seems I may have a breakthrough to the 4th layer. Who would have thought that a technique for gathering yang and replenishing yin could yield such effects? Unfortunately, time is insufficient. Otherwise, competing with you, I could surely break through to the 5th layer of qi training. Heizi gazed at her in astonishment, realizing that a single technique could transform the junior sister in such a manner and dual cultivating with her offered rewards. No matter how one looked at it, he couldn't consider it a loss. Yet why did it feel as though his life had been halved? Moreover, this was merely the beginning with the junior sister. After Yang Kuei left, Yang Xiaoyun entered the cave, approaching Heizi directly and patting him. Not bad, junior brother. Your muscles have tightened considerably. Can you still hold on? Do you need to rest for a while? Heizi my sli. Junior brother, I truly didn't expect you to endure under Master's tutelage. Yang Xiaoyun cradled Heizi's face, urging him to tell the senior sister how he managed to do it. Also, how did you attract 37 bolts of heavenly lightning during your qi training? As for his secret, Heizi knew that revealing it would likely invite disbelief, especially from the inquisitive senior sisters. He took the initiative to embrace Yang Xiaoyun's jade legs, inexplicably nostalgic for the sensation. Yang Xiaoyun was well aware of Heizi's peculiar fondness, so after donning the glass outfit, Heizi lunged at her. Senior sister, Master asked me that day. She said I had to choose one among you and the other senior sisters. Oh, so who did you choose? Senior sister, can you guess whom I chose? Yang Xiaoyun's eyes curved into a smile as she replied. Is it even necessary to guess? It must be the junior sister. Regardless of whom you chose that day, I, along with Sister Tanger and Sister Yuer, spoke well of you in front of Master. She is considering allowing you to live a few more days. Upon hearing this news, Heizi felt elated, but Yang Xiaoyun was left in a predicament. Junior brother, take it slow. Let me finish speaking. What do you mean? Senior sister. Do you want to kill you, brother? Yang Xiaoyun wrapped her arms around Heizi's neck, assuring him, Senior sister does not want you to die. She smiled. Who told you that you could please senior sister? But he's you, brother. So what? Are you afraid? He must die for you to live. You don't even need to lift a finger. Let the senior sister handle this wicked deed herself. The idea that senior sister Yunner would consider harming a junior brother was unacceptable. If Master were to discover this, the consequences according to the rules of He Huanzong would surely be severe. Was naturally unwilling for her to take risks for his sake. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. Yunner, you are truly wonderful. Yang Xiaoyun gasped, her breath coming in shallow bursts. She removed the liuli outfit and placed it in Heizi's hands, smiling as she said, Junior brother, you have truly satisfied your senior sister. Heizi joyfully accepted it, replying, Senior sister, I feel the same. She placed her jade finger before Heizi's nose and softly said, Senior sister cannot bear to see you perish. If you were to die, I would lose much joy. After that, the two shared a silent understanding amid their fervor. Once Yang Xiaoyun donned her attire, Heizi gazed at her figure with concern. Senior sister, please do not act foolishly for your junior brother. She turned and gently kissed Su Heizi's forehead, saying, Junior brother, await my news. At that moment, a throbbing pain surged through his head. Senior sister, you wouldn't really consider killing Yu Liang, would you? Yang Xiao Yun remained silent, lightly adjusting her skirt before departing with a smile. Exchanging my life for your life does not seem impossible. After all, we are not very familiar, and this is the realm of cultivation. Just then, Xiao Luo arrived, and Su Heizi looked up at her, realizing he had an opportunity to complete a main task involving dual cultivation with Sister Xiao. Su Heizi examined her from head to toe, and who would believe that this seasoned practitioner still bore her virgin mark? Xiao Luo bent down and embraced Su Heizi. He struggled to breathe, silently enduring the moment. Junior brother, your cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. Your talent must be extraordinary. Su Heizi gasped for air, unconsciously wrapping his arms around her waist. Junior brother, do you know what a virgin mark is? Su Heizi nodded, recalling the conversation he had overheard between Sister and Sister Tang. Sister does not force you. You may choose for yourself, either perish or become entranced. Having come this far, Su Heizi was certainly unwilling to let this beauty slip away. Thus, he consumed a tyrant pill. Having endured the thunder tribulation, he doubted he could not withstand Sister's challenges. As the pill took effect, a golden light ignited in his eyes, forcibly elevating his cultivation by 2 levels. He was now a Yuanying practitioner. He extended his hand, and a swirling purple water sphere formed, eventually exploding like a bomb within the cave, demonstrating considerable destructive power. Su Heizi smiled slightly, feeling a surge of life force and boundless spiritual energy coalesce within him, as if a world was forming inside. Xiao Luo released her divine sense to shield herself, gazing at Su Heizi in disbelief. This oppressive aura. Could it be that junior brother is a Yuanying practitioner? Feeling both astonished and delighted by the powerful pressure of his divine sense, Xiao Luo rubbed her eyes, seemingly unable to believe what was before her. Is this truly Su Heizi? In Chapter 42, the third senior sister's virgin mark captured, Su Heizi stood tall, his demeanor spirited, with strikingly expressive dark eyes. A strand of hair floated above his forehead, adding an ethereal quality to his appearance. Though shorter than Xiao Luo, who towered over 2 meters, Su Heizi exuded an exceptional aura, appearing both elegant and ethereal. Xiao Luo stared at him, momentarily dazed, struggling to grasp the reality. Is this still the Su Hanzai I know? Su Heizi's lips curved into a smile, revealing a hint of mischievous charm, exuding a gentle yet dangerous allure. Sister Xiao, long time no see. Perceiving a change in Su Heizi's demeanor, Xiao Luo was momentarily taken aback, her smile gradually fading. Junior brother, you have hidden yourself so well. Why did you pretend to be a fool in the sect? What benefit does this guise bring you? Su Heizi offered no explanation, instead approaching her and lifting her long legs, laying her upon the ice bed. Xiao Luo felt a surge of panic, her heart racing. She had once thought him a mere waste, yet this very waste could lift her effortlessly. His physique was firm, akin to a corn cob. Moreover, from this angle, he appeared a bit wicked, harboring ulterior motives. She had clearly felt his unrestrained intentions. Sister, with my current cultivation, can I escape from Heizi's sect? Xiao Luo's cheeks flushed, mixed with a hint of worry as she anticipated the boldness of this young man who bore her weight. What is wrong with the third senior sister? Why is she silent? Yuanying practitioners are meant to expand territories. The overwhelming power surging within me does not evoke the same panic I felt when I last saw her. Xiao Luo remained silent, scrutinizing Su Heizi closely, her cheeks reddening as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Junior brother, is Heizi's sect not good? Here, we have junior sisters, senior sisters, and our master. Isn't it wonderful to live joyfully here? The alluring scent of roses wafted into Su Heizi's nostrils once more, and with a slight exertion, he watched as Xiao Luo's fitted robe disintegrated, revealing her exquisite porcelain skin. Junior brother, you are quite naughty, but please do not act recklessly. Junior brother, could you perform push-ups with senior sister in this pool? Su Heizi could only respond with confusion. What are you saying, senior sister? Unable to contain himself any longer in the presence of this statuesque beauty, Xiao Luo turned away. "Did you not hear me that day? I do not wish to see you before me." Su Heizi smiled slightly, realizing she was afraid for his safety. However, when he disregarded her caution, Xiao Luo intervened, leaving Su Heizi perplexed. "Sister, do you not wish to engage in dual cultivation? Junior brother, although you have attained yuanying, I do not wish to witness your demise in my embrace, turning into mere fragments." Su Heizi frowned, astonished that even now, after all that had transpired, Sister was still concerned for him. Such a caring senior sister was utterly tempting. Su Heizi consumed a life-prolonging pill and earnestly stated, "Sister, I have no regrets." He tightened his embrace around her waist, bringing them closer, which only heightened Xiao Luo's tension. "Junior brother, no." At such a critical moment, this old lecher always faltered. Yet the allure of this senior sister was undeniable. She was over 2 meters tall, possessing an extraordinary figure, and importantly, her virgin mark remained intact. Thus, when Su Heizi discovered that there was indeed no immediate danger, Xiao Luo stared at him, her expression filled with disbelief. At this moment, passion ignited. Time passed, and Su Heizi lay on the shore with his head resting on her lap, while Xiao Luo gently stroked his hair. "Sister, how did I perform?" Observing the remnants scattered around, Xiao Luo couldn't help but glance at Su Heizi several times, only to realize that her virgin mark had vanished. To think that the one who could break my virgin mark was this foolish junior brother, and he emerged unscathed, it was utterly bewildering. Yet something felt off. It seemed the spiritual energy within Su Heizi was dissipating. Su Heizi sensed it too, recalling the side effects of the tyrant pill, his brows furrowing in concern. "Junior brother, your cultivation seems to have dropped to the golden core stage." "No, it's the late foundation establishment stage." Su Heizi panicked, realizing that, after the fervor with Sister Xiao, he felt a slight weakness. Could this be a sign of dissipating spiritual energy? But how could it have only been a few hours, merely 3 or 4 at most? Ultimately, he had not yet had his fill. "Junior brother, how did your cultivation drop to foundation establishment?" Xiao Luo questioned, eyeing him curiously. "Did you perhaps employ some forbidden technique to forcibly elevate your cultivation?" Su Heizi felt utterly exhausted, his body aching and devoid of strength, as if he were on the verge of collapsing. Most troubling was that he could barely open his eyes. This is bad. The side effect of the tyrant pill is to plunge one into a state resembling death. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, believing that Su Heizi had employed forbidden techniques, and now suffered their backlash. She was astonished that her junior brother would resort to such methods for the sake of their dual cultivation. But who had imparted these forbidden techniques to him? It was imperative to keep this a secret, revealing it could endanger him. "Junior brother, do not worry. Your elder sister will surely speak favorably of you before her master." Su Heizi lay with his eyes closed. His breath ceased, plunging into a state akin to death. Within the vast expanse of a dreamscape, he once again encountered a benevolent old man, albeit in a spectral form. Su Heizi found him somewhat familiar and stepped forward to inquire, "Who are you?" The specter suddenly opened his eyes, frantically pursuing him. "You are not Su Heizi." "Who are you really?" Su Heizi felt bewildered. "If I am not Su Heizi, then who am I? This body does not belong to you. You are not its rightful owner." Su Heizi thought the specter was delusional and chose to ignore him. However, upon reflection, he realized that this body indeed was not his. How strange. How did this ghost know that this body was not his? In a small thatched cottage, after Xiao Luo had settled Su Heizi, she departed. Yu Yang initially gazed at Su Heizi cradled in the arms of a beautiful maiden with envy and jealousy, but upon confirming that Su Heizi had ceased breathing, he feigned sorrow. "Senior brother, how could you die? You were fine when you ascended the mountain. How did you perish on your descent? You left us far too soon." He exaggeratedly wiped away tears, truly a shocking turn of events. "With your death, I am the only male disciple of Huan's sect left. I will inherit your aspirations and take good care of the sisters for you." As he spoke, excitement bubbled within him. At that moment, a flying sword swooped in from outside, striking him fatally in the throat, just as he was about to revel in the joy of being with the sisters. Yang Xiaoyan stepped onto the floor from outside, wiping the blood off her sword with a white cloth. Her expression was grave, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Resembling a celestial maiden unperturbed by the act of killing. Blood dripped to the floor as Yu Liang reached out, rasping, "Sister, save me." Chapter 43. Xiaoyan, have you swayed? Yang Xiaoyan smiled faintly as she approached Yu Liang. There's only one male disciple in Hehuan's sect, little junior brother. I am sorry. Yu Liang lay on the ground, incredulous as he gazed at Yang Xiaoyan, then at Su Heizi lying on the bed. I was clearly the chosen prodigy by our master. Close your eyes, Yu Liang. You speak too much. After his demise, Yang Xiaoyan knelt beside Su Heizi, frowning. Su Heizi, why do you not breathe? At that moment, a powerful pressure surged towards them, rendering Yang Xiaoyan unable to rise. Master, Lu Bingxin approached, anger evident in her stride, with Ouyang Yu closely behind, observing the still warm corpse on the ground. Her gaze shifted between the body and Su Heizi on the bed, then to Yang Xiaoyan standing nearby. Lu Bingxin thought, this rascal Su Heizi cannot be allowed to live. Arrangements must be made for his ascension. Yang Xiaoyan knelt, Master. I killed Yu Yang. It has nothing to do with Su Heizi. Ouyang Yu looked at Su Heizi puzzled. Why is he still sleeping when the master has arrived? You fool. Xiaoyan, do you understand that killing fellow disciples in Hehuan's sect is a grave offense? Especially a male disciple? Sister, you are mistaken. It would have been fine to absorb his Yuan Yang before killing him. Ouyang Yu added. The person is already dead. Please decide, Master. Lu Bingxin frowned, for the death of a disciple was of little consequence to her. She feigned sorrow, but upon sensing Su Heizi's absence of breath, genuine concern welled within her. She stepped closer to Su Heizi, extending her jade hand to his nose. Oddly, though Su Heizi lacked breath, a vigorous life force began to emanate from within him. Although Xiaoyan had struck the fatal blow, it was evident that he was the mastermind. The rules of Hehuan's sect were absolute. He must face punishment. Ouyang Yu, standing to the side, voiced his concern, Master. It seems the junior brother has lost his life force. Sister, Su Heizi is breathless. By killing Yu Liang, we have lost our last male disciple. With his death, we have forfeited much joy. You know well that Sister Xiao's cucumbers are hardly sufficient. Lu Bingxin rubbed her temple. Little Yu, do not speak further. Let her remain kneeling. Yu Liang, merely 17, had yet to lose his Yuan Yang, and having devoted his life to the study of sage texts with some talent in cultivation, such a disciple was irreplaceable. Xiaoyan must have been misled by others. It is my fault for not guiding her properly. Master, I am the one who killed him, she insisted. Enough. Although Su Heizi lies on the bed without breath, a vibrant life force is evident within him. Clearly, this was a premeditated act. Ouyang Yu inquired, Master, what do you mean? It is evident. Su Heizi, fearing death, orchestrated Yu Liang's murder and made Xiaoyan take the blame. If I am correct, there must be something of Xiaoyan's on his bed. Upon hearing this explanation, Yang Xiaoyan gazed incredulously at Lu Bingxin. Given Master's current prowess, can you truly not discern who killed whom? This has gone awry. It seems I have implicated my junior brother. At that moment, Ouyang Yu retrieved a pair of glass socks from Su Heizi's bed, exclaiming, Master, these socks belong to Sister Yun. Lu Bingxin tossed the socks before Yang Xiaoyan, who picked them up and asked, Master, what does this prove? Xiaoyan, how many times must I tell you? In the realm of cultivation, there are no emotions, only transactions and schemes. The greatest taboo in Hehuan's sect is attachment. While Su Heizi possesses remarkable talent, he remains merely a tool for cultivation. To us female cultivators of Hehuan's sect, he is expendable. The back mountain is littered with bones. We do not miss this one. Xiaoyan, do not act foolishly for the sake of a male disciple. You have been in the sect long enough to know the fate of many. My disciple, I do not understand. Did you not tell me that cultivation requires a clear mind? Without emotions, how can one achieve clarity? Lu Bingxin scoffed. That is merely a saying. The path of cultivation is fraught with troubles, heavenly tribulations, lifespan, and the perils one must face. Achieving clarity is no easy task. Nevertheless, compared to other sects, our Hehuan sect as cultivation speed is already quite rapid. Master, yet my junior brother established his foundation in just over 10 days. Does this not make the other sect disciples look like jesters? Just over 10 days? Lu Bingxin furrowed her brow, glancing at Su Heizi once more. surprised at how deeply he had concealed his capabilities. A smirk crept upon her lips as plans began to formulate in her mind. Ouyangyu, having witnessed Su Heizi face his tribulation, felt a surge of emotion. Master, I recall it took me nearly 200 years to establish my foundation. My junior brother has done so in mere days. If this were to be known, it would be obvious he is a disciple of our Hahuan sect. While others struggle through rigorous training, Su Heizi seems free from any cultivation bottlenecks. This is rather absurd. Lu Bingxin, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within her. She channeled spiritual energy into Su Heizi, and soon he began to awaken, surveying the three women in the room and the bleeding corpse on the ground. Su Heizi scrutinized Yang Xiaoyun kneeling before him, realizing the gravity of the situation. I never expected Sister Yun would truly kill you Yang for my sake. Su Heizi, do you acknowledge your crime? Lu Bingxin inquired coldly. Su Heizi rose and approached Yang Xiaoyun, who blinked at him. This rascal must not reveal any flaws. Master will surely not act against me, but Su Heizi, as a male cultivator, might not be so fortunate. Su Heizi winked at her with a slight smile, then knelt beside her and addressed Lu Bingxin in a resonant voice. Master, one must bear their own consequences. Senior sister has no reason to kill junior brother Yu Yang. All of this is my doing. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun turned around in surprise, wishing to rise, but finding herself unable. Meanwhile, Ouyang's favor towards Su Heizi increased. Lu Bingxin relished Su Heizi's words, finally acquiring a justification to imprison him. Internally delighted, she maintained an air of superiority. With that, she took Su Heizi and soared into the sky. Watching him being taken away, Yang Xiaoyun felt a pang of anxiety. Sister Yu, it seems I have caused trouble for junior brother. Ouyangyu conjured a fireball, which instantly reduced the corpses on the ground to ashes. Junior sister, the rule of Hahuan sect is that there can only be one male disciple. No one has broken this tradition yet. I understand your intentions, but this undoubtedly brings trouble to junior brother. Moreover, Master has stated that the cultivation world is devoid of emotions, only schemes. Xiaoyun, you have developed feelings. Yang Xiaoyun smiled, reflecting on how that fool was blissfully unaware and still stood in her way. With a stoic expression, she declared, since I cannot take junior brother away from Hahuan's sect. Sister Yu, what must I do to kill Master? Xiaoyun, do you realize what you are saying? Yang Xiaoyun replied, I have heard that there exists a treasure in the cultivation realm known as the Annihilation Pearl, whose explosive power can instill fear in even Yuaniing cultivators. Sister, is it worth it for junior brother? In chapter 44, the arrogant master, several dozen miles behind Hahuan sect's rear mountain lies a vast chasm. From above, mist swirls, and the faint growls of beasts can be heard from the valley below. At this moment, Su Heizi found himself ensnared by a golden chain, feeling an instinctual fear of the unknown below, while Lu Bingxin licked her lips in excitement. Master, where is this? Lu Bingxin, gripping Su Heizi by the collar, replied, This is the prison of Hahuan sect, a place unbeknownst to your senior sisters. She then leaped down with Su Heizi, revealing a sheer cliff where no living creature could be seen. However, a chilling breeze carried the echo of beastly roars. Master, there is nothing here. How can this be a prison? If you wish to kill me, why come so far? The two landed safely, and Lu Bingxin subtly cast a spell, revealing a passageway in the rocky wall. Su Heizi sensed impending doom. As they entered the dark corridor, the sound of chains echoed ominously. The passage widened, revealing walls adorned with flickering candles. Soon, Su Heizi heard the unmistakable clank of chains. It seemed a hidden secret of Master lay concealed here. Gradually, black iron pillars came into view, and behind them, chains-bound skeletal remains. This was a cage forged of iron. The once living had turned to bones. Did they not long for liberation? Lu Bingxin sneered, Their weakness is to blame, not me. As they proceeded, the clanking grew louder, and, suddenly, a hand entwined with chains emerged from a cell. Su Heizi squinted, recognizing the familiar visage. Gao Gao. Lu Bingxin smiled slightly, saying you know him. His name is Gao Shiroyang, a late-stage Jindan cultivator and a renowned elder of Qinyan sect. Su Heizi gasped, Master, but Qinyan sect has 2 Yuaniing elders. Lu Bingxin dismissed him with a scoff, then led Su Heizi to an empty room, unceremoniously tossing him inside. Bound by chains, Su Heizi fell to the ground, gritting his teeth. "Master, what do I mean to you?" Lu Bingxin approached, stepping on Su Heizi and pinning him down. She looked down at him, and he understood he was nothing in her eyes. "In my view, you are but an ant. Did I not make this clear?" With her delicate leg and disdainful gaze, Su Heizi gazed up at her, yet the chasm in their cultivation levels rendered him powerless. Lu Bingxin wore an alluring smile, raising her leg to stomp down on him again. "Reveal your secret. I wish to know how you achieved foundation establishment in such a short time." Her tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth. Su Heizi retorted with a cold laugh. "With a master like you, even in death, I will not divulge anything. A bit of spirit are we? I taught you nothing, yet you managed to self-cultivate water manipulation and establish a foundation. Surely, your body can withstand some torment?" She kicked Su Heizi fiercely. As a Yuanian cultivator, Lu Bingxin inflicted unprecedented pain upon him. Despite having endured thunder tribulations without a sound, this woman's cruelty brought him to the brink. "Will you speak or not?" After kicking him enough, she stood over Su Heizi, her gaze icy. "You have seen the remains shackled by chains. Do not harbor hope. Those who come here meet the same fate." With that, she delivered another brutal kick, as if Su Heizi's very life hung in her grasp. Su Heizi scoffed, "Master, you must have long wished to imprison me. There is no need for this charade." "Oh, Su Heizi, you seem rather clever. Since the day you managed to endure beneath my skirt for 3 days, I have been watching you, simply waiting for the right moment. Good disciple, will you share your secret with me? If you do, I shall release you." Su Heizi retorted with a bitter laugh. "Master, I will tell no one. Least of all you. You think I will yield? Not a chance." Lu Bingxin frowned. "You wretch, do you still regard me as your master? You brought this upon yourself." A wave of spiritual pressure crashed upon Su Heizi like a mountain, suffocating him. Blood trickled from his mouth, yet he remained silent, defiantly gazing at Lu Bingxin. "Speak now, or face endless torment." She toyed with him, her ethereal beauty contrasting sharply with her icy demeanor. Realizing she could not extract any information from his stubbornness, she turned away. "I shall give you a night to ponder. Su Heizi, you cannot escape from me. You are but an ant. By the way, if you do not reveal your secret by tomorrow, I will." She left the statement hanging ominously, and, as she exited, the iron door of the prison sealed itself, while the chains binding Su Heizi loosened. Su Heizi rushed to the black iron bars, peering outside, but Lu Bingxin had vanished. He understood that if this woman were to lose her sanity, she would resort to any means necessary. He contemplated using water manipulation, but soon found himself weakly pounding against the iron pillar. "I still possess 2 life-prolonging pills and 1 overlord pill, yet the only companions in this cage are bones. Most critically, I cannot use spiritual power here, except for that woman. What to do? If she targets Sister Yun?" The only weapon he had left was the formidable 99-meter greatsword. Su Heizi opened the system panel, realizing he had yet to claim the rewards for dual cultivation with his senior sisters. "Congratulations, host. You have caressed the jade leg, waist, peaks, and hips for 12 hours, earning a foundation establishment value of 20 and a random allocation of 10 points. Current foundation establishment value, 70, intelligence, 37, strength, 25, charm, 20. 5 points allocated to strength, 5 to intelligence. Successful allocation, intelligence 42, strength 30, charm 20. Congratulations, host. Your intelligence has reached 40, granting you 3 locking spirit talismans. Locking spirit talismans. They can restrain a cultivator's spiritual consciousness for 24 hours. Su Heizi's eyes sparkled with hope. The appearance of the Suo Shan Fu is rather fortuitous. However, I am uncertain whether it will prove effective on my master. Chapter 45. Nothing at all. Akin to the paper found in a restroom. The Suo Shan Fu is entirely yellow, adorned with peculiar patterns that shimmer with a mysterious luminescence. This is no ordinary item. I did not anticipate its formidable nature. Were I to acquire more Suo Shan Fu, traversing the Xiuxian realm would not be a mere endeavor. Su Heizi found himself increasingly enamored with it. If it truly can lock the divine consciousness, then she would be unable to wield her spiritual power. Much like my current state, becoming an ordinary person. At that point, I would not hesitate to act ruthlessly, for she is indeed my beloved master. And let us not forget the main quest involving senior sister Xiao Luo. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, engaging in dual cultivation with Xiao Luo, and experiencing the joy of being cherished in the embrace of the tall elder sister. Congratulations, host, for the clarity of thought achieved. Suhei Smai Gen Li. I relish the idea of being cherished. Only senior sister Xiao can provide me with that sense of being protected. Suddenly, without explanation, Heizi struck the culprit with 2 resounding punches. It is all your fault that senior sister Yuner has taken a liking to me. That senior sister Xiao Luo's chastity token has vanished, and that I have fallen to this pathetic state. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, an unknown large gift package. Heizi's expression froze momentarily, quickly replaced by elation. An unknown large gift package. Little system. Open at once. A flash of golden light swept over, and Heizi's heart brimmed with anticipation. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the package. You have received a reward of unlimited yuan yang for 30 days. Will you use it? Given my current predicament, it is absurd that I have obtained such a thing. How amusing. What use is it? I shall check the black market for any treasures that may have refreshed. There are indeed many, yet I cannot afford them. After a while, Heizi closed his eyes, reflecting that he must place his hopes on the 99-meter great axe and the Suo Shunfu. However, after claiming the reward, the main quest updated as well. The main quest has refreshed. Capture the arrogant one, and mark her with a slave seal. Capture the arrogant one. What peculiar matters are these? If it truly works, I wonder if I could mark myself as well. To be honest, since arriving at Yihuan Zone, I have lacked everything except for senior sisters. Using unlimited yuan yang. Usage successful. Unlimited yuan yang has been credited. Host, please exercise caution. Heizi smiled faintly, surprised that this system displayed a semblance of humanity. Suddenly, a familiar sensation coursed through his body. At this moment, devoid of spiritual power suppression, he felt exceptionally restless and agitated. How careless of me, without spiritual power suppression. Heizi spent a sleepless night, his thoughts consumed by several senior sisters and junior sisters. After an indeterminate amount of time, Heizi rose and approached the wall, scrutinizing it. Once more gazing at the wall, he extended his fist and struck it, venting his frustrations with each blow, bloodied and fearsome. He observed his injured knuckles with indifference, continuing to hammer away, each punch infused with his immense fury, until he had created a substantial dent in the wall. Only then did he cease. Moments later, his pent-up rage was uncontrollable, compounded by the effects of unlimited yuan yang. Heizi drew the great axe and struck the wall repeatedly. He even entertained the thought of smashing through the wall to escape, but without spiritual power. He was merely a brute, unable to make any impact. Nonetheless, he left a hole in the wall, initially intending to continue. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting him to hastily conceal the great axe and feign nonchalance as he sat on the ground. Top, top, top. Lu Bingxin, clad in a flowing white gauze dress, approached the iron bars, her fiery red lips and white attire creating a strikingly sensual and elegant appearance. Yet her expression conveyed nothing but arrogance and disdain, clearly regarding Heizi with contempt. After an entire night, have you come to any conclusions? You are the master's favorite disciple, so quickly reveal your secret to the master. My patience is wearing thin. Heizi, with his back turned, remained silent. Upon witnessing this, Lu Bingxin scoffed derisively, her disdain palpable. Being confined here, escaping is no simple task. Heizi, I shall grant you 10 minutes. If you do not speak, do not blame me for tormenting you. Heizi glanced outside, realizing Lu Bingxin had indeed orchestrated the commotion. Master, is she not the least bit afraid? Yet it makes sense. One who can bind another in such a manner would have no reason to fear. Hearing the chilling wails, Heizi felt a shiver run down his spine, akin to the desperate cries of someone ensnared in utter helplessness, fully collapsing under mental strain. What kind of torment could elicit such screams? Is it mental or physical? The cries persisted for a full 10 minutes. This lunatic derives pleasure from torturing others, all the while being the leader of Heihuan Zone. Were anyone to succumb to temptation, they might find themselves in my current predicament. At that moment, Lu Bingxin unlocked the iron cage, entering with a playful smile. Bang! The iron cage locked behind her. Su Heizi gritted his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at her long, pristine legs and the scornful gaze she cast upon him. He began to understand why the system granted him 30 days of unlimited yuanyang. What sort of look is that, Su Heizi? Do you dare to defy me? She taunted, a wicked smile, curling her lips as she kicked Su Heizi with force. Oh, still defiant? Su Heizi, you are quite the character. You heard the wails just now, did you not? If you do not divulge your secret, then tell me, what do I mean to you, master? Su Heizi gritted his teeth, each word laced with barely contained anger. Oh, angry now are we? Curious about your place in my eyes? I see. She reached out, grasping Su Heizi's chin, slapping his face repeatedly, as if treating him like a mere toy. You are nothing, merely a tool for my release. Akin to the paper found in a restroom. Once used, you shall be discarded. Su Heizi clenched his fists, questioning yet again, is that true? Su Heizi otherwise. Would the master treat you like a cherished treasure? Now, do you comprehend? My patience is finite. Reveal your cultivation secret at once. Otherwise, you heard that sound just now, did you not? Chapter 46. Master, did you never anticipate being outwitted by an ant? Su Heizi's fury ignited. He truly did not wish to employ the Suo Shenfu against her, for she was the master with whom he had engaged in dual cultivation. Though she may disregard him, he held her in high regard. Yet now he realized she was forcing his hand. Suddenly, Lu Bingxin infiltrated Su Heizi's mind with her divine consciousness. The space originally occupied solely by Su Heizi's consciousness became chaotic and constricted upon her arrival, instilling despair. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his mind, causing excruciating pain, followed by a sense of panic. He clutched his head, writhing on the ground in agony. Oh no, master, please don't. Just kill me. Put an end to it. The anguished cries flowed endlessly, Su Heizi's eyes brimming with tears, experiencing the true meaning of a fate worse than death. Lu Bingxin observed coldly from the side, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Time slipped away, and Lu Bingxin looked down upon him, her expression filled with mockery and disdain. This is all you're doing. If you had spoken sooner, you would have to endure this torment of consciousness. Su Heizi remained expressionless, his gaze unfocused, his heart in ruins. Su Heizi, some opportunities lie before you, yet you fail to seize them. If you cannot grasp them, do not blame the master for being cruel. Since you are stubborn, let us see how long you can hold out. Su Heizi, supporting himself on the ground, beckoned her weakly, saying, Master, come a little closer. I will speak. I shall tell you everything. Please, stop tormenting me. Lu Bingxin's face brightened with amusement. Had he confessed earlier, the master would not have treated him this way, and he would not have to suffer. Disciple, speak. The master is listening. Regarding Su Heizi, she was completely unguarded, believing Su Heizi to be merely an ant, incapable of stirring significant waves, especially considering she was in the late stage of yuanying. She slightly bent down and said, Disciple, speak. Master, come a bit closer. Lu Bingxin leaned her head towards Su Heizi, straining to hear, for she was desperate to uncover Su Heizi's secret. Su Heizi gradually leaned in her ear and softly whispered, The secret of the disciple is... Suddenly, a locking spirit talisman appeared in Su Heizi's palm, and taking advantage of Lu Bingxin's complacency, he slapped it on her back. Quickly reveal your secret. Su Heizi forced a smile at her. The disciple's secret is the locking spirit talisman. Lu Bingxin was momentarily stunned, but soon her expression turned to one of disdain. Disciple, do you not realize that master is in the yuanying stage? You brought this upon yourself. Su Heizi retorted coldly. Master, perhaps you are unaware of the talisman's power? Beneath yuanying, all are but ants. My spiritual power and consciousness have indeed been sealed. Su Heizi, you truly possess a secret. But have you forgotten, master is a yuanying? Do you think you could do anything to me? Lu Bingxin's face displayed her contempt. Su Heizi remained silent, keenly observing her. Master is truly beautiful. Despite this, I find I harbor no desire to harm her. Su Heizi stood up. Master, you two must have noticed something amiss, right? Lu Bingxin stared at him in astonishment. Where did you obtain that talisman? You scoundrel, Su Heizi. Once my spiritual power is restored, you shall be doomed. Su Heizi was unconcerned with such threats. At this moment, he merely wished to teach this lofty woman a lesson. Thus, Su Heizi grasped her hand. You scoundrel, to be outmaneuvered by an ant. A day and a half passed, and without the support of spiritual power, Lu Bingxin was in agony, while Su Heizi had only just begun. At this point, Lu Bingxin had lost all her arrogance. No, disciple, spare master, I was wrong. Su Heizi, consumed by the desire for revenge, tossed her hand away, yanked, and tore at her, leaving her no chance to escape. After a while, as Su Heizi released her, she slowly felt her spiritual power returning and continued to plead, Disciple, I was wrong, truly wrong. Can you allow me a moment of respite? If this continues, something grave will surely happen. Su Heizi smiled faintly, denying her any opportunity, and once again affixed a locking spirit talisman. The spiritual power that had been gradually returning was halted at that moment, leaving Lu Bingxin's face filled with panic. Su Heizi let go of her and took a break nearby. Lu Bingxin, in her disarray, hurried to the iron pillar, seeking an opportunity to escape. Su Heizi felt no fear. After all, he was merely unable to use his consciousness and spiritual power here. Once outside this confinement, his power would naturally be restored. Whereas Lu Bingxin's spiritual power and consciousness were sealed, and he still possessed the locking spirit talisman. Grasping the iron pillar, Lu Bingxin realized too late. When this prison was constructed, no one had considered such a scenario. Moreover, with her consciousness sealed, she could not access her storage ring, magical artifacts, or talismans. Damn it! I have been outsmarted by this ant. She approached Su Heizi from behind, setting aside her pride, and gently struck his shoulder. Disciple, it was Master who was at fault before, but you have sealed Master's consciousness and spiritual power. Master is now as vulnerable as a mortal and cannot endure this. Disciple, I beg you, spare me. Su Heizi turned and seized her hand, pulling her into his embrace, smiling. Master, what do I now represent in your eyes? Lu Bingxin no longer regarded him with disdain, but spoke earnestly. You are Su Heizi, my disciple, endowed with exceptional talent, not an ant. You are graceful and dignified, capable of establishing your foundation in mere days, a feat unheard of in the cultivation world. You are truly the child of destiny. To have you as my disciple is my honor, for in the realm of cultivation, you are the first to possess such speed. To endure 3 days under Master's guidance, while locking away Master's consciousness and spiritual power, demonstrates your extraordinary talent. She emphasized her words, though tinged with a hint of arrogance. Now, I beseech you, spare me. Su Heizi let out a cold laugh and kicked her to the ground. Lu Bingxin inhaled sharply, silently clenching her fists. Master, did you consider that when you kicked me, you too might be kicked? Oh, I forgot. Master is a Yuanian cultivator. How could I expect to face such a day? Su Heizi extended his toes, recalling Master's lofty demeanor. Disciple still remembers clearly. Master, please lick each of my toes clean. Lu Bingxin hesitated for a moment, then crouched down, her gaze icy as she extended her delicate tongue. Su Heizi grasped her chin. Master, now you too can experience the feeling of being disregarded, can't you? Lu Bingxin remained silent, her brow furrowed with a hint of distress. When Master suppressed me with her consciousness yesterday, you likely did not experience that sense of despair, did you? Su Heizi's lips curled into a smirk as her white gown was completely torn apart. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lu Bingxin lay disheveled on the ground. Su Heizi smiled slightly at the sight. Master, this has only just begun. Why have you fallen down? Su Heizi clutched her neck. Did you ever think a day would come when you would be outsmarted by an ant? Chapter 47. The Past of the Master. Disciple, you are not an ant. Please spare Master. Lu Bingxin pleaded. Su Heizi smiled slightly. Master's consciousness and spiritual power are sealed, indeed, rendering her much more ordinary. It seems that without spiritual power and consciousness, even cultivators become mundane. If this continues, walking will become a challenge. Su Heizi approached her, wrapped his arm around her waist, and lifted her up. Lu Bingxin closed her eyes. Heizi had once considered her foolish, but now he saw her as nothing more than a reckless brute, entirely lacking in tenderness. If this carried on, even as a Yuanying, one must weigh how many lives they could withstand under his torment. Yet, on her delicate backside, the words Heizi appeared, marks that could not be erased. At this moment, Lu Bingxin felt something emerge in her soul. Heizi too sensed an addition to his consciousness, and soon images began to unfold in his mind like a film. Within the scene, a woman dressed in opulence radiated confidence, surrounded by servants and maidens, clearly of noble descent, perhaps a princess. Suddenly, the scene shifted as several eunuchs seized her hands and legs, stripping her of her garments, regardless of her desperate cries. A figure emerged from among the eunuchs, his face twisted with madness. The woman cried out, "Father, no, please." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed, confident young man approached, using the woman's mother as leverage. The woman dared not take her own life, enduring the young man's degradation, thus becoming a mere puppet. Heizi's heart cried out, "Beasts! All of you are beasts." The woman unexpectedly found herself pregnant, yet was cast into a palace, devoid of servants or maidens, to live alone. However, for one who had never toiled, this was akin to a death sentence, yet it also represented a form of liberation. She contemplated suicide by jumping into a well, but a eunuch intervened, delivering a message. The woman, for reasons unknown, wept bitterly. "Host, the slave contract has been signed. These memories are derived from the slave's recollections. These memories belong to Master." Heizi glanced at the master in his arms, realizing why her face bore an air of arrogance. She was born into royalty, her status not insignificant. The memories continued, revealing Lu Bingxin living alone due to her pregnancy. Life was hard, yet gradually, a smile returned to her face. However, her beauty attracted the attention of eunuchs and palace maids, who came to bully her, leaving her with no choice but to endure their torment. Until one fateful day, a gentle scholar arrived in this place. He not only took the initiative to cook and wash for her, but also showered her with tender care. Lu Bingxin gradually lowered her guard, believing she had finally welcomed the warmth of sunlight. However, it was only after the scholar drunkenly revealed his true feelings that she realized she was merely a laughingstock, a topic of conversation for him. Yet, none of this seemed to matter. She placed her hand on her belly, finding a glimmer of hope for survival, even in solitude. Her beauty, however, attracted unwanted attention, and soon her predatory father appeared. From that day forth, imperial physicians came daily to administer medicine to her, while she wept bitterly, refusing to drink despite the pressure of numerous hands, leading to her forcible medication. Finally, one day, at the cost of her own body, Lu Bingxin opened the city gates. Gazing upon the advancing enemy forces, she smiled. As a princess of a defeated nation, witnessing the severed heads of that old man and the young boy, she felt no fear. Rather, she was filled with joy. This act, however, was misinterpreted by the victors, who deemed her insane. Yet, her beauty led them to cast her into the Jiafangxi, a place of indulgence. As a defeated nation's princess with a striking visage, she naturally drew many patrons. But alongside her were the wives of former ministers and talented women. The competition among these women was fierce. Upon discovering that it was she who opened the gates, she was mercilessly besieged. Though she faced daily bullying and even near-death experiences, life had to go on. One day, an extraordinary figure arrived at the Jiafangxi. With graceful demeanor, he immediately noticed Lu Bingxin. He took her away, accepting her as his apprentice and teaching her powerful techniques, but the condition was her body. Lu Bingxin gradually learned to cultivate her skills and wield a sword. Over a decade later, she sought vengeance upon those who had once tormented her, sparing none, even the newborns. Her method of killing became a habit, uprooting the entire family. Consequently, her master grew wary of her, and, after a night of passion, Lu Bingxin was imprisoned and expelled from the sect. She was not the only one confined. Many young women and ordinary women shared her fate. From that moment, Lu Bingxin understood that no man was trustworthy. As time passed, a fierce, overweight woman discovered her location and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon the male cultivators. Lu Bingxin finally glimpsed freedom. By chance, she stumbled upon a unique treasure that could balance her energies. A beautiful female cultivator adept at manipulating male practitioners ruthlessly harvested their life force, even turning her captors into mere bones beneath her skirt. Once she tasted the sweetness of power, male cultivators felt threatened, prompting the elders of the 5 major sects to unite and apply pressure upon Lu Bingxin. Reluctantly, she retreated and established the Huanzong, taking pleasure in tormenting others. It was no wonder that upon arriving at the Huanzong, Gao Shiruyang appeared utterly terrified, wishing to leave immediately. Su Heizi looked at Lu Bingxin in his arms, his lips trembling, drawing a sharp breath. In the movie, my master should be a great antagonist. It is absurd how a group of brutes could force a beautiful woman into becoming a villain. The current situation is that the great villain master is now my slave. But she is a Yuaning cultivator. Master, you have been in my arms for so long. You have become rather heavy, and I can no longer carry you. Lu Bingxin's expression darkened as she quickly disengaged from Su Heizi. Moments later, she gazed at her hands, confidence returning to her face. Spiritual energy. My spiritual energy has returned. Disciple, Master has sensed the restoration of your energy. You must no longer possess any treasures that could hinder my use of power. Su Heizi, how do you wish to die? Chapter 48. Su Heizi, you dare threaten me. Master is still unaware that I have already marked her with a slave seal. Su Heizi once again produced a divine locking talisman, smiling as he said, Master, I was afraid you would struggle to walk later. Hence I did not give it to you. Lu Bingxin felt a surge of tension, eyeing Su Heizi warily before smiling and cautiously approaching him. Su Heizi, you reckless fool. Once my strength is restored, I shall see how much Yuan Yang you possess for me to absorb. Disciple, I was wrong. Su Heizi retracted the talisman, stating, Master, when you regain your spiritual energy, I will let you absorb as much as you desire. Very well. Lu Bingxin felt her cultivation restored to nearly 80 or 90%. Yet she deemed it insufficient. Her smile softened as she approached Su Heizi from behind, gently squeezing his shoulders. My dear disciple, are you not afraid I might absorb you to death? I am fearful. Lu Bingxin swiftly employed her technique, shredding Su Heizi's garments. Upon seeing the torn divine locking talisman, her lips curled into a smirk as she conjured a fireball, reducing it to ashes. She pushed Su Heizi forward, consumed by a singular thought, to eliminate him. Su Heizi rose, gently brushing aside her long hair, caressing her face as he said, Whatever Master desires, I shall provide. Su Heizi, you surely have a trick up your sleeve, yet that talisman has already been torn apart. How could you possibly stand against me? Spread your legs. Su Heizi slowly complied, asking, Master, how did you know I still had a trick? Lu Bingxin swiftly cast her spell, appearing 3 or 4 meters away from Su Heizi in an instant. Disciple, quickly tell me, what is your trick? Su Heizi beckoned, Master, come closer, and I shall reveal it. Ah, you Su Heizi wish to seal my spiritual energy again. What are your tricks? As long as I do not approach you, you are powerless against me. A wave of mental pressure slowly descended upon Su Heizi as he remarked, Master, do you know about the defeated nation's princess, the Jai Fangxi, and the imprisonments? Lu Bingxin's face turned cold. How could she know such things? He cannot be spared. A long sword materialized in her hand. You seek your own demise. In an instant, the flying sword lunged towards Su Heizi, and, just as he was about to perish, the slave contract activated, halting the blade a mere centimeter from his throat. However, aside from the flying sword, I possess ample killing moves. Su Heizi's cold voice echoed, Master, you cannot kill me. I have already marked you with the slave contract. You are now my slave. The term slave contract was unheard of to Lu Bingxin. Su Heizi, do not forget, I am a Yuaning cultivator. Su Heizi examined the contract stipulations and felt a surge of joy upon seeing a red notice. When the slave's power is less than the master's, multiple commands may be issued daily, provided they are reasonable. Yet, when the slave's power exceeds the master's, only one command may be issued each day. To her surprise, the contract contained numerous clauses, but these 2 were particularly binding. Master, come forth to meet your master. Su Heizi Gongman. Lu Bingxin found it laughable. Su Heizi, are you jesting? You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, dare command a Yuaning? Have you lost your mind? Watch as I crush you with my mental force. At that moment, a mysterious power threatened her soul, causing her body to freeze. Step by step, she found herself before Heizi. She gazed at him in utter disbelief and, with humiliation, called out, "Master." Lu Bingxin covered her mouth and then pleaded, "Heizi, I am your master. Quickly, revoke this contract. Master, you must have realized something is amiss. Once the contract is signed, the slave cannot harm the master. And should the master perish, the slave will follow closely behind." The latter part was added by Heizi as a falsehood, but the former was indeed part of the contract. "Master, surely you do not wish to kill me, right? Come on." Lu Bingxin would not remain idle. Though it could be a ruse, she feared it might be true. She smiled, "I cannot kill you, but I can imprison you forever in this dark and desolate prison. This prison has been ensnared by a formation I established, rendering it impossible for male cultivators to utilize their divine senses within its confines, while female cultivators remain unimpeded. You may as well languish here, reduced to mere bones." Upon hearing this, Heizi's heart jolted with alarm. His master's cultivation far surpassed his own, despite their contractual bond. He could only issue a command once per day. If she were to leave like this, he would truly be at a loss. To conceal any weaknesses, Heizi smiled and said, "Master, a slave is distinct from servant, maid, or attendant, but surely you understand the nature of a servant and a maid. Do you not? As a princess of a defeated nation, you ought to have some knowledge of what a slave is. You insolent wretch. Heizi, utter another word, and I shall perish alongside you." Lu Bingxin was seething with rage. Finding no recourse against Heizi, she stepped outside the cell, clearly intent on inflicting torment anew. Heizi dashed to the iron pillar and called out loudly, "Master, if you dare lay a hand on Senior Gao, I shall take my own life." Lu Bingxin approached Gao Shiliang's cage, cursing, "You wretch, you dare threaten me." Heizi was bewildered. How could someone so young, just 20, possess such cunning? How did he come to know of her past? She arrived at the cell of a Yuanying cultivator, unleashing her divine senses with abandon, her piercing wails echoing within the mind. Half an hour later, the Yuanying cultivator was left dazed, his head bowed, as if on the brink of death. A cold smile graced Lu Bingxin's face. Yuanying cultivators were far more entertaining, at least not so easily dispatched. She located the contract within her soul and unleashed a slight assault with her divine senses, only to find the contract and her soul seemed to exist in a symbiotic relationship, causing her soul to tremble. The soul resembled a person's spirit. While divine senses were used for conscious attacks, the higher the cultivation, the mightier the soul and divine senses. I am a Yuanying cultivator. I never anticipated being ensnared by that little brat. The male cultivators of Pleasure Sect must perish. First, let me see if there are other means to dissolve the contract. Otherwise, I shall slay him even if it leads to our mutual destruction. Heizi scrutinized the slave contract closely and discovered that it would become void upon his death. However, he was pleased to find that a slave was prohibited from striking their master. Without his master's interference, once he escaped, his beautiful senior sisters and junior sisters would all be at his disposal. This contract arrived rather opportunely, yet his master, driven by her interest in tormenting male cultivators, would likely not concede easily. Her pride would never allow her to bow to me. I must elevate my power to earn the right to speak. Heizi felt a twinge of concern regarding the consequences that might follow the expiration of infinite Yuanyang. Chapter 49. The Villainous Master. As Heizi followed the sound, a smile crept across his face. "Master, I knew you could not bear to part with your disciple." "How did you know I couldn't bear to part with you?" "Because male disciples of Pleasure Sect have but one fate, death by pleasure." This troublesome disciple was so peculiar. No matter what she did, she could not eliminate him. Frustrated, she pondered how to bring about his demise. Heizi approached her, and Lu Bingxin's eyes widened. Heizi was quite pleased with this villainous master. 3 days passed swiftly, and at Heizi's insistence, they took a break. The garden was alive with springtime colors, and Lu Bingxin grasped Heizi's hand. "Disciple, do you feel your master's heartbeat?" Heizi foolishly smiled, swallowing hard. "Yes, I feel it." "Quickly, let us dissolve the contract. Once dissolved, Master will bestow upon you spirit stones, magical artifacts, techniques, talismans, elixirs, and more. It's nothing. Once the contract is formed, I know not how to dissolve it. You wretch, after living for thousands of years, what manner of person have I not encountered? Yet, I cannot seem to deal with Heizi. However, I have never heard of slave contract. Could this boy truly be a reincarnated celestial? To endure beneath my skirt for so long without a scratch, and his cultivation speed is astonishing. Could be he practices celestial arts? Master, having been in this prison, is there something thrilling you wish to try? Thrilling? Is this not thrilling enough? Disciple, you are rather greedy, are you not? Did you not possess a golden chain to bind me previously? Lu Bingxin produced it, placing it in Heizi's hands. How do you wish to play with it? Heizi took the chain, inspecting it with great satisfaction. Master, I'll learn a bit about binding from my junior sister. Last time I used silk, this time I shall use chains. Lu Bingxin inquired, who shall be bound? Naturally, it shall be you, master. You do not intend to bind me and then seal my divine senses for some perverse amusement, do you? If so, I shan't play along. Heizi placed the chain in her hands. You may bind me as well. Lu Bingxin excitedly accepted the chain, and Heizi cooperatively extended his hands. Humph. Let's see how you fare against me once bound. After Heizi was secured, Lu Bingxin pressed, quickly, dissolve that slave contract. Master, do you truly think I would? Wretch. Lu Bingxin swiftly withdrew her hand, contemplating how to educate Heizi, but ultimately deciding against it. Very well, enhancing my cultivation is not a loss for me. Time passed, and a warm smile blossomed on Lu Bingxin's face. How amusing! I never imagined you possessed such skill in play. Now is your turn to bind your master. Lu Bingxin extended her hands eagerly. Hurry, master can hardly wait. Heizi caressed her cold, smooth, and fragrant hands. Master, what comes after the late yuanying stage? Heizi was oblivious to the fact that what followed yuanying was huashan, clearly indicating he was no reincarnated celestial, but rather a simpleton. Yet he truly excelled. When he was brought to the sect, she had intended to annihilate his entire family. But upon seeing his clear gaze, she spared the Su family. Now, she regretted that decision. It was now impossible to divulge that to him. After yuanying transcends the tribulation, one reaches huashan. Disciple, have I not mentioned this to you? Heizi appeared puzzled. Lu Bingxin pondered a moment before smiling. Disciple, you are currently at the early stage of foundation establishment. You may bully those at the qi refining stage. Heizi note that, cautiously binding her hands before wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her close, their fiery lips nearly meeting. Master, as you said, you are a yuanying cultivator. If you wish to kill me, would I not stand a chance to retaliate? There are no absolutes in this world. Take your slave contract, for instance. Additionally, there are techniques that counteract one another, magical artifacts, flying swords, elixirs, talismans, and other external factors. Generally, one cannot prevail. Master, having absorbed so much of my yuanyang, when do you suppose you will reach huashan? Lu Bingxin suppressed the urge of her arms. Seeing Heizi binding her with chains made her fearful that if she exerted herself, the golden chain might shatter, robbing her of much enjoyment. Yet, her restrained demeanor only emboldened Heizi further. Suddenly, Heizi accidentally touched a sensitive area, causing Lu Bingxin to emit a sound. She laughed, disciple. Achieving huashan is no easy feat. I no longer hope to reach that stage, and cultivation requires opportunity and luck, so let it be. Heizi clapped his hands, pleased with his binding skills. Master, are you not impatient? What manner of binding is this? It constricts my chest. Come help me massage it. Heizi lauget, sensing her inability to resist, seizing the moment to claim her lips. On the 20th day, the confines of the prison could no longer satisfy them, and the two made their way through the corridor to the prison's exit, leaving behind a trail of their misdeeds. On the 30th day, Heizi gazed at the remaining hour, filled with unprecedented joy. With a kiss, Lu Bingxin left a mark upon Heizi's face, while his neck and cheeks bore countless lip prints. 30 days have passed, disciple. Are you truly at the foundation establishment stage? Heizi released her, master. Your complexion appears even more radiant and smooth. We ought to leave. If we linger any longer, the senior sisters will likely believe I've perished here. Lu Bingxin nodded thoughtfully. then suddenly noticed a small hole in the wall. She approached it, puzzled. This prison was my own meticulous creation. How could such a flaw have appeared? Unable to comprehend, Heizi was equally taken aback, astonished that something could capture Lu Bingxin's attention. He felt a twinge of fear regarding this anomaly. Disciple, could this be? Master, what are you saying? I do not understand. Foolish one. Disciple, if you continue to feign ignorance, your master will no longer dare to play with you. Chapter 50. My Wrong Master. Lu Bingxin extended her finger to trace a shape in the air, swallowing hard as she gazed incredulously at the small hole. She had initially assumed Heizi was merely a brutish man. It was surprising to discover such abnormality. I am a Yuan-ing, after a month of rigorous labor. Although I experience joy daily, even a sense of ethereality, my gait has become peculiar, yet he seems unaffected. Who would believe that a Yuan-ing could be so fragile? A month has passed, and he remains unscathed. She tossed several nourishing pills, chi-replenishing pills, beauty pills, and her favorite candied fruit pills, into her mouth. Then her expression turned icy as she walked gracefully, as if nothing were amiss. Seeing her regain her haughty demeanor, Heizi scratched his head. Master, did you not mention rewarding me? What reward do you desire? Chi-replenishing pills or any restorative elixirs? Lu Bingxin was puzzled. He seemed entirely fine. Why would he request restorative pills? I'm sorry, even if I had them, I wouldn't give them to you. Discipla, y pusas no restaurativa pis. But I do have a Zhen Yuan Dan. Consider it your reward. Heizi accepted the Zhen Yuan Dan, observing the confident woman before him, feeling a headache coming on. Just moments ago, she had been tossing pills in her mouth, and now she walked without the previous limping. This villainous master. If not for the slave contract I signed in advance, I might have lost my life by now. However, after a month of rewards, I can hardly wait to open them. I hope the system proves sensible and does not disappoint me. Yet, I face another dilemma. After the infinite Yuan-Yang time resets, there will be aftereffects. The last time, I ran out of life-prolonging pills in just 3 days, and this time it has been a month. Although I feel fine now, I hope I do not face immediate demise. With 2 life-prolonging pills remaining, I hope they will save my life. A Zhen Yuan Dan is better than none. Disciple, after we leave this place, you won't tell anyone about the slave contract, will you? Master, rest assured this is our secret. Come, let me pat your rear. Lu Bingxin gritted her teeth, hesitating for a moment before stepping before Heizi, who did not hold back. Be gentle. With only 5 minutes remaining. Heizi panicked and swiftly swallowed a life-prolonging pill while Lu Bingxin was distracted. She noticed his subtle expression. She could have left long ago, but she wanted to see what Heizi feared. Heizi held his breath, focusing on the numbers visible only to him. 3, 2, 1. Infinite Yuan-Yang time has reset. Please adjust your body. A sharp pain shot through his nerves, followed by an agonizing expression. Thankfully, the life-prolonging pill was holding him up. Otherwise, I feel this body could not withstand it. I have endured lightning tribulations. Why am I succumbing to this woman? He weakly called out, Master, please come and support me. Lu Bingxin hesitated momentarily, then approached Heizi. Upon seeing the pained expression on his face, she felt an unusual delight, but also a hint of confusion. Just moments ago, he seemed fine. Now, why does he appear as though he has been gutted? Serves you right. Disciple, what troubles you? You look pained. Lu Bingxin feigned concern. Heizi remained silent, struggling to lift his right leg, the pain causing him to grimace. The intensity of our dual cultivation over the past month has been overwhelming. Raising my leg is now a challenge far greater than before. Am I truly on the brink of death? How could I be so severely injured? Heizi glanced at Lu Bingxin's slender waist, then at her ample rear, realizing that he was the only one suffering in this world. Still looking around? Disciple, are you all right? Lu Bingxin teased. Disciple, let me assist you. Lu Bingxin chuckled coldly, then reached for Heizi's waist, applying a slight pressure. Heizi's eyes bulged, and he gasped sharply, letting out a noise reminiscent of a pig. Tears brimming in his eyes. Ah, disciple, your master has yet to exert any real force. Why are you shedding tears? Heizi felt utterly humiliated, for he was a man, and to think he could not contain himself. Lu Bingxin retrieved 2 sets of clothing from her storage ring, with a swift turn. She donned her attire while the clothing she offered Su Heizi was tattered and ragged, resembling that of a beggar. Su Heizi paid little heed, and with her support, each step felt as if his bones might shatter. I will never again confront a wall. I refuse to engage with a Yuaning. Su Heizi resolved in pain. As they passed a cage, Su Heizi suddenly spotted Gao Shiliang, bound and devoid of purpose. Master, Gao Sr. has shown me kindness. Might we let him go? Let him go, then. Su Heizi, initially reluctant to meddle with this villainous master, reconsidered. Perhaps this could serve as a test of his standing in her eyes. After all, he was also a male cultivator. If he did not break this rule, he might not survive to leave Yihuanzhou. Master, I know you harbor disdain for male cultivators, but would you allow an exception for your disciple? Lu Bingxin regarded Su Heizi coldly, contemplating, despite the slave contract. Su Heizi had not commanded her to perform any egregious acts during this month. Furthermore, having absorbed so much yuan yang from him, he had shown kindness. Given that he had satisfied her, she decided to grant him this request. Very well, I can grant your wish, but how will you repay me? Your body, disciple. Are you capable? My unjust master, who revels in murder and tortures others for pleasure, unexpectedly made an exception for me. It appears my efforts over the past month have not been in vain. Master, is a month not enough to satisfy you? Lu Bai Su Heizi remarked, Senior, since my master is willing to let you go, why do you hesitate to leave? Gao Shiliang glanced at Lu Bingxin, aware that exiting this place was far from simple. Lu Bingxin gently cast a spell, granting Gao Shiliang the ability to utilize his spiritual energy. With his fists clasped, he realized Su Heizi had already reached the foundation establishment stage, leaving him with a hint of disbelief. This young man is quite peculiar. Just 2 months ago, he requested me to cleanse him, and now he has already attained foundation establishment. The cultivation techniques of Heizi sect are extraordinarily abnormal, allowing such rapid advancement that it defies logic. Previously, the 5 great sects united to corner Lu Bingxin here. Why did they not eradicate her completely? Later, I learned from the ancestor that although the 5 sects joined forces, they harbored ulterior motives, each reluctant to take the lead, and none willing to risk a trade because they were all aware of the difficulties of cultivation, not wishing to face death, especially since the Yuaning stage is not easily vanquished. Thus, Heizi sect gradually emerged within the cultivation world, while Lu Bingxin, a woman with a venomous heart, took pleasure in torturing cultivators and occasionally annihilating a small sect for amusement when she was in a good mood. The ancestor advised me to let her be, stressing that one should never provoke her. Those whom she favors can only be said to have unfortunate luck. Gao Shiliang cast a wary glance at Lu Bingxin, recognizing that although she is a stunning beauty, her intentions are insidious. Thank you, Lu Fairy. Gao Daoyu interjected, you should not be thanking me. The gratitude is owed to my disciple, Su Heizi. I am in a good mood and will let you off this time. However, if your Qingyun sect does not behave next time, I shall pay a visit to those 2 old geezers. Visit? I hope it does not turn my Qingyun sect upside down. Gao Shiliang chuckled. I assure you, we will be sensible. Thank you, Su Xiaoyu. Thank you, Lu Fairy. Wait, Su Heizi, with the surname Su, could he be the youngest son abducted from the Su family? The Su family had claimed that Su Heizi went to the Immortal Mountain to study the immortal arts, yet they mentioned nothing about Lu Bingxin, perhaps fearing her interest. By the way, Gao Daoyu, having cultivated to the late Jindan stage, you should be sensible, right? Gao Shiliang scratched his head like a child caught in wrongdoing, then produced a storage bag containing 100,000 spirit stones, presenting it as a meeting gift for Su Xiaoyu. Lu Bingxin smiled slightly, and upon hearing the mention of 100,000 spirit stones, Su Heizi's eyes lit up. Although it was intended for Su Heizi, he handed it to Lu Bingxin. Upon seeing Su Heizi's joyful expression, she graciously accepted the spirit stones. Su Heizi extended his hand, saying, Master, the spirit stones are from Senior Gao. Disciple, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine, she replied. Su Heizi felt a sense of unease at the exchange. Just then Gao Shiliang asked, Lu Fairy, may I take my leave? Lu Bingxin, with impatience, replied, do you wish to stay here as a guest? Gao Shiliang exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Heizi before swiftly casting a spell to depart. If a Gene Dance stage cultivator can cast spells, surely my master at the Yuanying stage can as well? Master, my back is killing me. Please cast a spell to take me away. Lu Bingxin supported Su Heizi to the wall and then directly cast a spell to leave. Disciple, I will wait for you at the cave entrance. Su Heizi leaned against the wall, one hand on his back, his face contorted in pain. Oh, my master, after toiling in the fields for so many days, even without merit, you have earned some hardship. Yet you took the spirit stones that should belong to me and left me here. Recalling the supple, jade-like figure, Su Heizi felt inexplicably weak in the legs. He inhaled sharply, steeling his resolve. I must train diligently from now on. He tremblingly opened the system, and a smile emerged on his face. His intelligence had surprisingly risen to 50, strength to 35, and charm to 30. I remember my previous stats. Intelligence was 42, strength 30, and charm 20. My master truly deserves the title of master. The system's rewards are indeed varied. Congratulations, host, your intelligence has reached 50, triggering the hidden reward, mind pressure. Mind pressure. This can be used to impose pressure on those of lower cultivation, with a chance to render them mentally impaired. What a delightful reward. Coupled with the previous method of utilizing my consciousness, if I leave a Huan sect, I will at least have an additional means of attack. Congratulations, host. Your charm has reached 30, triggering the hidden reward. 1 electric remote control and 5 blue pills. Su Heizi was taken aback. As for the blue pills and the electric remote control, he was all too familiar with them. After a moment of astonishment, he realized, am I not a cultivator? Why would I need such peculiar items? Congratulations, host, for fondling the jade-like legs, gaining 200 foundation establishment points. Congratulations, host, for fondling the jade-like rear, gaining 300 foundation establishment points. Congratulations, host, for fondling the jade-like hands, gaining 300 foundation establishment points. Congratulations, host, for fondling the jade-like body for 30 days. Rewards have been distributed to the host. Current foundation establishment points total 1,830, far exceeding 500. Would the host like to use the foundation establishment points? Over 1,800 points in foundation establishment. 30 days of effort is certainly worthwhile. Use the points. Congratulations. Host, usage successful. Current cultivation has reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment points reset to 0. The host only requires 800 points to reach the late foundation establishment stage. Reset to 0. Why didn't you mention earlier that the foundation establishment points would reset? All my hard work over these 30 days has gone to waste. This is absurd. The higher the cultivation, the more abundant the rewards. The rewards from high-quality jade bodies will also be premium. Host, please strive harder and continue to work diligently. I'll work hard for you. Everything is about jade. Why can't you reward me with some restorative pills or talismans? I can only place my hopes on the main quest and the black market. However, even now at mid-foundation establishment, why do I feel no change here? My legs feel weak. Could it be due to the formation in this place? Never mind. Even without rewards, being able to discipline that woman is not a loss for me, especially to have her arrogance pinned beneath me. Su Heizi looked at his trembling legs and began to smile. To firmly discipline that proud, arrogant master is indeed a delightful task. I hope the main quest rewards me with pills. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest of subduing her pride. Reward, 100 spirit stones. Spirit stones. No pills. Su Heizi leaned against the wall, frustrated. What a disaster. Chapter 52, Slaying the Black Wolf. Claim spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 spirit stones. Current total, 171. Just over 100 stones. Gao Shirliang casually pulls out a storage bag with 100,000 stones. Main quest updated. Gift. Please present the electric remote control to your junior sister and teach her how to use it. You gotta be kidding. Su Heizi exclaimed, cursing loudly. Then he grasped his legs, unable to stand upright. To give that thing to my junior sister, what kind of beast would think of such a gift? Isn't this forcing me to become something unrecognizable? Dog system, remove this task. I'd rather die than deliver it. Su Heizi wandered through the black market, realizing that 2 spirit stones could be exchanged for 1. Something felt off, so driven by curiosity, he initiated the exchange. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, earning the reward. Misfortune is a blessing. Heizi expected to receive a substantial reward, but after checking the remaining 170 spirit stones, he realized he had been taken advantage of. The black market. If it weren't black, could it still be called a black market? Damn it. Misfortune is a blessing. Heizi scrolled to the bottom of the black market and discovered that the spot previously selling the 99-meter great axe had been replaced with another treasure. Zhang Tian bottle, 9999, 999, 9999. Gazing at that string of numbers left him astonished. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, billions, tens of billions. For a mere small green bottle, they dared to price it so exorbitantly. With just one spirit stone, it would cost 1,000 billion. Who could possibly afford that? Just a glance would suffice. This system has no concept of poverty. Xiaoxi, expend 100 spirit stones to upgrade my great cleaver. Upon successful upgrade, congratulations to the host. The 99-meter great cleaver has been enhanced to 2 meters, leaving the host with 70 spirit stones. I hadn't anticipated the rapid consumption of spirit stones. They dwindle to a mere handful with just a slight expenditure, and the remaining 70 stones are insufficient to procure anything of value. Poverty constrains me. Furthermore, the next level of the great cleaver requires 500 spirit stones, while my strength of 35 is already adequate. Where in Hehuan Zone can one acquire spirit stones? Heizi, leaning against the wall, gingerly made his way toward the exit, each step feeling as though the heavens might collapse upon him. In desperation, he consumed his last life-prolonging pill. Yet the effect remained the same. The pain persisted unabated. Upon reaching the exit, he spotted Lu Bingxin, who had somehow procured a chair. Sitting there with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping spirit wine. Heizi paused for a moment, then looked at her in agony. Every step for him felt like a battle for survival, while she indulged in fine wine. This woman is certainly no saint. Lu Bingxin set down her cup, feigning surprise as she approached Heizi, supporting him. "Oh dear, disciple, why do you look so pale?" Heizi remained silent, finally stepping into the sunlight with her assistance. He had managed to endure this month. Lu Bingxin pinched Heizi's waist. "Disciple, how did you reach the mid-foundation stage?" Heizi, grimacing in pain, chuckled foolishly. "Luck. Just good fortune." Oddly enough, this past month, Heizi had done nothing but engage in dual cultivation. Could it be that my disciple has mastered the art of yin-yang? No, I absorbed his yang energy, yet the yin energy within me remained intact. It is perplexing. Even if he did absorb my yin energy, it shouldn't have happened so swiftly. Lu Bingxin leaned closer to Heizi's ear, her voice soft and sweet. "Disciple, do tell your master your secret." Listening to her tone, normally he would not have been able to endure, but now he felt powerless. "Master, did you notice that small hole in the prison wall? That is my secret." Lu Bingxin's face flushed, and she gasped in surprise. "You truly had an affair with the wall?" Heizi smiled, pride evident in his voice. "Master, you must understand, I am quite capable, and you are not unfamiliar with that." "Disciple, are you all right?" Lu Bingxin carried Heizi to the cliff's edge, saying, "It's futile, disciple. The slave contract and master's secret. Rest assured, master, but if you wish for me to keep this secret, should you not return my spirit stones? Disciple, keep striving." Lu Bingxin vanished before him, leaving Heizi staring at her last known position, perplexed by his inability to act. How infuriating. Each step sends a jolt of pain through my waist. It seems my master wishes for my demise. Perhaps I should leap off the cliff. Just then, sounds of rustling emerged from the thicket, followed by several gray wolves emerging and slowly approaching Heizi. Upon counting, he noted 7 in total. He grasped the hilt of his 99-meter great cleaver, now an excellent opportunity to test the might of his 2-meter blade. "Come fort." The 7 gray wolves cautiously approached. Pausing at a safe distance from Heizi, he frowned, realizing they were troublesome. These wild wolves appear organized, truly a product of the cultivation world. At that moment, a black wolf, several times larger than the gray wolves, stepped forward. Heizi felt a tightening in his chest at first sight. This black wolf must be their leader. Measuring 5 or 6 meters in length, the black wolf fixed its gaze upon Heizi, and after a moment, let out a howl, prompting the 7 gray wolves to charge. The black wolf followed closely, evidently seeking to gain the advantage in numbers. Su Heizi remained unperturbed, a smirk gracing his lips as the gray wolves advanced within 2 or 3 meters of him, at which point he unleashed his spiritual pressure. The 7 gray wolves immediately knelt before him and subsequently exploded, dispersing into puddles of blood. Su Heizi felt a surge of joy and directed his spiritual pressure toward the black wolf. Yet the effect was minimal, merely slowing its advance. In the blink of an eye, the black wolf was upon him. Su Heizi was taken aback. What had been a 5 or 6 meter distance had vanished in an instant. Such speed is astonishing. Water manipulation. The black wolf leaped, only to be intercepted by Su Heizi's water sphere. However, its size began to force Su Heizi toward the cliff's edge. Gritting his teeth, Su Heizi realized that without offensive power, his water manipulation and spiritual pressure were insufficient. The mantis dagger lay in the storage bag of his wooden cabin. He had no choice but to rely on it. The great cleaver pierced the water sphere, and with a forceful thrust, Su Heizi drove it into the black wolf's skull, which collapsed lifelessly moments later. Having spent so many spirit stones, it was indeed worthwhile. Su Heizi sheathed his cleaver and approached the black wolf's carcass. Its single-minded attack pattern, astonishing speed, and ability to command the gray wolves indicated its extraordinary nature. However, it had provoked the wrong person. I am in the foundation stage. Detected second-tier demon beast black wolf corpse. Would you like to sell it, host? Keeping it serves no purpose. Sell it. Congratulations, host, on a successful sale. You have gained 1 spirit stone, bringing your total to 71 spirit stones. Just 1 spirit stone? I can't shake the feeling that this system is taking advantage of me, especially considering the mantis dagger requires 20 spirit stones to craft from a second-tier demon beast. Is this system excessively greedy? In the early hours of the morning, in the wooden cabin, Su Heizi lay comfortably in bed, appearing far from being a foundation-level cultivator. Indeed, even the icy beds of Yuqing Peak or the grand beds of Yunu Peak cannot compare to the comfort of my humble little bed. The following morning, Su Heizi awoke, struggling to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yang Ke pinching his nose, grinning at him. Just as Su Heizi was about to express his annoyance, Yang Kuei lunged toward him, enveloping him in a cloud of snow-white fluff, pressing against his face. Brother, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I think of you every day. Despite his difficulty breathing, Su Heizi couldn't help but grin foolishly. Sister, just how much do you miss me? Oh dear brother, your face is flushed. Did you not sleep well? Are you feeling cold? As she shifted, Su Heizi caught a whiff of her delicate jasmine fragrance, a sensation he found irresistible. Swallowing hard, he warned, Sister, please keep your distance. I fear I might bleed if you come any closer. Yang Kuei released Su Heizi and, propping herself on the bed, leaped onto it, beaming at him. Su Heizi, fearing exposure, quickly retreated to the corner, covering himself with his clothing. Sister, could you not be so forward? A little subtlety would be appreciated. Your demeanor frightens me. Yang Kuei grasped Su Heizi's hand, smiling brightly. Brother, do not fear. I have comprehended high-level techniques for yin-yang cultivation, and now I possess 100 ways to bring you down. Su Heizi gazed at her in trepidation, thinking, my sister has thoroughly gone astray. What shall I do? Brother, I practiced diligently every day this past month to bring you down. I even sought out Sister Yinner for practice. Even Sister Yinner believes I have made progress. I merely lack practical experience. What? This little girl actually sought Sister Yinner for practice? How could she and Sister Yinner possibly train together? No, I cannot simply yield to my sister. Otherwise, I fear I shall face dire consequences in the future. Sister, could you please step outside and give me some space? Otherwise, I may never speak to you again. Brother, is this not something I have said before? All right, sister, you may go now. And remember to close the door. I shall prepare a gift for you shortly. After Yang Kuei exited, Su Heizi sighed in relief, the pain subsiding somewhat, and he felt a slight change in his body. He touched his biceps. Though invisible to the naked eye, he distinctly sensed that his muscles had grown considerably stronger. He pondered whether it was due to his cultivation progress or an increase in strength. A month of intense labor has sculpted my abdominal muscles. Yet regrettably, I paid little heed to this transformation, my attention solely devoted to my master. Had I noticed earlier, Perhaps that formidable antagonist master of mine might have altered her perception of male disciples upon a mere touch. Heizi gazed at his well-defined six-pack with satisfaction, pondering when he might attain the corn-cob physique his senior sister had described. It is curious, however, that while the techniques spoken of by the senior sisters require gradual cultivation, I am able to swiftly acquire rewards through the system. Is this truly a blessing? Heizi retrieved a remote control, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at its pink exterior. Is this truly a gift from my junior sister? Shall she? What if it runs out of power? The system simply replied, Host, just infuse it with spiritual energy. You know what I mean? I do not wish to understand. Especially since my adorable junior sister is so charming. I would rather not alter that. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Heizi instinctively concealed the remote behind him. Junior sister, why did you not knock before entering? Yang Kuei, oblivious to what she might have seen, blushed instantly and approached Heizi. Brother, I wish to touch, she exclaimed with a smile. Heizi glanced at his abs, questioning why he should cover them, and replied, Junior sister, stop dwelling on frivolities and train yourself. I thought the gift you spoke of was your abdominal muscles, Yang Kuei said, her eyes searching for the present. After a moment of hesitation, Heizi finally placed the remote in her hand. Yang Kuei, intrigued, had never encountered such a peculiar item before. Brother, what kind of gift is this? Heizi leaned closer, whispering in embarrassment. Yang Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Brother, teach me how to use it. Heizi was momentarily taken aback by her enthusiasm. Reluctantly, he began to explain, knowing he had tasks to fulfill as dictated by the system, which had ensured his survival during that month of boundless energy. Suddenly, a binding talisman was affixed to Heizi's forehead, rendering him immobile as he looked at Yang Kuei in confusion. Where did this little girl acquire a binding talisman? She cheerfully declared, Brother, for this past month, I could not stop thinking about you. When I learned that Master had taken you away, I feared I might never see you again. Now that you cannot move, I suppose I can take the initiative. Heizi panicked, feeling the soft sensation from his abs, realizing that Yang Kuei had thoroughly gone astray. In the next moment, he found himself pushed down. Never did I expect Heizi to be overpowered. Yet why did it have to be by my junior sister? 2 hours later, Yang Kai surveyed the remnants of chaos in the room, proudly exhaling, Brother, I feel so comfortable now. Heizi, wrapped tightly in his clothes, huddled in a corner, silent as a quail, pretending to be the victim. Once fearless of his junior sister, he now needed to devise a strategy to protect himself. If she were to keep overpowering him, who could withstand that? This time, I miscalculated. Brother, cheer up a bit. I hope for more in the future, Yang Kuei said, her intentions clear as she stealthily reached for his abs. Heizi quickly intervened. Junior sister, could you focus on your cultivation instead of always thinking about my abs and talismans? Please, devote yourself to training. I understand, brother. But before that, could you let me touch a little? Yang Kai smiled innocently. For hours have passed, and you still aren't satisfied, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyan barged in, calling out, What is not enough? Yang Kuei's face turned crimson as she hurriedly fanned herself. Sister, it's so hot here. I must go wash up on the back mountain. Clutching the gift Heizi had given her, she fled in haste. Yang Xiaoyan surveyed the disarray in the room, then turned her gaze to Heizi, who sat amidst the chaos and the half-destroyed talisman in Yang Kuei's possession. She nodded knowingly and flashed a smile at Heizi. Sister Yun, she approached Heizi, extending her delicate hand. It's been a month. Are you all right? Let me check on you. Sister, I am fine, Heizi replied, relishing the warmth of her touch. Oh, you have abdominal muscles. It seems you've been quite industrious this past month. Yang Xiaoyan smiled approvingly. Indeed, I've certainly put in considerable effort. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaoyan climbed onto the bed, subtly placing her hand on Heizi's waistband. Sister, what are you doing? Heizi exclaimed, startled. Do you know how I managed to come here after not seeing you for a month? Between Yu Qingfeng and Yu Nu Peak. Even Sister Zhao's cucumbers weren't enough. Yu Qingfeng, Yu Nu Peak. Have the sisters been preoccupied with tofu making in my absence? Heidi Punda Alao. Yang Xiaoyan looked at him with a serious expression. In this month, you Haven Tea just avoided becoming a mere skeleton. You've even reached the mid-foundation stage. Surely, Master hasn't laid a finger on you? Heizi, overwhelmed, buried his face in her embrace, hoping to divert the conversation away from his recent progress. Yang Xiaoyan intended to take the next step, but she was at a loss. Brother, it must have been difficult for you. As he cried, Yang Xiaoyan found herself at a loss for how to proceed, offering gentle comfort while placing 2 pills in Heizi's hand. One is a chi-replenishing pill, and the other is a blood-activating pill. That's all I have. Heizi swallowed them immediately, feeling revitalized. Sister, you didn't come here just for my waistband, did you? Yang Xiaoyun chuckled, having expected to find him in a pitiful state, but instead discovering he had secretly advanced in cultivation. Let us head to the Yuyep pool for a thorough checkup. I cannot rest easy otherwise, she insisted. The Yuyep pool? You mean the one at the foot of Yuqing Feng? Surely you jest. Heizi laughed. What a splendid name. The pool inside Yuqing Feng is called the Wanyu Pool, while the one at the foot of the mountain is the Yuyep Pool, and the one at Yu Peak is the Qingxin Pool. My junior sister usually bathes in the Qingxin Pool. Let's go to the Yuyep Pool. Sister, yes, you. I am perfectly well and have even reached the mid-foundation stage. My body is in excellent condition, Heizi insisted. Yang Xiaoyan grasped his ear firmly, declaring, You will go whether you want to or not, Heizi. I am your senior sister. As they approached the Yuyep pool, Heizi gazed at the water with apprehension. Sister, there are no snakes in this pool, are there? Yang Xiaoyan pulled him along, pushing him into the water. You've reached the mid-foundation stage, and you're still afraid of snakes? Sister, could you be gentler? Your demeanor frightens me. Stop dawdling and wash up. Once you're clean, I'll check you over. I refuse to believe you've endured a month of trials without a scratch. She urged. You, a mid-foundation disciple, can withstand the rigors of a nascent soul. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoyan dove into the pool, circling Heizi playfully. It is quite peculiar. It seems there truly isn't a single issue. Senior sister, isn't it just about enduring a month with Master? Even a year seems trivial to junior brother. Oh, really? Suddenly, Heizi snorted, Senior sister, I knew there were snakes in this pond. At that moment, he noticed that Yang Xiaoyan had vanished, so he looked down. In the water, Yang Xiaoyun's disheveled hair flowed with the current. Just then, Heizi felt something tugging at him, and he sank straight into the pond. Given that both of them were cultivators, and Heizi also possessed water manipulation skills, there was little difference between being submerged and standing on solid ground, except for the peculiar series of bubbles. Heizi was well aware of what was about to unfold. After all, he was the only male cultivator of Heizi sect. Yang Xiaoyan was clad in a sheer azure dress, and Heizi hadn't even removed her skirt. After a while, they resurfaced, and Yang Xiaoyan was beaming with joy. Heizi wrapped his arms around her waist and swam towards the shore. Junior brother, you truly are amazing. Senior sister has checked, and you are indeed fine. And your abdominal muscles are quite impressive. Heizi wore a gentle smile. The development of these abs was also thanks to senior sister. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden consciousness in the sky observed their struggle with clarity. At Yu Peak, within Ouyang Yu's cave dwelling, Lu Bingxin suddenly opened her eyes while seated on her jade bed. She then remarked with a sardonic tone, It seems there is indeed a contribution from senior sister. This little rascal actually bound me with a slave contract, yet I cannot refine it. How infuriating. What is this thing? Heizi, you mere ant, and Gao Shiliang. Not a single male cultivator has left Heizi sect alive. Once I manage to refine this, you will be the first to perish. And perhaps I shall vent my frustrations by obliterating a sect. Ah, and there's the Su family too. A family of cultivators, though they may not be top tier. Crushing them will surely bring me satisfaction. But before that, I need to stabilize the absorption of Yuan Yang for this month. On the bank of the jade liquid pool, Heizi obediently massaged Yang Xiaoyan's jade-like legs, occasionally stealing glances at her delicate feet. Senior sister, Heizi nudged closer, slowly applying pressure on Yang Xiaoyan's feet. Your feet smell divine. Yang Xiaoyan frowned. Heizi, you aren't thinking of stuffing my foot into your mouth again, are you? Chapter 55, 200,000 spirit stones gone. Heizi decided to take the initiative and asked, Is it all right, senior sister? Yang Xiaoyan shot him a glance. She was naturally unwilling to acquiesce so easily to Heizi. Thus, she replied, Tonight, in the small grove, senior sister will await you. Su Heizi smiled. Then it is settled, senior sister. Yang Xiaoyan cast a spell to dry her clothes, saying, Senior sister has matters to attend to. I will head to Yuni Peak first. Junior brother, remember, I will be waiting in the small grove tonight. After Yang Xiaoyan departed, Su Heizi's heart soared with joy. He never expected senior sister to invite him to the grove. Yet, why can he never forget her jade-like feet? He eagerly anticipated the arrival of nightfall. Small system. Use the True Essence Pill. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the True Essence Pill. Current foundation value is 5 points. Su Heizi suddenly rejoiced. A single True Essence Pill was worth 2 points of foundation value. So how did it become 5? The host is currently in the mid-stage of foundation building, gaining a unique understanding of the True Essence Pill. Thus, 1 pill equals 5 points of foundation value. How considerate. If 1 equals 5, then 100 would equal 500 points. Master truly is something else. After 30 days, I receive 1 True Essence Pill. I wonder how that 4-hour session with Junior Sister went. Congratulations, host, for spending 4 hours colliding with Jade Legs, earning a reward of 2 True Essence Pills, and 4 points of foundation value, randomly distributing 1 point. Congratulations, host, for touching a Jade Tongue for 2 hours, earning 1 point of foundation value. 1 point is too trivial to bother with. Using the True Essence Pill. Usage successful. The host's current foundation value is 20 points. There is a limit of 20 True Essence Pills per month. The host has used 3 so far. There is even a limit. This dog system is truly bothersome. The main quest gift has been completed. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 30 Spirit Stones. Current Spirit Stone total, 101. Gift package function unlocked. Silver gift package for 100 Spirit Stones, gold for 1,000, diamond for 100,000. The host may exchange for corresponding value gift packages. Gift packages. There are actually silver, gold, and diamond gift packages, and judging by the descriptions, they can yield any item. It's all a matter of luck. With good fortune, one may obtain various rare items, but with poor luck, nothing at all. Most importantly, the better the quality of the chest, the better the items obtained. Of course, it could also result in total loss. Su Heizi became intrigued, muttering to himself, My luck has always been excellent. Am I not the Emperor of Luck? Without hesitation, he decided to exchange for silver gift package to test the waters. Small system, purchase silver gift package. Purchase successful. The host has 1 Spirit Stone remaining. Open it. Su Heizi fixed his gaze on the treasure chest, hoping not to be disappointed. Wait, is that golden light? This looks promising. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the gift package, earning 100,000 Spirit Stones. May I ask if you wish to claim them? 100,000 Spirit Stones? Did I hear that correctly? I knew it. I am truly the Emperor of Luck. Su Heizi stared at the 6-digit Spirit Stone total, breath quickening. What does 100,000 Spirit Stones signify? Aside from that small green vial, he could purchase many items from the black market. Given my current stroke of luck, should I consider trying for a diamond gift package? Spending this 100,000 Spirit Stones on a 99-meter grade axe could significantly boost his combat power. But considering my current luck, what if I were to uncover a treasure beyond imagination? Taking a chance could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Surviving this long has been purely due to luck. Small system, purchase diamond gift package. Diamond gift package purchase successful. The host has 1 Spirit Stone remaining. Su Heizi gazed at the diamond-trimmed treasure chest, adorned with various effects. He knew this box was anything but ordinary. This was 100,000 Spirit Stones. Could it be simple? Open it for me. Su Heizi closed his eyes, listening to the mechanical voice of the system indicating successful opening. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion. What is happening? The gift package can yield another gift package? Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 diamond gift package. No way. I actually opened another gift package. Although there is still a chance. The first one yielded no treasures, and the second might not either. Forget it. Open the gift package. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and Su Heizi thought to himself, This looks promising. Gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 200,000 Spirit Stones. May I ask if you wish to claim them? What? It doubled. Su Heizi's trembling hand reflected his excitement. He had completely lost his composure. 200,000 Spirit Stones. Should I stop or continue? With luck this good, what if I earn another 200,000 spirit stones? After all, this 200,000 spirit stones came from the previous luck. My luck is exceptional. I shall purchase another diamond gift package, saving the remaining 100,000 spirit stones. Small system, purchase gift package. Purchase successful. May I ask if the host wishes to open it? Heizi closed his eyes and shouted, "Open." Congratulations, host. For successfully opening, you have received a guaranteed reward of 1 pill. Heizi's eyes snapped open, and he sighed inwardly, Long pill. It must be an extraordinary elixir. This is a win. Heizi gazed at the long pill in his hand, brimming with excitement. However, upon reading the system's description of the long pill, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Long pill, effective only for chi refining cultivators, suggested retail price, 2 spirit stones. Heizi tightly clenched the long pill in his hand. It's all right. I still gained 200,000 spirit stones. Perhaps my technique was flawed earlier, leading to poor luck. Now, having gained 200,000 spirit stones, if I were to uncover a treasure beyond imagination, it would be a massive profit. After all, my maximum loss would only be 100 spirit stones. Purchase diamond gift package. Purchase successful. Yes, it was merely a misalignment of posture. This time, I shall certainly close my eyes first. Wealth and prosperity rest upon you. Open. Congratulations to the host for receiving a complete set of pure jade uniform. A pair of black stockings, a pair of small leather shoes, 1 spirit stone, and 5 beauty elixirs. Heizi. After a brief pause, Heizi slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the rewards on the screen, momentarily overwhelmed. My 200,000 spirit stones. Gone. Everything is gone. I shall never gamble again. Damn, my 200,000. Heizi patted himself furiously, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have withdrawn earlier. A uniform set. This is the realm of cultivation. Could the system have made an error? Heizi clicked to receive, and in his hands appeared a rather decent uniform, small leather shoes, black stockings, a spirit stone, and 5 beauty elixirs. He stowed them all in his storage bag, his heart consumed with remorse. Wait, the uniform? Heizi was astonished. Could it be that the system did not err, but rather that it truly produced black stockings, an item known to enhance attack speed? A blue pill, an electric remote, a uniform. Is the cultivation realm this advanced? It seems that exchanging 200,000 spirit stones for a uniform is not such a loss after all. Heizi consoled himself internally. But the pressing question remains. To whom should I gift it? Senior sister Yuner has the Lioli set, with her figure. The uniform would undoubtedly suit her exquisitely. Senior sister Xiao Luo is rather tall. Would the attire appear odd on her? Senior sister Tanger, perhaps? The uniform paired with her immobilization talisman could evoke a beautiful zombie aesthetic. Senior sister Yuer would also look splendid. If her cave abode were adorned with ambient lighting, it would exude a sense of sophistication. As for Master, I shall refrain from considering him. Having devoured my 100,000 spirit stones, yet providing me with only 1 true essence pill. The adorable junior sister is around 1.70 meters, slightly shorter than senior sister Yuner, yet the uniform would undoubtedly be charming on her. Alas, whom should I choose to bestow this upon? Chapter 56. I refuse to believe my senior brother is a good person. Suddenly, Heizi's consciousness expanded, and he scrutinized his storage bag. He discovered 5 additional spirit stones and 4 long pills. Bewildered, he questioned how 3 spirit stones and 4 long pills had appeared. After some contemplation, he recalled that the storage bag was a gift from Gao Shirliang, and these spirit stones and pills must have accompanied it. Indeed, the main quest must have refreshed. It is an opportune moment to peruse the treasures of the black market. The main quest has been updated. Gift 2. Please carefully read the description of the blue pill's effects and deliver it to an appropriate recipient. What more is there to glean from the blue pill? The black market refreshes daily. I must first explore it. The previous exchange of 2 spirit stones for 1 has been reset. The wind wolf boots crafted from the 2nd-tier beast, the black wolf, can provide a slight increase in speed and are priced at 30 spirit stones. The Tsanglong dagger, 360 spirit stones. The blood pearl, crafted from the 2nd-tier red-eyed rabbit, can emit various colors of light based on one's consciousness. Priced at 80 spirit stones. The Xiantai sword forged with the blood of the Black Wolf requires 101 spirit stones. Su Heizi fell silent, realizing he was merely a laborer, working for the system without compensation. The black market is indeed treacherous. Furthermore, despite having been granted a skill for composure, I find myself utterly flustered by the system's antics. Unable to maintain my calm, I wonder if this is a deliberate mockery. They regard me as a gullible fool. Moreover, the most disheartening part is that the system is aware of my need for a sword, conveniently selling one in the black market for precisely 101 spirit stones. Very well, this is how you wish to play, is it? O system, may your entire family fare well. Woo-woo. Everything is the host's choice. No one is forcing the host. Oh, host, when you reach the transformation stage, a surprise awaits you. Damn, woo-woo creature, is this your ploy? Fine. Can you at least divulge what this surprise entails? Host, once you attain the nascent soul stage, the system can transform into the form you desire most. Su Heizi hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly jolting. A male or female? Su Heizi coughed, inexplicably eager for the system to manifest in the form he desired. Could the effect of the blue pill be misunderstood? To whom does the system wish for me to gift it? Upon consumption, the blue pill can counteract explosive effect from 1's constitution and amplify 1's aura and sensation by 99 times. Duration, 1 day. 99 times. What are the odds? A mere light touch on Senior Sister would send her soaring. Is it intended for Senior Sister Xiao Luo? However, I still possess a Dominator pill. After all, cultivation is an impossibility. Yang Kawaii sat on the bed, her cheeks flushed. Upon seeing Su Heizi, she immediately rushed over, shyly exclaiming, "Senior brother, you possess such marvelous items. Why didn't you present them sooner?" Su Heizi was momentarily taken aback. "Junior sister, do you know how to use that?" Yang Kawaii patted Su Heizi's shoulder and clung to his arm, bashfully stating, "I think I might have broken it. It hasn't made a sound since. That gift was specially prepared by Senior brother for me, right? Do you have more? Please, give it to your junior sister. Broken. It must be out of power. Wait, she figured it out on her own. How infuriating. I have led my junior sister astray with her aptitude. Had I not given her high-level techniques or that kind of gift, she would undoubtedly be a prodigy. Senior brother, I'm no longer interested in that. Junior sister, what do you intend to do?" Yang Kawaii suddenly covered her mouth and began to giggle. "Why are you so nervous, senior brother? My cultivation ISNT higher than yours. Why should you fear me? This little girl doesn't have an immobilization talisman, does she? No, I must be cautious. Heh, junior sister. You've monopolized senior brother for 4 or 5 hours today. Can you allow him a moment to rest? Besides, always thinking about mutual cultivation ISNT conducive to nurturing oneself. I never expected senior brother to be so fearful of me. To avoid mutual cultivation, he concocts such excuses. Very well, I shall first let him lower his guard. Then once he falls asleep, I will bind him. Furthermore, I possess him a senior sister Yuner S. Huan powder. Once secured, I shall pour the entire packet into senior brother's mouth. Then I shall push him down. I refuse to believe senior brother is a good person. He can endure. Senior brother is right. I, junior sister, have indeed been a bit hasty. And having monopolized you for so long, it is time to allow you some respite." Su Heizi nodded, feeling quite gratified. I never anticipated my junior sister to be so understanding. I shall gift her that uniform set. For some reason, the more I observe her, the more I find her appealing. Over the past month, she has undergone quite a transformation. It seems she has matured significantly. Her cheeks are rosy, and her long eyelashes frame her sparkling eyes, adding a touch of vivacity to her already beautiful visage. Moreover, her physique has developed splendidly. I can easily encircle her waist with one hand, and her lively personality only enhances her charm. When she blushes, she resembles a delectable cherry, leaving one yearning for more. Su Heizi retrieved the black stockings, small leather shoes, and uniform. "Junior sister, these items are for you. Strange shoes, peculiar stockings, and an unusual skirt." Yang Kawaii examined Su Heizi before joyfully proclaiming, "Senior brother, you've gifted me these. What do you desire from your junior sister?" Gazing into her clear, bright eyes, Su Heizi felt a twinge of guilt. As the sole male cultivator in the He Huan sect, I am left with no choice but to make the unknown mutual cultivation as comfortable, stimulating, and pleasurable as possible. The thought resonated deeply within him. Of course, the most important thing is to satisfy oneself, that damned special feeling. Heizi remarked, "Junior sister, what are you thinking? Isn't it quite normal for senior brother to give gifts to junior sister?" After she left, Heizi lay back on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Although he had taken the elixir given by senior sister, his waist still occasionally ached. Upon glancing at the system panel, displaying his youthful age of merely 20, Heizi couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. At such a tender age, he certainly did not wish to rely on elixirs and external substances. Chapter 57. Little Cherry Junior Sister, so delicious. Not long after lying down, for reasons unknown, Heizi felt an inexplicable compulsion to rise and stealthily hide beneath Yang Kuei's window. Peering through the glass, Heizi's eyes widened in astonishment. Yang Kuei seemed transformed, exuding an aura reminiscent of the beautiful, confident senior sisters from university. Unaware of Heizi's presence, she gazed at her skirt that barely covered her knees. Feeling a bit troubled, how could senior brother have such a skirt? It feels strange. She then slipped on another pair of stockings, completely oblivious to the presence outside her window. Heizi, captivated, felt his heart race at the thought of holding such a junior sister in his arms. At that moment, Yang Kuei donned a pair of small leather shoes and stood up to twirl around. Unable to contain himself any longer, Heizi was about to rush into the room when he noticed Yang Kuei seemed to be searching for something. Soon after, she emerged with a rope, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Heizi was puzzled as he watched her, perplexed when she suddenly tripped over her own feet and fell onto the bed, her legs flailing in the air. He found her amusing, but then he saw her retrieve a remote control from beneath her pillow. The remote control? Could it be that she intended to provoke excitement? His heart raced with anticipation. He yearned to witness Yang Kuei's wild side. Bored, Yang Kuei toyed with the remote, tossing it into the air and then placing it before her. Heizi watched for a long time, initially hoping for something thrilling to unfold. But disappointment began to creep in. Suddenly, Yang Kuei stood up, a meaningful smile on her face, and picked up the rope before leaving the room. After watching for a while, Heizi felt a mix of excitement and confusion. Why was junior sister heading to his little hut with that rope? Upon returning empty-handed, Yang Kuei appeared a bit disheartened. However, when she spotted Heizi crouching on the ground, she joyfully tossed the rope behind her and approached him. Heizi, seeing her, felt his heart flutter despite having engaged in mutual cultivation before. The sight of Yang Kuei stirred feelings of excitement and even shyness within him. "Senior brother, you're not asleep. What are you doing crouched beneath my window?" she asked. Heizi countered, "What were you doing in my room?" She produced a black tie and presented it to him. "Senior brother, I naturally came to find you. This tie was meant to go with the skirt. What is it for?" Heizi felt a stirring in his heart as he took the tie and helped her wear it. "Junior sister, you look stunning." Yang Kuei playfully cornered Heizi against the wall, her captivating aura making his cheeks flush as he averted his gaze. With a gentle smile, she grasped his chin and said, "Senior brother, I'm feeling parched." Heizi stared at her in a daze as she leaned closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, he instinctively reached out to stop her. "Junior sister, don't come any closer." Yang Kuei looked puzzled and asked, "Senior brother, isn't your mouth dry?" He replied, "If the senior sisters see us, perhaps we should retreat inside and take our time." Yang Kuei playfully punched him with her tiny fist, disregarding his concerns, and leaned in to kiss him. Heizi blinked, no longer resisting. Gradually, his hand reached out, and soon they shared a knowing smile. Yang Kuei wiped her mouth and said, "Senior brother, could you refrain from wandering hands?" Heizi chuckled and embraced her, leading her towards the room. In Ouyang Yu's cave dwelling, Lu Bingxin stood with her hands on her hips, fuming. "You rascal, Heizi. I am your master. Yet you chose to gift something splendid to your dear disciple instead of honoring me first. You shall spend a month in confinement." She added, "Why not come inside, so we can take our time?" Time swiftly passed, and now Yang Kuei could no longer muster the energy. She lay on the bed, her face adorned with smiles. "Senior brother, I believe my cultivation has reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. Su Heizi paused his actions of fastening his belt, perplexed as he approached her and planted a kiss on her cheek. Yang Kuei was taken aback by his prowess. She had assumed that high-level techniques rendered one invincible. But senior brother truly excelled, rendering her efforts futile despite her own skills. Junior sister, you flatter me. It was merely a clever move, Su Heizi replied. They exchanged glances, shared smiles filled with understanding, and he placed 5 Huanglong Dan in her palm. Yang Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him. Huanglong Dan? Senior brother, you can refine elixirs? These elixirs are all for you, he said. She joyfully accepted them and, taking his hand, asked, Senior brother, what level of cultivation do you currently possess? Due to the force of habit, Su Heizi found himself tumbling onto her. Having seen her earlier demeanor, he had thought her energy waned, but it seemed he had underestimated her. Junior sister, let us continue, she urged. Senior brother, don't let the battle cease. Su Heizi lay on the bed, clutching his waist and watching the sky darken, uncertain of what to do that night. After all, he was supposed to rendezvous with senior sister in the small grove. Little did he know, junior sister was so fierce. It must be that technique at play. A smile crept across Su Heizi's face. Little cherry junior sister is truly delectable. Alas, without the binding talisman, the possibilities are somewhat limited. At present, with his current state, it would be no problem to carry junior sister in one arm, and he could do the same for senior sister Yun'er. As for senior sister Xiao, she could probably manage to lift him as well. He resolved to allocate all his distribution points to strength. Congratulations, host. After 6 hours of playing with the Jade Waist and Jade Hips, you have earned a reward of 12 foundational cultivation points, 1 modification of high-level technique, and a random allocation of 3 points, along with a small healing pill. Current foundational cultivation points, 32. Remaining allocation points, 4. The small healing pill, a miraculous elixir that heals injuries and restores one's condition instantly. This pill feels even more extraordinary than the life-prolonging elixir. Just as he was about to rest, an unexpected opportunity had arisen. Regardless, the night had fallen. Senior sister, I am on my way. Chapter 58. Shouldn't I be the one carrying you? Su Heizi swallowed the elixir and made his way to the familiar small grove where Yang Xiaoyan awaited him. Upon seeing Su Heizi, she immediately pulled him behind a tree. She shed her outer garments, revealing a shimmering outfit beneath, but she remained silent as she crouched down and tugged at Su Heizi's pocket. Su Heizi said nothing. He simply watched her, quickly extending his hand. The night was hazy, akin to turning off the lights, coupled with the sounds of birds and wild animals in the wilderness. Suddenly, the tree began to sway violently, startling a few birds into flight. Time passed, and the two sat contentedly against the tree. Yang Xiaoyan leaned in and whispered to him, Junior brother, I wish to kill Master. Su Heizi was taken aback by her unexpected words. Kill Master? How could senior sister entertain such thoughts? Yang Xiaoyan smiled lightly and playfully placed her foot in his mouth. What do you think? Su Heizi casually remarked. Sister must be joking, right? Junior brother, why did you stand in front of sister that day? It was clearly you Yang junior brother that I killed. Sister could have gone to slay him for me, and I could have hidden behind her. Yang Xiaoyan seemed to have made a firm resolution. My master has been kind to me. Although I am merely at the Jin Dan stage, I have decided to boldly test my abilities against my master. Is that really the case? Su Heizi thought she was only joking and laughed. Master is at the Yuaning stage. Can you truly defeat her? Besides, sister has no reason to kill Master. Wait, Sister Yun'er isn't doing this for me, is she? He asked again, are you truly going to kill Master? The Heizi sect has only one male cultivator, junior brother. Rest assured, sister will protect you. Sister. Her gaze was resolute. She then stood up and took a set of clothes from her storage ring and changed. Sister still needs to find Sister Yun'er, Su Heizi. I will let you off tonight. Just as Su Heizi was about to stand up and tell her that Master was actually his servant, he found that Yang Xiaoyan had already vanished. Sister, Su Heizi spoke to the air. Although I fear death, I will never stand behind you. He then clapped his own cheeks and chuckled foolishly. Sisters are at the Jin Dan stage. How could they do such foolish things? Master is at the Yuaning stage. There is a saying that rings true. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The Heizi sect naturally seeks dual cultivation, but without elixirs and boundless yuan yang, I could easily turn to bones. The only constants are cultivation and strength. I shall visit Yuqing Peak tomorrow to see third sister. It has been ages since I last savored her steamed buns. The following morning, Heizi felt an inexplicable weight pressing down on him upon waking. He opened his eyes to find Xiao Luo resting her head on her hand, one leg draped over him, wearing a faint smile. Heizi gently pushed her leg, attempting to extricate himself. Sister, when did you arrive? I didn't even notice. Actually, junior brother planned to go Yuqing Peak today. You have a conscience. Xiao Luo stood up, grasped Heizi's collar. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at Yuqing Peak. Heizi was astonished by this instantaneous teleportation powered by spiritual energy. One moment they were in the small wooden cabin, the next they were here. Sister, can you teach me this divine ability? Xiao Luo bent slightly, almost pressing her face against Heizi's, causing him to swallow hard and step back. What's wrong? You weren't like this during dual cultivation with sister. Yet, Xiao Luo's figure was simply too alluring to resist. No, I must push myself. Sister, please spare me. Xiao Luo's interest was piqued. She enjoyed this response. Although she pretended to relent when she got carried away, she was even more fervent than anyone else. Ordinary people cannot engage in dual cultivation with sister. Heizi, do not provoke her anger. Heizi felt a rush of warmth. It seemed that refusing dual cultivation was not an option. In fact, junior brother has a gift for sister. He produced a blue pill and offered it to her. This pill, sister, will suppress the explosive effects caused by your constitution. Sister, this is a special gift prepared just for you. Xiao Luo accepted the small pill, her expression one of disbelief. Fool, how did you come by such a treasure? Was the last pill you took this one? One pill's effect lasts for a day. So sister should use it sparingly. Is that so? Sister doesn't believe it. Come, let us go inside and test it. Without giving Heizi a chance to respond, Xiao Luo embraced him, making him feel as though he were a cherished consort. Sister, please put me down. I'm just a big boy. What does this look? Sensing Heizi's unusual reaction, Xiao Luo smiled subtly. Junior brother, your response tells me you enjoy this. Sister, it wouldn't be good if sugar sister sees us like this. After all, it should be sister being held. This is the Heizi sect. Junior brother should rightly be the one embraced. In the familiar cave, Heizi did not find sugar sister, but noticed several cucumbers added to the icy bed. For some reason, he had a particular fondness for chilled cucumbers. Where is sugar sister? Junior brother, do you think sugar sister is more important than me? Heizi paused, chuckling. They're all important, all important. Xiao Luo took a talisman from her storage ring and presented it to Heizi. What do you think this is? Heizi gasped, a binding talisman. Seizing the moment of his surprise, Xiao Luo pressed it to his forehead. You guessed correctly. Sister has decided to reward you. Heizi stood frozen, realizing he would now have to guard against not only his junior sister, but also Xiao Luo's cunning. A steam bun was shoved into Heizi's mouth, and Xiao Luo paid no mind to his discomfort. Unable to move, Heizi could only watch helplessly. Xiao Luo patted his back and then cast a spell, forcing him to swallow the bun, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. At that moment, she pushed him into the forgetting worry pool. With the pool's restorative energies coursing through him, Heizi felt a surge of power within, as if it might burst forth at any moment. He was left desperately craving more. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo leaped into the pool as well. As the seal was lifted, Heizi, unable to move due to the binding talisman, could only watch as Xiao Luo took full advantage of the situation. Junior brother, sister has long wanted to use the binding talisman on you, so you can truly enjoy yourself. To his surprise, she exclaimed, you have abs. Watching her dress floating gently on the water's surface, Heizi was already filled with anticipation. Sister is so tall. It's a pity I can't act myself. 2 hours passed swiftly, and the talisman lost its potency. The seal was lifted. Sister, the talisman has expired. Xiao Luo felt a twinge of regret. It had only been 2 hours. Really? Junior brother, what are you about to do? Without further ado, Heizi pushed Xiao Luo into the pool as he seized a moment before the pill's effects wore off. Suddenly, the cave was filled with soft gasps. Heizi inwardly cursed. He had forgotten to inform her that the blue pill not only suppressed explosive effects, but also amplified sensations 99 times. 99 times. The unrestrained sounds of pleasure soon overwhelmed Su Heizi's self-control. "I'm sorry, sister." Time drifted by, and the two sat on the icy bed, their expressions betraying a lingering sense of satisfaction. "Sister, you are no match for me. You are too formidable." Su Heizi nibbled on a chilled crystal cucumber, savoring the taste. "The flavor of roses." Xiao Luo noticed his delight and inquired, "Junior brother, is it delicious?" Without hesitation, he replied, "The flavor of roses. Sister, you are delightful. If you wish to eat, sister guarantees you fresh cucumbers every day." "Freshness is not what matters, sister. I only desire flavors." Xiao Luo smacked her lips. "Oh, junior brother, you are quite greedy." "Sister, your earlier performance was equally impressive. I never expected you to be so skilled. By the way, has Master troubled you at all this past month?" Hearing this, Su Heizi suddenly threw himself into her embrace, crying, "Sister, you have no idea what Master has done to me this past month. Otherwise, you would only find my bones in the back mountain." Xiao Luo chuckled, not entirely believing Su Heizi's one-sided tale. After all, he was dealing with Lu Bingxin, someone not to be trifled with. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Heizi, followed by a long, drawn-out gasp. "Junior brother, don't." As the night wore on, the 1-meter-high icy bed melted away, leaving only a half layer behind. The following afternoon, Xiao Luo had already awakened, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Su Heizi, her face radiant with joy. The most crucial aspect was that the hardness of this Xianbing was no less formidable than that of Xiantai. Su Heizi, in his navet, seemed oblivious to the need for gentleness. Nevertheless, the bliss derived from their mutual cultivation was undeniably intoxicating. "Su Heizi, you truly are a treasure to your Shiji. I have a premonition that during the month my master took you away, Su Heizi must have done something remarkable. In any case, the fact that Su Heizi remained alive signifies he endured a month under Master-S tutelage. Yet, even a Yuanian cultivator is no match for Master, making Su Heizi's situation as a Jiqing cultivator all the more absurd. Furthermore, with Xianbing having melted, perhaps Master might have even faced some setbacks at his hands." At that moment, Su Heizi opened his eyes, slightly fatigued, and observed the water flowing from the melting ice bed below. Who would craft a bed from ice, knowing it would melt under heat? "Shiji, this ice bed seems rather impractical." Xiao Luo chuckled, "Shitty. I am eager to learn about everything that transpired while you were with Master for that month." "Shiji, sobi, wayadi ukniaging. What on earth happened during that month?" Su Heizi sat up and inquired, "Shiji, could you provide me with some restorative elixirs? My waist is a bit sore." Xiao Luo gently pressed on his waist. "Shitty, your Jiqing mid-stage cultivation is lacking. Shiji, please give me the elixirs." Su Heizi complained, "You're just putting on show. A month has passed with Master, yet it's only been a day here with Shiji. You sly little rascal." Suddenly, a powerful spiritual pressure enveloped the cave, followed by the voice of Lu Bingxin, "Su Heizi, come to Yuni Peak." Su Heizi was taken aback, but quickly glanced at Xiao Luo, who smiled. "Master is calling you. Hurry along." "Shiji, I still want to eat Xilong Bao." Xiao Luo obliged him, and after devouring the dumplings, Su Heizi felt a bit peculiar. Consuming Xilong Bao felt somewhat strange, as if his blood were boiling, reminiscent of an infinite Yuan Yang, yet vastly different. However, these dumplings were crafted with Shiji's delicate hands, so they were indeed special. "Shiji, they are delicious. I want more." Xiao Luo chuckled and retrieved 4 or 5 more from her storage ring. "There is still some here." Su Heizi accepted the Xilong Bao, utterly satisfied, earning 6 Xilong Bao in a single night, each worth 100 spiritual stones, was quite a lucrative endeavor. "Shitty, finish quickly and go to Master, lest he grow displeased." Su Heizi grinned and moved closer to Xiao Luo, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Su Heizi, what are you doing? I haven't taken any pills yet." Su Heizi smirked. "Shiji's Xilong Bao are simply irresistible." Half an hour later, Xiao Luo straightened her collar and watched Su Heizi leave the cave, feeling a tinge of reluctance. That annoying fellow even complained that the dumplings were too dry and wanted soy milk. Were it not for Master calling you, I wouldn't let you leave so easily. This fool wouldn't know how to manage his affairs as long as he is alive. Shiji is truly wonderful. She takes care of my food and drink, and I still have 3 Xylongbeo left. Each is worth 100 spiritual stones. Chapter 60. Shitty, shall we make plans? Heizi licked his lips, recognizing that Shiji is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, I just heard the system's voice. It seemed to indicate an increase in favorability and triple rewards. Heizi felt a surge of anticipation. Shiji still has 4 pills remaining. Once I finish my tasks, I shall return for a proper contest with her. Above all, Shiji's Xylongbeo are delicious, and of course, I also cherish the feeling of being pampered. He chuckled and departed with satisfaction. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. For one day, you have received rewards: 60 spiritual stones, 15 random allocation points, a cultivation value of 72 points, bringing your total to 104, with 62 spiritual stones remaining. So this is the triple reward. If calculated this way, I gain 1 cultivation point per hour, and with 104 points, I still need nearly 700 points to reach the late Jiqing stage. 700 points. Not to mention, that is still 700 hours. Heizi rubbed his waist, inhaling sharply. A day has only 24 hours. Even without rest, 10 days would yield only 240 hours. I finally understand why the ladies in those harem dramas always say, "Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Your Majesty's well-being is paramount. Do not overexert yourself. Your health is essential." Heizi chuckled. If even a Jiqing cultivator like myself cannot bear it, how could an ordinary person manage? Since health is vital, I shall allocate all my random points to strength. The little system complied, enhancing my strength. A flash of spiritual light surged through Heizi, and he felt his muscles tighten significantly. He could now strike down a bull with a single punch. Clenching his fists, he heard a satisfying crackle. Congratulations, host. For successful use, current strength is 54. Stamina unlocked. The higher the stamina, the greater the host's endurance and persistence, while also enhancing the strength of spiritual awareness. Host's intelligence, 50. Strength, 54. Charm, 30. Stamina, 10. Endurance. Persistence. Damn. If only this had come earlier, I would have been over the moon. Better late than never. Had I known, I would have saved some allocation points to boost my stamina. Perhaps next time, when cultivating with Shiji, I might earn her admiration. However, with only 60 spiritual stones, I cannot even afford a silver treasure chest. It seems I'll have to venture into the black market. By the way, there's also a main quest. The main quest is one that must be completed, sometimes with a time limit, sometimes without. Yet, everything involves jade. It resembles a daily or passive task. In essence, as long as I touch the jade hands, jade legs, and so forth, I can obtain rewards. And my cultivation mainly relies on this task. Congratulations, host, for the task. Blue pill, rewarded with a piece of purple novelty lingerie. 10 spiritual stones. Heizi Bauset, bewildered. He glanced at the reward again, perplexed. Why does the system keep rewarding me with such bizarre items? I am not that kind of person. Why bestow such rewards upon me? Task updated. Host, please manage accordingly. Heizi was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned into one of confusion. Could it be that this lingerie, given the system's tendencies, is intended as a reward for a certain Shiji, thereby enhancing my attack speed and yielding generous rewards? Fine. Apart from dual cultivation in the Heizi sect, there is little else left. The black market refreshes daily, and this time, a blood chi pill has appeared for only 50 spiritual stones. The blood chi pill. This elixir has special effects when consumed alongside an overlord pill, and it only requires 50 spiritual stones for one. Just in time, I still have 1 overlord pill left. I shall purchase it. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 blood chi pill. Current spiritual stone count, 12. I cannot afford anything else. It seems spiritual stones will always be a source of vexation for me. Heizi took out the yin-yang cultivation method from his storage bag, contemplating. This technique was discovered in Master S cave, and truth be told, he is my true master in this realm. Regrettably, since that fateful night of possession, I have not seen the crows and vultures flying together over the back mountain. I have not returned to that cave since. The walls there are adorned with Master's proud creations, showcasing various unimaginable postures. For instance, the heavenly entry technique still eludes my understanding. While I grasp the upside-down hook, the heavenly entry requires one to soar into the sky using spiritual power, accelerating downward, and then precisely locating the target for a successful strike. It seems rather absurd. Who could possibly find their mark while plummeting from a great height? Wait, this is the realm of cultivation. If I were to employ this technique on a beautiful Shiji, how would she perceive it? Alas, I have yet to learn to fly. Heizi slowly opened the text Kai In Bu Yang, and, as he perused its descriptions, he began to grasp its essence. Female cultivators could absorb yang energy for their cultivation. Why should male cultivators be any different when it came to absorbing yin energy? With no thoughts of women in his heart, his cultivation advanced swiftly like the wind. However, he noted that the absorption of yin energy could gradually alter one's character, potentially rendering one neither yin nor yang. Was that not akin to being a eunuch? The more he read, the more astonished he became, especially upon discovering methods for crafting immobilization talismans, Hawan powder, and sleep-inducing drugs. What perplexed Heizi most was the notion that, upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one could indulge in both men and women. Alarmed, he hastily closed the tome, feeling as though his heart had been tortured, unable to return to its normal state. Becoming neither yin nor yang, indulging in both genders. What kind of perverse cultivation was this? Moreover, the system had mentioned that once he reached the transformation into Shun, he could become a male femme. There was no way he would practice this technique. He was uncertain about the little system. Little system, I am gifting this volume of Kai In Bu Yang to you. I advise you to be sensible. Host, if you wish to practice, do not implicate me. I will strive to cultivate diligently. You should too, for this technique will only benefit you. Scram. This ungrateful system had no idea of its own fortunes. Once I reach the transformation into Shun, I shall see whether you dare to practice. Discarding this technique would be a waste. I shall keep it for future use. At Yin Feng, in a small wooden cabin, Heizi did not encounter Lu Bingxin. Instead, he met Yang Xiaoyan and Yang Yu. Sister Yin, Sister Yu. Yang Yu smiled and inquired, Heizi, what brings you here? Yang Xiaoyan approached, asking, Junior brother, what are you doing here? Heizi felt puzzled. What were these two young women doing here? What could Hawan Sect be up to? Sisters, what are you doing here? He asked, while discreetly searching the room for cucumbers. Yang Yu stepped closer, joyfully cupping his face. Although I heard from Junior Sister that you were fine, seeing you in person still surprised me. Mid-stage foundation establishment, and you've built quite a bit of muscle. Junior brother, shall we engage? Heizi glanced at the two women before instinctively touching his waist, feeling a sharp pain. Yang Xiaoyan remarked, Junior brother, shall we engage? Yang Yu, noticing his strange action, asked, Junior brother, why are you touching your waist? Heizi, caught by the scent emanating from Yang Yu's palm, replied, Sister Yu, my abilities are limited, and Master has summoned me for something. I wouldn't want to disappoint your kind intentions. Suddenly, Yang Yu playfully slapped his waist. Junior brother, isn't your physical condition quite good? Do you not wish to engage in dual cultivation with your elder sister? Heizi remained silent, glancing down to see droplets of water forming on Yang Yu's leg. Unable to resist, he instinctively embraced her leg, and to the astonishment of both women, he extended his tongue without hesitation to lick the droplets off her jade-like leg. Yang Xiaoyan covered her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief. Heizi continued his unexpected actions. Sister Yu, is this truly Junior brother Su? How has he suddenly become so bold? He treats me as if I were an outsider. Junior sister, he is remarkably skilled. After a moment, Heizi stood, a sheepish grin on his face. Sister, it's so hot today that it caused droplets to form on your leg. As I happen to possess water manipulation skills, I couldn't help myself. You wouldn't blame your junior brother, would you? Yang Yu chuckled, of course not. How does it taste? Heizi licked his lips. It has a fragrant taste, quite special. Not overwhelmingly aromatic, but undeniably captivating. Without a word, Yang Xiaonan seized his ear. Heizi, how many people have you licked like this? Yang Yu laughed. Sister, do not be angry. Heizi meant well. After all, who else could lick so adeptly as him? Su Heizi, feeling bashful, scratched his head. You really don't realize I am still here? Sister Yin, I understand now. Su Heizi held her leg and activated his water manipulation technique, causing droplets to appear on Yang Xiaoyun's leg. Initially, she intended to kick him hard, but fell silent as she watched him work. Ouyang Yu was once again astonished by Su Heizi's actions. Was this truly the same Su Heizi? Moments later, Su Heizi stood, grinning foolishly, while Yang Xiaoyun found herself at a loss for words, her heart feeling heavy. Ouyang Yu asked again, Junior brother, how does it taste? The flavor is rich and fragrant, reminiscent of jasmine. Sister Yin, I find it delightful. Yang Xiaoyun gritted her teeth and then pulled Su Heizi aside, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. You scoundrel. If I catch you acting like a licking dog again, I'll kick you every time I see you. Su Heizi, confused, asked why. Yang Xiaoyun whispered in his ear, curious about why. Tonight, I will come and find you and tell you then. Ouyang Yu interjected, Sister, let him go. He did not come to YN phone for us. If Master is displeased, Su Heizi might face a month of punishment. Su Heizi smiled in agreement. Indeed, if Master gets angry, the consequences are unimaginable. Yang Xiaoyun pinched him hard, signaling with her eyes before finally letting Su Heizi leave. Ouyang Yu smiled. Master is cultivating in my cave. Would you like me to take you there? No need, sister. After Su Heizi departed, Ouyang Yu turned to Yang Xiaoyun, conveying telepathically, are you truly willing to confront Master for him? Yang Xiaoyun gazed in the direction Su Heizi had taken, pondering. That fool. Does he not know if he is genuinely foolish or merely pretending? The Hahuan sect abhors emotional attachments. Have you forgotten what Master taught you? I have not forgotten. That is precisely why I seek to confront Master. Do as you wish. This foolish boy may very well end up as a skeleton one day. Such a skilled licker is hard to part with. Lu Bingxin sat cross-legged on her jade bed, her eyes suddenly snapping open before she gracefully dove into the water pool. Su Heizi, observing the familiar cave, recalled his goal of gathering all his elder sisters here. As he entered the cave, he heard the sound of water splashing, and upon venturing further, he discerned a beautiful woman frolicking in the water. Master, without the infinite Yuan Yang to bolster him, Su Heizi was hesitant to experiment recklessly and could only attempt to soothe the true dragon, but it was no easy task. Soon his anger flared, clearly unable to contain himself. What are you staring at? Get down here and scrub my back. Unable to hold back, Su Heizi stepped into the pool and playfully smacked the shapely rear concealed beneath the water. Lu Bingxin turned, tears glistening in her eyes. Su Heizi, can't you be gentler? Su Heizi scratched his head, oblivious to falling into a woman's trap, unless he truly could not resist. Master, you are a Yuaning. Your tears are rather insincere. Scoundrel, why did you summon me? You rascal. If I hadn't called you, would you not come to see me? Lu Bingxin extended her hand. I want a gift. Su Heizi paused, glancing at her luscious lips, wondering if she had truly summoned him merely for a gift. Did she know about the gifts he had sent to Ku Ai and Xiao Shiji? How could she possibly know? Disciple, setting aside the slave contract. I am still your master, am I not? Shouldn't you show some filial respect? Master, setting aside gifts, I'm still your good disciple. Should you not return my 100,000 spirit stones? Rascal, I knew male cultivators were no good. Su Heizi, your demise is imminent. Await your fate. For the day the slave contract is refined by me shall mark your end. Disciple, as my master has stated, what is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. The realm of cultivation is exceedingly intricate, especially considering you are merely in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It is wise for me to safeguard certain matters for you. Ah, master, if you wish not to reveal it, simply say so. These past few days, I have endured considerable torment from senior and junior sisters. It is quite fortuitous that I have not had the chance to discipline them. Today presents an opportunity. Very well, master, what gift do you desire? Su Heizi effortlessly lifted her from the water, and Lu Bingxin, in turn, extended her hand, only to find herself placed upon the jade bed moments later. Lu Bingxin felt a flush of warmth, her gaze fixated on Su Heizi's abdomen. To her surprise, this little rascal has developed abs. It must have been that month that made walking a challenge for me. Disciple, your thoughtfulness is noted. Let us see your intentions. Su Heizi rummaged through his storage bag, finding little of value to offer, save for some intriguing undergarments acquired through the system. Chapter 62. Is the junior sister a demoness? How could that be? Su Heizi caressed Lu Bingxin's face, only to be met with her evident displeasure. Since reaching the Yuanying stage, you are the first to dare touch my face in such a manner. Your fate is sealed. She grasped Su Heizi's hand, inquiring about the gift. Su Heizi regarded the ample jade bed, contemplating how it could comfortably accommodate several senior sisters. With Master present, I could have her assist me in matters of cultivation. With a hint of melancholy in her eyes, Lu Bingxin remarked, Master, the sensation in the water was quite unsatisfactory. You and I, as mentor and disciple, is it customary for you to strike your master in such a manner? And with such fervor, Su Heizi nonchalantly replied, Since master does not desire a gift, I find my presence here of little use. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Feigning departure, Lu Bingxin suddenly interjected, Disciple, be gentle. Su Heizi, unperturbed, blew on his palm, causing Lu Bingxin's delicate form to shudder slightly. Su Heizi, feeling the sting in his hand, chuckled, pleasantly surprised that master would yield. If that is the case, then it shall be manageable. Master, I shall take heed next time. Lu Bingxin pauset momentia incerdulo, Su Heizi. Do you presume there will be a next time? Su Heizi pressed the purple novelty undergarment into her hand, declaring, Master, this is a gift for you. Lu Bingxin accepted the present with a hint of delight, her expression softening. Yet as she scrutinized the gift more closely, her brows furrowed. Disciple, what is this? A gift. It is no easy task for a mentor to receive a present from you. This appears rather peculiar. Has master encountered such an oddity before? Lu Bingxin tucked it away, smiling. Where did you procure this? Where it was obtained is of no consequence. Master, do you fancy it? Very well, master is somewhat satisfied. Yet you must take the initiative yourself. Self-sufficiency is essential. Master seems to imply that I should be the one to act. Alas, I lack infinite yuanyang. Su Heizi remarked. Master, did you summon me for mutual cultivation? Lu Bingxin chuckled. What, do you not desire to cultivate together with your master? Su Heizi, clutching his waist, retorted, Not particularly. If master has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Without pausing, he sought to depart swiftly. After all, the woman on the bed was an embodiment of temptation, and the true dragon was already restless. Should I linger any longer, I fear for my very life. Junior sister, shall we retreat to the chamber and take our time? Lu Bingxin's teasing voice echoed behind him. Su Heizi halted, bewildered. How could she know of my encounter with the junior sister? Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Senior sister, should it not be you being embraced? What would it look like if you were to hold me? Lu Bingxin's voice rang out again, and Su Heizi realized that every move he made was under her watchful gaze. The thought of his interactions with the senior sisters filled him with resentment. He ascended the jade bed, gripping Lu Bingxin's neck. Master, you have been spying on me. Lu Bingxin gazed at him, secretly amused. How delightful. Moments later, Su Heizi released her, brushing his hands together. Master, I do not appreciate having my privacy invaded. Lu Bingxin touched her neck, then subtly cast a spell, her leg pressing down upon Su Heizi's neck like a mountain, causing him to struggle for breath. Grasping her jade leg, inhaling its fragrant aroma, Lu Bingxin smirked, then remarked, Isn't the little junior sister adorable? What is it you wish to convey, master? 3 years prior, amidst the turmoil of the northern border, as I traversed a mountain village, I stumbled upon a scene of chaos, smoke rising ominously, and countless corpses littering the ground. Su Heizi, feeling the weight of Lu Bingxin's leg, was perplexed. Master, why tell me this? In that small village, I inadvertently discovered a bloodied little girl. The most crucial detail being that she was feasting upon a corpse, the only survivor amid the battlefield. Su Heizi furrowed his brow at this point, pondering if the little girl could possibly be the adorable junior sister. Su Heizi, you are rather astute. It is no wonder you are my disciple. Master, do you suggest that the junior sister consumes humans? In this realm of cultivation, what is so wrong with that? Lu Bingxin scoffed. If it were that simple, there would be nothing to discuss. However, when I beheld her, there were not only corpses but various dismembered bodies and the remains of cultivators. Remains of cultivators. Master, Do you imply that all the cultivators perished, yet the junior sister survived? She possessed neither memory nor awareness. Master, what if the adorable junior sister merely had the fortune to be the last standing? It is not outside the realm of possibility. Such an enigmatic assertion. Are you perhaps envious, Master? Heizi inquired with a grin. Is it merely due to gifting the junior sister a few Huanglong pills and a lovely outfit that you feel this way? Lu Bingxin's smile persisted, yet her leg exerted a subtle pressure, her eyes glinting with a barely perceptible malice. As the esteemed leader of Hahuan sect and a Yuanying cultivator, I have slain no fewer than 80,000 cultivators. Do you truly believe I would feel envy? Master, then why do you restrain me? And why seek a gift from me? Does Lu Bingxin require justification for her actions? Now, cease interrupting, for I have yet to conclude my tale. Heizi gazed at her with a hint of exasperation. Were it anyone else, he would have long since overthrown them. Lu Bingxin continued, if we assume the adorable junior sister merely possessed good fortune, then there is nothing more to say. However, I later heard rumors of a demoness emerging from the northern border, one who slays indiscriminately. The disciples from the 5 major sects, Bishishan, Qingyan sect, Liuhui sect, Qingyi Island, and Tianyin Gate, were all annihilated there. Disciple, do you not find this curious? Heizi snorted. He simply cannot accept it. After all, the adorable junior sister was so charming. How could she possibly be a demoness? Master, are you suggesting that the adorable junior sister is a demoness? That little girl wishes to topple me daily. How could she possibly be the demoness you speak of? Perhaps it is you who harbors jealousy towards the junior sister. Heizi, do you not believe? Wait until that day when Yang Kuei regains her memory. Then we shall see if you retain your current bravado. Chapter 63. The greedy Heizi. Lu Bingxin rose, gently ruffling Heizi's hair, and in that instant, a vivid image flooded his mind, as if a chip had been implanted in his brain. A village shrouded in smoke and filled with lifeless bodies and swarming flies. Lu Bingxin treaded over one corpse after another, until she beheld a girl of approximately 7 meters, her eyes brimming with innocence, her form drenched in blood, with a piece of raw flesh lodged in her mouth. Beside her lay a short sword, a robe, and a corpse intertwined as one. Upon encountering Lu Bingxin, a smile appeared on her face as she picked up a short dagger. Had this been merely a verbal description, Heizi would have found it implausible, yet now, he seemed to comprehend the reality of the situation. Heizi, do you still find your junior sister adorable? Heizi gapet, as if he had just traversed through a realm of torment. Was what he had just witnessed truly part of the mortal world? Master, this cannot be an illusion created by you to frighten me. Can it? Do you wish to delve into Xiao Yun's memories? I possess them here. She bears some resemblance to me. Thus I have sealed away most of her recollections. Still grappling with the earlier scene, Heizi hastily replied, I have no desire to uncover the past of senior sister Yun. It is better to retain an air of mystery. What about Xiao Luo, Tang Tang, and Ouyang Yu? Ouyang Yu and I have known each other for a long time. We met in a prison when she was still immortal. She has spent her entire life there, expressing a yearning to be like a fish. Known her for a long time? Wasn't it said that senior sister Yu was also imprisoned by my master's perverse mentor? Is this why master summoned me here, to share such tales? Heizi, this is Yihuan Zong. You best behave yourself. Confused, he inquired, Master, what have I done? I understand what Xiao Yun intends, and it is all you're doing. Lu Bingxin approached and pinched Heizi's chest, causing him to wince in pain. She felt a surge of joy within, though her expression remained serious. Yihuan Zong most abhors emotional entanglements. Heizi, what have you done to lead my entire sect to this state? This is Yihuan Zong, not your harem. Master, I do not wish for this either. I'm being coerced. Noticing his cheeky demeanor, Lu Bingxin's irritation flared, yet she smiled and said, Release that slave contract, and I promise not to kill you. I also possess a marriage certificate for you. Once you annul the contract, I shall return it and allow you to depart the mountain. Does Master truly wish to let me leave? Of course, as a Yuanying, do you think I would lie to you? Lu Bingxin maintained her unwavering gaze on Heizi, who understood that the contract was intertwined with his life. Consequently, he feigned helplessness, saying, A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Does that month not alter my standing in your eyes? He entered the sect as a blank slate, and in just 3 years, he had absorbed much knowledge. This scoundrel was quite fearful of death, evidently believing I would certainly kill him. However, absorbing the yang essence from that month had indeed saved him centuries of hardship and hinted at a breakthrough. Heizi found himself increasingly fond of her, yet regrettably, he was a male cultivator. She knelt and gently squeezed Heizi's leg, speaking softly. What do you mean by a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection? If we are indeed married, how can there be no mutual trust? Besides, you are my dear disciple, and I am your master. You cannot treat me this way. Feeling her gentle touch, Heizi's fear was feigned. He stared at Lu Bingxin, unable to believe her words. Had it not been for the wealth he accumulated in his previous life, coupled with his newfound wisdom, he would have succumbed to Lu Bingxin's advances and annulled the contract without hesitation. He rose to assist Lu Bingxin. Master, how could you pamper your disciple like this? You are the master. What would others think if they saw us? Let me be the one to serve you. Heizi continued to massage her feet while lamenting. As for the contract, I am powerless. I wish to leave the mountain, yet I cannot bear to part with you, my senior sisters, or He Huanzong. Lu Bingxin chuckled. Your foot massage is rather pleasant. If you enjoy it, I would gladly have you do it every day. This cheeky lad was quite endearing, reluctant to part with his master, and hoping to please her daily. His talk of a day as husband and wife was merely a facade of fear, fearing I would take his life. It was astonishing that he had not succumbed to my charms. The matter was indeed complicated. I must either retain Heizi or risk violating the sect's rules. The traditions of several millennia cannot be shattered by him. I refuse to believe that 5 stunning disciples cannot subdue a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Should he continue down this path, He Huanzong would become his harem. It is imperative that he ascends. Heizi, gently caressing her delicate feet, perceived her silence as a sign that her intent to eliminate him remained unchanged. He realized he could not alter her views on male cultivators. However, his cultivation progress was still far too slow. He must accelerate his pace, and thus turn his focus toward his senior sisters. Master, I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it. Oh, speak your mind. I implore you to gather several senior sisters and junior sisters here. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Lu Bingxin's eyes. You seek thrill. I wish for the senior sisters to give me a good kick, seeking excitement. Just as she contemplated how to eliminate him, he seemed to have divined her thoughts, indicating that Heizi was indeed not to be underestimated. However, could his slight frame withstand the onslaught of such beautiful women? Heizi instinctively clutched his waist, prompting Lu Bingxin to burst into laughter. Master, after that day, you wouldn't fare much better, would you? Lu Bingxin's laughter faded as she replied without hesitation. I will grant your wish, but Tang Tang has gone out to play. How about I substitute for her? That sounds fine, but please be gentle when you kick. Lu Bingxin covered her mouth, chuckling, no need for pretense. You wish for excitement, do you not? He Huanzong seeks disciples with such unwavering resolve. Lu Bingxin sighed. I never imagined that a great beauty like your master would not pique your interest. Disciple, you are far too greedy. Your master enjoys it. Chapter 64. 5 pairs of jade legs kicked together. I truly did not expect that my master would consent to such a request, and she seemed rather eager. Does she not realize I'm a male cultivator? How perplexing that she would agree to gather the senior sisters for my mischief. Master, are you not concerned that I might harm them? Lu Bingxin paused momentarily, her smile unwavering. Disciple, rest assured, your master will certainly fulfill your request. Coincidentally, Xiao Yun is also at Yanu Peak. I shall call them over. Lu Bingxin immediately cast a spell. Disciple, I have informed them. Your senior sisters will arrive shortly, including Yang Kuai. Would you like to try it out with your master first? Heizi frowned. Master, you wouldn't truly summon them here, would you? Lu Bingxin caressed his face. You are the one being greedy. What are you afraid? Heizi panicked, hastily leaping into the water pool to check the system's rewards. Currently, aside from a chi blood pill and a tyrant pill, he possessed nothing else for self-preservation. If it were merely a simple kicking, then all would be well, for he had a natural resilience. Yet if there were other challenges, congratulations, host, Task completed. Reward. 1 life-prolonging pill. 5 random allocation points awarded. Touching jade legs and hands grants 2 points toward foundation establishment. Current foundation establishment points, 34. Quick. Allocate all points to endurance. Endurance allocation successful. Congratulations, host. Endurance enhanced. Current endurance, 15. Congratulations, host. Main task completed. Reward. 5 chi replenishing pills. Main task refreshed. Please survive for 999 days. What does this mean? Survive for 999 days? I am currently at foundation establishment. Why would I receive such a survival task? I cannot afford the items in the black market, and I still possess an invisibility cloak in my storage bag. Should I don the cloak and escape now? At this moment, Yang Xiaoyun and Ouyang Yu arrived at the cave, casting a glance at Su Heizi, who was soaking in the pool, before proceeding directly to Lu Bingxin. In unison, they addressed her as master. Lu Bingxin gently waved her hand in acknowledgement and glanced at Su Heizi in the water, a smile gracing her lips. Su Heizi, I assure you that you will experience utmost pleasure. Only upon your demise can this come to an end. Hearing this, Su Heizi turned to look, and although he realized escape was futile, a peculiar sense of joy welled within him. His master was not jesting. Lu Bingxin continued, Xiaoyan, have I ever treated you unfairly? I have also warned you not to become emotionally involved. Once your heart is engaged, you are destined to lose, especially as a male cultivator. Devote yourself to cultivation in pursuit of immortality. How delightful it is to share longevity with the heavens. Yang Xiaoyun furrowed her brow, about to speak when Lu Bingxin interrupted. Xiaoyu, activate the Panlong array. Ouyang Yu glanced at Lu Bingxin and then at Su Heizi, realizing the gravity of the situation. Master, you gathered us here, but Su Heizi is only at the mid-foundation stage. How could he possibly? Xiaoyu, are you disregarding the master's words for the sake of Su Heizi? Fear not. I have promised you, he will experience utmost pleasure. Ouyang Yu chose silence and activated the formation. Su Heizi, oblivious to the impending doom, continued to enjoy his bath, thinking he must wash up thoroughly before facing a flurry of legs. Xiao Luo and Yang Kuei also arrived at the cave, joining Lu Bingxin, creating a gathering of 5 women in the cave, with Su Heizi standing behind them. Sister Yu, Sister Xiao, Sister Yun, and Junior Sister Kai, he greeted. Xiao Luo felt a tinge of confusion as Yang Kuei winked at Su Heizi. Su Heizi, come to my side, Lu Bingxin commanded. He approached her, grinning bashfully at the enchanting ladies. What do you wish for? Speak up. Master, please do not hold back. I implore my sisters and you to kick me with fervor. Su Heizi exclaimed excitedly, envisioning the rewards of being struck by 5 pairs of exquisite legs. Lu Bingxin looked perplexed. Disciple, do you genuinely desire them to kick you? The 4 beauties shared a look of confusion, while Yang Xiaoyan smiled slightly, her heart lightening. Su Heizi continued, I would appreciate it if Junior Sister could bind me and hang me up. This way, my sisters can perform to their fullest. No need. I shall take care of it myself. Lu Bingxin lightly cast a spell, and Su Heizi found himself bound and suspended. Xiao Luo inquired, Master, you didn't summon us merely to kick our junior brother, did you? Lu Bingxin responded to Su Heizi, you speak, whatever you say will be followed. Su Heizi glanced at the stunning beauties and chuckled. I kindly asked my dear sisters to kick gently. The 4 women found the situation amusing, their faces displaying perplexity. Why are you all dawdling? Su Heizi has spoken. Do not hold back. Kick him hard. As 5 pairs of exquisite legs approached him, the Panlong array activated, and Su Heizi felt an odd comfort. Yet the sight of those beautiful legs stirred something within him. Yang Xiaoyan asked, are we really going to kick him? Yang Kuei promptly delivered a kick to Su Heizi, declaring, Sister, if Master commands us to kick, we shall do so. After all, our senior brother is tough. Xiao Luo hesitated initially, but upon kicking Su Heizi, she felt an exhilarating rush, exclaiming, Junior brother Su is indeed different. Kicking him feels like striking a softball. How delightful! Su Heizi endured silently, feeling it was all worthwhile upon hearing the system's notifications. Lu Bingxin joined in, and Su Heizi was kicked back and forth, relishing the experience. Soon, The cave was filled with chatter as they discussed how best to kick Su Heizi. After a day, the ladies grew tired, resting on the jade bed, while Su Heizi reveled in the continuous sound of rewards from the system. Congratulations, host. Intelligence has risen to 80, and consciousness has received additional enhancement with a hidden reward, consciousness transmission. Strength has risen to 90, with significant changes to physique, even without using spiritual power. The host can now shatter hardstone with a single punch. Charm increased to 50. The host's appearance has improved accordingly. Stamina enhanced to 30. The host's endurance has strengthened. Durability has increased. While others can endure for only an hour, the host can now last 3 hours. Speed enhancement. The faster the host moves, the quicker the attack speed becomes, along with boosts to other speeds such as spellcasting and cultivation speed, while others have a speed of 1. Yours is 1.5. Empowered by the Panlong array, Su Heizi suddenly felt a primal force within him yearning to break free. He could no longer contain it. He sensed that with just a slight exertion, the bindings would shatter, as the tearing sensation from his limbs and abdomen indicated his muscles had become formidable. With a crack, the bindings disintegrated without him even trying, having endured for a day. For reasons unknown, he could no longer hold back. Wait, does enduring for 999 days mean I must cultivate with my sisters? Chapter 65. Su Heizi must die. Yang Xiaoyan remarked, I must say, kicking our junior brother is indeed quite enjoyable. It feels soft like tossing a snowball, very pleasant. Xiao Luo chuckled. In comparison to dual cultivation, which is more pleasurable. Su Heizi observed the ladies engrossed in conversation, feeling a sheen of sweat cover him. Logically, the kicking should have concluded, yet the system's survival task hinted at impending danger. A year consists of merely over 300 days, yet the system demanded he survive for 999 days. Su Heizi produced an invisibility cloak, his singular thought being to escape this predicament. Ding! Congratulations, host. Having been kicked by 5 pairs of exquisite legs simultaneously, you have received a reward of 180 foundation points and 50 days of infinite primordial yang. Current foundation points, 212. Infinite primordial yang. 50 days. Su Heizi surveyed the stunning beauties before him, realizing he could scarcely endure a month with his master, let alone with them. Without hesitation, he donned the invisibility cloak, acutely aware of the importance of his life, and cautiously leaped from the jade bed. Lu Bingxin's attention seemed fixated on him. As he jumped down, a faint smile appeared on her lips. She swiftly tore off Su Heizi's invisibility cloak, saying, Disciple, your invisibility cloak is of poor quality. Its performance is subpar. I detected you without even using my consciousness. Where do you think you're going? Su Heizi's expression shifted from panic to astonishment as he chuckled nervously. Master, I merely want to test the effectiveness of this cloak. Oh, really? If you wish to leave, perhaps you should ask if they would permit it. Su Heizi's smile vanished, replaced by trembling legs and aching back. Knocking down his sisters might be simple, but risking his life was a different matter altogether. Your request has been made. What about Yang Kuei's? What about your sister's requests? And mine? Lu Bingxin clapped her hands. Addressing the group, keep a close watch on Su Heizi. I shall seal the entrance to the cave. She flew to the entrance, and a thunderous noise echoed as the cave's illumination vanished, replaced by countless candles and orbs emitting vibrant colors. The entire cave lit up, yet a hint of mystery lingered. At the moment the sunlight disappeared, Ouyang Yu's face transformed with agitation and a trace of fear, her anger mingling with anxiety. But once the candlelight appeared, those emotions dissipated. Su Heizi hastily consumed a life-preserving pill, and Ouyang Yu sighed, gently patting his shoulder. Junior brother, it seems Master is determined to ensure you experience utmost pleasure. Enjoy yourself. Alas, the Master has resolutely decided to facilitate your ascendance. Su Heizi, as a fellow disciple, I sincerely hope you endure this trial. Yang Xiaoyun remained silent, instead communicating with Su Heizi through divine consciousness. Junior brother, it is my inadequacy that has prevented me from eliminating the Master and liberating you from Huanzhou. Observing Su Heizi's actions, Ouyang Yu and Xiao Luo felt a pang of disappointment. Though somewhat disheartened, Ouyang Yu understood why Su Heizi treated Yang Xiaoyan differently from her and Xiao Luo, so her dissatisfaction did not linger. Conversely, Xiao Luo had initially believed that Su Heizi's gift signified a special place for her in his heart, but now she comprehended the truth. Sister Yun, could you please offer me a kind word? Heizi, in our next life, avoid coming to Hehuan Zone and encountering the master. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei gazed at the two embracing each other, feeling a twinge of discomfort. My senior brother bestowed upon me the Huanglong Dan and garments. Was it that Sister Yin holds the utmost significance in his heart? Wow, those beads emit a myriad of colors, so enchanting. Yang Kuei exclaimed, attempting to mask her disappointment. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Su Heizi. Lu Bingxin approached the group and remarked, Su Heizi's demands have concluded. Disciples. The master's request is quite simple. Su Heizi must not leave the cave dwelling. As long as he remains here, including the master, none may depart. He must endure extreme torment to gain his release. Su Heizi's mouth fell agape. At that moment, he could only utter a sound of despair. Lu Bingxin commanded. Tear Su Heizi's garments to shreds. I do not wish to see a single scrap of cloth on him. Su Heizi, disregarding all else, hurriedly covered himself, desperately wishing to retain a modicum of dignity, not wanting to be exposed before all. No, please. A binding talisman was affixed to him, and he could only internally plead. Do not approach. I beg you. Oh, I have only been at the sect for a little over 2 months. I am not ready to perish. Lu Bingxin, observing Su Heizi's plight, felt a sense of satisfaction. She then summoned a bag of spirit stones to distribute at key positions within the Panlong array. As the stones activated, a resounding dragon roar reverberated through the cave. The power of the Panlong array was magnified tenfold. Yet Lu Bingxin remained unsatisfied and scattered a bag of Hehuan sand into the pool, forcing several Hehuan Dan into Su Heizi's mouth. Instantly, Su Heizi beheld the figures of his senior sisters swirling before his eyes, igniting within him a burning desire. With a thought, he activated Infinite Yuan Yang. Infinite Yuan Yang activated successfully. Remaining time, 49 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. A smile crept across Lu Bingxin's lips as she tore away the binding talisman, and Su Heizi burst forth like a wild beast from its cage, with Lu Bingxin as his target. The cave was soon filled with the sounds of an eager predator. A month passed, and Lu Bingxin sat nearby, observing the seemingly unresponsive Su Heizi in the pool, blinking in disbelief. Ouyang Yu, seated beside her, remarked, Master, it seems that junior brother S. Yuan Yang is inexhaustible. How strange. I thought he would not last 3 days. Master, have you taken Su Heizi away for an entire month? Xiao Luo, having overheard, turned her gaze in their direction. She had been exceedingly cautious this month, and having exhausted the blue pills, she knew that without them, Su Heizi would undoubtedly perish. Chapter 66. Junior brother, do not leave regrets. Lu Bingxin replied, Little fish, take your time. A month is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. You may have already surmised that Su Heizi has indeed proven himself here. Ouyang Yu covered her mouth as she gazed at Lu Bingxin, then glanced at the seemingly beastly Su Heizi in the pool. But Master, junior brother is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Master, junior brother S strength seems rather extraordinary, she added. Xiao Luo stood, but Lu Bingxin interjected, Su Heizi harbors a secret, the nature of which is yet to be revealed. Even a Yuanian cultivator would struggle against such torment. How could a foundation establishment waste endure? In the pool, Yang Xiaoyan, with affectionate eyes, asked junior brother, Can you truly withstand this unrelenting endeavor? Su Heizi wrapped his arms around her waist. Sister, is the master truly intent on my demise? Junior brother, life is not entirely within our control. Do not leave regrets with your sister. Su Heizi felt deeply moved, sister. In our next life, be wiser. Remain wary of beautiful women. Do you understand? Su Heizi embraced her tightly. On the shore, Yang Kuei felt a whirlwind of emotions, realizing she was not the sole focus of Su Heizi's affections, leading to a surge of jealousy. Senior brother, I have now absorbed enough Yang Qi to reach the 8th level of Qi refining. You cannot perish before I establish my foundation. Ouyang watched the couple in the pool. Master, can't you allow junior brother a moment's respite? Lu Bingxin scoffed. He will either be exhausted or thoroughly satisfied. Let's see which he chooses. On the 35th day, Tang Tang visited the cave, and upon witnessing the provocative scene, licked her lips. Master, it's nothing. I just finished absorbing a golden core. Lu Bingxin gazed at Xiao Luo and Su Heizi in the pool. Master, what is this with junior brother? Oh, Su Heizi mentioned he did not wish to choose among you. He desires all. I am merely fulfilling his wish. Tang Tang inquired, but what of Xiao's sister? Is Su Heizi not in peril? Curiously, none who aspired to dual cultivate with Xiao Luo emerged unscathed. How is it that Su Heizi remained unscathed? On the jade bed, Xiao Luo was astounded, observing the utterly frenzied Su Heizi. Without the blue pills to suppress him, how could he possibly remain intact? Su Heizi, devoid of rest, had completely lost his senses, unaware of the changes in his constitution, his innate resilience reaching its zenith. In the blink of an eye, 45 days elapsed. Lu Bingxin regarded her exquisite disciples at half-time and then glanced at Su Heizi, still laboring intensely. She found herself at a loss for words. The girls exchanged knowing smiles, their powers having increased to varying degrees, their gazes drawn to Su Heizi with admiration. Tang Tang cheerfully suggested, Master, please allow junior brother a moment's reprieve. I genuinely fear he may turn to bones. Xiao Luo concurred. Indeed, it seems that Huanzong lacks male cultivators like Su Heizi. What good are golden cores Yuanings or foundation establishment? They cannot compare to him. Yang Xian added, Master, do you truly fear for junior brother's life? He is your disciple, after all. And, during dual cultivation, were you not the one who laughed the loudest in satisfaction? Yang Kuei, witnessing the senior sister's pleading for Su Heizi, felt a surge of possessiveness and found herself perplexed. Thus, she chimed in, Master, I am about to reach the 9th level of chi refining. I beg you, allow senior brother to rest. Su Heizi's prowess was evident, and although Lu Bingxin did not wish for his demise, seeing the others plead on his behalf made her expression turn cold. What is this? Have you all grown fond of him? Su Heizi had but one means of departing the cave, being carried out. Xiao Luo licked her lips and chuckled. It has been over a month. If junior brother were to turn to bones, I would genuinely feel a twinge of regret. Enough. Su Heizi made his choice. Do not plead for him any longer. Focus on ensuring he ascends without regrets. Sister Yu, has junior brother already licked the droplets from your legs clean? How long has he been in the cave? Why has master not permitted me to leave yet? Ouyang Yu's face revealed a mix of excitement and evasion. She could rest while Su Heizi could not. This was the reality for male cultivators of Huanzong. Heizi, do not become distracted during dual cultivation. Do not leave regrets for yourself. Sister, I understand. On the 50th day, Su Heizi suddenly heard the system's notification of enhancement. Infinite Yuan Yang had 1 hour remaining. He gazed at the beautiful Yang Kuei in his arms. Fearing the impending countdown to 0, he disregarded everything and took out a chi blood pill, a life-extending pill, and a tyrant pill, intending to swallow the life-extending pill. However, Yang Kuei had already noticed his condition, and without hesitation, she snatched the pills away. Su Heizi was momentarily taken aback, but bolstered by the grand formation and the infinite Yuan Yang, he anxiously exclaimed, Junior sister, stop fooling around and return the pills to senior brother. Senior brother, am I not special in your heart? Junior sister, what do you mean by that? Quickly return the pills. Yang Kuei crushed the pills into powder and remarked, Senior brother, has junior sister's position in your heart advanced a step now? Su Heizi panicked. He fully understood what the zeroing of time meant, yet completely immersed in their dual cultivation. He had no chance to even glance at the system's rewards. Gently caressing her face, he thought to himself that if it weren't for the master revealing her origins, he might never have realized she was a demoness. My little demoness junior sister, if I must perish in your embrace, I have no regrets. Yang Kuei retorted, Senior brother, during dual cultivation, please do not speak. Lu Bingxin, with her legs crossed, stared blankly at Su Heizi. Ouyang Yu chimed in, Master, it's been 50 days. Let junior brother rest for a moment. Tang Tang, with a flush on her cheeks, added, Master, please allow him a moment of respite. Do you truly have the heart to witness him in such a state? Lu Bingxin scoffed. He brought this upon himself. Tanger, during your dual cultivation, you are not any less demanding. Have you forgotten what I have said? Look at you all, pleading for him. Su Heizi must die. Xiao Luo expressed her concern. Master, you have seen it. Junior brother is the only male cultivator capable of enduring my constitution. Please allow Su Heizi to have a moment's rest. Yang Xiaoyan kept her gaze fixed on Su Heizi, worry etched on her face. This scoundrel, he is yet to turn to bones. He indeed is my junior brother. Chapter 67. The Lantern Show Before Death. Curse it. Su Heizi, why can't you be a female cultivator? If you were, Master would surely relent and not take your life. All blame fell upon the inept senior sister. Junior brother, you must hold on. Inside the cave, the lights flickered, casting enchanting shadows. And a few pairs of jade legs appeared mysterious, sensual, and alluring under the interplay of light and shadow. After all, Su Heizi was singular. It was not excessive. The water in the pool appeared unchanged. Had it not been a spiritual spring, it might have been tainted long ago. Because it was a spiritual spring, the women's skin appeared especially tempting in the water, particularly those capable of magic. Su Heizi gazed at Yang Kuei, whose delicate features were flushed and breathless. For some reason, he wished for it to end, but the power of the formation pushed him forward relentlessly, leaving him no chance to halt. His endurance was 30, and his speed was 15, 3 times that of a foundational cultivator. He could wield a sword 1.5 times per second, earning him praise from the senior sisters, who called him a diligent little white dragon. As the remaining time for the infinite Yuan Yang dwindled to a mere minute, Su Heizi was utterly alarmed. With no other choice, he had to push Yang Kuei away. Yang Kuei stared at him in disbelief and asked, Senior brother, what are you doing? Just as it was about to begin, you pushed me away. Do you not dislike me? Upon hearing her words, Su Heizi felt as though his head would explode. In a state of panic, he attempted to access the system, but suddenly a voice as cold as death echoed in his mind. Infinite Yuan Yang time has zeroed. He felt a sense of unwillingness. Only 50 days had passed, and it had come to an end so quickly. He thought he heard the system's reward chime. He still had many rewards yet to claim. Suddenly, his vision blurred, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into the pool, various lights illuminating his figure. At that moment, he stared intently at Yang Kuei's jade legs, a hint of regret in his heart. The senior sisters took turns, but alas, the encounter with the charming junior sister was incomplete. Otherwise, he would have been satisfied with just that. As the infinite Yuan Yang reached its end, Su Heizi first felt his legs uncontrollably tremble, followed by his body shaking involuntarily, foam at his mouth, resembling a creature in its death throes. He felt as though he had aged hundreds of years in an instant, his head seeming to be out of control, as if something were trying to escape. It was an unbearable sensation. Yang Kuei was bewildered. She gently pushed Su Heizi's body. Senior brother, what is wrong? Lu Bingxin approached, followed by Ouyang Yu, Xiao Luo, and Yang Xiaoyun, while Tang Tang sighed as she observed him. Master, prepare for junior brother's final arrangements, Lu Bingxin said, staring at Su Heizi in silence for a moment. It seems it is truly time. Su Heizi, you are indeed the most difficult disciple for me to deal with. Farewell, and in the next life, may we not meet again. She sighed heavily. Disciple, go in peace. I have countless male disciples, yet you're the only male disciple of the Hahuan sect. Is there any final regret you wish to express? Su Heizi looked at the stunning beauties before him. At this moment, his only regret was not living longer. He felt his spiritual energy being drained, his strength sapped away. What surprised Su Heizi was that, in his unconsciousness, he cried out, Sister. At that moment, he felt an intense discomfort, and the call of sister left him puzzled. Suddenly, something in his mind began to assault him. He shut his eyes, and a scene unfolded before him. A girl was bandaging his wounds. Brother, I have a spiritual root. Su Shirshu said, I can cultivate. From now on, I will protect you. Really? Su Heizi, filled with self-doubt, turned away, gritting his teeth and slightly dodging. He smiled. Brother is formidable. Do not worry, Yoshin. If those scoundrel cousins come to bully you again, The little girl gently blew on Su Heizi's wound. Brother, Su Shirshu said you have no spiritual root. You cannot cultivate. How can you be their match? Father is dead? How do you know? Father told me he is a great cultivator of the Pleasure Sect. How could he die? Yoshin, who told you this? He must have deceived you. Heizi lost his sanity. Where is he? I must find him. Father cannot be dead. I must confront him. Brother, please calm down. If father is dead, Shu will surely side with uncle. We have no support now. Is this not the wild child with no parents? Bah, how can such a person stay in my Su family? Ha ha. Yes, a wild child with no parents. A wild child. Look at him, dressed in rags, like a beggar. He truly brings shame to us. If outsiders see, our Su family will be disgraced. By the way, Su Yoshin seems to have been taken away. Is she not also a foundling? If she is taken away, then so be it. It is a pity for my cousin, Su Heizi, who now has no one to rely on. Ha ha! In a fight, he was like a brute, beaten to the point where he no longer dares to look at us. Two wild children relying on each other is truly touching. They really are not from the same family. Ha ha ha! The sister who relied on him is gone. Yoshin, Su Heizi, disregarding all dangers, searched everywhere in the Su family, but still could not find her. He grew frantic when he found Su Zijiang and Su Zibo, who claimed his sister was missing. He, unable to cultivate, not only failed to gain useful information, but was also beaten up again. Su Heizi, ignoring the pain, only wished to find Su Yoshin. He knelt before a kind, elderly man. Su Shu, Yoshin is missing. Heizi, Shu knows. See the chest of gold? It is enough for you to live in luxury for a lifetime. And here is a marriage certificate. Take it and leave the Su family. Su Heizi clenched his fists tightly, consumed by hatred for his own impotence. He, who had been called a brute, never shed a tear despite the injuries he endured. Yet now, tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, Shu, I do not want gold or a marriage certificate. I beg you, Yoshin is missing. Chapter 68. The diligent little bee the man waved his sleeve and turned away, admonishing Su Heizi not to be ungrateful. Su Heizi, this world is starkly real. It is a matter of life or death. In consideration of your father's protection of the Su family, take this gold and the marriage contract and leave the Su family. I do not wish for your line to end. Su Heizi knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Shu, my sister is missing. In despair, he arrived at his uncle's living room, where a plump, greasy man was excitedly counting gold and silver. Upon seeing Su Heizi, the man's expression immediately darkened, as if he were ready to kill, but it soon shifted to a feigned warmth. Uncle, Yoshin is missing. I understand, the uncle said, tossing a piece of broken silver at Su Heizi. As he bent down to pick it up, a glob of spit, mixed with vegetable scraps, landed on the silver. And in a moment of humiliation, just as he retrieved it, a foot cruelly crushed it beneath a shoe. That wild child is no longer here. I'm a culture man. Yoshin has gone to Xianshan to study immortal techniques. Nephew, do you understand now? Enduring excruciating pain, Su Heizi realized from his Shu that matters were far from simple, and they had only grown more complicated. Impossible. Yoshin would not leave without a word. Uncle, tell me the truth. Where has she gone? The greasy uncle frowned, his eyes darting around. Someone, take Su Heizi away and throw him into the dog cage. He's gone mad. Uncle, tell me where Yoshin is. I beg you, I will kneel before you. From now on, if my cousins hit or scold me, I will not retaliate. Uncle, I implore you, tell me where Yoshin has gone. Nephew, I wish I could help you, but your cries are too loud. Your tears are worthless and have soaked my carpet. You shall clean it with your head later. Su Heizi, having lost his soul, became somewhat dazed and dumb, scavenging food like a dog, truly becoming less than a dog. Until one day, a powerful surge of spiritual energy forced everyone in the Su family to kneel, and a woman looked down upon them from above. She delighted in killing when she was happy and also when she was not, as if for her own amusement. Her face bore an icy demeanor, and her stunning beauty and movements made everyone feel uneasy. In her eyes, the Su family was akin to ants. The barking of the dogs in the cage with Su Heizi seemed to pique her interest, and she approached him, observing him with curiosity. Lu Bingxin murmured, interesting, interesting. Even while trapped in a cage, Su Heizi was mesmerized by the woman's beauty. With your water spirit root, would you like to become my disciple? Once you have mastered your skills, it would be amusing for you to annihilate the Su family. You have 4 senior sisters and in 3 years. You may choose one to cultivate with. This revolving lantern represented the sealed memories of the original host. Why must I suffer through these painful recollections? Moreover, it was clear that the original host could cultivate, so why did the Sioux family insist he could not? How strange. Even I cannot bear to witness this. Fortunately, I have a master. My master has faced misfortune, thus finds pleasure in killing, yet she has taken in several senior sisters who share a similarly unfortunate fate. For reasons unknown, I willingly accepted death in Heizi's sect. However, the original host's father perished in the north, where it seems a witch has appeared at the borders, leading to the death of many cultivators. This coincidence is rather peculiar. Could it be that the original host's father also died there? If so, then I must have a vendetta against the murderer of my father. The original host also has a sister, but I am not the original host. And all of this is not my concern, especially since I am on the brink of death. Suddenly, Heizi felt a flicker of persistence in his mind. He opened his eyes, extended his hand, and silently uttered, "Sister." That flicker vanished, and Heizi understood. It was the original host's lingering attachment, who had always been concerned for his sister. Alas, it is somewhat regretful that the original host could not have one last glimpse of his sister. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully seizing the body, with a compatibility rate of 100%. Reward: 1 nourishing soul pill. Infinite yuan yang for 100 days. Due to the host's excellent performance, a reward of 6 jade items has been granted. Seizure successful. Nourishing soul pill. Infinite yuan yang has been automatically consumed successfully. The host has 5 remaining nourishing soul pills, and infinite yuan yang remains for 599 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds. Heizi paused for a moment, then took a deep breath as his body quickly regained vitality. In an instant, he sprang back to life, much to the astonishment of his senior sisters. Lu Bingxin was dumbfounded, touching Heizi's chest and then his face, unable to believe he had returned to life. Disciple, how had you come back to life again? Recalling the sight of his master in the dog cage, Heizi pushed Lu Bingxin down before the astonished gazes of the women. The subsequent days became a trial for Lu Bingxin, Ouyang Yu, Tang Tang, Xiao Luo, Yang Xiaoyan, and Yang Kai. Heizi resembled a diligent little bee, tirelessly plucking and gathering. A year quickly passed, yet within the cultivation realm, the 5 major righteous sects were puzzled. For it seemed as if Lu Bingxin, the enchanting woman, had vanished entirely, causing disarray throughout the cultivation world. In no time, the 5 sects gathered once more, bonding in camaraderie as they had when pursuing Lu Bingxin, reveling in their unity. Only Gao Shiliang from Qingyun's sect understood that a man was silently bearing everything. In a small chamber within the cave dwelling, Lu Bingxin addressed Heizi, disciple, why not let your senior sisters rest a while? Heizi grasped Lu Bingxin's waist and chuckled, Master, what are you saying? At that moment, for reasons unknown, Lu Bingxin was sweating profusely, as Heizi seemed like an unceasing machine, even overwhelming her, a yuaning cultivator. How could her junior sisters endure? Disciple, if this continues, I may face tribulation. When will you cease? Heizi's speed was already 1.5 times that of a foundation establishment cultivator, and fueled by Lu Bingxin's provocations, his pace quickened. This is not the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator. Heizi, tell me, why are you still alive? Master, is it unexpected that I am alive? I apologize, Master. Outside the small cave, several women lay on a jade bed, smiling, silently listening to the sounds of soft gasps emanating from within, as if eavesdropping. Chapter 69. He cannot be killed after listening for a while. Xiao Luo sat up on the jade bed and asked, after Master, who is next? Yang Kai, now at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, raised her hand, her face flushed. It's my turn. Junior sister, your cultivation speed is impressive. You have reached the 12th layer in just a year. Senior sister, I feel a hint of a breakthrough to the 13th layer. I cannot help it. Senior brother is too powerful. Ouyang Yu remarked, indeed powerful, but even senior sister cannot endure this, let alone you. Master is truly relentless, giving Heizi no rest, nor allowing us a break, intent on exhausting him. making us suffer endlessly. Yang Xiaoyan chuckled. Sister you, I am on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of Golden Core. And have you noticed that junior brother seems to have gained a few more abs? Ouyang Yu laughed. Charming, isn't it? Truly, everyone is getting influenced. Xiao Luo added. Moreover, listen, Master's voice has noticeably quickened. It seems she is indeed enduring greatly. The women laughed. Tang Tang said, I must say, junior brother possesses a certain charm that makes one increasingly drawn to him. And his speed differs from that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Every time it leaves me in a daze. The key is his endurance. It is simply remarkable. And he can effortlessly lift me with just one hand. That rascal, he even told me to eat more and gain weight. How is that something a person would say? Xiao Luo smiled, pondering when her junior brother would be able to lift her up. It was rather peculiar that he had been alone all this time without any incidents. On the 500th day, Lu Bingxin was racked with pain, clutching Su Heizi's neck, staring at the brute before her, on the verge of tears. With a tremor in her voice, she asked, Disciple, tell me, when will you finally perish? Kawai had successfully transcended and reached the foundation stage. Xiao Yun had become a Golden Core cultivator. Xiao Luo was on the verge of reaching the late Golden Core stage. Tang Er was already at the late Golden Core stage, and Yu Er showed signs of transcending. Disciple, you have rendered remarkable service to our sect. Master, please refrain from speaking during dual cultivation. I must impose a punishment upon you. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingxin was both astonished and delighted. 500 days have passed, and with the previous 50 days, that totals 550 days. Heizi, could you possibly reduce your attack speed? No, this is the punishment. Master, if you release the slave contract, I promise I won't let you die. Master wishes for you to rest well, to take a vacation, go wherever you desire. I shall not hinder you. Su Heizi suddenly smiled. Having come this far, he was unwilling to abandon several stunning beauties. After all, the infinite Yuan Yang had yet to conclude, and there was ample time to indulge in his senior sisters, including his master. Master, please do not speak during dual cultivation. Disciple, take it easy. Master suffers, and I bear the brunt of it. It has been over 500 days, yet my junior brother, the treasure of the Heizi sect, is still alive. Tang Tang complained to the beautiful women in the pool. Isn't it good that junior brother is alive? A walking Yuan Yang, my beloved. Yang Xiao Yun gently squeezed Tang Tang's shoulder. Master is determined to end junior brother's life, yet he is a brute. If he were to relent, would Master not comply? Moreover, that foolish junior brother shows no tenderness towards us. We are fine, but Kawai is completely addicted. Even when she emerges, she still calls for her senior brother to be gentle. My heart aches for my junior sister. On the 550th day, Lu Bingxin finally resolved to give up. Su Heizi was too difficult to kill, and she was utterly at a loss. Watching her disciples being tormented by him, she gritted her teeth, feeling immensely displeased. Su Heizi was reveling while her disciples suffered. It was infuriating. She had not only failed to turn him into bones, but had also allowed him to absorb considerable Yuan Yang. This could not continue. The Heizi sect had transformed into his harem. However, she sensed that a tribulation was imminent. Now, it was little Yu Er's turn to cultivate, and soon it would be her turn. Lu Bingxin addressed her disciples. This cultivation session ends here. Su Heizi is the only male disciple of the Heizi sect. From now on, Master shall no longer accept male disciples, but will still welcome female disciples. I shall wait here for her to emerge. Yang Xiao Yun excitedly clasped her hands. Master truly intends to spare Su Heizi? Tang Tang also clasped her hands. Master, Su Heizi is indeed a rare talent. Sparing him is undoubtedly the right choice. Tang Er, thanks Master on behalf of junior brother. Do you think I do not wish to kill him? He is simply too vigorous to be slain. Go on, I shall attempt it myself. A week later, Lu Bingxin listened to the rhythmic gasps, feeling a tumult of emotions. Deeply unsettled, this wretched disciple had bullied her little Yu to tears. Just wait, I shall see how I teach you a lesson. After a month of this, he would likely face tribulation. Su Heizi's endurance was remarkable, yet his cultivation level remained stagnant at the mid-foundation stage, which was quite strange. All of my female disciples had experienced explosive growth in their cultivation, yet he showed no progress whatsoever. Afterwards, he would need compensation, for this was indeed a laborious endeavor. Once Yang Yu emerged, Lu Bingxin felt a pang of sympathy. However, Yang Yu smiled brightly. Master, I believe the opportunity has arrived. I am now at the peak of the golden core stage. Master, junior brother is truly formidable. Do not force him. Fear not. I have already decided not to kill him. From now on, I shall never accept male disciples again. Su Heizi holds a high position within the Heizi sect. Yang Yu gazed intently at her. Master truly will not kill junior brother? As Yang Yu conversed with Lu Bingxin, Su Heizi was granted a brief respite. He opened the system and was met with a series of rewards awaiting him. At this moment, he discovered that his foundation points had far surpassed 800. Foundation points successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for reaching the late foundation stage. Foundation points cleared. 1,600 points are required to transcend. Please continue your efforts. 1,600 points, 1,600 hours. Su Heizi covered his waist. Damn, what a loss. I knew I should not hoard resources. They ought to be utilized. Yet, I was so preoccupied with dual cultivation that I had no time to use them. Chapter 70. Sister, it's about time. Master wants me to leave. At that moment, Lu Bingxin happened to enter, witnessing Su Heizi talking to himself, and she cleared her throat. Su Heizi disregarded the rewards and approached Lu Bingxin, pulling her into his embrace. If you can endure here for a month, I shall no longer accept male disciples. You will be the sole male disciple of the Heizi sect. Su Heizi, without a care, pushed Lu Bingxin down and then sought confirmation. Master's words are but deceit. Master, how many times have you deceived me? Do you think I would still believe you? Lu Bingxin gently wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling. Have I not fulfilled my promises to you? You desire everything, yet I have delivered. Disciple, you are truly greedy, having nearly exhausted several stunning senior sisters. Su Heizi secretly quickened his pace, foolishly grinning. Master, what are you saying? I have just reached the foundation stage. Lu Bingxin widened her eyes and scolded. Wretched disciple, take it slow. I have decided. After this month, I shall let you descend the mountain. If this continues, the Heizi sect will truly belong to you alone. Master, I do not understand your intentions. What will happen to my senior sisters if I leave? What about you, Master? I cannot bear to part with you, nor my senior sisters, nor my junior sisters. I cannot bear to leave the Heizi sect. If Master believes in you, I will be grateful if you do not harm my disciples. Wow, disciple, your abs have increased. If disciple has abs, your contribution is the greatest. Wretched disciple. A month later, a smile adorned Lu Bingxin's face, though her heart bore reluctance. Every corner of the cave had been explored. This disciple had many methods, but he never considered whether I could endure it. Alas, I am but a Yuan, unable to withstand the brute's ravages. Without some spells, I would struggle to walk in the future. Is this wretched disciple even human? Disciple, allow Master a moment's respite. I beseech you. Su Heizi also felt somewhat numb. He yearned for a break, but an invisible hand relentlessly urged him forward, leaving him no chance to pause. It has already been a month. I implore you, spare me. Master, I too wish to rest, but an unseen force compels me to cultivate. I have no choice. Lu Bingxin was momentarily stunned. This is a disaster. The Panlong formation. I never expected to be ensnared by a formation. Lu Bingxin laughed through her tears, while Su Heizi remained silent, gazing at the remaining 11 days of infinite Yuan Yang, holding Lu Bingxin tightly. I am sorry, Master. Lu Bingxin, weeping, deactivated the formation. 10 days later, although the infinite Yuan Yang had not yet concluded, without the formation support, he could finally control himself. Furthermore, the time for infinite Yuan Yang had reset, and he understood what that signified, for he had experienced that near-death sensation many times. He realized that the dual cultivation must come to an end. Thus Lu Bingxin seemed to come alive again. Disciple, you have finally spared me. She looked at the remnants scattered across the ground, and then at Su Heizi, who appeared unscathed, smiling. What a journey it has been. Master, do you still have any Dao robes? Su Heizi leaped into the spirit pool, feeling the firmness of his well-defined abdominal muscles. A smile crept across his face as he unexpectedly realized that he could restrain the impulses brought on by the boundless Yuan Yang. At this moment, he remained remarkably composed. Yet upon reflection, the consequences of a complete reset of the boundless Yuan Yang were far from trivial, which startled him. He hastily retrieved a nourishing soul pill and placed it in his mouth. Regrettably, the Overlord pill and Blood Chi pill had been destroyed by his junior sister. Otherwise, he would have effortlessly navigated through this predicament. Su Heizi did not notice his seemingly magical act of producing the pill out of thin air, which caught the attention of Lu Bingxin on the shore, leaving her utterly astonished. The ability to conjure object from nowhere. Could it be that Su Heizi possessed a spatial artifact? It was said that such artifacts required a powerful being to open a spatial rift for storage, but the rift was fixed and could not be carried away, making storage rings far more convenient. Yet, Su Heizi could retrieve treasures at will. Was he truly a reincarnation of some celestial being? She lightly stepped into the spirit pool, approached Su Heizi, and gazed at his enticing abdominal muscles, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Disciple, where did you learn this skill of conjuring objects from thin air? Su Heizi, caught off guard, struggled to find an explanation. Master, I cannot quite articulate it. Enough, disciple. I do not wish to hear your explanations. After all, you never intended to disclose this to me, did you? Su Heizi paused, realizing that since his master was aware, there was no point in further questioning. Evidently, his education had not been sufficient, for his master appeared unconcerned. He swam closer to Lu Bingxin and playfully slapped her smooth, jade-like posterior. Lu Bingxin shot a fierce glare at Su Heizi. I am your master. You ought to be more gentle. Su Heizi, do you understand the meaning of cherishing beauty? Su Heizi inhaled the delightful fragrance lingering on his palm and chuckled. Master, as you said, I am a reckless man, relying solely on my boldness. When did you leave your cave abode? Wait, disciple. When did you reach the late foundation establishment stage? I had no idea. Su Heizi smiled. Master, during your dual cultivation, you were too engrossed to notice. I have long since reached the late foundation establishment stage. Lu Bingxin frowned, initially intending to reward him, but upon realizing his advancement, decided against it, pleased to save a considerable amount of spirit stones. You should know better than to be reckless. Su Heizi utilized his water control technique to cleanse his body, then donned a black and white Dao robe, bowing slightly. Master, I shall take my leave now. Wait. Lu Bingxin approached him. Though he had donned the robe, there were still areas needing adjustment. Thus, she began to tidy his attire, leaving Su Heizi both surprised and flattered. Master, I can manage on my own. What, Su Heizi, are you afraid of me? After a brief moment, Lu Bingxin smiled. You, my dear disciple, are becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. You have 3 days to leave the mountain, otherwise I might reconsider. 3 days. Master, are you sending me away? Chapter 71. My beautiful master teaches me the ways of survival. Su Heizi gazed at Lu Bingxin, whose eyes sparkled like gems in the water, and smiled faintly. Master, do I truly appear so charming that you cannot tear your gaze away? Lu Bingxin lightly touched her ring, and a marriage certificate floated into Su Heizi's hands. Staring at the document, he felt a pang of reluctance. Master, Lu Bingxin turned her back to him and said, if anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name. Remember, when you leave Hehuanzong, do not reveal your identity. One must be ruthless to establish a foothold. I typically annihilate the entire family of those who offend, for one must eradicate the root of the problem. Master, I have learned well, but why must I conceal my identity? I have not offended anyone nor committed any heinous acts. To survive, you must heed my counsel. I would never harm you. Lu Bingxin recalled the memories Su Heizi had sealed and smiled. You, young one, have never ventured outside the sect, let alone into the outside world. Deception, betrayal, and murder are commonplace. There is much for you to learn. Remember, when faced with danger, the first rule is to flee. After toiling for so long, the rewards should be plentiful, right? Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Intelligence 99, Strength 99, Charm 99, Stamina 99, Speed 99. As the host is a diligent little bee, the Intelligence 99 has triggered an additional reward. Eye of Divine Insight. capable of emitting a 30-meter-wide beam of spiritual energy that can instantly slay those of 2 cultivation levels below the host. Heizi was taken aback momentarily, then grinned as he focused his thoughts, and a white beam shot from his eyes, instantly penetrating the wooden door. Wow! Charm 99 has granted an additional reward, Aura. Once every half-month, the aura can be activated, causing others to misjudge the host's cultivation level. Heizi, the host's strength, stamina, and speed are all 9 times that of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. A surge of power flooded his body once more. He felt as though he could lift 2 junior sisters with a single hand. Are there no restorative pills available? If the boundless Yuan Yang resets, these rewards, though extraordinary, would be meaningless without life to utilize them. The rewards were only the beginning. He desperately needed restorative pills or talismans. Otherwise, all would be for naught. Heizi took out the remaining 4 nourishing soul pills and swallowed them all at once, eagerly anticipating further rewards from the system. Ding! Due to the host's continuous cultivation for 6 days, you have received a reward of 100,000 Foundation establishment points. The host has used the points to reset. However, considering the host's tireless efforts in cultivation, the reset points have automatically exchanged for 2 diamond gift packs. 2 diamond gift packs. For some reason, Heizi felt his gambling spirit surge. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 60,000 spirit stones, which have been deposited into your storage bag. 60,000 spirit stones. The rewards for 600 days of hard work have been fully distributed. Now, for the 49 days of separate calculations, the host has obtained 49 Foundation establishment points. Randomly distributed. High-tier techniques modified to double. The 49 days should involve private cultivation with the master, hence the separate calculations. However, the 600 days wasted with the junior sisters yielded a staggering 100,000 Foundation establishment points. It seemed the system was correct. More jade meant more substantial rewards. Heizi clutched his waist and laughed. 100,000 Foundation establishment points. What concept? Reaching the perfection of the late Foundation establishment stage requires only 1,600 Foundation establishment points. The host's physique is nearing perfection. The difficulty of acquiring random distribution points has significantly increased. Please, host, be a diligent little bee. Gather all the beauties of the world. Little system. Who would have thought you understand me the best? Currently, his formidable moves included the 99-meter great sword, Eye of Divine Insight, and water control technique. The sword control technique had long been rewarded, yet he had not found time to practice it. Moreover, there were still 2 hours left of the boundless Yuan Yang. The last 600 days were entirely different from the previous 50 days. During those 50 days, each reset of the boundless Yuan Yang brought an overwhelming sense of death. With trembling limbs and frothy lips, as if his body was no longer his own. But that was merely the experience of 50 days. Now, the daunting challenge lay in the 600 days. What to do? There were no restorative pills. Suddenly, Heizi recalled the black market. He joyfully browsed through the items, noticing that the price of a Zhangtian bottle remained unchanged, far beyond his means. However, he did spot a familiar Overlord pill. The Overlord pill, when consumed, toughens the body like iron, forcibly elevating one's cultivation by 2 levels. But the side effect is a state of suspended animation, priced at 50,000 spirit stones each. Amazingly, it was on a 50% discount. Even with the discount, it still required 50,000. Such an exorbitant price. Curse that junior sister for destroying my pills. Those are my 50,000 spirit stones. First, let us procure the life-saving elixir. As for the spirit stones, we shall address that later. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Overlord pill, with a remaining balance of 10,000 spirit stones. With this sum still intact, I can procure a finely crafted sword. Even after purchasing the sword, I will have enough left over to enhance my great cleaver. The Heitai Jian, forged from Xiantai and infused with the blood of the second-tier demon beast, the Heilang, enhances speed during flight. It requires merely 100 spirit stones. Purchased. Congratulations to the host on acquiring the Heitai Jian. The remaining spirit stones total 9,990. So many left. The black market offers little of value. Besides, those peculiar items are of no use to me and are prohibitively expensive. A herb aged 150 years is astonishingly priced at 50,000 spirit stones. Frankly, I feel I have been swindled out of a considerable number of spirit stones by the system. After all, the Overlord pill was once a reward, unlike its current exorbitant price. Speaking of which, if the system can deceive me, might I not deceive my master instead? As the infinite yuan yang dwindles to a mere hour, Heizi opens the system's gift interface. There are 2 diamond gifts remaining. Rubbing his hands together, he smiles. What treasures might 200,000 spirit stones yield? I shall open one, saving the other for later. With that thought, Heizi opens the diamond gift. Gift opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique, concealment art. Concealment art? To have received the technique, could it be something extraordinary? Surely. 100,000 spirit stones must yield something significant. I shall learn the concealment art. Yet, this technique appears devoid of lethal power. It can only be described as a mere trinket. Besides, I already possess a certain aura. I will utilize all remaining spirit stones to enhance my great cleaver. Host strength reaches 35. 500 spirit stones consumed for successful enhancement, increasing the great cleaver to 4 meters. Strength reaches 40. 1,000 spirit stones consumed, increasing the great cleaver to 5 meters. Strength reaches 45. 3,000 spirit stones consumed, increasing to 6 meters. 5,000 spirit stones consumed, elevating the great cleaver to 7 meters. The host currently retains 412 spirit stones. Heizi slowly withdraws the 7-meter-long golden staff, its surface intricately carved with mysterious runes, shimmering with a golden glow. Chapter 72. The days without the senior sisters are quite difficult. Heizi draws the Heizi, feeling a chill emanate from its blade, and he senses its extraordinary nature through his consciousness. Cloaked in darkness, the chill is palpable. It is truly a sword of slaughter. Sword control technique. Rise. In an instant, the Heizi quivers and hovers in midair as Heizi leaps, and the sword seems to possess a will of its own, catching him effortlessly. To the back mountain we go. In the blink of an eye, Heizi arrives at the back mountain, leaning against a large tree, feeling somewhat out of place yet deeply satisfied. With only a few minutes left of the infinite yuan yang, he decisively consumes the Overlord pill, and his cultivation surges, propelling him into the yuan ing stage. He conceals his cultivation and makes his way to the familiar cave, quietly awaiting the moment when time runs out, gazing at the masterpieces on the walls. Master Hong Yin too, your disciple shall inherit your will and achieve various formidable feats. As time ticks down to 0, Heizi feels a portion of his soul being drawn away, but fortunately, he had consumed the soul-nourishing pill beforehand. Immediately afterward, it feels as if the essence of his flesh is being forcibly extracted, with the Overlord pill standing in opposition. 2 forces clash within him, and he resists. Heizi senses darkness closing in, his body growing weak, and thus he collapses in the cave, slipping into unconsciousness. Lu Bingxin furrows her brow in confusion, unable to sense Heizi's aura. This rascal has fled quite swiftly. He seems unwilling to linger even a moment longer in Yihuan Zone. Alas! If only the disciples had not gone to witness Xiao Yu's tribulation, Heizi would not have escaped so easily. A week later, as the soul-nourishing pill takes effect, Heizi gradually regains consciousness, finding himself in a peculiar space, akin to a dream. Who are you? You are not Heizi. Who then are you? Heizi feels perplexed. Why is this spirit so fixated on his identity? I have no connection to him. How tiresome. You inquire about my identity, yet who are you? The wandering soul appears momentarily taken aback, yet continues to press Heizi. He recalls the system's words from that day. Successful possession. He remembers what Master Hong Yin Tu said about possession, that a practitioner may only attempt it once in their lifetime. Could it be that I have taken over the original host body? How strange. Is this wandering soul? His body has returned to normal. It seems the Overlord pill's effects have worn off, and the false death has concluded, preserving his life. Heizi makes his way to a small wooden house, discovering that Yihuan Zone is now deserted. Yuqing Peak and Yunu Peak are devoid of people, and even Lu Bingxin is absent, leaving him somewhat perplexed. At this moment, a thunderous roar accompanied by a gust of wind stirs up a cloud of dust. Heizi glances at the blue sky, bewildered. Why is there thunder in broad daylight? Peculiar. Conversely, at this moment, Lu Bingxin is valiantly resisting the thunder, alongside her fellow sisters, including Yang Kuei, who have not departed. A year later, Heizi finally spots a few humble homes. Though the houses are simple, he feels a surge of joy. After all, the days without his senior sisters have been exceedingly difficult to endure. Another month passes, and the houses have transformed from their former simplicity. The layout and decor now exhibit a certain charm. The streets are alive with passers-by, merchants, beggars, and soldiers clad in armor. Heizi conceals his cultivation and merges into the crowd. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares, laughter and play, the clattering of hooves, and the cries of children intertwine in a vibrant tapestry, revealing that this place utilizes not spirit stones, but rather shards of silver and silver notes. Is this the mundane world, far removed from the realm of cultivation? Compared to the cities I know, these two worlds differ greatly, yet their essence remains strikingly similar. Moreover, the inhabitants are dressed plainly, devoid of the aura or oppressive presence characteristic of cultivators. It has been quite a while since I last indulged in meat. I wonder how these ordinary women compare to my senior sisters. Yet, my primary objective is to locate the Su family, aside from seeking my sister's whereabouts. I intend to annihilate the Su family, not for any other reason, but for the sheer delight it will bring me. Heizi weaves through the crowd along the street and encounters a group of traveling performers showcasing their tricks, pausing to observe. Fire breathing, divine grasp, crushing stones with the chest, and swallowing swords, their performances are captivating and elicit applause from the audience. Heizi too claps in admiration, marveling at their skill. Were it not for his own cultivation, he would hardly perceive their flaws. Among the onlookers are many women, yet none capture his interest, not due to high standards, but rather because his senior sisters are truly extraordinary. Continuing onward, as he passes a fork in the road, he spots a madam calling out for patrons. Lifting his gaze, he sees the Zue Chunlu. At last, I have found it. May young master, do you think I am unattractive? The young woman feigned tears, completely oblivious to the rotund man lying on the ground. Heizi took a few steps back, inadvertently stepping on the man's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. While Heizi seized the moment to flee, he searched through over 10 rooms, only to be met with disappointment. Although the lights were extinguished, the aura of his senior sisters was unmatched in this place. Heizi glanced at Zhen Long, lamenting that he would have to endure yet again. Chapter 73. An unexpected encounter with a kindred spirit. Just as Heizi was about to leave, the middle-aged man emerged, calling out and summoning the brothel keeper. After a brief look around, he exited through the back door. Heizi followed him, observing as he donned official robes at the entrance of a narrow alley. Pretending as if nothing had occurred, they arrived at a residence marked with the character Wu. Standing at the entrance were attendants. Upon the man's arrival, one bowed in deference, indicating his distinguished status. Peering through the crack of the door, Heizi was taken aback by the opulence within. A group of maidens approached, carrying golden basins, and proceeded to meticulously groom the man's attire and appearance. Heizi smiled faintly, surprised by the man's wealth, pondering why he would seek illicit pleasures at Zue Chunlu. To his astonishment, he realized they shared a similar disposition. As Heizi infiltrated the estate, he discovered that Wu Pongzi had 7 concubines, each possessing charm, though lacking the ethereal grace of cultivators. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed that this rotund man was not as simple as he appeared. There was an unmistakable aura of a practitioner lingering in the air. This perplexed Heizi, who had initially intended to observe the cultivation levels. Now, encountering another practitioner in this unexpected setting, uncertain of the other's capabilities, he decided it was wiser to avoid confrontation. Just as Heizi contemplated his departure, a door swung open, revealing a woman wielding a sword. Her serious demeanor and calm expression were starkly out of place in this environment. Heizi planned to leave, but the fragrance she exuded compelled him to linger. Third layer of qi refinement. He mused, astonished at his ability to discern her cultivation level at a glance. At that moment, the rotund man approached, accompanied by several attendants, joyfully exclaiming, "My daughter, how I've missed you." The woman showed no emotion, instead unsheathing her sword and covering her nose. After dismissing the attendants, the man gently pushed aside the sword, saying, "My dear daughter, do not blame your father. Though I have 7 wives, I have no desire to frequent such establishments. Father, please arrange for 30 guards to inspect the residence for any suspicious individuals." Heizi overheard their conversation clearly, losing interest in the woman, as he preferred those who exhibited a hint of defiance and spirit. After all, a woman's resistance could be quite exhilarating. As he prepared to leave, a woman clad in a blue-green robe and a veil emerged, glancing in Heizi's direction before gesturing to the woman in front of the rotund man. The latter nodded, sending the man away, leaving only the 2 women and the concealed Heizi. "Will you please enter the house and do not come out, no matter what happens?" "Understood, elder." "Fellow Taoist, there is no need to hide any longer," the veiled woman said. Heizi was taken aback. Had he been discovered? At that moment, a flying sword shot towards him, which he caught deftly between his fingers as he leapt down. The veiled woman frowned, astonished that someone at the 3rd layer of chi refinement could intercept her sword. Heizi silently lamented his predicament. He had concealed his cultivation level to appear as a 3rd layer practitioner, yet he could not ascertain the veiled woman's strength. However, judging by her facial structure, there was undoubtedly a beautiful visage hidden beneath the veil. To his surprise, practitioners were not as elusive as he had believed, with 2 appearing in this mundane world. His master had always said, "If you cannot win, then run." Yet his Zhenlong had gone hungry for over a year. "Who are you?" the veiled woman inquired. Stepping back, she added, "I have not heard of the Su family." Taoist, your 3rd layer chi refinement allows you to recall foundational techniques. It seems you possess quite a few hidden cards. Heizi thought, this woman is remarkably astute. How did she know I have unutilized cards? If not for my injury, Taoist, you would have perished by now. I advise you to leave swiftly. Injured? Although taking advantage of a vulnerable opponent is thrilling, it is not right. Perhaps I shall return another day to converse with her, and maybe I can glean the location of the Su family. Just as Heizi hesitated, a short sword lunged at him from behind, clearly intent on preventing his escape. Meanwhile, the woman in front of him wielded her sword, creating a pincer's effect. Heizi summoned his black iron sword to block, employing his water manipulation technique to conjure a watery barrier before him. This individual was surely not merely at the chi refinement stage. Was their purpose here to obtain the Heijiao egg? The Heijiao egg could hatch into a Heijiao, which could eventually transform into a dragon. Heizi suspected this was all a ruse, who would name themselves Heizi. If he truly was not at the chi refinement level, being at the late stage of foundation establishment and still recovering from an injury, had he not been cautious, he could have met his end at the hands of this fierce woman. Thankfully, he was quick on his feet. The pressing dilemma was whether he could fend her off or not. He needed to devise a plan to escape. With a smile, she introduced herself. "I am Yao Shu, from the Qingyun sect. May I ask which sect you belong to?" Heizi was momentarily stunned when she removed her veil. She was indeed beautiful, yet her demeanor was entirely different from his senior sisters, possessing an air of both nobility and pride. If Liu Bingxin's arrogance could be likened to that of a businesswoman, then Yao Shu resembled a confident heiress. "I am Heizi, with no sect or affiliation." There's no need for pretense. You have pursued me all the way from Wui Mountain for that item, have you not? Her words hinted at the existence of a treasure. In light of this, my apologies. Heizi slowly drew out a gigantic cleaver measuring 99 meters. Yao Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as she recoiled. This fellow had just pulled out an enormous weapon. Moreover, judging by its luster, it must be a formidable artifact. At that moment, Heizi dispelled his concealment technique, suddenly feeling the urge to test his aura manipulation technique. He unveiled his true self, employing the aura manipulation technique, which could lead opponents to misjudge his cultivation based on their current mindset. When Heizi brandished the massive cleaver, Yao Shu perceived his strength to be formidable. Yet she also sensed an invisible pressure. Golden core. You are a golden core practitioner. Seeing the terror in her expression, Su Heizi chuckled. Yao Xinzi, I did not anticipate you would see through me. Yao Shu immediately sheathed her sword, realizing she was no match for a golden core cultivator, especially in her injured state. Fellow Taoist, there is no need for pretense. You must be an elder from Qingyi Island. The person I killed was indeed my doing. Do as you will, Yao Shu stated coldly. At that moment, Wu Yu rushed out with her sword, glaring fiercely at Su Heizi. Chapter 74. Outwitted by a beauty, Su Heizi was momentarily bewildered. Qingyi Island? Assassins? Wu Yu unleashed her flying sword at Su Heizi, following up with 2 fireballs, but with her cultivation at merely the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Her attacks were inconsequential to him. Yao Shu, sensing the shift, summoned a talisman, and countless small swords flew forth, aimed directly at Su Heizi. The 2 women appeared to have mistaken him for a member of Qingyi Island. Su Heizi retreated a few steps, deploying his water manipulation technique as a barrier. After half an hour of resistance, Yao Shu seized Wu Yu's hand, conceding the attack. This individual is exceptionally powerful. We are no match for him. Let us conserve our strength and wait for an opportune moment. Understood. As the 2 women turned their aggression towards him, Su Heizi felt a surge of anger. But just then, he sensed a dozen shadows approaching, realizing that true practitioners from Qingyi Island had arrived. Su Heizi furrowed his brows. 1 cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage, 2 at the foundation establishment stage, and 10 at the qi refinement stage. Yao Shu seemed to have sensed something amiss. She swiftly conjured a talisman and summoned her flying sword, tossing a bag to Su Heizi before pulling Wu Yu and soaring towards the horizon. Su Heizi, momentarily bewildered, found himself encircled by a dozen shadowy figures. Their movements were uncanny, swiftly surrounding him with no escape. Without uttering a word, they launched an attack, clearly believing that the treasure was in Su Heizi's possession or that they wished to leave no witnesses. However, when their spells, swords, and hidden weapons struck Su Heizi, they realized the minimal effect. Their expressions turned grim. Su Heizi, feeling slightly irritated, declared, I am above your level. With that, he swatted away a black-clad cultivator effortlessly, killing him instantly, for his strength was 9 times that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. How could a qi refinement cultivator withstand such power? The remaining dozen individuals instantly paled and retreated, trying to create distance, but Su Heizi would not grant them that opportunity. He called out, I have divine sense. In an instant, a beam of white light shot from his eyes, reducing the group to ashes, leaving only 1 bewildered mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator, in a state of panic, dropped his weapon and fell to his knees, lacking any intention to flee. Senior, I did not mean to offend. I implore you to spare my life. Su Heizi rubbed his eyes. After using the eye of divine sense, he felt oddly drained. Truly, he was invincible. He glanced into the bag, discovering it to be empty, and chuckled softly, surprised to have been outwitted by a woman. Observing the kneeling cultivator, he noted with some amusement that the man seemed physically unwell. He had wet himself. You are also at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Is it necessary to fear me so? The black-clad cultivator, witnessing Su Heizi's nonchalant demeanor, felt a wave of despair wash over him. This person's strength was undoubtedly at the golden core stage. No, perhaps even at the nascent soul stage, capable of annihilating my fellow disciples in an instant, such terrifying power. Yet, during this expedition into the mountains, intelligence indicated that the strongest presence would merely be Yao Shu from Qingyun sect, who was also injured, which emboldened me to pursue her. Senior, I have responsibilities. I care for the elderly and the young, including my ailing mother and hungry children. I beg you to let me go. Su Heizi was taken aback. He had assumed that cultivators were all tough individuals, yet here he encountered one who was so pliable. Indeed, as his master had said, when faced with adversity, kneeling and begging for mercy sometimes proved effective. What is your name? The black-clad man replied, Senior, my name is Ouyang Jiangxing. Ouyang Jiangxing. To Su Heizi's surprise, he bore the same surname as his senior sister. Do you know Ouyang Yu? Ouyang Jiangxing looked up, his eyes filled with trepidation. Ouyang Yu, the demoness of Huanhuan sect? Is she here? Senior, this is the northern country. indeed the territory of Huanhuan Sect. I urge you to tread carefully lest you fall into the clutches of their enchantress. Captured, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. Is Huanhuan Sect truly that fearsome? Senior, you may not be aware, but I have never seen a male cultivator emerge from Huanhuan Sect. Moreover, Senior, with your striking features and formidable strength, they surely favor someone like you. Is that so? Heizi chuckled. Am I truly that handsome? Ouyang Jiangxing stood and removed his mask, exclaiming, of course. Senior, your bearing is extraordinary, truly the finest in the realm. You could easily slay over 10 formidable cultivators, demonstrating your immense power. I humbly offer my allegiance. Accept me as your junior. A smile crept across Heizi's face. Although he had relished using his lethal technique, he found his spiritual energy nearly depleted and had no means to deal with Ouyang Jiangxing. I never anticipated you to be such a flatterer. Very well. I shall reluctantly accept you as my junior. Ouyang Jiangxing immediately clasped his hands in reverence. Big brother, what is your name? Heizi. By the way, are you familiar with the Su family? I have not heard of them. Your intentions should not involve me, correct? Big brother, you are correct. My fellow disciples, and I aim for the cultivators of Qingyan Sect. Those two women were competing for the Black Flood Dragon Egg in Wui Mountain. It was supposed to be a fair contest, but Yao Shu acted unscrupulously. Although she seized the egg, she was injured. Coincidentally, her beauty caught the eye of the elder who accompanied me. So Yao Shu and Wu Yu should have been captured. Elaborate on this capture. We had already detected their movements, coming here to drive them away. After all, there are many mortals around, and once a conflict arises, it would lead to countless casualties. However, I did not expect you to be here, big brother. But if you wish to know, I shall tell you. Fine wine, exquisite swords, and beautiful women are the favorites of male cultivators. As for the beauty, she shall be captured. Her lack of martial ethics is one reason, her beauty another. Just these two aspects could render her life more miserable than death. However, I have heard that cultivators of Qingyan Sect place great importance on their purity. I wonder how Yao Shu measures up? Oh, once captured, aside from treasures, it is also about the matters of men, correct? Big brother, you are astute. Lead the way. Let us see. Ouyang Jiangxing produced a cloak of night, and after Heizi donned it, he felt quite pleased. Ouyang, my young brother, how did you find this place? Qingyi Island possesses a secret technique to locate fellow disciples. Thus, finding this place was no issue. The two soared into the cave, where they found 3 dark figures surrounding 2 women, their garments torn asunder. Chapter 75. The soul-consuming powder, what a thrill. I adore this. Ouyang, my young brother, I never realized your Qingyi Island had such expertise. Impressive indeed. Heizi communicated through divine sense. Ouyang Jiangxing chuckled awkwardly before replying via divine sense. Big brother, you jest. Clearly, both Heizi and Ouyang Jiangxing were unaffected by the allure of beauty. Ouyang Jiangxing glanced at Heizi and then at the 2 women on the ground. My junior brothers are still behind. It seems they have succeeded. Since that is the case, this wretched woman caused me to lose an arm to capture her. Ouyang, once we finish here, leave no survivors. Heizi, listening to their conversation, felt a jolt of surprise. Such beautiful women to be discarded after a single use seemed a grave loss. However, having been outmaneuvered earlier, he intended to enjoy himself first. Heizi slowly approached from behind, gazing at Yao Shu, who was seated on the ground, stunned. He had not expected her to possess a charm rivaling Lu Bingxin's. At that moment, she appeared strikingly captivating, igniting a surge of hormones within him, and he felt a murderous intent arise. Luckily, he had concealed his cultivation in advance. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity, and his spiritual energy had replenished considerably. You dare to lay hands on such a beautiful woman? It seems you're courting death. He gradually withdrew a 7-meter-long great knife from his lower garments, causing Ouyang Jiangxing's eyes to widen in shock. How is this possible? How did he pull out such a magnificent treasure from there? Could he have created a storage space? Is he an unheard-of transformation god cultivator? Ouyang Jiangxing felt a deep respect, as his original plan had been to feign weakness and join forces with the others to eliminate Heizi. However, now he had lost all desire to resist. Yao Shu, seated on the ground, noticed Heizi's actions and instinctively recoiled in fear. believing the 7-meter-long golden stick was aimed at her. Realizing she might not escape, despair filled her heart. The 3 male cultivators seemed to have seen through her intentions, grabbing her hair and forcefully shoving packets of powder into her mouth. Indeed, the cultivators of Qingyun's sect valued their purity. Ever since that day, in Wui Mountain, when Yao Shu cast a glance at him, Su Heizi had been consumed with thoughts of her. He never imagined it would come to this. I am in the later stages of foundation building, and you merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Su Heizi smiled slightly. His speed was astonishing, and the male cultivator bore numerous bloody holes in his body. The other 2 male cultivators, being weaker, fell lifelessly to the ground after a single strike pierced through their chests. One of them even collapsed into Wu Yu's embrace, but she was already terrified, her face pale. Su Heizi approached Yao Shu, tore a rag from the corpse, and wiped his massive knife, which measured 99 meters. Ouyang Jianxing observed everything keenly. His senior brother was indeed in the later stages of foundation building, yet Su Heizi's techniques seemed rather mundane. Only his speed was remarkable. How could it be that his senior brother perished this way, without even activating his protective spells? Was it possible that the 2 beautiful women on the ground had clouded his judgment? He hurried behind Su Heizi, grinning as he said, "Big brother, you are truly formidable. I am sure even a Jindan cultivator would not stand a chance against you." Su Heizi was quite pleased with this younger brother and glanced at the storage bags on the waists of the 3 deceased. Ouyang Jianxing immediately snatched them off and handed them all to Su Heizi. "My senior brothers have schemed to eliminate numerous cultivators in the Wui Mountains. They deserve their fate. Big brother, you are ridding the world of harm, so these storage bags rightfully belong to you." At that moment, the effects of the drug took hold, and Yao Shu collapsed to the ground, seemingly transformed, slowly crawling to Su Heizi's feet and grasping his leg with a look of yearning in her eyes. Wu crawled over as well. He, they have fallen under the spell of the Shi OHNSN, a unique product of Qinyi Island. This substance is generally potent and must be diluted with water. Otherwise, even with spiritual energy, it is difficult to resist, unless one is at the mid-Jindan stage. Shi OHNSN, what a splendid item. Ouyang Jianxing chuckled foolishly, saying, "Big brother, I am utterly clueless about such matters, but if someone comes by, I will stop them for you, lest they ruin your good fortune." Su Heizi had intended to suggest sharing equally, but he was taken aback by Ouyang Jianxing's perceptiveness. He gazed at the 2 beautiful women, and even Zhenlong became excited. He cupped Yao Shu's face, and her eyes were dazed. He then looked at Wu Yu, who was clutching his other leg. How tragic, they had encountered a villain. Alas, I am no good person either. The following morning, there was no need to worry about the aftereffects of the W11 NU New York Ing, nor the fear of being drained to death. The only downside was that it was somewhat lacking in satisfaction. However, this was not the H sect, and they would not engage in the practice of yang replenishing yin, thus allowing them to indulge freely. At that moment, Yao Shu awakened. Despite the overwhelming effects of the Shi OHNSN, she clearly recalled the events that transpired. She touched Su Heizi's abdominal muscles, her face flushing. This man had behaved in such a manner, and he was truly skilled. Wait, I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect. How could this fellow tarnish my purity? Yao Shu rose and smiled at Su Heizi, who momentarily froze before returning her smile. "Yao Fairy, I had intended to assist you last night, but after eliminating those men, I found you'd already been ensnared. Moreover, escaping from the grasp of the people from Qingyun Island, she suddenly realized that Su Heizi was not ordinary. Furthermore, the 7-meter golden weapon he drew out filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Su Heizi smiled without speaking. It seemed that for her, losing her chastity was not a significant matter. "Yao Fairy, how can you be so certain that they are my fellow disciples? How did you manage to arrive here amidst the encirclement of over a dozen individuals? Is it not difficult? Simply eliminate them all." Chapter 76. You are but a brute. He claimed his name was Su Heizi and that he hailed from the Su family, yet I had never heard of such a family. Could it be another secluded clan of cultivators? I had heard that such families often possess a certain understanding of cultivation, thus producing 1 or 2 geniuses. However, those kinds of families generally have sect connections. Killing is simple, but if the Qing sect pursues the matter, Su Heizi, how do you intend to defend yourself? If I am not mistaken, you likely do not even belong to a sect, do you? Heizi became intrigued, smiling as he replied, how do you know? This is the northern region, and it is indeed the territory of the HH sect. I came here with her for that very reason. A year ago, my senior Uncle Gao fled from the HH sect, but his soul suffered severe trauma. He said that the greatest regret of his life was coming to the HH sect. Therefore, your presence here indicates that you are unfamiliar with this place. But let me tell you, if you are captured, you will be in dire straits. Gao Shixiang? Could it be Gao Shiliang? He was tormented by his master, resulting in the injury to his soul. Seeing Heizi hesitate, Yao Shu felt her reasoning was correct. Daoyu, have you heard of dual cultivation or Dao companions? Oh, do enlighten me. You may understand it as a married couple, supervising one another during cultivation, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, and also. Heizi nodded and then remarked, and also indulging in nightly revelries like last night? This fellow was indeed a lecher. He must have been tracking me, but unexpectedly, he stumbled into a grave mistake. How infuriating that this lecherous man should benefit. With your current strength, if the people from Qingyi Island come, you will surely perish. Would you care to join me at the Qingyun sect for nightly festivities? No need, Yao Fairy. Last night was somewhat lacking in enjoyment. Besides, you do not even know of the Su family. Why should I accompany you? What did this fellow mean by that? Indeed, he was a natural-born lecher. However, since there was a weakness, everything would be manageable. She approached Heizi, feigning indifference, and whispered in his ear, actually, you are quite ordinary. Heizi's interest was piqued. Since he had failed to satisfy the fairy, it was indeed his problem, and now he would ensure her satisfaction. Without hesitation, Heizi pushed her down, and she laughed. Dare you accompany me to the Qingyun sect? Heizi unfastened her plain garment, saying, what is there to fear? The only thing I fear is that the fairy is not satisfied. 3 days later, Heizi looked at the weakened Yao Shu on the ground and the soundly sleeping Wu Yu beside her, and he chuckled, Fairy, how do you find it? Yao Shu remained silent. She was now convinced that Heizi was indeed a brute and utterly lacked any sense of cherishing the fairer sex. Trembling, she stood up and smiled. I did not expect you to possess some skill, but when you go to the Qingyun sect, can you still be this arrogant? Heizi, you are but a brute. Heizi approached her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. She sat upon his arm, feeling his overwhelming strength, her face reddening with embarrassment as she embraced his neck. Yao Fairy, am I still a brute in your eyes? Yao Shu experienced a profound shock, a wave of security washing over her. Mediocre. Very well. I shall accompany you to the Qingyun sect, and on the way, I will surely change the fairy's attitude. Yao Shu roused the sleeping Wu Yu, and together, they stood awkwardly on the flying sword. Outside the cave, Heizi did not notice Ouyang Jiangxing and smiled to himself. With elders above and juniors below, no wonder they are so fearful for their lives. However, the only regret is that I did not procure even a morsel of Shi-O-H-N-S-N. In the Wu family mansion, Wu Yu, though cultivators should distance themselves from worldly matters, nurturing their essence, should not extinguish their humanity. Wu Yu, bid farewell to your father properly. I will accompany Heizi to explore the splendor of Yingdi. Thank you, Elder Yao, for your guidance. Wu Yu will surely remember. The streets at night were ablaze with light and bustling with activity. Yingdi, Heizi, you cannot possibly be unaware of this place? I am aware. It is the territory of the HH sect. By the way, are you not afraid of the HH sect? Heizi replied somewhat sheepishly, not afraid. I suspect you are not yet 30 years old. To possess such cultivation at such a young age indicates that the Su family must be quite affluent. He sneered, affluent. Indeed, Yao Shu discerned the underlying meaning in his words and deftly changed the subject. Wow, there's a vendor selling bells ahead. They look lovely. I want one. She rushed to the stall and immediately fixated on a copper bell adorned with a red ribbon. She touched her waistband, then glanced at Heizi, ultimately deciding to set the bell down. Never mind, this trinket would serve no purpose on my person. Purchasing it would be a waste. Heizi chuckled softly, subtly employing his water manipulation technique, and a silver ingot appeared in his hand. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, he secretly purchased it. As night deepened, the sky erupted with fireworks, piercing the darkness. The two stood still, surrounded by the sounds of explosions and the joyous laughter of children, taking in the splendor of Ingdu. Heizi placed the bell in her hand. Yao Xinzi, do you like it? Yao Shu accepted the bell. I do. Heizi, have you agreed to accompany me to Qingyun Zone? Heizi embraced her, summoning his flying sword to soar into the sky. Of course, after all, you and I are destined to become Dao partners. Heizi, can you tell me what cultivation level you currently possess? Late-stage foundation establishment. She frowned slightly. Such a young foundation establishment practitioner surely hailed from a prominent family. She smiled, placing her hand inside Heizi's clothing. Are you not afraid of me taking action? I fear your inaction, he replied. The fireworks illuminated the night sky, and the flying sword bore an excessive burden. Heizi, I merely wish to touch your abdominal muscles. Please do not act recklessly, lest we be seen. What? Yao Xinzi, are you afraid of being discovered? Later, Yao Shu smiled as she reunited with Wu Yu, and the three ascended on the flying sword, traversing the clouds towards Qingyun Zone. En route, they passed a mountain peak piercing through the clouds and decided to rest atop it. Taking advantage of the moment, Heizi checked his rewards, discovering that his foundation establishment points had only increased by 21, with no additional rewards, causing him some distress. With 21 plus 49, his current foundation establishment points totaled 80, leaving him far from the target of 1,600. He still had a diamond gift pack and 412 spirit stones remaining. However, he had not returned empty-handed. He had 3 storage bags. Heizi infused his consciousness into one of the bags, which opened instantly, revealing its contents, much to his astonishment. 5 Jinyuan pills, 2 Qi recovery pills, and no fewer than 8 Huanglong pills. There's also a sword, 2 bags of soul-dispersing powder, and 84 spirit stones. 2 talismans. His spirits lifted. Was this the so-called treasure plundering? How exhilarating! He eagerly opened the next 2 storage bags, discovering only 4 spirit stones, 2 Huanglong pills, and 1 foundation establishment pill. These 2 storage bags are quite impoverished, he mused. However, adding his own spirit stones, he now possessed 500 spirit stones, 10 Huanglong pills, 1 foundation establishment pill, and 2 talismans. Not bad. Even mosquito legs, though small, are still meat. At that moment, Yao Shu approached and said, I observed a 3rd-tier foaming beast on this island. Heizi, do you wish to take a look? A 3rd-tier foaming beast. Its feathers could be refined into magical artifacts, traded for pills, or sold. Heizi, you brute. Are you afraid? Heizi embraced her, noticing the bell tied to her ankle, and smiled faintly. Yao Xinzi, perhaps you have forgotten that day. Could my abilities truly evade your notice? Yao Shu felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks, turning her head aside, and stealthily placed her hand upon Heizi's abdominal muscles. She swallowed hard. That aside, Heizi, do you dare go? Attempting to provoke him, it seemed she truly regarded him as a brute. However, her hand was rather unrestrained. Who said that Qingyun Zone's practitioners valued purity? Heizi released her. I dare not. Yao Shu, somewhat irritated, clenched her fists. This lecher dares not let me touch him. Could it be I lack allure? Very well. I shall go alone. You and Wu Yu wait for me here. Heizi silently noted her direction before turning to Wu Yu, who instantly clasped her hands. Senior. Her demeanor was quite formal, her words lacking vivacity. And Heizi felt as though this woman had been brainwashed. Your name is Wu Yu, correct? The chubby one from the Wu family estate? He is my father. Are they aware of your status as a cultivator? They know, but not entirely. However, everything in the Wu family is provided by me. Heizi pinched her cheek and smiled. You are beautiful, yet lack a touch of vivacity. Wu Daoyu, what is your purpose in cultivation? How old are you? 21. I recall being 21, living on instant noodles, believing I could achieve great things, only to find myself engulfed in profound self-doubt and suffering from severe depression. Perhaps she resembled my past self, merely lacking the eyes to discover beauty. Beyond cultivation, there are myriad pursuits, such as dual cultivation. Wu Yu promptly clasped her hands. Senior, one does not receive rewards without merit. Moreover, you have saved my life. Heizi forcefully pressed her into his embrace, do not forget. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Do not call me senior. Refer to me as husband or lord. Feeling his unruly hands, Wu Yu blushed and shyly exclaimed, "Husband?" Su Heizi smiled, thoroughly pleased, producing a mantis dagger from his storage bag and placing it in her hand. This dagger is a fortuitous find, of no use to me. If I were to discard it, so be it. Wu Yu understood Su Heizi's intent, accepting the dagger with a smile. "Thank you, husband." At last she smiled, though her soft gasps were quite pronounced. Su Heizi nodded, turning to mount his flying sword. "I shall check on Yao Xinzi. Do not move from this spot." Wu Yu watched him depart, straightening her attire and retrieving the dagger. It seemed familiar. Where had she seen it before? Recalling the absurdity of that night, she pinched herself, her mind swirling. Her husband's muscles were indeed formidable, akin to a mythical beast, so very solid. Su Heizi had not flown far when he heard the sound of the bell. He saw a magical formation where a person and a bird were engaged in combat, the large bird appearing quite agitated, as if trapped in a cage. Yao Shu noticed Su Heizi and feigned effort, secretly waiting for him to act. She smiled slightly, pretending to be accidentally injured, subsequently dropping her sword. Su Heizi observed the large bird about to strike a decisive blow, and with a powerful leap, he charged into the formation, delivering a single punch that ended the foaming beast. Indeed, he had only used one punch. Yao Shu, originally testing Su Heizi's strength, was now utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Gazing at the lifeless foaming beast on the ground, her heart cursed, "Brute. This brute's strength." She then feigned panic, throwing herself into Su Heizi's embrace, who chuckled in delight. The thrill of a hero rescuing a damsel was indeed exhilarating. Yao Shu pretended to be frightened, gently tapping Su Heizi, murmuring, "I called for you, yet you did not come. You nearly scared me to death." She then reached for Su Heizi's abdominal muscles, who at that moment was experiencing the pinnacle of life's pleasures. The hero saves the beauty, and who would not enjoy such a scenario? Suddenly, Su Heizi hurriedly exclaimed, "Yao Xinzi, please refrain from touching." Su Heizi's words only served to irritate her further, prompting her to respond contrary to his wishes. Thus, Su Heizi gently unfastened her clothing. The wind stirred the bell, yet it was not the wind that caused it to chime, but rather human intervention. The unfortunate foaming beast perished without knowing whom it had offended. Its demise was one thing, but the fact that these two shameless individuals continued their antics beside its corpse, and so loudly, was quite another. Could you not first deal with me before indulging in your little escapades? Afterward, Yao Shu tidied her clothing and brushed off Su Heizi's attire, as if nothing had occurred. "What? Do you not wish to become Dao partners with me?" Su Heizi caressed her delicate chin, gazing into her bright eyes. "Yao Xinzi, I truly do not wish to provoke your ire. To speak candidly, you give me a pleasant impression, yet it lacks excitement." "Well, Su Heizi, I had thought it was my allure that was insufficient, but it turns out this rascal is simply incorrigible. How could someone of such dubious character cultivate so rapidly? Generally, those with ill intentions find it arduous to progress. And there are plenty of stagnant disciples in Qingyun Zone after a decade or even a century. Such individuals seem to exist everywhere." As they arrived at Qingyun Zone, Su Heizi protested, "Do not cling to me." All right, Su Heizi, I shall heed your words, but regarding this demonic beast carcass." She pouted. "Though you were the one to slay it, I contributed as well. May I consider a reward? Is it permissible? Who could resist a woman who knows how to be coy?" Yet Su Heizi found it perplexing how she had ascended to the position of elder in Qingyun Zone. "Very well, as you wish." With that, she left a kiss upon Su Heizi's cheek. Nothing comes without cost. Su Heizi touched his face, a smile gracing his lips. He felt elated. The Shang nation, also known as Nanshang, has long been in conflict with the Northern Kingdom. To them, the North is merely a realm of savages. Yao Shu remarked. Su Heizi nodded. "It has been nearly 3 months. When shall we arrive at Qingyun Zone?" "Look, we are nearly there." Su Heizi discovered that mere contact with Jade would bestow rewards upon him. Over these months, although the rewards were not extraordinary, his foundational cultivation value had risen to 600. Instantly, he felt an increase in strength to embrace beauties. Wu Yu observed all this, a subtle smile adorning her face. Qingyun Zone. in the hearts of some mortals and wandering cultivators, is akin to a legendary sect of immortals, perched atop an endless range of mountains, shrouded in mist. As of a paradise, its history is profound, having since its inception welcomed talents from across the realm, nurturing countless prodigies of cultivation. Thus, it is the aspiration of innumerable wandering cultivators. In truth, Qingyunzong is ensconced within a mysterious mountain range of the Shang Nation, surrounded by towering peaks, with mist lingering perpetually, rendering the entire sect as if it were floating among the clouds. At the entrance of the sect stands a colossal stone gate, inscribed with ancient runes that shimmer with a faint light, seemingly safeguarding the peace of the sect. Beholding Qingyunzong from afar, Su Heizi felt a profound sense of awe as Yao Shu gracefully entered the sect ahead of him. Within the sect, the architectural layout is harmonious, featuring both ancient, elegant halls and majestic towers. The main hall is grand and resplendent, housing the statues of the sect's founders and the memorial tablets of its past leaders. Surrounding the sect are countless training grounds, such as swordsmanship fields, alchemy rooms, and libraries, providing disciples the opportunity to hone various immortal techniques. Suddenly, several cultivators clad in pale blue robes flew past Su Heizi. He gazed at the swordsmanship field, feeling akin to a rustic villager who had stepped into a grand metropolis. Yao Shu observed Su Heizi's reaction with satisfaction. Indeed, he was from a Su family, as typical disciples of reclusive families often reacted this way upon arrival here. The disciples of Qingyunzong exuded charisma, each possessing exceptional skills. Some practiced swordplay with the grace of the wind, while others immersed themselves in alchemy or perused ancient texts in the library, each striving diligently on their path of cultivation. Within the sect, masters abound, including some revered elders and seniors in the cultivation community. Here, the culture venerates virtue and defends the path with martial prowess. Disciples not only cultivate martial arts, but also emphasize moral character and personal growth. Numerous ancient legends and tales circulate within the sect, inspiring generations of disciples to persevere. As a formidable force in the realm of cultivation, Qingyunzong holds a significant position, with its disciples scattered throughout the world, their presence felt wherever one may go. Qingyunzong, a grand sect of cultivation, shines as a brilliant gem in the realm, owing to its rich historical heritage, unique cultural ethos, formidable influence, and the emergence of countless talents. Here, every disciple feels the honor of the sect while bearing the responsibility of inheriting and promoting its spirit. Su Heizi murmured, "This is the true world of cultivation, is it not?" "Yes, from now on, Su Heizi, you may call me Shiji. I shall first take you to register." Wu Yu cautiously glanced at Su Heizi, nodding before taking flight upon her sword. "Shiji, follow me." Suddenly, a flying sword blocked their path. The figure wearing a white robe and possessing long hair initially appeared like a female cultivator. He glanced at Su Heizi, smiling. "Yao Shu Shimi, long time no see." "Guishi Xiao, it has indeed been a while." "Yao Shu Shimi, who is this?" Su Heizi clasped his hands, bowing greetings. "Guishi Xiao. Get lost, do I know you?" "Boy, do you realize that Yao Shu is mine?" Yao Shu's face flickered with disdain as she pulled Su Heizi's hand, stating, "Guishi Xiao, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. By the way, I detest arrogant individuals. He is my husband, and I ask that you show him respect in the future." Su Heizi drew Yao Shu into his embrace and planted a kiss on her cherry lips. At that moment, the cultivator was furious. "You insolent brat! Do you know that within Qingyunzong there is nothing I, Guifan, cannot obtain? You have certainly caught my attention. Yao Shu, do not think that simply pulling someone along can serve as your shield. What I, Guifan, cannot possess, no one else shall covet. Those who dare to do so are as good as dead in my eyes. Our sect primarily operates on virtue, and you, boy, have intrigued me." With that, he released a paper crane and clenched his fist, glaring fiercely at Su Heizi. Yao Shu sensed trouble brewing. "Guifan, do you not know that the sect prohibits personal duels? He is not a disciple of Qingyunzong, so it doesn't count as a personal duel." Su Heizi inquit. "Yao Xianzi, what is his cultivation level?" "Foundation establishment stage." "What do you intend to do?" "Su Heizi, he has family support. Do not act recklessly." Yao Shu firmly grasped Su Heizi's hand and led him toward the Hall of Affairs. Upon entering, a scruffy old man asked, "Yao Shu, why do you appear so flustered?" Yao Shu produced a storage bag and placed it on the old man's desk, stating, "Elder Han, the mission in Wui Mountain Range has been completed. But I regret to inform you that only Wu Yu and I remain of the 20 disciples." The old man examined the storage bag, stood up, and looked closely at Su Heizi. Foundation Establishment Late Stage Water Control Technique. This young man seems unfamiliar. Who is he? Elder Han, this is Su Heizi, a wandering cultivator who saved me. He scrutinized Su Heizi, pondering how a wandering cultivator could cultivate to such a level. Quite remarkable. Su Heizi, sensing the elder's cultivation was beyond his perception, clasped his hands, stating, "Elder Han, I am merely fortunate. With such high cultivation, yet possessing this mindset. There is no such thing as mere luck in cultivation." Not bad, not bad. Su Heizi, would you be willing to become my disciple, Han Jingming? Su Heizi considered this scruffy elder, recognizing his esteemed status. "I apologize, but I am not a young man. I only wish to take a female master." Seeing Su Heizi's silence, Yao Shu exclaimed joyfully, "Su Heizi, what are you waiting for? He is Elder Han of the Hall of Affairs. Many have sought him as a master, yet have had no opportunity. You should be more sensible." Elder Han stroked his beard, grinning, evidently believing there was no chance Su Heizi would decline. However, he was mistaken. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I, Su Heizi, have sworn a vow to only take a beautiful female master in this life. Otherwise, I shall forfeit my life." Yao Shu, hearing Su Heizi's words, stepped forward to grasp his shoulders, her gaze imploring. "Do you understand what you are saying? Dozens have sought to be disciples of Uncle Han, yet he has always dismissed them. Today, you are fortunate. Su Heizi, please reconsider your words." Elder Han appeared visibly annoyed. "If there is nothing else, kindly take your leave. I wish to take a nap." Han Shu, Su Heizi suddenly recalled that she could not regard Su Heizi as an ordinary person. Thus, she whispered something into Han Jingming's ear. Han Jingming coughed abruptly and scrutinized Su Heizi anew. Su Heizi clasped his hands in greeting, feeling indifferent. After all, he had come to Qingyun Zone solely to locate the Su family. Humph. Can he really claim to have slain a third-grade foaming beast with a single punch? Yao Shizi, are you attempting to flatter me? The third-grade foaming beast, towering at a minimum height of 5 meters and resembling a colossal eagle, possesses such swiftness that it can instantly vanquish any practitioner below the Foundation Establishment stage, making it quite formidable, even if he is at the late Foundation Establishment stage. Chasing down a foaming beast seems improbable. To kill with a punch? Even I cannot accomplish that. Why should he, a late Foundation Establishment practitioner, be able to? Su Heizi soon grasped that this old man did not believe him at all. In that case, he cast a glance at Yao Shu, thinking that had she not been present, he would not have come here at all. Never mind. My master instructed that anyone who dares to bully me should be reported in her name. Su Heizi approached Yao Shu, remarking, "Junior sister, it seems I am ill-suited to remain in Qingyun Zone." Yao Shu initially intended to present evidence to Han Jingming, but upon reflection, she decided against it, knowing that Su Heizi was rather infatuated. "Very well, Han Shu, I shall take him away for now. Did you not say you held me register? Why are you here to pay homage to a master instead? Su Heizi, you foolish fellow, how can you be so preoccupied with the beautiful master? Such a splendid opportunity, and Han Shu favors you. You are truly incomprehensible." At that moment, Guo Fan arrived with 7 or 8 underlings to encircle them. Su Heizi instinctively shielded Yao Shu behind him, and she was momentarily taken aback, enveloped in a profound sense of security. "Heizi, this is Qingyun Zone. Stand behind me while I deal with them." Guo Fan sneered, "Do not think that by coming here I cannot find you. Yao Shu, if you submit to me, I shall release this lad." Yao Shu glared at him with utmost disdain, then spat contemptuously, "Guo Fan, you disgust me." Su Heizi effortlessly hoisted Yao Shu onto his shoulder, leaving her bewildered. "What are you doing? There are so many of them. Put me down. A mere bunch of lackeys. I fear I might injure you. I fear nothing about Qingyun Zone or the Guo family. Yao Shu, I will carve a path through them with blood." What a reckless fellow. Su Heizi, listen to me and do not act recklessly. Guo Xiao, since that lad has brought Yao Xianzi into this. Very well, very good indeed. All of you, attack together. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Guo Xiao, but his cultivation. What is there to fear? This is Qin Yunzong. Even if he were a true dragon, he must be subdued. However, dueling was prohibited within the sect, and they were at the entrance of the Elders' Hall. He is not a member of the sect, so it does not count as a private duel. We simply discovered a suspicious person and came to apprehend him. The group exchanged sinister smiles. Yes, Guo Xiao. The 8 men surrounded Su Heizi, who merely smiled, thinking that his fists would suffice to deal with them. The 8 glanced at one another, then launched their attacks simultaneously. Guo Fan, observing this, looked at Su Heizi with disdain. Leave him some breath, just don't kill him. Before he could finish speaking, the 8 rushed towards Su Heizi, and in the blink of an eye, he had dispatched them all. Su Heizi had not exerted his full strength. He had only used a fraction, yet his power was 9 times that of an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner. Yao Shu, seated on Su Heizi's shoulder, was left dumbfounded. She had not even noticed when he struck. Could it be that Su Heizi was not at the Foundation establishment stage, but at the core formation stage? If so, then the reason for his reluctance to take on a master was revealed. Guo Fan glanced at the several men lying on the ground, gritting his teeth. Su Heizi approached him with a smile. Guo Xiao, do you believe you can withstand a punch imbued with over 20 years of my power? Daring to harm a disciple of Qin Yunzong? How audacious! This is the Elders' Hall. You, an outsider, actually dare to act so brazenly here? Yao Shu retorted angrily. Guo Fan, as a member of the Guo family, do you have no shame? At that moment, a figure flew towards them. It was Han Zhengming. One punch. Could this lad truly slay a third-grade foaming beast with a single blow? How is that possible? Guo Fan rushed to Han Zhengming's side, speaking in a panic. Elder Han, that person is not one of us. He has acted brazenly within Qin Yunzong. I implore you to slay him. Yao Shu leapt off Su Heizi's shoulder. Guo Fan, is that all you can do? No wonder. Even with the Guo family backing you, your cultivation remains at the Foundation establishment stage, unlike your brother, who is already at the mid-core formation stage. Guo Fan, provoked and seemingly stung by the words, clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Su Heizi furrowed his brows. When did I become her husband? In response to Yao Shu's declaration, Guo Fan urged, Elder Han, I ask you to take action on my behalf. I merely discovered suspicious individuals in Qin Yunzong, and my purpose here was to investigate. Unexpectedly, Su Heizi brazenly attacked, sending my brothers flying. Such a villain will certainly bring ill fortune to Qin Yunzong. If this continues, anyone who visits Qin Yunzong will feel free to tread upon it, and we shall be looked down upon by the world. His rhetoric was fervent, seemingly intent on seeing Su Heizi dead. Han Zhengming, displeased, interjected silence. I shall make my own judgment. Su Heizi, do you recognize your fault? How dare you strike someone in Qin Yunzong? Do you think this is just any place? Su Heizi chuckled before responding. With so many of them intending to strike me, may I not resist? Should I simply endure their blows and insults? Is that what you call winning people over with virtue? This lad is so arrogant. Since he dares to act within the entrance of my Elders' Hall, it appears he does not regard me as a person. Enough of your nonsense. Since you dare to act within Qin Yunzong, do not blame me for what follows. Su Heizi sneered. Han Zhengming, seeing this, ceased his idle chatter. A blurred figure surged towards him, while Su Heizi slowly exhaled, water control technique. A 2-meter-high wall of water materialized before Su Heizi, blocking Han Zhengming's assault. Guo Fan, witnessing the confrontation, chuckled to himself. The more tumultuous the situation became, the quicker Su Heizi would meet his end. Daring to offend me, this is the consequence you face. Meanwhile, Han Zhengming, taken aback by the blocked attack, remarked, Young man, I did not expect the water control technique to be employed in such a manner. You truly astonish me. But that is still not enough. Su Heizi wasted no time. Summoning his black iron sword, Elder, we shall see. Just as the two stood poised for battle, a beautiful woman approached, cradling a rabbit. Her imposing presence enveloped Su Heizi in an intangible pressure. Su Heizi frowned. Her aura was comparable to that of Sugar Shiji, indicating that her power was formidable. Guo Fan, upon seeing her, cast a dissatisfied glance at Su Heizi, then disregarded the fallen men and stealthily departed. Han Jingming also halted his attack, slightly cupping his hands and smiling knowingly. Fairy Bai, what a surprise to see you visiting my elder's hall without prior notice. Could it be that you came to see this old fool? The beautiful woman remained silent, stepping before Su Heizi and dissipating his water control technique. Yao Shu joyfully exclaimed, Master, you have finally arrived. Are you not enemies? Su Heizi, for some reason, felt a genetic impulse awaken within him, appraising the beautiful woman from head to toe, his heart racing. Su Heizi smiled. Elder, I am Su Heizi. Su Heizi, who bestowed upon you such a name? Bai Yushu inquired with a smile. Fool! Could you not stop staring at my master? Yao Shu whispered beside him. She is my master, Bai Yushu. So she is Yao Shu's master. A beauty no less. In that case, Su Heizi directly clung to her leg, exclaiming, Yao Shu calls me husband. I did not expect that Elder Bai is Yao Shu's master. Since you are Yao Shu's master, you are naturally mine as well. Master, please advocate for your disciple. Bai Yushu Ren was momentarily taken aback, tugging at her pants. Yet Su Heizi clung on like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Han Jingming was astounded. In all his years, he had never encountered someone so brazen. How could this fellow dare to entangle himself with Bai Yushu in such a situation? Did he not fear being struck down? Yao Shu was bewildered. After spending months with Su Heizi, she had discovered that aside from being a lecher, he was quite capable and even exceptional in many respects. However, she did not anticipate the depth of his obsession. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, he simply lost control. Su Heizi inhaled the fragrant scent wafting from Bai Yushu's jade-like legs. Indeed, mere contact was enough. Her aroma was extraordinarily delightful. Unable to watch any longer, Yao Shu seized Su Heizi's clothing and lifted him off the ground. Aren't you afraid of dying? What a disgrace. Bai Yushu chuckled softly, transmitting to Yao Shu. Disciple, I find her quite enjoyable. This kind of playful teasing is what makes it interesting. Yao Shu looked up at Bai Yushu in confusion, kicking Su Heizi twice in dissatisfaction. How can someone like him still have admirers? Bai Yushu remarked, Old Han, what has this Su Heizi done to provoke you into action? It was evident to all that she was siding with Su Heizi. Hence Han Jingming feigned ignorance. Oh, it's nothing much. I haven't moved my limbs in ages, and upon seeing Su Xiaoyu, I suddenly took an interest. You caught me in the act. Bai Yushu surveyed the individuals sprawled on the ground, quickly grasping the situation. It was not a trivial matter. One feared that the young master of the Guo family would not let things slide easily. Guo Fan, the one who neglects his cultivation and runs to Yuzhu Peak daily to deliver items? Yao Shu inquired, Master, is that him? Heroes love beauty, and beauties adore heroes. In the realm of cultivation, aside from strength, one must also navigate social intricacies. Su Heizi, given your initial offense, be cautious in the future. Han Lao, please record Su Heizi and assign him to Yuzhu Peak. By the way, I had previously mentioned treating you, old man, to a drink, but with the rush of cultivation, I have not forgotten. She retrieved 2 jars of fine wine from her storage bag and magically presented them to Han Jingming. Han Jingming chuckled. It's not easy. I never expected the fairy to remember this old man. Leave this matter to me. Su Heizi's mentor. Bai Yushu hesitated for a moment. Just put my name. Yuzhu Peak. Bai Yushu rested her chin on one hand. Her legs lazily draped over another stone bench, scrutinizing Su Heizi with a discerning gaze. Su Heizi stood 2 meters away from the stone table, closely examining her delicate, fair legs, feeling a significant stir in his heart, instinctively swallowing hard. The Guo family, one of the 4 major sects of Qin Yunzong. This matter could prove challenging. Yao Shu, sitting nearby, raised her foot and gently massaged it. Master, Su Heizi hails from the Su family and has never visited Qin Yunzong. I have caused you trouble. With no discernment, Su Heizi, come and pour the wine. Bai Yushu suddenly dispelled the gloom. Disciple, tell me, how did you come to have an additional husband? You owe me an explanation. Chapter 81. Hearing that the senior sister also has a husband. I wonder who it is? Yao Shu felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Master, it's not true. Calling him my husband was merely a tactic to deal with those people. It was a poor strategy. Besides, Su Heizi is not even from Qin Yunzong. To legitimately bring him into the sect, I would need a valid reason. She spoke, a hint of fluster and disappointment in her voice. Is that so? Why is your face so flushed, disciple? Bai Yushu laughed. Is it? Yao Shu touched her face. After all, you are a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Yet you blush over a man. Pray tell, what qualities does he possess that cause your cheeks to redden? Su Heizi, overhearing this, felt an inexplicable swell of pride. It must be that I am exceptionally impressive. Yao Shu blushed further. Master, you're not teasing me again, are you? If you do not speak, I may have to inquire directly with Su Heizi. Bai Yushu smiled. Su Heizi. Yao Shu interrupted, leaning close to Bai Yushu's ear. Whispering something about Su Heizi, Bai Yushu suddenly stood, swallowing hard, and inquired earnestly, is that truly the case? Su Heizi, puzzled by her sudden intensity, replied, Master, Su Heizi is right here before you. Bai Yushu scrutinized Su Heizi from head to toe, stepping closer, delicately lifting his chin with her jade fingers. The Qin Yun Zong and Su family are not the same. Do you wish to be my disciple? Su Heizi felt the cool touch of her fingers and the intoxicating fragrance that permeated his senses. Absolutely, he responded, gripping her delicate hands in return. Yao Shu, observing Su Heizi's boldness, worried whether bringing this reckless man to Qin Yun Zong was indeed the right decision. Su Heizi was elated, eager to advance to the next stage with this beautiful woman, but reason cautioned him against recklessness. Bai Yushu sensed the strength in his grasp, her heart racing. This force was certainly not that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Could he be a body cultivator? Yet his water control technique had been remarkably formidable. While transforming water into a shield was no simple feat, I had never seen anyone wield such skill at the Golden Core stage. Nonetheless, the fact that he could vanquish a third-tier foaming beast in one blow was indeed extraordinary. However, Yuzhu Peak lacked manpower. Wait, no. Yuzhu Peak required someone to guard the gate. Master, your hands are so smooth, tender, and fair. I adore them. Su Heizi cast a sidelong glance at Yao Shu, then back at Bai Yushu. Was he truly expected to undress? Of course. How else would I ascertain your suitability as my disciple? Enough chatter. Undress now, Bai Yushu insisted, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Su Heizi, eager to witness whether he was as extraordinary as Yao Shu had claimed. Su Heizi hesitated, but he understood that this was not the He-Huan sect. They must adhere to their customs. Perhaps due to his musculature, Su Heizi's physique was indeed perfect, complemented by his handsome face. Bai Yushu was momentarily stunned, her hand reaching out instinctively to explore. This is astonishing. How could one achieve such a formidable physique? Typically, the bodies of cultivators are defined by the age of 20 due to prolonged training and meditation. Even body cultivators do not possess such form. Furthermore, with such mastery over water control, he does not appear to be a mere body cultivator. Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Guarding the gate would be a waste. I might as well have him warm my bed. After all, what need is there for such a master if I can have such an excellent disciple? Bai Yushu suppressed her excitement, stating, Su Heizi, your physique is commendable. I can reluctantly accept you as my disciple. I will not pressure you. Do you wish to become my disciple? Su Heizi was somewhat bewildered. The old Han also requested him to become his disciple. And now this beautiful woman was doing the same. Was there a benefit to them in taking on disciples? Master, I humbly bow to you. With that, Su Heizi knelt on the ground, embracing her jade legs. Yao Shu covered her eyes, unwilling to witness this embarrassing scene, while Bai Yushu smiled with satisfaction. Being my disciple is no simple matter. I hereby officially accept you as my registered disciple. To become my formal disciple, you must warm my bed for 3 months. If I am satisfied, then you may become my formal disciple. Once you are recognized, I shall teach you a sword technique that can cleave mountains with a single stroke. Su Heizi grinned. Thank you, master. Witnessing this scene, Yao Shu felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness. Tonight, you shall begin warming my bed. Su Heizi, I will observe your performance. Su Heizi smiled. That is a request I cannot refuse. Bai Yushu nodded, her hands applying slight pressure as she felt the solid muscles beneath her fingers, unable to suppress a smile. Yao Shu frowned, Master. Is it appropriate for a disciple to warm their master's bed? That seems quite unreasonable. What is it, little Shu? Are you afraid I might steal Su Heizi away? You wouldn't be jealous of me, would you? Warming the bed for the master is hardly excessive, especially since he is yet to be formally recognized. The master must observe his performance. Master, but Su Heizi is my disciple. Did you not just refer to him as your false husband? Enough. Take Su Heizi to the Chui Zhu Lin to find a place to stay. If it is truly inconvenient, this cave is quite spacious. Just look. Yao Shu directly picked up Su Heizi and rushed out of the cave. For some reason, she felt as if a precious treasure was slowly slipping away from her grasp. The more she looked at Su Heizi, the angrier she became. Sensing her emotions, Su Heizi held Yao Shu in his arms as they left the cave, teasingly saying, "Master's cave is rather large. My dear, shall we move in a master's dwelling?" Yao Shu's gaze was chilling, radiating a murderous intent. She coughed and jumped down from Su Heizi's embrace, stating sternly, "Shitty, go find a master and enter." The male disciple immediately replied, "Shiji, my purpose here is because of you." Now that he saw Shiji safe and sound, Yuan Xiang felt a sense of relief. "Thank you for your concern, Shiji. I am fine." He smiled, looking at Su Heizi, whose face broke into a grin, seemingly amiable. "Who is he?" "Su Heizi, Master's newly accepted disciple, our Shidi. By the way, Su Shidi, this is your Shixiang Yuan Xiang. You also have another Shixiang, Qin Hao. Yuan Xiang, Qin Hao, and I all reside in Chui Zhu Lin." Su Heizi cupped his hands. "Greetings, Yuan Shixiang." Yuan Xiang ignored him and continued. "I have heard that Shiji also has a husband. It must be mere fabrication, for I and Shiji share the same master, and even Shidi has heard of it. How could Shiji have a husband?" Chapter 82. Qingyun Zong, my Yao Shu Shiji. Yao Shu coughed, acknowledging that it was indeed nonsense. Those people just love to gossip. Yuan Xiang's anxious heart settled. Hearing Yao Shu's words brought him joy. "I knew it was false, Shiji. Shidi has some issues with his cultivation method, and I seek your guidance." His tone was gentle, seemingly without ulterior motives. Su Heizi smiled slightly, realizing this Shixiang was indeed interested in Yao Shu. After all, who could resist such a beauty? Her visage was exquisitely crafted, akin to a masterpiece of heaven and earth. Her eyes bright and clear like the most luminous stars in the night sky. Her long, elegant brows arched gracefully like a crescent moon, adding an air of mystery. Her skin was delicate and smooth, radiating a subtle glow, reminiscent of flower petals glistening with morning dew, fresh and captivating. Her figure was slender and graceful, tall yet feminine, with fluid curves, each movement exuding elegance and strength. Her waist was slender, legs long, her steps light, as if the term fairy was custom-made for her. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, dark and lustrous, swaying gently with her movements, emanating a faint fragrance that enchanted those nearby. In front of Yuan Xiang, Su Heizi directly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling Yao Shu close. Despite her flustered attempts to resist, she could not escape his embrace. Seeing this, Yuan Xiang felt a surge of killing intent. "Shiji, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. It has been at least 3 or 4 months. Hasn't it? You scoundrel, let me go. Yuan Shidi is here." The atmosphere was thick with tension, Yuan Xiang's normally calm demeanor now tinged with anger. As if he wished to consume Su Heizi whole. "Shiji, you dismiss our relationship with a word. It deeply hurts Shidi." Suddenly, pain shot through her rear, causing her to yelp in surprise. "A small punishment, Shiji. Do you understand your mistake now?" Reflecting on the cave, where Su Heizi had rescued her, though soaked. It was not his intention, but rather a consequence of others' actions. He not only spared her life, but also followed her to Qingyun Zong and shielded her from Wufan. Alas, she owed him greatly. Moreover, his abdominal muscles Yao Shu blushed and stammered. "I was wrong. Dear husband, please do not hit me again." Su Heizi chuckled. "Very well. I too have areas I do not understand. Shiji, I would appreciate your personal guidance later." Personal guidance? What does that mean? Simply one-on-one instruction in cultivation. Is it truly just cultivation? Personal guidance. Yuan Xiang gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "Su Heizi, just wait. Dare to lay hands on Shiji, and I will make you wish you were never born." Shiji is recognized as the second most beautiful in Qingyun Zone. You, an outsider, dare to first taste the waters. I could tear your flesh apart and kill you 1,000 times over. Yet that would not quench my hatred. It seems I need not lift a finger. Just spreading the word will be enough to attract those who wish for your demise. On a narrow stone path in Lin, flanked by spirit bamboos, Heizi carried the beauty step by step. Shiji, could you refrain from touching so freely? Yao Shu, feeling shy, clung to him like a little kitten. Gazing at Heizi's jawline, she asked, "Husband, could you tell me why your cultivation has progressed so rapidly? My comprehension is lacking. My cultivation was achieved through Master's medicinal pills. Without Master, I would still be struggling at the Qi level." Heizi set her down, instinctively touching his waist. And after a moment, he sorrowfully remarked, "To speak of it brings tears." He then embraced Yao Shu, crying on her shoulder. Yao Shu was taken aback. This reckless man was actually shedding tears. After a while, she gently said, "Husband, your cultivation journey must have been challenging. If you do not wish to speak, do not feel compelled. Since my dear wishes to know, I shall not conceal it." He slowly began to tear open the fabric on her shoulder, leaving Yao Shu bewildered. "Husband, what does your cultivation have to do with my clothing?" Heizi offered no explanation, peeling her clothing away as if it were an onion. He wasted no time, directly toppling her and revealing his cultivation method. Yao Shu shifted slightly, touching Heizi's face, and inwardly thought, "Thank goodness no one has discovered this, otherwise I would not know how to remain in Qingyun Zone." For some reason, she felt Heizi might be deceiving her, although dual cultivation could enhance cultivation levels. If it were truly as he claimed, who would endure the hardships of solitary cultivation? Who would delve into talismans, sword techniques, or alchemy when everyone could simply dual cultivate and ascend to immortality? Moreover, this scoundrel was quite the tormentor. What if he caused chaos within the sect? Speaking of which, Heizi did resemble a member of the Heizi sect, enhancing cultivation through dual cultivation, but he was of the Su family, so that should not be possible. If he were truly a member of the Heizi sect, he would be subject to extermination, as the 5 major sects would eagerly seek to eliminate them. She clutched the bamboo for support, glancing back at Heizi, still sprawled on the ground, feeling a flicker of joy. Yet, as dusk fell, she disregarded all else, pulling Heizi towards her bamboo hut. Heizi surveyed the hut. A window, a bamboo door, a wooden bed, and a mat for meditation. Beyond that, there was nothing else. However, outside the wooden hut, there was a stone table and 4 small bamboo stools, and not far away, a small pond about 4 to 5 meters wide. It could comfortably accommodate 2 people. "Shiji, your bamboo hut is rather clean. There is nothing here. If you find Shiji's humble abode lacking, you may find another place to stay. I do not find it lacking. From now on, you shall live with me. Do you have any objections?" "None. I would welcome it, Shiji." Heizi, you have offended Guofan, and thus the Guo family, since the matter has transpired. Do not leave Yuzhu Peak lightly. Have you heard? Heizi nodded, but he had already begun to harbor thoughts of murder. After all, killing for treasures would expedite wealth, and Guofan was indeed his enemy. Not even Lu Bingxin could contend with him, and these small fry dared to insult him. Today, he would let him off the hook, but next time, he would take a leg as interest. Heizi lay back on the bed. "Thank you for your concern, Shiji." He hummed a tune, propped up his legs comfortably, and inhaled the fragrant scent from the bed, thoroughly enjoying it. Shiji's bed is truly exceptional. It is so comfortable. You rascal, instead of diligently practicing, you are indulging yourself, aren't you? Quickly go to the master's cave and warm his bed. Chapter 83. Here to warm the bed, not to drink. Heizi rubbed his head, feeling a sudden ache. "Senior sister, is it truly your wish for me to warm the master's bed? Just now in the bamboo grove, did you hope for me to warm the master's bed as well? I do not wish to. This is Qingyun Zone. Heizi cannot expect the environment to adapt to you, especially since the Guo family possesses 4 major golden elixirs, 1 in the late stage and 3 in the mid stage. There are also 8 in the golden elixir stage. It would be quite simple for them to crush you. Heizi, listen to your senior sister. Do not cause a ruckus." Seeing her serious expression, Heizi put on his shoes. It would be false to say he was unafraid, for he feared death more than anyone. The 4 major golden elixirs of the Guo family. What cultivation level does the master hold? The master is in the mid to late golden elixir stage. Mid to late golden elixir stage. Then have I inadvertently brought great trouble to the master? Senior sister, may I trouble you with one thing? Please inquire about the location of the Su family. Yao Shu was taken aback and asked in confusion, aren't you a member of the Su family? How can you not know your own family's whereabouts? Surely this marriage certificate is also from a talented cultivator. She returned the marriage certificate to Su Heizi, saying, Junior brother, you must take good care of this marriage certificate, for it concerns a significant matter in your life. Seizing the opportunity, Su Heizi took her hand and softly said, Senior sister holds a unique place in my heart. No one can replace you. So you must help me with this. Looking into Su Heizi's clear eyes, Yao Shu felt an inexplicable change in her perception of him, transforming from initial exploitation and testing to trust and reliance, even harboring a desire to possess him. I will ask for you, senior brother. Su Heizi licked his lips, slowly leaning closer to her lips. Thank you, senior sister. Junior brother, do not come so close, Yao Shu chuckled. Su Heizi, captivated by her dazzling lips, would not let the opportunity slip, and under his advances, the two gradually succumbed to temptation. After a few minutes, Yao Shu felt as if she were suffocating, frantically pushing at Su Heizi. Reluctantly, he released her, wiping his mouth with a smile. Senior sister, it was just a kiss. Why hit me so hard? Yao Shu pushed Su Heizi out of the bamboo house, exclaiming, Rascal, hurry to the master's cave. Su Heizi chuckled, I will listen my senior sister, all for you. That is more like it. Su Heizi summoned his black iron sword and paused mid-flight to check his system. His foundation value had risen from 600 to 660. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened, as although he need not worry about being drained to death. The progress felt painfully slow. It had taken over 3 months to achieve such a meager increase. And he hadn't even used the 2 foundation pills obtained from his previous killings. Use foundation pills. Usage successful. Gained 10 foundation points. Current foundation value, 670. There remained some distance to reach 1600, but unlike the Sisters of Hahuan Zone, the Sisters of Qingyun Zone appeared significantly stronger. Speaking of which, Yao Shu, being in the late foundation stage here, is considered an elder. Would it be inappropriate for me to also take on the role of an elder? If I could use my position to recruit a dozen attractive female disciples whose cultivation levels were steadily rising, that might prove advantageous. With a swift motion, he arrived outside by Yushu's cave. A peculiar energy barrier obstructed his path, and Su Heizi thought it strange. Was it a formation? Bai Yushu waved her hand, allowing him entry. Upon entering the cave, he found Bai Yushu biting her lip, propped up on the round table with one hand supporting her head, seemingly uninterested in his presence. Su Heizi cupped his hands. Master, I have come to warm the bed. He vaguely overheard the mention of a technique, and initially thought Bai Yushu was troubled by his affairs. Suddenly, he recalled that he still had 2 rewards left to modify an ordinary technique into a superior one, though he was uncertain if it could assist this enchanting woman. To elevate an ordinary technique to a higher grade, as the system described, would mean raising it by 2 tiers. Su Heizi tentatively asked, Master, are you troubled by my matters? I was wrong to be so arrogant. Please punish me. Bai Yushu raised her eyebrows, surprised that he would take the initiative to admit his fault. Not bad. You indeed possess some understanding. I am not troubled by your issues, but by other reasons. Since the master was not preoccupied with him, Su Heizi felt reassured. Might you share a word or two with your disciple? Perhaps allow your disciple to bear half of your troubles. Bai Yushu chuckled and tossed a fragmented technique onto the table. Su Heizi caught a glimpse of the words, sword slashing the southern sky, not even knowing the name of the technique. This was a mid-grade sword technique. A 1-character sword formula, originally a top-grade technique, but due to its incompleteness, many issues arose. The Sisters of Hahuan Zone refer to techniques as beginner, intermediate, and advanced. While here they were classified as low-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Different sects had different terminologies. 1-character sword formula. Master, are you a sword cultivator? Bai Yushu nodded. Su Heizi, I have come to terms with many things. Su Heizi chuckled, knowing there would be many worries in cultivation to come. The master likely would not have a moment of peace. Suddenly, Bai Yushu laughed, saying, Disciple, do you possess the ability to comfort others like this? Su Heizi picked up the technique and flipped through it. Bai Yushu seemed pleased and entered the innermost alchemy chamber of the cave. Seizing the opportunity, Heizi used the technique modification on the one-character sword formula. Little system, do your best. Soon, a flash of golden light appeared. Usage successful. The technique has been restored. Due to the restoration, it was elevated one tier, becoming a super top-grade technique. Super top-grade. Eternal, echoing sword technique. Heizi excitedly examined the sword formula. Feeling an unprecedented thrill. For some reason, he felt capable of cleaving mountains, parting seas, and even opening the heavens with a single sword. Is this what it means to be super top grade? If I were to use the technique modification again, what would be above super top grade? Master, I came to warm the bed, not to drink. Chapter 84, Apologies, Yao Shu is mine. Bai Yushu poured herself a cup of spiritual wine, saying, Is it not acceptable for me to drink? Drink as you please. Heizi chuckled as Bai Yushu directly handed him the wine cup. Drink. Heizi took the cup without hesitation and gulped it down. The spiritual wine burned his throat, and he instantly widened his eyes. How peculiar. It possesses a unique flavor, something most would not notice. However, due to my sensitivity to water, I discerned a fragrant note entwined within, tantalizing and intriguing. This wine is simply exquisite. Of course, this is called 3 bowls of sleep, brewed from various spiritual fruits mixed with bathwater. Ordinary people cannot partake. 3 bowls of sleep? Bathwater? Is that fragrance? Heizi poured himself another cup without hesitation and downed it, wiping his mouth and feeling a slight intoxication. Master, is this spiritual wine actually brewed from bathwater? Bai Yushu set down her cup, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Indeed, it is brewed from my bathwater, and I even added a tiny bit of my saliva. Heizi found himself even more enamored. What? Are you disdaining the master's saliva? Hith. Of course not, master. It's just that the wine has quite a kick. As the cup fell, Heizi collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. Bai Yushu chuckled and popped a detoxification pill in her mouth. Useless disciple, unable to handle even 3 bowls. Little good for nothing, and yet you wish to warm my bed. She took out the technique, flipping through it curiously. As she turned the pages faster, her initial confusion transformed into delight. Scratching her head, she wondered, is this my technique? Suddenly, in an excited burst, she fell to the ground, rising with her gaze fixated on the technique, while her other hand touched her backside. The incomplete martial arts technique suddenly transformed into a complete form, and its rank seemed far from ordinary. Could this truly be my martial arts? She touched her forehead, wondering if the wine had intoxicated her, leading to hallucinations. Yet the sensation from her backside confirmed that this was no illusion, leaving her quite astonished. She turned her gaze towards Heizi. Could it be him? Impossible. Heizi was merely a foundational cultivator, not even at the golden core stage. How could he have altered the technique? Bai Yushu continued to peruse the manual, her expression turning grave, her eyes fixed intently on the text as she slowly uttered, Wangu Mingjianju. A powerful force filled the cave, and Bai Yushu pointed at the wall, her consciousness melding with an invisible sword, allowing her to wield it at will. She soared out of Qingyun's sect, gesturing to strike at a towering peak, and in an instant, a domineering force surged towards the mountain, cleaving it in 2. Bai Yushu was elated. Although such feats were not uncommon for cultivators, achieving it with such ease was rare, and only she knew the true difficulty behind it. Yet the pressing question remained. Whose technique was this? Could it truly be his? Bai Yushu placed a detoxification pill into Heizi's mouth, and he sat upright, rubbing his forehead and eyes. Master, is there more wine? Bai Yushu shot him a cold glare and tossed the Wangu Mingjian Ju before him. Heizi, seeing her demeanor, assumed she was aware of everything. Master, you know everything. Bai Yushu replied, slightly surprised. In this cave, it is only the 2 of us. Heizi, is this truly your technique? Master, I have nothing to hide. I modified it. It was indeed him. Could he really be a foundational cultivator? Regardless, Bai Yushu carried Heizi into the cave until they reached a stone bed, where she gently laid him down. Heizi, you have greatly aided your master. What reward do you desire? Heizi blushed slightly. It's just a martial arts technique. It's not that significant. Disciple, shall I warm your bed from now on? Heizi was taken aback. That sounds wonderful. Bai Yushu slowly shed her garments, climbing onto the bed with a playful smile. Master, Could you refrain from being so indiscreet? I am struggling to maintain my composure. Disciple, tell me how you modified the technique. I'd rather not say, Master. I know this is your secret. After tonight, you shall become my closed-door disciple. From now on, I shall take no more students. Closed-door disciple? Baijuju laughed. It means closing the door and warming your bed. Master, you smell delightful. A sleepless night ensued. Su Heizi felt somewhat unfulfilled, while Baijuju, too, lingered on the experience. As Su Heizi rose, he found Baijuju joyfully bathing in the cave's pool. Disciple, there are gifts prepared for you on the table. Master, I still feel a bit unsatisfied. So do I. Heizi, you have truly pleased me. Su Heizi was astonished by Baijuju's grace. Do you know how to speak? By the way, come over early tonight. Su Heizi clasped his hands. Absolutely. He approached the stone table, where he found a pot of spirit wine, 5 foundational pills, 5 rejuvenation pills, and a talisman inscribed with a single white character. He joyfully accepted them, realizing how generous this master was, unlike Lu Bingxin, who had devoured his 10,000 spirit stones and nearly caused his demise. Thankfully, he was resilient. Using the foundational pills, he received notifications of his progress. Congratulations. Your foundational value has reached 695. Congratulations. You have touched beautiful jade for 9 hours, earning 9 points. Your current foundational value stands at 704. Su Heizi sighed. Just a few foundational points. There are no other rewards. Cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Su Heizi decided to explore the black market when he coincidentally encountered Yuan Xiang and another person, Qin Hao. Su Heizi greeted, "Greetings, senior brother Yuan," then turned to Qin Hao. "You must be Qin Hao, senior brother Qin?" Yuan Xiang introduced, "Senior brother Qin, this is Su Heizi." Qin Hao retorted unpleasantly, "You are Su Heizi." Su Heizi sensed hostility, but noted that Qin Hao's cultivation level was evidently inferior to Yuan Xiang's, which puzzled him as to why Yuan Xiang addressed Qin Hao as senior brother. "Yes, I am Su Heizi," he remarked. "You look decent. Yet you dare to covet Yao Shu, senior sister? Junior Su, I advise you to be sensible and keep your distance from senior sister Yao." Su Heizi chuckled, sensing that their feelings for Yao Shu were far from mere camaraderie. Seemingly having their secrets exposed, Yuan Xiang shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Forgive me. Yao Shu is mine. The master is also mine." Chapter 85. Unmatched strength, such arrogance. Qin Hao exclaimed. Su Heizi regarded them calmly, asserting, "Perhaps you too are unaware. I am the closed-door disciple of the master, the kind that closes the door." Qin Hao scoffed. "Such bravado, Su Heizi. The master is devoted to the Tao and has no interest in seeking a partner, let alone a closed-door disciple. Do you think boasting will save you?" Yuan Xiang added. "Why waste breath on him, senior brother? We should unite to teach this ignorant fellow that senior sister is not for him to touch." Su Heizi sighed. "Truth be told, I never sought to pursue senior sister. It was she who approached me. I assure you, I am quite innocent in this matter." Qin Hao remarked. "This fellow perfectly exemplifies shamelessness. Junior brother, I can handle him alone." Qin Hao brandished a hammer, revealing numerous barbs, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. He swiftly approached Su Heizi and struck with a straightforward blow, but a wall of water appeared, blocking the attack. Qin Hao stared in disbelief at the water wall. "Impossible. This was my lethal strike. How could you deflect it so effortlessly? Is your cultivation level truly above mine?" Su Heizi brushed off his garments, his speed leaving behind afterimages, suddenly appearing before Qin Hao. "Apologies, my speed is 9 times that of a foundational cultivator." In an instant, Qin Hao looked down at his abdomen in disbelief, his eyes widening with exaggerated shock as he spat out blood. In that moment, he comprehended the terrifying chasm in their cultivation levels. Su Heizi was akin to a ravenous wolf, while he was but prey. Thud! The hammer fell to the ground, and Qin Hao slumped to his knees, exclaiming, "This is impossible. I am Qin Hao. My master is Baijuju, and no one in Qinyun sect dares treat me this way." His eyes turned fierce as he seized the hammer from the ground, shouting, "Su Heizi, I will kill you." He attempted to rise and eliminate Su Heizi, but a powerful consciousness pinned him down. Su Heizi clapped his hands, smiling, and then stepped on Qin Hao's face. "Senior brother, we have no enmity. Your anger is excessive, which is detrimental to your cultivation. Let me help you cool down. Yuan Xiang shouted from behind. Su Heizi, he is the senior brother. You cannot treat him like this. At this moment, Qin Hao felt utterly humiliated, yet Su Heizi offered him no reprieve, launching a series of attacks. After a while, Qin Hao covered his head with his arms, while Su Heizi vented his frustrations with harsh kicks. Yuan Xiang merely observed from behind, showing no inclination to intervene, or rather, he did not dare to step in. Senior brother, in the world of cultivation, camaraderie means little. It all boils down to the strength of one's fists. I've already shown you mercy. Otherwise, you would be a corpse, Su Heizi remarked with a smile. Yuan Xiang glared at Su Heizi, seething but too intimidated to act, only storing this grievance in his heart. Seeing Yuan Xiang's inaction, Su Heizi delivered a kick to Qin Hao's abdomen. Useless. Such worthless individuals as you still have the audacity to reside on Yuzhufeng and to claim to be the disciples of the master. It is indeed a source of embarrassment for me. Each of you fails to dedicate yourselves to proper cultivation, instead incessantly invoking the names of the master and the senior sister. Even if the senior sister were placed before you, would you be worthy of her? Yuan Xiang and Qin Hao, if you bring shame upon the master in the future, I shall strike you each time I see you. Enough said, Yuan Xiang. You may now take Qin Shi Xiang and leave. Yuan Xiang helped Qin Hao to his feet, and as they departed, Qin Hao declared, Su Heizi, wait for me. And then, Qin Hao's face turned a hue of red from anger, rendering him speechless. If these two were placed among the Hahuan sect, they would likely not even comprehend how they met their demise. How could the master accept such disciples? Unbeknownst to Su Heizi, Yuan Xiang and Qin Hao were indeed prodigies of the Qingyun sect. After all, having reached the foundation establishment stage, their status surpassed that of the majority of Qingyun sect cultivators. Though Qingyun sect is a grand sect, the primary group of cultivators consists of those at the qi refining stage, as cultivation resources have been monopolized by the four prominent families. It is not uncommon to find cultivators who have remained at the qi refining stage for hundreds of years. Nevertheless, Qingyun sect remains a dream for wandering cultivators. Su Heizi, however, was different. Upon returning to the small bamboo house, Su Heizi discovered that Yao Shu was absent. However, he heard the sound of a sword humming. Following the sound, he ventured deep into the bamboo forest, where Yao Shu was seated on the ground, a flying sword moving in harmony beside her. Sister, could it be that you are in the midst of cultivation? Su Heizi hesitated to intrude, but just as he contemplated leaving, Yao Shu rose and approached him. How is it? Is a master satisfied? Sister, why do you seem to care about this matter more than I do? That is only natural. In addition to winning people over with virtue, the Qingyun sect also values lineage. This prevents others from bullying us. Su Heizi produced a token, stating, the master has given me this token, declaring that I am now her closed-door disciple. From this day forth, she shall no longer accept disciples. Yao Shu took the token, her heart racing with astonishment. What on earth did you experience last night for the master to bestow her token upon you? Su Heizi chuckled, placing a hand on his waist. I'm simply overwhelmed by my strength. Yao Shu furrowed her brow, rapidly grasping the implication. The master in you? Surely it cannot be. Impossible. The master cannot possibly be that shallow. Su Heizi replied, I cannot say what the master is, but I certainly am a shallow person. He then produced a bottle of spirit wine, saying, to savor fine wine, bask in a wild breeze, and embrace beauty. What joy it brings. I implore you, my wife. Pour-moi drink. Yao Shu retrieved a small wooden table from her storage bag, setting out 2 cups before filling them with spirit wine. Congratulations, husband, on becoming the master's closed-door disciple. Su Heizi smiled, effortlessly drawing her into his embrace. My dear, to savor wine amidst this lush bamboo grove truly possesses a unique charm. As Yao Shu nestled against him, she mused, husband, have your abdominal muscles increased? Surely last night was an exhilarating battle? My dear, this spirit wine is exquisite. Yao Shu remained silent. After months of companionship, she had come to understand Su Heizi well, and thus she loosened his belt. My dear, it will not do if someone sees us. Let us retreat to the small bamboo house. How curious, you, with such a thick skin, are also afraid. Yao Shu laughed, quickening her movements. Moreover, do you not enjoy this? As garments were gradually removed, exposing his abdominal muscles. Voices approached from the path. Yao Shu halted, glancing in that direction, while Su Heizi expressed his displeasure. "Sister, let us continue. Do not mind them." "Heizi, the Guo family members have arrived." Yao Shu hastily resecured his belt, and Su Heizi, now incensed, strode toward the path. "Heizi, do not act rashly." Su Heizi scoffed, his heart filled solely with killing intent. Moments later, in the bamboo forest path, they encountered Guo Fan, accompanied by an elderly man whose stooped posture made him appear half buried in the earth. Su Heizi paused, momentarily unable to gauge the elder's prowess, indicating he was likely a formidable opponent. "Su Heizi, the humiliation of yesterday shall be repaid today. I shall trample you underfoot to alleviate my resentment." Upon seeing Yao Shu beside Su Heizi, Guo Fan's face twisted with rage. Were gazes lethal, Su Heizi would have perished thousands of times. "Junior brother, the elder Guo has formidable strength. Do not act recklessly." "Ha ha ha. Su Heizi, Wang Bo is an elder of my Guo family. Countless have perished at his hands. Offending me means dying at his hands is your honor. Yao Shu, if you agree to become my partner, I shall spare Su Heizi." "Ha!" Yao Shu spat, summoning her flying sword. "Shameless." Su Heizi inquired, "Sister, is he truly one of the 4 Golden Dan of the Guo family? I have seen him before. He should be a hidden elder of the Guo family. But a Golden Dan is sufficient to deal with the 2 of us." The elder spoke, "Young master, is this the individual who offended you?" "Indeed, Wang Lao, do not hold back. Leave him with but a breath." Wang Lao turned to Su Heizi, stating, "I see you are only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Having offended my young master, speak. How do you wish to die?" Yao Shu interjected, standing before Su Heizi. "Elder, this is Yuzhufeng. Do you dare act here, fearing my master? Just a mere woman. What cultivation could she possibly have? Why must she practice swordsmanship?" Seizing the moment, Su Heizi employed his aura technique, swiftly pulling Yao Shu behind him. Yao Shu gazed at Su Heizi's profile, momentarily unable to discern his cultivation, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Could it be that Su Heizi is not foundation establishment, but rather Golden Dan? No wonder he was so confident. "It turns out my husband possesses such power." Guo Fan stepped back, his previously arrogant demeanor now subdued, while the elder beside him furrowed his brow. So you're not foundation establishment? I did not anticipate your cunning." Su Heizi swiftly closed the distance, confronting him. "Old man, are you still going to fight?" The elder retreated a step. This speed was not characteristic of foundation establishment. Indeed, he was not foundation establishment. His cultivation was somehow obscured. How could this be? Just moments ago, he appeared to be at the late stage. Such a young individual, concealing his strength, must surely be a formidable adversary. As an old man, it would be foolish to risk my life for the Guo family here. The elder hesitated, clearly swayed by Su Heizi's aura technique. Engaging him, he was uncertain if he would be a match. However, my dear sister once mentioned that a foundation establishment could defeat 10 Qi refining cultivators, and a Golden Dan could best 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Su Den Li, Guo Fan Sao Tet, Wan Lao, Gu Su Heizi. Su Heizi summoned his water control technique, addressing the elder. "I see you are far too old to be out here seeking face for the younger generation. Have you no shame? The Qingyun sect emphasizes virtue. Consider carefully if you wish to strike." The elder suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, it has been ages since I visited Yuzhufeng. I never expected such a beauty as Bai Yu Shu to have a disciple like you. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Wang Bo, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill Su Heizi." "Silence. I shall make my own judgment." "Su Heizi, you have offended my Guo family. There must be an explanation," the elder stated. Su Heizi offered no explanation. Instead, he flashed past the elder's side and patted Guo Fan's shoulder. "Young Master Wu, Yao Shu is my wife. You have been harboring feelings for her, have you not?" The elder stood dumbfounded. How had Su Heizi so easily closed the distance? This individual's strength far surpassed his own. "You fool! Who in the Qingyun sect does not know Yao Shu is mine? Su Heizi, how dare you claim her as your wife? You seek death." Guo Fan raised his hand to strike at Su Heizi. Even aware of the vast disparity, he felt no fear, for this was the confidence bestowed by the Guo family. Yao Shu's eyes reflected disdain. Guofan, Su Heizi is my husband. I kindly request you do not disturb me in the future. The elder firmly grasped Guofan's hand, exclaiming, My young master, is it merely a woman? No, what I desire is Yao Shu. I want her. Wang Lao appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly tightened his grip on Guofan's hand, leading him down the mountain. Su Heizi swiftly positioned himself in front of them, asserting, You come and go as you please, yet you disturb my intimate moments with my wife. The elder, fully aware of Su Heizi's intentions, secretly acknowledged his cunning. He produced a storage bag and placed it into Su Heizi's hand, stating, It is indeed my fault. Consider this a token of compensation for the young friend. Su Heizi chuckled, Senior, do visit more often. At that moment, another 7 or 8 individuals arrived, and among them, Yuan Xiang lingered at the back of the group. Observing the distinguished young men, Yuan Xiang thought, Su Heizi, you are doomed. These are the elite of Qingyun's sect, and having offended them, your demise is imminent. In the midst of this group, Su Heizi recognized a familiar face, Lu Yang. Without hesitation, Su Heizi embraced Yao Shu and took flight, unwilling to reveal his identity. Guofan, regaining his confidence, smiled and asked, Brother Lu, does Yao Shu already have a husband? Oh, who is her husband? Su Heizi. Upon hearing that name again, Lu Yang's expression shifted, and a wave of fear washed over him. He of Hehuan's sect. A sudden memory assaulted his mind. 2 years ago in the north, aboard the shrunken cloud vessel, Gao Shiroyang had remarked, We have already departed from Hehuan's sect. Are you young ones safe? Suddenly, a seductive woman appeared on the cloud vessel, and only after Gao Shirshu pleaded desperately did she relent, yet he was taken by her. How infuriating! Gao Shirshu, despite being at the late stage of the Golden Core, dared not raise his head in her presence. Moreover, that woman bore a face that could bring nations to ruin, and at that moment, I cannot control my body and was utterly terrified. He clenched his fists. Hehuan sect. I dream of annihilating Hehuan sect. Chapter 87. Eavesdropping. The seeds of hatred arise. Guofan remarked, Brother Lu, why does your complexion appear so unwell? Lu Yang, now sweating profusely, glanced at the bamboo grove and replied, It's nothing. Just recalling some unpleasant memories. You all should go. I shall visit by Xianzi alone. By the way, Brother Gua, how formidable is Su Heizi? Guofan casually replied while observing Wang Lao. With Brother Lu's strength, he would be like an ant beneath your feet. One among them chimed in, If he is as insignificant as an ant, then why does Brother Gua appear so flustered? Enough. I shall not entangle myself here any longer. I must seek out the 3 elders. Anyone daring to covet my woman will meet a most tragic fate. Lu Yang stood alone, gazing at the stone steps, the name Hehuan's sect rendering his legs weak. He noted the elder's demeanor beside Guofan. Though seemingly composed, he detected a hint of fear. Su Heizi soared into the bamboo cottage with Yao Shu, who laughed, Husband, are there people among them whom you fear? Su Heizi placed the storage bag in her hands, gently touching her nose as he inquired, Has there been any progress with the Su family? Yao Shu's heart leaped with joy. She carelessly tossed the storage bag to the foot of the bed and embraced Su Heizi's neck, saying, We haven't even left Yuzhu Peak yet. Heizi, accompany me tomorrow to purchase elixirs. By the way, I will ask my senior sister for you. Su Heizi chuckled. Very well. I shall accompany my senior sister to buy elixirs, but I must warm my master's bed tonight. Yao Shu playfully pushed Su Heizi onto the bed, declaring at night, You belong to my master. During the day, you are mine. Su Heizi laughed. Isn't that rather inappropriate? By the way, isn't my senior sister an elder? With my current cultivation, can I also be an elder? Can I take disciples? Yao Shu's expression darkened as she replied, Husband, you wish to take female disciples, don't you? Su Heizi, feeling a bit guilty, responded, I merely wish to take a few female disciples. Those like me, who have ascended step by step within the sect and contributed greatly, become elders and can take disciples. You must accumulate merit for the sect, otherwise, the disciplinary hall will not recognize you as an elder. Su Heizi chuckled. It seems that the path to taking female disciples is fraught with difficulties. I shall have to make do with my senior sister instead. Su Heizi launched into an attack, causing Yao Shu's eyes to widen in surprise. lost in their fervor. Neither noticed Lu Yong, who lingered not far from the small bamboo cottage. At that moment, Lu Yong swallowed hard, his cheeks flushed. That wretched woman, who usually feigns high-mindedness, turns out to be so wild. He cursed. Such a good cabbage ultimately falls prey to a pig. After a while, Yao Shu sat at the foot of the bed, while Su Heizi lay back, beaming at her. Wasn't that impressive? Heizi, how did you become so adept? I can hardly walk. Yao Shu shyly complained. You treat your senior sister like a brute. Can't you be a bit gentler? Su Heizi chuckled. Senior sister, I hear that the cultivators of Qingyun sect value purity. What was your immediate thought after our encounter in the cave? He gazed at Yao Shu's profile, eager to know her reaction to having her pride so thoroughly dismantled. Yao Shu regarded Su Heizi's abs and softly replied, I clearly remember the events. Initially, I considered ending my life after it was over, but then you appeared and brandished something impressive. At the Windming Beast, I intended to test your strength and then take you down piece by piece, but I never expected you to kill the Windming Beast with a single punch. Su Heizi felt a chill between his legs. Was that so? It seemed that his senior sister valued his strength. Just kidding. To be honest, I have no regrets. I see things quite openly. Do the cultivators of Qingyun sect really value purity? Qingyun sect is vast, while other sects claim that its cultivators uphold purity. That is not entirely true. Tomorrow, I will take you to see Qingyun sect's commercial street. Though we are cultivators, primal desires must still be released. Otherwise, how can one advance in cultivation or attain clarity of thought? Clarity of thought. Su Heizi recalled his master's needlework skills upon hearing this phrase for the second time. Yao Shu continued, the Yulu, Baihuij, and Yixiangfang, among others, are not solely frequented by male cultivators. There are plenty of female cultivators too, and they require spirit stones for entry. Su Heizi was utterly perplexed. No wonder Gao Sun and Lu Yong spoke of spirit stones as if they were trivial matters after arriving at Hahuan sect. It turns out they regarded it as a special venue with a clear purpose. Senior sister, I do not understand what it means to spend spirit stones. Yao Shu suddenly laughed heartily. You truly do not know? To indulge in those pursuits requires spirit stones, and within those establishments, one does not have to lift a finger. However, I only heard about this from Xiaoqing. I have never tried it myself. Who is Xiaoqing? A friend of mine. What does she look like? Su Heizi Ingui, why are you so greedy? Am I not enough for you? Yao Shu retorted, somewhat irritated. Su Heizi laughed, but suddenly he sensed a familiar aura and, disregarding everything, dressed quickly and flew toward the small bamboo cottage. You rascal, so eager to warm your master's bed. Yet he pondered, was his cultivation at the foundation establishment or golden core stage? Along the bamboo path, Su Heizi greeted Brother Lu. It has been a long time. Indeed, it is you, the demon of Hahuan sect. Su Heizi had initially wished to remain incognito, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. For the number of male cultivators who could emerge from Hahuan sect was exceedingly few. Thus, after surveying the surroundings, Su Heizi felt a surge of malice. Truly a demon of Hahuan sect. I cannot even gauge his cultivation level. The pressure he exudes is utterly terrifying. How could this be after just a few years? Su Heizi slowly approached him, a smile gracing his face. Brother Lu, I have missed you dearly these past years. Surely, you wouldn't be eavesdropping here? With your standing, would you still need to eavesdrop? Liu yang sumonet ajits ward, retreating chauteously. Su Heizi, how did you escape from Hahuan sect? Su Heizi Jukka. Then in a swift motion, seized Lu Yang by the collar, stating, Brother Lu, you came alone. It cannot be that you seek merely to reminisce, can it? He lifted Lu Yang effortlessly, akin to a chick, at which point Lu Yang boldly stated, killing me here would yield no benefit for you. Su Heizi pondered for a moment before chuckling. Who intends to kill you? I merely wish to inquire about the well-being of Senior Gao. What does that mean? Chapter 88. Bai Yushu harbors malicious intent towards me. Su Heizi smiled and patted Lu Yang on the shoulder, resembling old friends who had not seen each other in years. You have been to Huanzhong, have you not? What about the other 6? I have missed them dearly. Among them, there are 3 beauties, right? Their figures and appearances have occupied my thoughts day and night. Very well. I shall invite them here one day to witness the brilliance of Su Shixiang. Su Shixiang. It seems your words imply that Senior Gao is still concerned about you. Su Heizi nodded. To rescue Senior Gao, I nearly lost my life. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I found an opportunity to escape. I have come here seeking refuge. Otherwise, I would have no reason to flee to this place. Lu Yang exclaimed, "Is that true?" Su Heizi sighed. "You may ask, Master Gao. I initially intended to conceal my identity and cultivate in peace. But I ultimately cannot hide my status as a disciple of Huanzong. Now that my identity has been exposed, I must seek another sect that can provide me protection." Su Heizi clasped his hands. "Lu Xiong, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you are well." Lu Yang immediately cheered and patted Su Heizi. "Rest assured, Su Xiong, no one will discover your identity." "Oh, what about the other 6? "Fear not. I shall ensure their silence." "Can I trust you?" Su Heizi raised an eyebrow. "Then I thank you, Lu Xiong." "Heizi, how long have you been at Qingyunzong?" "I just arrived yesterday. Bai Yushu is my master. Huanzong has its own pleasures, and Qingyunzong offers its own delights. When you have the time, I shall take you to experience the joys of Qingyunzong." "Really? Lu Xiong, I desire 20 beautiful sisters." 20. Liu Yang Laogid Heartili. "No wonder you are from Huanzong. You are indeed exceptional. Heizi, from now on you are my brother. If you encounter any distressing matters, merely invoke my name or Gao Sun's, and most issues shall be resolved." No longer worried about his identity, Su Heizi soared directly to Bai Yushu's cave dwelling. At the stone table, Bai Yushu was engrossed in reviewing her techniques when suddenly, Su Heizi embraced her. Surprisingly, Bai Yushu appeared pleased rather than angry. "Disciple, did you truly modify the technique?" Su Heizi leapt into the water pool with her. After a while, Bai Yushu smiled. "That technique is indeed your modification. You are truly remarkable." Once Su Heizi donned his garments, he instinctively touched his waist. "Master, I have also toiled throughout the day. Is there a reward?" Bai Yushu generously presented 5 Zhen Yuan Don into Su Heizi's hands and, holding his hand, smiled. "I shall teach you a set of sword techniques." The two stood upon the emerald bamboo, moving as if on solid ground, as Bai Yushu summoned her flying sword. Heizi watched closely. Su Heizi's eyes widened, and in an instant, he seemed to witness a fleeting shadow. It appeared as though nothing had transpired where the shadow had passed, leaving him perplexed. "Master, what do you wish for me to see?" Bai Yushu took a sip of spirit wine, wiped her mouth, and said, "Disciple, this is the Ez Jianju, channeling all spiritual power into the sword. A single strike can cleave mountains." "Very well. Master has entrusted it to you. It is up to you to comprehend it." After speaking, she walked away, slightly tipsy. Su Heizi gazed at the bamboo grove, feeling frustrated that he had not grasped anything. Su Heizi contemplait Gusing, but upon glancing at the 5 Zhen Yuan Don in his hand, he redirected his focus. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing numerous spiritual bamboos to fall to the ground. Measuring about 10 meters in width and approximately 100 meters in length, he touched the severed bamboo stalks. Astonished by the lingering spiritual power, "If I could master this move, my 99-meter greatsword would be unparalleled. However, all my time is invested in dual cultivation. It may take years to learn. If only I could acquire a portion of the Ez Jianju. How splendid it would be if the system could reward me directly." Su Heizi accessed the system, and the foundational values awarded for dual cultivation dazzled him. "Congratulations, host. For touching the jade waist for 5 hours, you have gained 5 foundational points. The jade waist must belong to Yao Shu." "Congratulations, host. For touching the jade hips for 9 hours, you have gained 9 foundational points, bringing your total foundational value to 720 points. The jade hips must belong to my master. Use the Zhen Yuan Dan. Ding. Usage successful. Gained 25 foundational points. Current foundational value is 745 points. Remaining uses of Zhen Yuan Dan this month. 1. Su Heizi, what? The system actually limits my usage of Zhen Yuan Dan? How ridiculous. He glanced at the remaining random allocation points, noticing that all ability values were at 99. Ultimately, he chose to allocate them to intelligence. Usage successful. Intelligence has reached 100, triggering an additional reward. Deduction. Cooldown time, 2 months. The ability to conduct effective deductions based on observed phenomena, usable once every 2 months. What practical purpose does this serve? He glanced at the main quest, Noting that only 7 days remained, his heart filled with anticipation. Surviving for 999 days should yield a generous reward. Heizi summoned his flying sword, intending to depart. But as he observed the sword intent left by his master in the bamboo grove, he suddenly wished to test this newly acquired reward. He touched the severed bamboo once more and activated deduction. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent surged into his mind, causing Heizi to burst into laughter. Bayushu's every move resembled a shadow, and in a single breath, he had deduced it tens of thousands of times in his mind. Heizi's eyes sparkled, and he gently waved the black iron sword, unleashing a sword shadow that soared through the bamboo grove. At that moment, Bayushu seemed to sense something and, with a single thought, appeared beside Heizi. Heizi snapped his fingers lightly, and a vast expanse of bamboo had been severed at waist height, forming a perfectly rectangular shape visible from the sky, even larger than Bayushu's. Bayushu flew into the section of bamboo Heizi had cut, sensing the overwhelming sword intent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It took me hundreds of years to cultivate this sword intent. Yet Heizi accomplished it in just a day. No, merely a few hours, not even a full day. Heizi approached her, grinning. Master, this easy Jianju doesn't seem too difficult. Bayushu stared blankly at the fallen bamboo, her thoughts a mystery. Suddenly, a fierce sword intent enveloped Heizi. Heizi furrowed his brow and summoned the black iron sword to defend himself. Bayushu harbored a hint of murderous intent, smiling disciple. Let me test whether you have genuinely learned or if it is merely superficial. Easy vin ie, komenge. Heizi dared not underestimate her, sensing the killing intent. Without hesitation, he countered, Easy Jianju go. The two formidable sword intents clashed violently, Bayushu's intent brimming with malice. I am at the mid-stage of Jindan. Heizi, how dare you contend with me at the foundational stage? You truly surprise me. The sword intent I took centuries to comprehend. Heizi, do not blame me. Blame yourself for being a genius. Bayushu formed incantations with her hands, and 3 additional flying swords soared forth as she slowly declared, Wangu Ming, Jianju. Chapter 89. Now is not the time to show off. Bayushu unleashed the Wangu Ming, Jianju, upon Heizi, and the 3 flying swords emitted a resonating sound before charging towards Heizi, infused with overwhelming malice. In an instant, the area surrounding Heizi erupted in violent explosions, dust swirling. Bayushu chuckled, Disciple, you are not very adept. As the dust settled, Heizi stood amidst the dissipating water wall, his hair disheveled and somewhat disheveled. Heizi smiled at Bayushu. It seems Master has gone easy on me. Otherwise, I would surely have perished from that last strike. Master, do you intend to be ruthless towards your disciple? Bayushu was momentarily taken aback. Although the Wan Ming sword technique was formidable, she had merely imitated it without fully harnessing its potential. Otherwise, Heizi would not have had the opportunity to converse with her. She smiled, Disciple. I never expected you to grasp the essence of sword intent so swiftly and master the one-character sword technique. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Master, you jest. I merely had some insights while refining the one-character sword technique, which facilitated my comprehension of sword intent. Otherwise, how can I merit such praise? After all, while he provides me with guidance on my technique and warms my bed, his abdominal muscles are impressively strong, yet my heart quivers at the thought of taking a life. She approached Heizi and patted his chest, saying, Indeed, you are worthy of being my disciple. Heizi smiled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of fear. Bayushu seized Heizi's attire and declared, Come, I shall introduce you to someone. Who shall I meet? My master, the renowned sword immortal of the cultivation world, Hualiang Shangrun. The sword immortal, Hualiang Shangrun. At the mention of this name, Heizi's heart skipped a beat. Surprised, are we? Indeed. Master, do you have a senior brother named Jiangming? He is my junior disciple. However, ever since he joined the Heihuan sect, there have been no tidings of him. The Heihuan sect is not a place one can simply visit. By the way, over a year ago, the leader of the Heihuan sect, Lu Bingxin, achieved the Yuan Ing stage, transforming into a god. Furthermore, Ouyang Yu from the He sect has also advanced from the Golden Core stage to the Yuan Ing stage. The current strength of the He sect is exceedingly formidable. Disciple, with your striking appearance, you must be cautious. Su Heizi's heart leaped with joy. Is that so? If you doubt me, you may venture to the He sect and see for yourself. I dare not, master. Will you not seek vengeance for Uncle Jiang? Besides, it was his own choice. Any male cultivator who willingly approaches the He sect must have ulterior motives. Just like you, somewhat shy, Bai Shu teased. There are many beautiful women in the Qingyun sect as well. What could Uncle Jiang possibly be thinking? Perhaps he misinterpreted my words. I mentioned that cultivators should bravely confront challenges and strive for life amidst death. Jiang Shidi may have heard of the perils of the He sect and wish to face death head-on. Disciple, remember, when encountering members of the He sect, do not contemplate anything, just flee. Is it merely a god and a Yuaning? Master, is it truly that terrifying? Bai Shu pinched Su Heizi's arm sharply. What do you wish for a long life? What sort of existence is a god? And what are the Yuaning? According to reliable intelligence, the He sect also possesses 2 late-stage Golden Core cultivators and 1 mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. Such power, even the 5 major sects united may not stand a chance. It is strange, though. Logically, the cultivation speed of the He sect should slow down after surpassing the Golden Core stage, as finding quality male cultivators is no easy feat. Yet, this time, the overall strength of the He sect has inexplicably risen, leaving everyone baffled. This has compelled the 5 major sects to unite and keep a wary eye on Lu Bingxin. Lu Bingxin and the senior sisters have greatly increased their strength. Surely, it cannot be my doing? Su Heizi chuckled. A bunch of enchantresses. Master, do you not believe that if I were to take action, those enchantresses would be utterly subdued? Just you wait until you reach the Golden Core stage. At the entrance of the Sword Ascension Pavilion, 2 sword-wielding guards obstructed Su Heizi's path. This is the Sword Ascension Pavilion. Lady Bai, you may enter, but he cannot. Su Heizi was somewhat puzzled. While Bai Shu explained, Gentlemen, he is my disciple Su Heizi. I have brought him here to seek guidance from my master, as he has cultivated sword intent. Not just anyone can meet the sword immortal, especially not a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who has comprehended sword intent. One guard scoffed. If he can comprehend sword intent, then I am a sword immortal. The other guard derisively laughed. In response to the guard's mockery, Su Heizi remained remarkably composed. He grasped Bai Shu's hand, saying, Even the gatekeepers can look down on others. Master, perhaps it is unnecessary to meet this sword immortal. The guards were displeased and jumped in front of Su Heizi. You little brat, who are you calling a gatekeeper? Su Heizi disdainfully remarked. Go ahead, did you not just shout loudly? One guard, agitated, retorted. Are you saying we are dogs? Su Heizi waved his hand dismissively. I did not say that. You admitted it yourself. How dare you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, act so arrogantly? Even with Lady Bai present, we will not spare you. Bai Shu frowned, attempting to end the farce by pulling Su Heizi back. However, upon observing the guard's earlier expressions, she summoned a white flying sword, declaring, Gentlemen, should you wish to harm my disciple, you must first pass through me. The 2 guards exchanged glances and raised their eyebrows, initially expecting Su Heizi to cower behind a woman. However, Su Heizi summoned his black iron sword, instinctively pulling Bai Shu behind him. Master, I have yet to fully master the one-character sword technique. This shall serve as an excellent opportunity for me to test it. The guard's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent as one laughed. Very well. Bai Shu was momentarily stunned by Su Heizi's actions. After all, he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Disciple, both of them have attained late-stage foundation establishment perfection, merely a step away from Golden Core. You must be cautious, Bai Shu advised with concern. Seeing that Bai Shu did not intervene, the guards exchanged amused glances. Su Heizi suddenly felt a shift in mood. It seemed these 2 were not even Golden Core cultivators, which made things considerably easier. To deal with you 2, using a sword would be an insult to me. Gentlemen, please make your move. Bai Shu was bewildered. Disciple, both of their cultivations surpass yours. One guard interrupted. Lady Bai, as a disciple of the Sword Immortal, please stand back. I fear blood may splatter onto your skirt. Are you not afraid of offending me? Ha, Lady Bai, this brat speaks arrogantly. If we do not teach him a lesson, how shall the Sword Ascension Pavilion maintain its dignity? Su Heizi smiled at Bai Yushu. I need not draw my sword to deal with them. Heizi, now is not the time to show off. The two guards exchanged knowing smiles before drawing their treasured swords. Little brat, calling us grandfather might just save you. Enough of this. As Su Heizi moved, he was suddenly before the two of them. The guards, who had just been mocking him, found their smiles faltering upon witnessing his speed. Something is amiss. How can your speed be so swift? One shouted. My apologies. My speed is 9 times that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, and you are clearly ordinary. Humph. What does it matter if your speed is fast? As they spoke, the two guards lunged forward with their swords, aimed at Su Heizi. Su Heizi smiled slightly. As their swords were about to make contact, he unleashed 10 punches. The two halted their sword draws, stumbling backward. Bai Yushu observed clearly, astonished by Su Heizi's speed. 10 punches in 1 second. Moments ago, his speed appeared to leave an afterimage. Is this truly the speed of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? How absurd. No wonder he remarked that something was lacking after our dual cultivation. It seems this fellow's speed is beyond comprehension. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Moreover, each of his punches was powerful and vigorous, exuding an aura that rivaled even Golden Core cultivators. This was beyond ridiculous. The two guards felt as if they were facing a formidable opponent, drenched in sweat. One guard, wielding his sword aggressively, shouted, "You shall die." As the sword energy surged toward Su Heizi, he burst into laughter. "You are still too young." Another guard, closing in on Su Heizi, smirked while glancing at the incoming sword energy. "You are merely a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. I am at the peak of late-stage Foundation establishment. You cannot break through my defenses. No matter how fast you are, it is all in vain." Su Heizi sensed the murderous intent behind him. A wall of water had appeared at some point, and he smiled faintly. "I'm currently using merely 10% of my strength. Now, I shall utilize 30%. Nonsense. What do you mean by 10% and 30%? As the sword energy struck Su Heizi's water wall, it merely stirred a small ripple, failing to even breach the wall. Water manipulation technique. The guard who had attempted the sneak attack was now utterly astonished. The distant Bai Yushu offered a faint smile. If she could withstand my Jean Dan's assault, how could they, lacking even Jean Dan, possibly breach Su Heizi's water shield? She silently mused. My disciples' hidden strengths are likely beyond mere appearances. It is inconceivable, utterly inconceivable. That was my decisive strike of confidence. How could he so nonchalantly deflect it? This fellow must now get serious. He immediately clasped his hands in a seal, and the ground began to tremble, as if something were on the verge of breaking free. Su Heizi also sensed the situation, utilizing spiritual energy to swiftly appear before the guard who was casting a spell. The individual who had just been confronting Su Heizi now stood in a state of astonishment. Be cautious, for this person poses a threat. The man, engrossed in his incantation, gazed in astonishment at Su Heizi, oblivious to his own defenses. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag descended upon the body of the attendant at a staggering rate of 10 strikes per second. In his moment of shock, the attendant ceased his spell casting and swiftly shifted his energy to form a protective barrier around himself. Instantly, a shield of energy enveloped him securely. Even a Jindan practitioner would find my shield troublesome. Boy, your speed is of no consequence to me. Is it really? Su Heizi raised the corner of his mouth and said, I apologize, but I have yet to unleash my full strength. He clenched his fist and struck with great force. Bang! Suddenly, the protective barrier formed by the spiritual energy was sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. While his spiritual energy shield was rendered utterly ineffective in the face of overwhelming power. Bai Yushu originally thought that Su Heizi was excessively arrogant. At this moment, she genuinely felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Another guard, no longer daring to underestimate Su Heizi, witnessed dozens of flying swords emanating from his shoulder. You are quite impressive, young man, but alas, not sufficiently so. He pointed at Su Heizi, his expression grave as he commanded, Go. Bai Yushu furrowed his brows and murmured, Ning Jian Shu, one of my master's lethal techniques. Upon the invocation of this technique, the surrounding swords will swiftly converge around the spellcaster, coalescing into a formidable colossal sword, comprised of several, even dozens, of blades united as one. Also known as the Great Sword Technique, its power is truly terrifying. Heizi exclaimed loudly, "Water Control Technique." A formidable wall of water swiftly materialized, and he dared not underestimate its presence. Witnessing a massive wall coalesce rapidly, measuring an impressive 3 to 4 meters in thickness. Two forces collided, and the previously struck guard unexpectedly summoned the behind Heizi. Heizi gradually transitioned from a state of ease to one of exertion. His strength, speed, stamina, and spiritual awareness were formidable, yet he had encountered too few life and death situations. Ultimately, a woman's embrace was his true sanctuary. Therefore, his assaults were entirely reliant on instinct. Even though he perceived that neither of the two guards posed a challenge to him, his practical combat experience remained woefully insufficient. He hesitated to unleash his formidable blade and the eye of divine insight. At that moment, a flying sword descended from the heavens, its explosive force imparting to Heizi a profound understanding of terror. It was deafening. The sect forbids private duels. At this moment, the two guards also sheathed their extraordinary abilities and knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the Sword Immortal." Bai Shu gracefully flew to Heizi's side and remarked with a smile, "Disciple, you have truly astonished your master." "Master, that sword, that sound. Huaoliang Shangrun, my master has arrived. Soon, I shall introduce you to my master," allowing him to witness what true genius embodies. Upon finishing her words, she playfully winked at Heizi. Suddenly, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. His features were strikingly handsome, and his eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Coupled with his long goatee, he exuded an approachable aura. This individual seemed devoid of any sense of intimidation. Could he truly be a sword immortal? Bai Shu pulled Heizi forward as Huaoliang Shangrun forcefully drew out his sword, wiping it clean before blowing gently upon it. Heizi, observing this action, felt even more perplexed. "Master," he began, "one must not be deceived by appearances. What the eyes perceive is merely what others wish for us to see. We must not let such actions lead us to underestimate them." Heizi nodded in understanding, replying, "I have learned from your teachings." Bai Shu clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, "Master." Heizi returned the gesture, addressing him as Sword Immortal. Huaoliang Shangrun sheathed his flying sword and cast a curious glance at Heizi. He found the situation exceedingly perplexing. Moments ago, he had observed the man's unsteady stance, yet his speed and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, his spiritual sense was remarkably formidable. Even a Jindan cultivator might not stand a chance against him. However, given his cultivation level, being so young and in the late stage of foundation establishment, it was likely that this individual possessed a treasure or perhaps a hidden secret. Shu, what has prompted you to suddenly seek out your master? How is your one-word sword technique progressing? Bai Shu gently clasped Heizi's hand, urging him forward. Heizi, unaware of the reason behind his shyness, felt a wave of trepidation, even nurturing thoughts of retreat. How could he possibly experience a sensation akin to meeting his father-in-law for the very first time? Chapter 91. The Sword Immortal's Astonishment. Who altered her cultivation method? Heizi stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands. "Senior, I am Heizi." "Haha. Who bestowed upon you such a name?" "Heizi. Little Heizi," Bai Shu remarked. "Master, he is indeed my disciple. Please cease your jesting towards him." Heizi scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. This Sword Immortal appeared to be quite approachable. Given his status as a Sword Immortal, he must possess an impressive array of fine swords. Should he consider seeking his patronage? "Ah, Xiaoyu, you are indeed the affluent one of Qingyunzhou. I recall that there are not many who catch your eye within Qingyunzhou. What of your guardian Mark?" "To my astonishment, my master is a wealthy lady. No wonder she is so generous. It appears that I have indeed aligned myself with a substantial benefactor." Bai Shu smiled gently and, with a hint of shyness, replied, "Master, I am unsure of what you are referring to. Alas, since you are the disciple of my disciple, our connection indeed runs deep." Xiao Heizi. I am your esteemed grandmaster, Hualiang Shangren. Su Heizi respectfully acknowledges. I pay my respects to the grandmaster. Hualiang Shangren quietly whispered beside Bai Yushu's ear. What do you think? Does this foolish lad leave you with a satisfactory impression? I just witnessed his swift and powerful moves. It seems that the bond between the disciple and him is far from a mere master-disciple relationship. Master, why do you always jest with me? You are never serious. Bai Yu, blushing with modesty, remarked softly. She then glanced at Su Heizi, who was quietly speaking to Hualiang Shangren. My disciple's speed of attack is exceedingly swift. To be frank, I find it somewhat difficult to withstand. Bai Yu's lips curled into a smile, her face radiating an unmistakable excitement that she could scarcely contain. Oh, does this mean you have stumbled upon a treasure? Indeed, disciple, I long to hold him close, fearing that even a moment apart would be unbearable. Yushu, to master the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. You have strayed from the righteous path. Master, did you not say that cultivation is fundamentally about the clarity of one's thoughts? Bai Yushu took out the ancient text of the myriad echoing sword technique. Master, could you please take a look at this martial art manual for your disciple? Hualiang gently touched the surface above, and his expression grew serious. The modified character sword technique had already surpassed the highest grade. He meticulously perused the martial arts manual, suddenly closing it with a decisive snap. Casting a sidelong glance at the two guards kneeling in the distance, he commanded, You two may leave for now. It is a sword immortal. Two attendants departed with utmost reverence. Indeed, it surpasses the extraordinary. Disciple, you possess no such ability. Who bestowed this upon you? His gaze burned with intensity, as if he were eager to uncover who had made the alterations. Bai Yushu gently patted Su Heizi's shoulder and said, Master, you may find this hard to believe, and I too am incredulous, but the truth is as such. Could it be that this young man made the modifications? Su Heizi chuckled foolishly and said, Master Ancestor, I merely had a stroke of luck. Inspiration struck me unexpectedly, and in a twist of fate. Bai Yushu seized the technique and declared, Master, the technique belongs to me. As a distinguished sword immortal, I would not deign to accept even the techniques you offer me. He pulled Su Heizi aside and rubbed his hands together, saying, Xiao Heizi, Yushu has been someone I have watched grow since childhood. She is still my disciple. I never expected that she would end up with you so easily. Shouldn't you show some filial piety toward an elder like me? Or perhaps you could revise my practice techniques? Master, the modification of martial arts techniques is not as simple as one might think. I just witnessed your sword skills, which are truly impressive. Hee hee, you little rascal. However, as a disciple of Yush, it is only fitting that you receive a gift upon our meeting. Later, we shall visit the sword pavilion, where you may select a sword for yourself. Su Heizi's eyes brightened. Thank you, Shizu. Xiao Heizi, shouldn't you show me some filial respect? Master, I merely experienced a sudden burst of inspiration to modify the martial arts. Such occurrences are rare and difficult to articulate. Ah, you little sly one. Are you here to mooch off your Shizu? The disciple would never dare. Yuju, may I borrow the wand Guming Jianju for a couple of days? As they ascended the sword pavilion, the interior unfolded into a realm formed entirely by swords. Xiao Heizi, the first floor of the sword pavilion, is perilous, consisting of an array of 88 swords. While their power is moderate, they can easily slay gold core cultivators. Shizu, my heart isn't in good condition. You must be jesting. Looking at your hands, they do not appear to belong to one who wields a sword. How did you manage to reach the late foundation establishment stage? Xiao Heizi, what righteous path do you follow? Su Heizi tightly grasped Bai Yushu's hand, who looked at him in confusion. Shizu's reference to holding a sword seemed ambiguous. Anyone can hold a sword, yet I have had little experience with them, though I am quite adept with jade. A mere water control technique could not propel one to late foundation establishment. Could it be that you were simply fortunate? Hualiang continued. A person who cannot wield a sword, yet can modify martial arts. Yuju, why do I not possess such outrageous fortune? As he spoke, a surge of sword intent erupted from his body, yet the 88 flying swords could not breach his defenses. Thus, the three ascended to the second floor. Su Heizi was astonished. gazing at the densely packed swords standing in unison. Shizu, how many swords are there here? Baiyuzhu held his hand. 1,008 blood swords. The second floor harbors a lethal move, known as one Jiangue zone, capable of striking foes from extreme distances. It is one of my master's deadly techniques. Huayang chuckled. I haven't employed this formation in ages. I once competed with Lu Bingxin, but alas, that woman is exceedingly beautiful and adept at psychological warfare, causing me much distress. Since being deceived by her, I have learned something. Baiyuzhu looked at him curiously, chuckling impishly. Master, how come I was unaware of this past of yours? No wonder you keep your distance from women. It turns out you have been deceived. Su Heizi inquired. Shizu, what did you learn from that experience? One important lesson. As they ascended to the 10th floor of the Sword Pavilion, Su Heizi understood that each level contained a lethal technique, each capable of claiming lives. He also realized that the two guards were not intentionally troublesome, but merely deemed his life too prolonged. While Baiyuzhu felt confident about the Sword Pavilion, the guards did not share the same belief in Su Heizi's capabilities, which is why they posed obstacles. However, the 10th floor appeared peculiar, adorned with flowers and grass, and teeming with fish and shrimp, exuding no hint of murderous intent. On the southern wall of the Sword Pavilion stood a high table adorned with 3 swords and 3 incense sticks, the swords seemingly imbued with consciousness, absorbing the fragrant smoke. He found himself intrigued by these 3 swords. Huayang leisurely sipped tea, savoring life. Baiyuzhu proudly proclaimed, Master, my disciple not only has the ability to modify martial arts, but has also comprehended sword intent, observing his mere 30 years of age. What do you say to such talent? Yuzhu is not here merely to showcase his prowess to me, is he? Such times have changed. My disciple is flaunting his skills in front of his master, truly a decline in moral standards. Chapter 92. The Beauty Sword. Master, I'm not boasting. It was you who mentioned it, Baiyuzhu replied with a smile. Shao Heizi, those 3 swords are your ancestral treasures. Surely, you do not covet your ancestors? Ancestral treasures. Su Heizi scrutinized the swords closely, realizing their extraordinary nature, and chuckled. If they are ancestral treasures, why not honor them properly? Since I am here, I shall pay my respects. Su Heizi picked up a nearby incense stick, ignited it, and placed it in the incense burner, then slightly bowed in homage. Ancestral spirits above. Bless your disciple, Su Heizi, with longevity and a virtuous wife. Suddenly, 100 translucent jade swords appeared from nowhere, rushing towards Su Heizi with lethal intent. Su Heizi was alarmed, activating his water control technique to defend himself, while Baiyuzhu smiled at the scene. I didn't expect my disciple to gain the recognition of the ancestral spirits so swiftly. Master, what do you have to say? Yuzhu, please refrain from jesting with your master. Quickly present the martial arts for me to examine. By the way, when did you take on a disciple? 2 days ago. What? Only 2 days ago? How could you be so fortunate? Did you step in dog excrement? Master, you are a revered sword immortal. Can you not speak more seriously? Such remarks are beneath you. Disciple, can you modify martial arts for me? Baiyuzhu fell silent. Huayang chuckled. Su, could it be that you are from the Su family? Do you know the Su family? 6 or 7 years ago, a demoness appeared at the northern borders. Do you remember? I remember. Many of our fellow disciples perished. At that time, Lu Bingxin did not destroy the Su family, but took away a member. Are you referring to him? It should not be him. Apart from Gao Shiyang, I have not encountered any male cultivator emerging from Hahuan's sect. Su Heizi felt uneasy. If he went to Hahuan's sect, wouldn't he be akin to walking into a trap? It is indeed strange. Given Lu Bingxin's character, she would typically annihilate the Su family. Yet she only took one individual. How peculiar. Meng Sihai and Wan Ruyang, 2 formidable Yuan Ing cultivators. I recall Wan Ruyang once told me he intended to win over Lu Bingxin and provide her a warm home. Now she has achieved transformation. Yet where is he? Could he be among the demonic sect? Strangely enough, he seems to possess a trace of demonic aura, albeit faint. It is evident that he has encountered members of the demonic sect. However, with only a water control technique, it is improbable he hails from the demonic sect. Nevertheless, Gao Shiyang knows the precise location of the Su family. He has visited them and mentioned that the Su family is merely a third-rate clan. Bai Yuzhu remarked. Third rate. Not even second rate. Thus Su Heizi could not possibly be from there. Huayang nodded, calling out to Su Heizi. Xiao Heizi, just a brief acknowledgement will suffice. Put away the martial arts, and come forth with the flying sword. Su Heizi lowered his defenses. The flying sword lost its murderous intent and soared into his grasp. Its body gleaming white and emitting a faint green light, which brought him a hint of joy. Hee, ancestral spirits, please allow me to take a look. Upon receiving the jade sword, he was slightly taken aback. Tai Bai Jian, entirely white as jade. Its previous master was Lin Ayang, who is said to have ascended to the spirit realm. This sword has inherited her spirit. As I understand it, Lin Ayang particularly favored handsome men. Su Heizi, I did not expect you to earn her favor so swiftly. You must possess extraordinary qualities to attract such beauty. Master, this sword is indeed a beauty sword. Su Heizi questioned. Bai Yuzhu snatched the sword away. Indeed, I like this sword. Disciple, I shall safeguard it for you. Oh, Xiao Yuzhu, you are envious of her disciple. I never knew you could be jealous. Disciple, do not heed this old rogue. This sword is a charming sword, and I am doing this for your benefit. Su Heizi nodded. Master, how do you know it is a charming sword? Huayang's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed at Su Heizi as if he were a different person and earnestly asked, Su Heizi, which Su family do you belong to? He replied earnestly, Shizu. I have a sister, but I have forgotten her identity. Moreover, I have forgotten everything about the Su family. My purpose in coming to Qinyan sect is not only to apprentice, but also to seek my sister's whereabouts. Seeing Huayang deep in thought, Su Heizi added, She is my only kin. Bai Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback. You have a sister, Su Heizi? It appears you must have endured something significant for your memories to have faded. What is your cultivation level? Yuzhu, inquiring about another's cultivation level is taboo. It pertains to the secrets of cultivation. Do not commit such a low-level error in the future. If Xiao Heizi is unwilling to speak, do not press him. Xiao Heizi, Shizu noticed during your battle that your hands do not possess the qualities of a killer, and you clearly do not know how to wield a sword. Your footing is unsteady and you lack practical experience, yet your speed and strength are remarkably formidable. Although inquiring about another's cultivation is generally considered a taboo, I wish to understand how you have achieved such prowess. Su Heizi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone could discern his weaknesses after just one battle. Indeed, his previous successes in combat were solely due to ambushes. Despite his swiftness and strength, he had far too little actual combat experience. As he hesitated, Hua Liangshangren chuckled, stating that the sword is the most common tool in the cultivation realm, with nearly every cultivator possessing their own, for no one would jest with their own life. Bai Shanlin had discovered a secret realm, rumored to be fraught with peril, yet abundant in treasures. This expedition would involve both Jindan and Zhuji practitioners, with the participation of Liuhua sect, Qingyi Island, and our own Qinyan sect. This represents a valuable opportunity for training. Do you grasp my intention? Su Heizi clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I understand. Then might my master also accompany us? Bai Yushu replied with a smile. I am at the mid-Jindan stage. Only those at the Zhuji and early Jindan stages may participate. The mid-Jindan stage is not eligible. You shall attend as an elder. Su Heizi, remember, training is a matter of life and death. Yet one can manage the disparity in cultivation levels. One must not be complacent. After speaking, Hualiang Shangren's figure flickered, and soon Su Heizi and Bai Yushu found themselves outside the gym pavilion. Disciple, this is your opportunity. Whether you can elevate your master's reputation rests on you. Master, when shall we set forth? You need not worry about that. Master, does the Grandmaster know of the Su family? He does not, but Gao Shiruyang, Master Gao, is aware. In Chapter 93, the young man finally caught you. Let us go. I am quite pleased. I never expected to flaunt my skills in front of my master. It brings me great joy. Heizi, remember what the Sword Immortal said. You lack experience in wielding a sword. Su Heizi nodded. I am grateful for the guidance. Master, what my Tai Bai sword? Humph, it is merely a sword. I shall keep it safe for now. Su Heizi clenched his fists, pondering whether he truly needed to practice swordsmanship. There is little time left for cultivation, let alone sword training. Master, I shall accompany you to meet the Grandmaster, which is why I am late. My wife, it is still early. Yao Shu exclaimed excitedly. You have met the sword immortal. Su Heizi not that? His hands feeling a bit restless. My husband, what do you intend to do? The sword immortal mentioned my unsteady footing. I wish to ascertain its stability. Yao Shu looked perplexed as Su Heizi embraced her, causing her cheeks to flush. Unsteady footing requires practice. What does your practice have to do with me? He chuckled. It has everything to do with you. The bed cannot demonstrate the effects of training. Sister, let us move to the window. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Yao Shu donned a new Dao robe and remarked, Who said you have unsteady footing? Come, sister will take you to find him. Sister, the Grandmaster is right. I must practice more. Practice more? You little rascal, you wish to practice more. My husband, if you train every day without focusing on quiet cultivation and hard work, how can your skills advance? Su Heizi smiled sheepishly, apologizing for having a system. Yet still, what exactly is quiet cultivation and hard work? He wrapped an arm around Yao Shu's waist. You are correct. Cultivation indeed requires a calm heart. At Dambao Pavilion, upon seeing the imposing 3 characters, Su Heizi slowly spoke. Yao Shu smiled. Let us enter. Su Heizi thought to himself that he still had 500 spirit stones unused. Rather than let them lie idle, he might as well purchase some energy-replenishing pills or other elixirs. Moreover, he wished to expand his knowledge of elixirs, for his understanding was woefully inadequate. As they entered, Su Heizi marveled at the bustling crowd. Sister, this Dambao Pavilion is quite lively. Naturally, Dambao Pavilion is the largest elixir trading hall of Qingyun Sect, and it is known for its integrity. This is the place to buy elixirs. Upon entering, Su Heizi spotted a familiar face, and due to Yao Shu's beauty, she drew envious glances. However, Su Heizi suddenly recognized the woman selling elixirs, and upon closer inspection, panic set in. Did she not visit Hehuan's sect? I wonder if Lu Yang has resolved the situation. Should she recognize me in such a public setting, chaos would ensue. Su Heizi held his waist. Sister, you proceed to buy the elixirs. I need to step outside for a moment as my waist is bothering me. Yao Shu laughed. I told you not to be so reckless, and now look, your waist is giving you trouble. Shall I assist you outside? Su Heizi shook his head and quickly exited the Dambao Pavilion, finding a bench to sit upon. He soon spotted a familiar figure approaching, surrounded by several others. Again, it is him, a persistent shadow. A sharp-eared, simian-faced man pointed at Su Heizi. Guashao, I did not mistake you. Look, Yao Shu is the one leading him. Guofan slapped him across the face. I saw it with my own eyes. The man felt wronged but dared not speak further, channeling his resentment towards Su Heizi. You, if not for you, how would Guashao treat me this way? 7 or 8 individuals surrounded Su Heizi, and the crowd continued to swell. Su Heizi smiled faintly. Good dog should not block the way. Guofan clenched his fists mockingly. At last, you have emerged from Yuzhu Peak. I have caught you. As onlookers swelled, Su Heizi realized the situation was turning dire, yet he understood Guofan would not easily relent. Thus he spoke, Guashao, I know you have designs on my wife, but alas, you shall have no opportunity. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Guofan to lose his composure. He glared fiercely at Su Heizi. Attack together, beat him to death. If he dies, each of you will receive 500 spirit stones. Yes, Guashao. Kid, I advise you to be sensible. You dare to covet Guashao's woman. Instantly, the 7 men were animated, cracking their knuckles as they moved closer to Su Heizi. Kid, although your cultivation is peculiar, this is Qingyun Sect. Offending Guashao only leads to death or expulsion. Oh, is that so? Su Heizi resolved not to hold back any longer. Just as Lu Bingxin had advised, one must be ruthless to stand firm. However, there were too many people here, and a fight might not end well. Guashao, there are too many eyes here. Moreover, the sect forbids internal conflict. Why don't we find a quieter place to have a proper discussion? Guofan frowned, feeling somewhat hesitant. Though this was Qingyun's sect, it did not mean he was unafraid of death. Even if caught, what of it? He could end up in prison, which would be trivial for him, but not for Su Heizi. Do not dawdle. All of you attack him. Yao Shu is mine. While the promise of spirit stones tempted them, they were not fools, each waiting to see who would strike first before deciding whether to act. Guofan, frustrated by their hesitation, scolded. He is but one person. What is there to fear? Disregard the spirit stones. Su Heizi remarked. Guashao, I have already mentioned that there are too many eyes here. They are hesitant to act. You are not afraid of me, are you? Yao Shu is only mine. Su Heizi wore a subtle smile. You would not dare to confront me, would you? Guashao. Su Heizi's tone dripped with sarcasm. Overcome by rage, Guafan's mind boiled. I would not dare. There is no place in Qinyan sect where I, Guafan, would fear to tread. Su Heizi, choose the location. At that moment, a man, somewhat resembling Guafan, pushed through the crowd. He has something to ask you. After the man departed, Guafan wore a sinister grin. The sharp-eared, simian-faced man bowed. Guashao, 200 miles outside the main island, there is a mountain peak. Su Heizi, do you dare to go? In Chapter 94, the hunt begins. Su Heizi cast a glance at the crowd. These 7 seemed like a new batch of lackeys, yet they displayed unwavering loyalty. Those who offend Guashao and Qingyun sect often meet a grim fate. I advise you, young man, to recognize the situation. Seeing this, Guafan immediately beamed with satisfaction. Engaging in a contest for a woman with me, Guafan, truly requires a fearless spirit. Indeed, Guashao is remarkable. Guashao is indeed remarkable. Several sycophants chimed in unison. Su Heizi cast a disdainful glance. Guashao, you Haven-T even laid a finger on her, have you? He stroked his chin. Yao Shu's waist is like a deadly blade. That luscious cherry lips, one cannot even begin to describe their sweetness. Guafan could no longer contain himself. Very well, Su Heizi, you are impressive. Do you dare accompany me to the deserted island outside the sect? Su Heizi replied. Not particularly. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Guashao, your thoughts are written all over your face. Do you think I am foolish? However, you are indeed an irritating fly. You are the first to dare to call me a fly. There are many people here. Let us go. Su Heizi glanced at the Dambao pavilion, nodded, and said, let us depart. The group of several soared away from Hahuan sect on their swords, heading towards the deserted island 200 miles away. Approximately half an hour later, a man with pointed ears and monkey-like features retrieved a treasure from his storage bag. The symbolic treasure of the wind-driving yellow flag, capable of summoning the wind to combat enemies. Though I am merely at the Qi refining stage, with this treasure's assistance, defeating a Foundation establishment cultivator is not an issue. Guashao, how would you like him to perish? What is Su Heizi's true power? As long as we kill him, each of us will receive 500 spirit stones, and we can enjoy 3 days at my Gua family's Yushue pavilion without any charges. Instantly, the 7 exchanged glances, excitement brewing. Guashao, I possess the binding immortal lock. As long as we bind him, even if he is at the golden core stage, he will be rendered helpless. Guashao, I have a superb butcher's knife. Once it is drawn, even if he is a nascent soul, he will lose 2 pounds of flesh. Very well. I will observe your performance. Guashao, I also have the immortal powder. Although this item is typically used against women, it is equally effective against men. A burly figure interjected. Hey, where did you acquire the immortal powder? Isnt, it explicitly prohibited by the sect? What does prohibition matter? As long as we can eliminate Su Heizi? Guafan's gaze turned sinister. Su Heizi, trailing behind them, caught sight of the mountain peak breaking through the clouds and instantly understood they had arrived at their destination. He chuckled. Engaging with you is pointless and a waste of my dual cultivation time. Since you seek death, do not blame me. My black iron sword infused with the blood of the demon wolf can enhance my speed, perfect for a surprise attack. Black iron sword accelerate. In the blink of an eye, Su Heizi had already approached behind the group. However, as they were currently strategizing, they clearly did not anticipate Su Heizi's sudden assault. I have divine consciousness. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through, and in an instant, only a sword remained in the air while the person had vanished. The 7 immediately felt their speed decrease, and within moments, sweat drenched their backs. This overwhelming divine consciousness, Guashao, be cautious. His cultivation level far exceeds ours. Guafan was now in disarray. Su Heizi, you lack martial ethics. Su Heizi offered no explanation. 2 beams of divine consciousness surged forth. And after 2 flashes of white light, even their storage bags were left behind, transforming the 7-member group into merely 5. Guashao, are you enjoying yourself? Su Heizi laughed. At this moment, Guo Fan recognized the vast chasm in strength between himself and Su Heizi. Disregarding the remaining four, he accelerated and kicked the man with pointed ears. Clearly frightened, attempting to halt Su Heizi's killing spree. The pointed-eared man could not have anticipated Guo Fan's action against him. As a result of the kick, he lost his balance and fell from his flying sword. Su Heizi did not spare him. A white beam pierced through his body, causing him to vanish instantly. As for the remaining three, terror consumed them. After exchanging terrified glances, they attempted to flee in three separate directions. Yet, Su Heizi's speed far surpassed theirs. Even in sword flight, being 9 times faster, coupled with his foundation establishment status, they naturally became easy prey. The three plunged into the sea of clouds. Feeling a sense of small relief, unaware they had already been locked onto by divine consciousness. Su Heizi landed on the sword left by the pointed-eared man, and, with a thought, the black iron sword moved like a specter, its speed leaving behind afterimages. The three felt as if something had flown past them, still relieved to escape, completely oblivious to the fact that they had already been pierced by the flying sword. Su Heizi counted to 3, and the 3 simultaneously touched their chests, begrudgingly raising their heads. Su Heizi gazed at their falling forms, smiling. Apologies, but in your next life, do not act as a sycophant. Is it not better to cultivate diligently? The Qingyun sect allows you to live. Is that not sufficient? You chose to seek death. The 3 plummeted from the clouds, and Su Heizi could not be bothered to loot their gear, instead watching with great interest as Guo Fan attempted to escape. Guo Fan's heart trembled. He realized he could not flee from Su Heizi's grasp, and at that moment, he finally comprehended why Wang Bo refrained from intervening. He drew a dagger, steeling himself as he plunged it into his thigh. Instantly, several shadows departed from Qingyun sect, flying towards this location. The journey from Qingyun sect to this place had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, leaving him only capable of reaching the deserted island to evade Su Heizi. Su Heizi suppressed a chuckle and then flew up to the deserted island. The island, overgrown with weeds, appeared small from a distance, but upon arrival, one would understand that it was a complex terrain densely forested. Su Heizi observed the blood on the ground and called out, "Guo Xiao, where are you? Weren't you intent on killing me? Why are you hiding?" At this moment, Guo Fan cowered behind a rock, trembling in fear and too afraid to make a sound. Su Heizi naturally noticed him but feigned ignorance for the sake of amusement, calling out, "Guo Xiao, I am right here. Why have you stopped pursuing me?" Guo Fan, hearing the voice, fearfully covered his ears, entirely devoid of the spirited demeanor he once possessed. Su Heizi continued, "Those who offend the Guo family never meet a good end. Guo Xiao, let us see who meets a bad end first, you or I." Suddenly, Su Heizi leaped in front of him, catching a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye, and laughed. "I found you." Chapter 95, Bestowing Treasures to Good Brothers Guo Fan. Terror flashed across Guo Fan's face, and he trembled as he spoke. "The Qingyun sect governs with virtue. Su Heizi, you lack martial ethics." Su Heizi stepped on his face and pressed down forcefully. Guo Fan was currently building up his anger. Seeing this scene, Su Heizi pressed harder on his wound. It is said that such young masters possess their own pride, daring to venture out with a few lackeys. But it seems the Qingyun sect has instilled in him considerable confidence, though he is oblivious to the greater world beyond. How infuriating. "I am Guo Fan, just you wait. I will make you regret this." Su Heizi grinned wickedly. "Lacking martial ethics, huh? Guo Xiao, don't you enjoy barking like a dog? Why have you fallen silent? Has the Guo family not given you enough courage?" Guo Fan gritted his teeth against the pain. "Su Heizi, as long as you do not kill me, I will agree to any condition." Su Heizi secretly manipulated his flying sword. He feared nothing from the Guo family, but hesitated at the thought of whether killing Guo Fan would cause trouble for Yao Shu and Bai Yushu. Moreover, eliminating him would surely put him under the Guo family's watch, inevitably exposing his identity. If Lu Bingxin were here, he would not care. This brat is simply too bothersome. Black iron sword. Go. Bang. The black iron sword collided with a protective shield and was repelled. Su Heizi was slightly taken aback. The black iron sword could not penetrate his defense. It seems this lad possesses a trump card. A young master from the Guo family should indeed have some hidden means. However, without employing spiritual power, he could easily breach his defenses. If one wishes to kill him, it appears it is not overly complicated. No need for divine consciousness or spiritual energy. Guo Fan forced a smile, proclaiming, "You cannot kill me. I possess a protective treasure." Ha ha! His laughter sounded strained. Is that so? Guo Fan could no longer smile. This grin made him realize he'd celebrated too soon, and he instinctively recoiled. Heizi seized his collar and unleashed 10 punches in a single second. Though devoid of spiritual energy, the strength was 9 times that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Suddenly, Guo Fan felt a sharp pain and could hardly endure it, shouting, "No one has ever dared to treat me this way from childhood to now. Heizi, as long as you cannot kill me, you will face the consequences." Ah, as expected of young Master Guo, so spirited, just a casual remark about killing. It seems you're not a good person either. What a coincidence. I'm not a good person either. Heizi blocked his eyes with his hand and then whispered into his ear, exhaling softly towards his fist. "What do you want to do?" Guo Fan was filled with terror at that moment, realizing that Heizi was about to get serious. His legs turned to jelly, and he knelt down on the ground. "No, don't kill me. I was wrong. Yao Shu belongs to you. I won't compete with you anymore." Heizi was somewhat taken aback. "Young Master Guo, as a member of the Guo family, shouldn't you have a bit of backbone? Show me the spirit you had just now. Is that all right?" Guo Fan clutched Heizi's leg, taking out a storage bag. "From now on, can you spare me? I will give you all my treasures. And if you ever visit Yushui Lu, it will be completely free. I beg you, grant me a reprieve. Such a good son. You should better leave now." Guo Fan, in a hurry, exclaimed, "Father, here are 10 genuine pills, 500 spirit stones, the madman blade technique, as well as gathering spirit pills, chi recovery pills, and a talisman treasure, all of which are gifts for you. Is this fellow so afraid of death? Killing him would indeed be troublesome. All right, I acknowledge you as a good son. Your protective treasure looks quite exquisite. Shouldn't you show some filial piety?" Guo Fan placed all the treasures in Heizi's hands. Heizi smiled slightly and accepted them. 10 genuine pills, not bad, but there's only one use this month. The madman blade technique, you practice the blade technique. But I also have a large cleaver, good, I will also accept that. 8 gathering spirit pills of great quality, 3 chi recovery pills are acceptable, and I will gladly accept all the talismans. 500 spirit stones, as expected of a wealthy man, making a remarkable entrance. But shouldn't you offer a bit more? After all, you are young Master Guo. Only 500 spirit stones? Young Master Guo, is your life only worth 500 spirit stones? Father, that is all I have on me right now. Don't call me father at every turn, young Master Guo. Surely your life is worth at least 10,000 spirit stones, right? So straightforward. Your protective treasure is quite interesting as well. You should bring that out too." Guo Fan hesitated for quite some time, and upon seeing Heizi's expression, he hurriedly took off a piece of jade from his waist and placed it in Heizi's hand. Heizi caressed the exquisite jade, which was inscribed with the character Guo, and in an instant, he sensed an extraordinary spiritual energy within the jade. This is Qilin jade, which can enhance the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, and it will protect its owner in times of danger. Capable of withstanding a full strike from a late-stage golden core cultivator, but it can only defend against spiritual energy attacks. This was originally my protective jade, and now I am using it to exchange for my life. Is that acceptable? All right, I truly do not wish to die. I am Guo Fan, he wept. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Without the Guo family, I am nothing. I beg you, spare me. Heizi took the jade and patted his shoulder, smiling. Young Master Guo, don't be so hasty with the father talk. From now on, we shall be good brothers. Ah, you hurt your foot? You are fortunate to have met me. I am a good person. Guo Fan smiled weakly. Brother. Heizi wiped his face. Why are you so careless and dirtying your face? You are, after all, young Master Guo. Your appearance is quite important, you know? Brother, you are really quite kind. Indeed, when you come to kill me later, could you do it swiftly? I fear pain. I have already said we are brothers. Why would I kill you? At that moment, Heizi sensed 3 divine senses approaching, and Guo Fan seemed to feel it too, his heart filled with joy. Heizi whispered in his ear, Young Master Gua, I hope you can be sensible and not cause your father any worry. Then, with a slight exertion of force, Gua Fan's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. A man and a woman soon approached, and Su Heizi frowned slightly. The strength of these four individuals surpassed his own, and this woman bore some resemblance to Gua Fan, indicating they were all members of the Gua family. The woman immediately rushed to Gua Fan, placing her hand on his nose, furious. Who dares to bully my brother? She then slowly turned her gaze towards Su Heizi. Su Heizi clasped his hands. Senior, I am Su Heizi, a disciple of Baiyu Shu. I happened to pass by and saw 4 or 5 individuals chasing young Master Gua. Hence I intervened, but unexpectedly, young Master Gua still got injured. Did you see what the 4 individuals looked like? Chapter 96. Senior Sister, you smell wonderful. Wait a moment. A disciple of Baiyu Shu? Oh, so you're her disciple. Did you see what the 4 individuals looked like? She regarded Su Heizi with some disdain. For Baiyu Shu was a disciple of the Sword Immortal, and originally she should have been the disciple of the Sword Immortal. She had heard about Gua Fan's troubles, and learning that he had gone to Yuzhu Peak nearly drove her mad. Su Heizi replied, one had pointed ears and a monkey-like face, another was burly, while the remaining 2 were rather ordinary. I can't quite recall their appearances. However, I seem to have overheard them mentioning something about divine immortal powder. If young Master Gua were to fall for it, they could use it to extort the Gua family. Divine immortal powder. The woman frowned. Isn't that item strictly prohibited? It seems these 4 rascals are quite knowledgeable about Qingyun sect. She glanced at the other 3 men and declared, Su Daoyu, if you are lying, this will be your burial ground. Su Heizi remained unperturbed, feigning innocence. Senior, you are beautiful, kind-hearted, and have a lovely voice. Please do not wrongfully accuse a good person. Furthermore, my master is the Sword Immortal, who has imparted a sword technique to me, and I have already comprehended the sword intent. He holds me in high regard. As he saw that the others were not reacting, Su Heizi continued to probe. Although my master appears affable, should he decide to place blame, it would be quite troublesome. I truly did not wish to intervene, but as a disciple of Qingyun sect, I cannot stand by and watch a life in peril. At that moment, one of the white-haired elders holding a whisk chuckled. So you are here to assist the Sword Immortal. Young friend, you appear quite impressive. You surely are not a nefarious person. May I ask what task you are undertaking for the Sword Immortal? Su Heizi waved his hand. I cannot divulge that. However, if you wish to know, you may visit the Sword Pavilion to inquire with my master. You will soon find out. Sword intent. At that moment, a stout man remarked, to comprehend sword intent at such a young age, why have we not heard of any rumors about you? Young friend, have you truly comprehended sword intent? In the sect, very few geniuses comprehend sword intent. Su Daoyu is not deceiving us, is he? The stout man continued, Gua Ting, wake up Xiao Fan. The details of the matter can be clarified. Upon hearing this, Su Heizi felt a tinge of fear for some reason, yet his expression remained calm. Cold water splashed on Gua Fan, forcibly waking him. Upon seeing the woman before him, he immediately burst into tears. Sister, Su Heizi smiled at him. Young Master Gua, are you all right? Were you chased by 4 individuals? Do you remember that I helped you? Gua Fan suddenly glared at Su Heizi with wide eyes. Su Heizi exhaled softly toward his fist. Do not be afraid, Xiao Fan. Your sister is here. Is what Su Daoyu said true? Su Heizi looked at him with a broad smile, his expression laden with meaning. Gua Fan glanced around, feeling significantly more at ease. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Sister, it was Su brother who saved me. All my treasures were taken by those 4 rascals. The whisk-wielding man suddenly exclaimed, Where are they? Xiao Fan, how do you want them to die? Uncle Jean will assist you. Gua Ting nodded. Su Heizi, I am Gua Ting. I will remember you. Xiao Fan, Su Daoyu has comprehended sword intent at such a young age. You should engage him in conversation regularly, sharing cultivation insights. Do not always rely on our family name to bully others. It seems you have caught their attention this time. At this moment, Gua Fan felt wronged. Yet upon hearing the term Sword Immortal, he could only swallow this grievance. Sister, didn't T Uncle Wang mention that matter to you? What matter? Scrutinized Gua Ting from head to toe, then approached to interrupt their conversation, whispering in her ear, Gua Xiong is truly enviable to have a sister like you. May I inquire if the fairy has a partner? Guoting chuckled softly, harboring a sense of disdain for Su Heizi, despite his comprehension of sword intent. Young man, you do not meet my taste. You haven't even reached 30. I doubt you have ever encountered a woman, she said, covering her mouth and giggling. Su Heizi smiled faintly. Guo Xianzi, is this amusing? Nevertheless, I appreciate your saving my brother. He summoned his black iron sword, leapt lightly, and gracefully rode away on the blade. At such a young age, he has already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Truly remarkable. Xiao Fan should learn more from him. A cultivator with the surname Jean remarked. The man with the dust whisk stroked his beard, acknowledging, indeed, to comprehend sword intent at this age is a mark of extraordinary talent. I have yet to hear any rumors about him. His future prospects in Xinyan sect will undoubtedly be significant. Xiao Fan, when did you become acquainted with such a genius? It's not easy to be so perceptive. Amidst the praises of Su Heizi, Guo Fan, watching him soar away, felt a pang of discomfort over his treasured possession, a woman. What is the matter, Xiao Fan? It's nothing, sister. Is he really only at the late stage of foundation establishment? Yes, he practices the water control technique. Guo Fan's eyes darkened, and he fainted once more. Upon returning to Dambao Pavilion, Su Heizi was in high spirits. 10 true yuan pills equated to 50 hours of dual cultivation, a concept that translated to 2 days and nights. The Dambao Pavilion continued to buzz with activity. After casting a glance around and not finding Yao Shu, he once again spotted a familiar face. Yuzhu Peak, the emerald bamboo forest, the small bamboo house. Upon hearing this voice, Yao Shu shook off her gloom and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, where have you been?" Su Heizi placed 8 gathering spirit pills and a talisman treasure into her hands, gently pinching her cheek. "Senior sister, do you like them?" Yao Shu felt a surge of delight as she accepted the gifts, turning away without a word. Su Heizi wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close. "Senior sister, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." He slowly laid her on the bed, prompting Yao Shu to say, "If you abandon me again, I will never speak to you again." Su Heizi gazed at her tempting lips, gently inhaling her fragrance. "Senior sister, you smell heavenly." Yao Shu smiled, "Given your thoughtfulness, I forgive you." Su Heizi seized her alluring lips, causing Yao Shu to suddenly feel breathless. In the following chapter, the generous and magnanimous master. The March sun was gentle, and after a long while, the two exchanged smiles and lay on the bed contemplating life. "Junior brother, it's getting late. You should head to Master S cave." Su Heizi rose to dress. "Senior sister, I don't want to just warm Master S bed. I wish to discuss life with you." Yao Shu laboriously sat up, pushing Su Heizi. "Hurry up, be obedient." Su Heizi sighed. "Senior sister, are you pushing me into a fire pit? You've only just arrived. If you want to establish yourself in the sect, you must warm Master S bed." Su Heizi tenderly touched her nose. "All right, I understand. By the way, have there been any updates from the Su family?" I inquired. The Su family in Central South Prefecture is relatively close to Liuhua's sect, but it's merely a third-rate family, hardly noteworthy. Who informed you? Han Fingming, Unklan. Thank you for the information, senior sister. Yao Shu smiled. We have no need for thanks between us. By the way, are you planning to go to Central South Prefecture? Of course, why would T.I.? I miss the Su family dearly. When do you plan to go? Do you want senior sister to accompany you? If senior sister can accompany me, I will be most grateful. Enough of this. Don't waste time. Go warm Master S bed. Su Heizi mounted his flying sword, heading towards Bai Yushu's cave. Along the way, he activated the system, particularly fond of the battle settlement screen. Congratulations to the host for handling the precious jade for a total of 12 hours, obtaining 12 foundation establishment points, increasing the foundation establishment points from 745 to 757. The host has performed well. Please continue to strive. 12 hours. And a night at Bai Yushu S was hardly long. With Yao Shu's company, he sighed. When will I reach the golden core stage? Use the true yuan pill. Congratulations to the host for successful use, obtaining 50 foundation establishment points. The current foundation establishment points are 807. This month's usage of true yuan pills has reached its limit. Further use will yield no effect. Congratulations to the host for reaching 800 foundation establishment points, achieving the accomplishment of diligence, and receiving one slave contract. A slave contract? This thing is truly bizarre. There are 5 days left in the main quest to survive for 999 days. I hope it won't disappoint me. Now I possess 1,000 spirit stones. But I wonder what treasures the black market holds. The price of the Xiaodian bottle remains unchanged. The purple gold saber is 999 spirit stones. The monkey spirit flower, a material for refining foundation establishment pills, is 10 spirit stones per stock. The yin-yang reversal formation costs 80,000 spirit stones. Although the purple gold saber is excellent, I already possess a 99-meter great sword, making it unnecessary to squander spirit stones. The next level for the great sword requires strength to reach 60, needing 8,000 spirit stones. It's a bit troublesome. Tomorrow, I should seek my good brother Guafan. After all, we should foster some camaraderie. Su Heizi smiled, subsequently arriving at Bai Yushu's cave. Bai Yushu was engrossed in her cultivation technique, and upon seeing Su Heizi, she continued to feign concentration. Su Heizi casually sat beside her, yawned, and began to doze off on the stone table. Bai Yushu, witnessing his lackadaisical demeanor, felt a surge of anger and kicked him. "Master, please don't tease me. I'm a bit tired and just wish to nap for a while." How can a distinguished cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment utter such words? She seized Su Heizi by the collar and dragged him toward the water pool. "Stop pretending. Did Su Heizi give you face? Why didn't you rest well during the day and come to Master S' place to rest? Your intentions are quite clear." She shoved a replenishing pill into Su Heizi's mouth and patted his shoulder. "Perform well, and there will be rewards." Su Heizi's eyes suddenly sparkled as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Master, what rewards?" "Just perform well, and by the way, what does your senior sister, Yao Shu, think about your visit to my cave?" "What else could she think?" "She hopes I can build a good relationship with you to establish my footing in Xingyan sect." "Oh really? Does she know how we build such a relationship?" Bai Yushu blushed slightly as she touched Su Heizi's abdominal muscles, inquiring, "What? Master, do you care what Yaoshu thinks? You don't care about the sword immortal, yet you care about Yaoshu?" "Of course I care. After all, she is my disciple." "Master, I merely wish to focus on my cultivation. By the way, Su Heizi, prepare yourself for the upcoming week. In 1 week, you will accompany a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators to the Baishan Forest Secret Realm for trial." "The Baishan Forest Secret Realm trial in 1 week? That's too soon." Su Heizi hesitated, suddenly widening his eyes. "Master, please don't touch me. Do you want a reward? We shall see how you perform." "I want both the reward and master." "Disciple, you are quite greedy. Master likes that." After a night passed, Bai Yushu nestled in Su Heizi's embrace, and the two shared a silent understanding, refraining from speech. Su Heizi used the water control technique to clean up the remnants on the ground, suddenly realizing something. "Master, please don't tease me. I'm a bit tired. Let me rest for a moment." Bai Yushu once again produced a pill, her cheeks flushed. "Disciple, obediently take the replenishing pill." "Little darling, listen to your master, be good." Su Heizi covered his eyes and slowly opened his mouth, realizing he had no issues. He aimed to provide her with a pleasant experience, even withholding half of his strength, as he felt it would conclude swiftly and lacked meaning. As the elixir entered his body, the water in the pool appeared startled, rippling incessantly as if a great commotion was taking place beneath the surface. "Master, your disciple has arrived." With 2 hours remaining until 8 o'clock, Su Heizi implored, "Could you possibly delay your departure until 9? Bai Yushu chuckled softly, letting out a gentle sigh. Moments later, her expression shifted to one of alarm, gradually settling into a semblance of calm. 2 hours hence, Bai Yushu lay in the pool, reflecting on the absurdity of her situation, observing Su Heizi donning his attire. A smile graced her lips. "I am clearly a Jindan, while he is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Why am I the one in distress, while he remains unperturbed? Master, must we continue this battle?" Bai Yushu consumed another elixir, stepping forth to Su Heizi, retrieving 10 Jinyuan Dan from her storage pouch, placing them in his hands. Su Heizi smiled faintly. "Did Master perhaps give too many? 10 is quite a substantial amount, is it not? Each Jinyuan Dan is worth over 100 spirit stones." "Su Heizi, you're worth this price." Bai Yushu responded. "Come over early tonight. I'll procure a large bed for us. That stone bed is far too small for proper engagement." She patted Su Heizi encouragingly. "Work hard, You shall surely become a Jindan in due time. Su Heizi, filled with joy, embraced her. Since master is so generous, I shall reward you with an extra hour. Chapter 98. The Essence of a Noble Lady. Is this what one calls a period of ascetic cultivation? It hardly seems arduous. If I were to engage in such practices, even 5 minutes would feel like a trial. The absence of a beautiful companion is indeed a testing ordeal. Su Heizi chuckled to himself, contemplating that his 2 senior brothers also resided here. Thus he thought to pay them a visit. Following the path, he soon stumbled upon a bamboo cottage adorned with numerous jars of wine outside. Approaching, he found the cottage unoccupied. Curiosity piqued. He embraced one of the jars, lifted the lid, and inhaled deeply. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, and a smile appeared on his face. As a fellow disciple, partaking from this jar should pose no issue. Moreover, it seemed the owner might not be fond of wine. Given its placement outside, wiping his mouth, he mused, "This wine is truly delightful. Its flavor is not as potent as what master provides, yet it is exceptionally refreshing." After drinking, he felt a surge within him. Yes, it was spiritual energy. Drinking wine could aid in cultivation. Su Heizi surveyed the dozen jars before him, chuckling heartily. If only I could discover the method to brew this spiritual wine, I could embrace beauty with one hand and fine wine with the other. He opened another jar, realizing that while the wine tasted exquisite, the amount of spiritual energy it contained was limited. He surmised that this scarcity was why the jars were left outside. His senior brother was indeed kind, for he had shared such treasures. Such a benevolent brother is rare to encounter. One must not be overly greedy. Su Heizi placed 5 jars of spiritual wine into his storage pouch, feeling content, leaving 5 for his brother. If he would be upset, a simple reprimand would suffice. Reflecting on his experiences, he felt that Qinyun sect was indeed filled with good-hearted individuals. Young Master Guo bestowed treasures upon him. The Sword Immortal addressed his cultivation concerns. And now, his senior brother shared exquisite wine. How could he not cherish Qinyun sect? As Su Heizi departed along the path, he encountered Qin Hao at the fork. He inclined his head respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." However, Qin Hao offered no warm reception, bumping into Su Heizi in frustration before storming off. Clearly, his senior brother's temper had not cooled. The lesson from that day had yet to resonate. Just as Qin Hao left, a group of individuals approached on the path. Su Heizi initially assumed they were from the Guo family, but upon closer inspection, he recognized Lu Yang, Gao Sun, Wang Yin, and 3 young women. He recalled that these 3 beauties had blossomed splendidly during their time at Hahuan's sect. Now, they stood gracefully, exuding allure. It is often said that one's appearance reflects their heart, and it must be noted that in the realm of cultivation, he had yet to encounter an unattractive woman. However, none of them had reached the foundation establishment stage. They were all still in the qi refining realm, which puzzled him. Their cultivation had evidently improved, yet it was said that cultivation is a challenging endeavor. Su Heizi greeted them with a charming smile. "Lu brother, Gao brother, Wang brother, and esteemed ladies." Lu Yang responded, "Su brother, what a stroke of luck to encounter you here." Gao Sun stepped forward to bow, and Su Heizi noticed a marked change in him. He seemed far more composed than before. "Su brother." Su Heizi nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yin also approached, bowing, yet he found Su Heizi inscrutable, as though he had transformed entirely. "Su brother, it has been a while." Su Heizi returned the greeting. "Wang brother, indeed." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Su Heizi, do you remember me?" As she twirled around him, Su Heizi smiled. "Of course. How could I forget such a beauty? I am Qin Huan. Qin Hao's my brother, and he resides here as well. I plan to move in soon to spend a few days. This is Zhu Yuan, a bit shy, and this is Lu Qiao. Liu Yang S. Zhouxian." Su Heizi recalled seeing her at Danbao Pavilion. It was evident that while these individuals possessed low cultivation, they were undoubtedly affluent, a testament to their fortunate births. No wonder Lu Yang claimed that mentioning their names could resolve most of his issues. Su Heizi approached each in turn, shaking hands and feeling the warmth of their small hands. "Zhu Xianzi, greetings." "Lu Xianzi, greetings." Afterward, he inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful fragrance of noble ladies. Gao Sun then proposed, "Since Su brother has traveled such a distance to Qinyun sect, we ought to extend our hospitality. Would you care to join us at the Falau restaurant?" Su Heizi bowed. I shall not stand on ceremony. The Falau restaurant was bustling with activity. Upon entering, Su Heizi was greeted by an amiable elder, young master. Taken aback, Su Heizi contemplated the elder's strength, realizing he could not gauge it. Uncle Lu, please arrange a quiet room for me, Gao Sun requested. Yes, young master. Shortly after, young master, a premium room has become available on the third floor. Su Heizi keenly recognized that these individuals were far from ordinary. In the cultivation world, was strength not paramount? The third floor contained a private room, and upon entering, Su Heizi was astounded by its exquisite decor, complemented by a pleasing maid awaiting his arrival with a tray. As soon as they entered, each person casually placed a few spirit stones on the tray. Su Heizi, intending to contribute, was halted by Gao Sun. There is no need for spirit stones on your first visit, especially since Su brother is a distinguished guest. We cannot burden you with expenses. Su Heizi smiled faintly, acknowledging that the life of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. Chapter 99. My back hurts. Ladies, please give me a kick. Lu Yang remarked, in this establishment, dining is a privilege reserved for the affluent. Hence, all staff members must possess an exceptional memory. However, there is no charge for your first visit. Our earlier gesture of placing spirit stones was merely symbolic, representing our acknowledgement of this place's quality. Su Heizi scratched his head, thinking, indeed, a grand sect operates differently. No worries. Simply enjoy your meal. As Su Heizi settled in, a screen was placed in the center of the room, shortly followed by several provocatively dressed women emerging from behind it. Su Heizi inquired, didn't you mention it would be quiet? What is going on? Liu Yang replied tearfully. Fear not. That screen is a treasure crafted by a Jindan cultivator, ensuring our conversation remains secure. He then leaned closer to Su Heizi and whispered, if you find someone appealing, just inform Gao Sun, and he will ensure everything is arranged. Moreover, you need not lift a finger here. They will serve you, ensuring your utmost comfort. As Su Heizi gazed at the screen, he caught a glimpse of enticing silhouettes behind it, each figure exuding charm and allure. Lu Yang noticed Su Heizi's expression and understood that having emerged from Hehuanzong, he likely found the superficiality of cosmetics beneath his contempt. Soon, they would replace this batch with another. Gao Sun clapped his hands, and 6 women gracefully stepped out in succession. Approaching Su Heizi, he remarked that they were familiar faces. In this esteemed